Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. Fast forward to the next session. In Adara. At this time, everyone at the scene doubted whether Shiyu was a human. The incredible Tai Chi field that touched the sound of the rules. Are you sure it is a beast-controlling talent derived from telepathy? Are you sure Shiyu is not a divine beast in human skin? In addition, the grinding wheel in the hand of the iron-eating beast that annihilates the void and the rules is a bit sluggish. Can it also be considered a spiritual field? The holy deer, who had tested the talents of various beast masters before, had an extremely incredible expression at this time. The skill of touching the sound of the rules, what else can it be if not a divine skill? The World Tree clone originally thought that Shiyu's spiritual field development benefited from his own World Tree fruit. But now it seems that it is not at all. This black and white field is simply better than the World Tree field. Many gods present only mastered one divine skill. Combining divine skills is exclusive to powerful gods who have cultivated two divine skills. And if a god can combine two divine skills, it is even more rare. If the Beastmaster and the pet are considered as a whole, then the behavior of Shiyu and the pet just now, in terms of skills, has completely crushed all of them. After all, the many gods present only mastered one divine skill. Moreover, what they perceived just now was absolutely correct. Whether it is the rules mastered by Shiyu or the creature, they are all extremely top-level rule powers. They have a strong restraining effect on other powers, even low-level rule powers. Many gods and even the clones of the World Tree really don't understand why in this era of incomplete rules, there are creatures that can cultivate such skills. At this time, Shiyu was silent for a while, and suddenly noticed that the Taurus ancient god had not woken up yet, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It shouldn't be a big problem. This was the first time he assisted 11 in using the yin-yang grinding wheel after eating the fruit of the World Tree and strengthening the Tai Chi field for the second time. Although he had expected that the power of this combination of divine skills would not be inferior to the ruled divine skills mastered by these weak gods, Shiyu still didn't expect that the Taurus ancient god would be hit so badly at once. Little ghost, what did you do? At this time, Lai Shanjin couldn't help but ask again. You knocked it out. Who will give you the reward? Shiyu, so this is the point? Don't wake up the Taurus ancient god yet. It is already in a weak state, and just now it suffered the injury of the rules. After it is healed and awakened, it will be in a very painful state. Let the Taurus ancient god go into the mythological ruins and sleep for a while. When it wakes up, we can discuss the next things, the World Tree clone said after a silence. The main reason is that it is afraid that after the Taurus ancient god wakes up, he will not be convinced and go to fight Shiyu. The current state of the awakened gods is not suitable for fighting with divine skills. It can't just watch the Taurus ancient god do stupid things again. A god died in the battle of the overlords. How grieved. Okay, at this time, hearing that the Taurus ancient god was fine, Shiyu nodded, as long as he was fine. As for the reward, it doesn't matter if it's a day or two later. Anyway, the Taurus ancient god can't run away. A god can't just refuse to pay. At that moment, everyone was completely certain that Shiyu, this kid, defeated a god alone, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy. That's right, especially Shiyu, who looked quite weak at this time, suddenly looked around. As he finished speaking, the personnel of various countries swallowed their saliva again, and the island fell into silence. The trial is over. Is it time for the main competition? I'm a little tired now, so why not have a quick finals in the main competition, and I'll go to rest after it's over. During the preliminaries, I said that I would become a new world legend, so now, who doesn't accept it? Come together. Shiyu grinned and looked at the hundreds of contestants around him. Boom. Hearing this, the fallen angels, dark elves, and the others all shrank their pupils and were shocked. This monster, first smashed the Azure Dragon Totem to death, then blew up the Rubber Totem, and now even defeated the gods, and is actually asking, who else is willing to fight him? The main competition? Thinking of the unrestricted main competition, where they would have to face Shiyu's iron-eating beast, Azure Dragon, resurrected self-destructing Jinsen, Sea Spirit, Sword Spirit, Mechanical Fantasy Beast and so many terrifying pets in one go, many contestants were out of breath. Not to mention all of them at once, even if they only faced one alone. At this moment, no contestant was confident. Generally speaking, there is tactical coordination between the pets of the Seven Kingdoms Beastmasters. When combined together, they can exert a stronger combat power. However, Shiyu's pets alone were so outrageous that it was hard for everyone to imagine what they would look like when combined. Not to mention the contestants, even the well-known totems were extremely afraid of Shiyu at this moment. For example, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, as a top totem, it even began to doubt whether it could get away with Shiyu alone. Is this still a level 6 Beastmaster? A legendary Beastmaster is more like that. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the legend of Shinun couldn't help laughing when the other 6 kingdoms legends couldn't understand why Donghuang had such a monstrous Beastmaster. Who else? With Shiyu's current strength, who else can stop him from becoming a world legend and receiving the blessing of the world tree? No one. Whether it's the 7 kingdoms or the Totem Kingdom, no matter who it is, at this moment, facing Shiyu's invitation to fight, no one dared to stand up. At this moment, even the legend of the Source of Gods was excited and wanted to celebrate with the world after returning home. 1 year of tax exemption nationwide. Believe in King Long, tax exemption, paid vacation. Shiyu will definitely become stronger. This scene also made Yin Zhangfen, Gozhuan, Baizai and others sluggish, thinking of the national competition, which ended before the main competition began. As a result, the world competition is the same? Before the main competition began, Shiyu showed his invincible strength, making all the players give up resistance and surrender. However, it has only been a year since the college national competition. How did Shiyu grow from a national student champion to a terrifying existence that can crush the gods? This growth rate completely made Gao Zhuan and other Beastmasters who had previously thought of surpassing Shiyu completely unable to chase. The gap is too big. Even when they heard the story of the evolutionary legend Lin Feng, they didn't think it was so outrageous. Is this the so-called Golden Age before the revival of mythology, the monster born in the Great Age? The world competition. At this time, the World Tree clone had actually made plans. It had felt several trials ago that there was no player who could compete with Shiyu in this world competition. In this case, there was no need to compete at all, because there was only one winner in the world competition. If there is no one, the world competition will end here. Donghuang Shiyu will accept the blessing of the world tree and become a new world legend. Although it is very strange to call a 6th level Beastmaster a titled legend, the facts are in front of us, and even the world tree clone doesn't know what to say. Damn it, at this time, facing the words of the world tree clone, the Totem Kingdom and the 7 Kingdoms players were extremely aggrieved, and finally felt the feelings of those ordinary Beastmasters who were once suppressed by their glory. This is the irresistible unwillingness to compete with more powerful and more evil monsters on the same stage. But, at this time, although the publicity was completed, the world tree clone said, however, due to special circumstances, I will hold another world competition in the near future, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years, it will be within 7 years, the world tree clone said. In order to welcome the next new era, it plans to hold another world competition. I hope that by then, a Beastmaster like Shiyu will appear again. A Beastmaster with potential that is comparable to the peak god level. Although the interval between world competitions is not long, according to it, Shiyu's growth is only a matter of a few years. So maybe, there will be another monster. At that time, I will also send blessings. The main thing is that sending a blessing requires a lot of power from it, and in the short term, it can only give it to one person. The rules remain the same. Beastmasters under the age of 30 can participate. At this time, hearing the World Tree say that there will be a world competition soon, young Beastmasters like Gao Zhuan all looked happy, and even children like Yin Zhangfen suddenly became excited. Also, even if you meet the requirements, you cannot participate again if you have received the blessing of the World Tree once. World Tree did not forget to ban Shiyu at the end. It was a close call. He almost forgot that this guy was still young. Even after 7 years, he would still be under 30. He must be banned. Shiyu? Chapter 452, Blessing of the World Tree Plus version. The World Championship is over. No one in the various forces expected that the World Championship would end like this. The only good news they heard was that there would be another World Championship next time, and that Shiyu, the bastard, was banned. Fortunately, although the process of this World Championship was extremely outrageous, Most forces did not suffer any losses. Not only did they get the information about the revival of the myth, but many players from the forces also received the rewards of the World Tree in the preliminaries. Only those players from the major forces who wanted to compete with Shiyu for the inheritance had a very miserable ending. My son, Tyrannosaurus King, was still immersed in grief at this time. Although Uziaoga was quite powerful at that time, and he was blessed by the World Tree and protected by the demigod legend, if I can't avenge you, how can I be your father? But, why did you lose to that Shiyu? You are simply ashamed of your training. I am ashamed to have a son like you. It's better not to have such a useless son. A few years is enough. I will definitely train a more perfect heir. In the next World Championship, Donghuan must pay a heavy price. The most urgent task is to break through the demigod as soon as possible. Is it over? Can we go back to sleep? At this time, the gods such as the pig god and Zuanming saw that the trials were all over and the world competition was completely over. They had completed their respective tasks and had no more shows to watch. They finally felt weak and tired. The Taurus ancient god fell asleep, and they also went to sleep. Well, it's over, everyone, you can leave on your own. If there is anything else, I will notify you again, the World Tree clone spoke. At the same time, it looked at Shiyu and couldn't wait to say, Champion, next, you come with me to see the real body. Okay, Shiyu said with joy in his heart. The blessing of the World Tree, the key to activating the fusion of skills, finally came. Please wait. However, at this moment, Shiyu spoke temporarily. With the help of the bugs in the beast control space, he instantly moved behind the fallen angel of the Demon Kingdom. At this time, the fallen angel, who was still recovering from his serious injuries, had never expected that Shiyu would suddenly teleport behind him. As Shiyu's palm fell on his shoulder, the fallen angel's face immediately changed, and he dodged frantically as if he was facing a great enemy. After all, this was a ruthless man who killed 2 totems and a god. The fallen angel even suspected that even if he broke through the totem, he would not be Shiyu's opponent. What are you doing? He said in shock. Skill, soul incarnation, copy successfully. Shiyu did not expect the fallen angel to react so strongly, and said embarrassedly, I got a cub of the demon clan from the mythical era in the inheritance of Lord Li Shenzhen. I plan to visit the demon kingdom later. I shouldn't be unwelcome. Shiyu smiled. The fallen angel was shocked and had lost the ability to speak. He didn't know how to reply to Shiyu. He subconsciously imagined countless meteorites falling on the demon kingdom and countless ginseng babies self-destructing in the demon kingdom. There was also a scene of the iron-eating beast slapping him away with a slap. There are also scenes of countless succubi and fallen beautiful angels being taken away by Shiyu in the demon kingdom. Who is the devil after all? Promise it. However, the demon king of the demon kingdom, who was hidden in the void at this time, sat in silence for a moment. Shiyu. Although the camps are different, but if you think about it carefully, the demon kingdom and Donghuang have never had any large-scale conflicts. In addition, Shiyu obtained the cub of the demon god clan, and the demon king also wants to see what Shiyu wants to do in the demon kingdom. The myth is about to revive. The world pattern is about to be rewritten. Foreign enemies are about to invade. At this time, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This Shiyu, no matter how you look at it, is like the legendary child of destiny. Okay, with the heartbreaking words of the fallen angel prince, Shiyu left without any nostalgia. Only fools go when you have the skills. What's fun in the demon kingdom? After getting the most important skill, the evolution skill of Qitong, Shiyu felt complete. In his opinion, this skill is more important than the golden bull god's body. After all, it is too difficult to teach the divine skills. It is better to wait and see what changes the skill fusion can bring to the skill pool of your team. Maybe, you can also fuse a physical skill containing the rules of gold. In that case, there is no need to learn from others. In comparison, the evolutionary skills are what Shiyu lacks the most at present. Go. At this time, the legend of the source of the gods, President Lin and others of Donghuang looked at Shiyu with great joy. Finally, after 2 sessions, Donghuang finally has a world legend again. And the gold content of this world legend is more than the previous 2 sessions, no, even more than the evolutionary legend Lin Feng. Level 6 Beastmaster, won the title of world legend. Different forces have completely different feelings when looking at Shiyu at this time. However, even those forces who are very reluctant to see Shiyu accept the blessing of the world tree dare not say anything at this time. After all, the world tree is the strongest demigod, the incarnation of the planet's will, and knows many gods. It is far from these demigods who can change their minds. Let's go. The next moment, the gods such as the pig god entered their own mythological relics and fell asleep again, and the world tree clone also tore open a secret realm, inviting Shiyu to follow him in. Shiyu glanced at the outside world, then took a deep breath and entered it. He knew that after this trip, he would reach the top of the blue planet when he came out again. The world tree secret realm. A verdant. The secret realm is not big, but in the center, there is a giant tree as high as the sky. It is rooted in the earth and contains an ancient and heavy atmosphere. This strongest demigod in the future, which has existed since ancient times, shows a sacred light under the golden afterglow of the sky. Following Shiyu in, there is also 11 on his shoulder and the world tree clone that has transformed into a worm again. After entering the world tree secret realm, the world tree clone began to turn into light spots all over the sky and merged into the world tree. At the same time, a gentle, all-embracing voice with surprise and joy came from the world tree and emerged in Shiyu's spiritual and mental world. Congratulations, champion. As an archaeologist who has discovered many historical events in the mythological era, you must have more questions than others. Before I bless you, I can answer some questions I know. Shiyu listened to the world tree quietly. Standing in the secret realm, he and 11 looked up at the world tree. Shiyu thought for a moment and asked the question he was most concerned about. Master World Tree, I heard that humans are not native to this world. World Tree. Who told you that? Is this also your archaeological discovery? The world tree was even more surprised. Shiyu looked innocent and said, no, it was Lai Shanjin who said it. The world tree fell into silence. It did tell the 7 revived gods about this matter, but it was unexpected that Lai Shanjin only spent a while with Shiyu alone before telling others. Yes, but not, to be precise, they were the most primitive group of humans, not native life on Blue Star. They were brought back by a god who left Blue Star, but the human race that now has the beast taming space is a new race created and reproduced based on these humans as a template. They are undoubtedly the life bred by Blue Star. Your home planet is still Blue Star, but in the depths of the starry sky, there may be other human races in other worlds. Shiyu was slightly surprised. Gods who left Blue Star? Yes, after the end of the mythological era, many powerful gods chose to leave Blue Star. At that time, Blue Star needed a long time to recover and could not bear their existence, even if they were dormant. In addition, they also hoped to seek new paths and explore higher realms above the god level. Among them, the arrival of humans originated from the agreement between a supreme god and the will of Blue Star. I don't know more about it. We may have to wait until the will of Blue Star fully awakens to know, World Tree said. Don't you know? No, I can only be regarded as an incarnation of the will of Blue Star. The real will of Blue Star, like the supreme gods such as Zulong and Yuanfeng, are all ranked at the peak realm of God, the division of the realm of God. Do you know, the entire god level is divided into 4 realms. Among them, the supreme gods in the 2nd realm, the 3rd realm, and the 4th peak realm have all left Blue Star. Even if they are asleep, the power of Blue Star is not enough to support their habitation. Perhaps they will have to wait until the myth is completely revived before returning one by one. Shiyu was even more surprised and said, are Zulong and Yuanfeng still alive? The world tree said, I don't know, Shiyu. Sister, why don't you know anything? Perhaps, you will understand clearly after you become a god. The world tree said, there is a relic on Inatella Island, which comes from the god who brought the human race. It once left instructions that the first human beast master who stepped into the god level can enter and learn more of the truth. At that time, this person will go to the new world where it is. So, if you want to know, reach the god level as soon as possible, and then you can tell me, as the world's blessed person who is closest to the revival of mythology, you may be the human with the potential closest to the realm of God. Shiyu? God level, Shiyu said. Can I know what that god is called? Yes, its name is Nuwa. Shiyu was shocked, but before he could think about it, the world tree continued, after blessing you with the power of the world, you will definitely become a legendary beast master within 7 years. Once you are no longer bound by the rules of the world, you will be able to break through to the god level naturally. After all, you have 2 pets of mythological races, and the son of the star. But, the world tree suddenly fell silent. I suddenly feel that 7 years is too long for you. It will waste your talent, human. Do you want to receive a stronger blessing? I can strengthen the blessing of the world tree and add a new effect on the original basis, let you have a second beast control space, that is to say, at the same level, the number of creatures you can contract will be twice that of a normal beastmaster. However, this second beast control space requires you to open up from scratch. Similarly, after giving you a new beast control space, I hope you can cultivate more pets similar to it. The eyes of the world tree fell on 11. This is not an easy task for it. Facing the previous world legends, it did not mention it. But for Shiyu, who cultivated 11 and King Long, the world tree suddenly felt that it might not be a bad thing to let Shiyu contract more pets. He is different from other beastmasters. He will not have the situation of poor cultivation. The combat power of the 6 pets is the evidence. What? At this time, Shiyu, who originally thought that the greatest effect of the blessing of the world tree was to activate the fusion of skills, was suddenly startled. The blessing plus version of the world tree? A second beast control space? A talent similar to Yin's Hangfan's? In other words, if I reach the god level, I can have a maximum of 20 contract slots? Is there such a good thing? Chapter 453, Breakthrough to Legendary Level. The blessing of the world tree has many effects. Shiyu often heard that it can increase the comprehension of the pet contracted by the blessing object and improve the learning ability of the pet. In other words, the pet of the beastmaster blessed by the world tree may master a low-level skill in 1 day, perfect it in 2 days, and reach the level of skill in 1 month. Of course, this is not so useful for Shiyu, but it is not useless. After all, the upper limit of the points added to non-racial skills is still in the state of perfection and cannot be broken through. If you want to train to a higher level in the future, you have to rely on the pet to develop it by itself. At this time, if the pet has a stronger learning ability, it will be very useful. In addition, the blessing of the world tree is equivalent to a meditation accelerator, which can allow the beastmaster to reach the legendary level in a short period of time. When Lin Fen participated in the world competition, he was just an ordinary legend, but after becoming the champion, it took only 2 years to break through 2 levels and enter the legendary realm. This is still somewhat useful for Shiyu. After all, he doesn't like meditation, but the level of the contracted pet is limited by the level of the beastmaster. If he can reach the maximum level quickly, he will be very happy. At the same time, the blessing of the world tree also makes it easier for the contracted pet of the blessed object to break through the racial restrictions and complete the evolution, as well as to enhance the various abilities and effects of the beastmaster, covering all aspects. These effects can be said to be good, but for him, compared with 10 more contract positions, there is no comparison at all. Double the contract position may not be of much use to ordinary beastmasters. For example, Yin's Hangfan's father, as a normal legend, does not have so many resources and opportunities to cultivate so many pets. But for Shiyu, the current dog owner, he can afford to cultivate more pet resources. What does the more contracted pets represent? It means that the pets can give back more attributes to the owner. When the beastmaster himself becomes stronger, the effect of the beastmaster talent will be stronger. There may not be a huge change in ordinary talents, but it is different in the skill illustration, adding points function. If you think about it carefully, after the attribute feedback of 20 pets, the side effects of adding points may be reduced to a negligible level. Although it may be necessary to add points to more pets at that time, Shiyu said that it would be no problem at all if he could complete the addition of points to super level or even god level skills more easily. He was originally still worried about whether his future physique could withstand the addition of points to god level skills, but if there were more feedback from a bunch of contracted pets, he felt that there should be no problem. In fact, his current physique is very strong, and he really doesn't know to what extent his physique will be improved after contracting all pets. This strengthening blessing is crucial. Perhaps it determines whether he can support the addition or fusion of god level skills in the future. No problem. At this time, hearing that the world tree was going to give him a strengthening blessing, Shiyu immediately agreed. If I have a second beast control space, with 7 years, I am sure I can raise a second team of mythical races and demigods. When the time comes, if foreign enemies descend on Blue Star, leave it to me, I will defeat them one by one. I know. The world tree nodded and said, I have no doubt about your ability. The Abyss Demon Duck and the Son of the Star are both creatures with extraordinary potential, and the demon cub that Lai Shenjin gave you, the contract position of a normal beast control master may not be able to satisfy you. In that case, then you come to receive the blessing. You can also summon all your contracted pets and receive the blessing together. The world tree, which is as high as the sky, is filled with the golden light, which shines with the sky to make the secret realm more dazzling. Endless light fell like a meteor shower and fell on Shiyu's body. Beside it, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chidan, Su Su, and Lin, who were all shrunk into cub forms, also looked at the stream of light falling from the sky with curiosity. The smell of mother, Shen Bao Bao, Chong Chong, Chi Tong and other pets? We suspect that you want to cling to your thighs, but we have no evidence. So, Shen Bao Bao, who studies hard and works hard, also knows the benefits of recognizing his mother. However, this is indeed the real mother. After all, she is the will of the mother planet that gave birth to all the creatures on the blue planet. Absorb it seriously, Shiyu said. Ying-yang-yang, thousands of streams of light fell into their bodies. At this moment, Shiyu only felt that his already strong body, spirit, soul, mind, and life force were strengthened again. And it was a very gentle strengthening without any side effects. Is this the blessing of the world tree? In fact, before coming to participate in the world competition, Shiyu had another idea. That is to copy the blessing of the world tree and teach it to the pet. But now, he actually doesn't have this idea anymore. The reason is also very simple. The son of the star can also use the blessing of the world. He already has it. World blessing, superclass skill, can bless other lives with the help of the world itself. The effect of blessing depends on the world's ability. After carefully studying this skill, Shiyu found that it seemed that it was useless to copy the blessing of the world tree. After all, the effect of blessing depends on the world itself. The world tree can bless on behalf of Blue Star, but if it is replaced with other pets, the effect of blessing is not certain. There is even a high probability that if it is not a world-type life, it cannot be taught. So it is better to slowly cultivate Xiaozi's ability, so that it can also master the ability similar to the blessing of the world tree in the future. If Xiaozi is not too weak now, and even has not formed a complete rule in its body, even Shiyu suspects that its blessing power can activate its own skill fusion. Shiyu feels that this skill fusion should also be a god-level skill similar to the Tai Chi field, and it should be recognized by the world rules before it can be used. So, he is now looking forward to it. Thunder Palm plus Hardening, can it directly fuse a lightning armor skill with a higher upper limit than the combination skill? Hardening plus Immortal Golden Body plus 100 refinements into Steel plus Steel Bones plus Overlord Body Armor plus Demon Body plus Giantization. Can it be combined to form a divine body that is not inferior to the Bull God's Golden Divine Body? It can be said that because of this skill, each of Shiyu's pets will have unlimited possibilities in the future. Let a bunch of low-level skills that have reached the end of their potential be upgraded to divine skills that can conquer higher fields. In Shiyu's expectation, his brain suddenly roared, skill fusion is unlocked. At the same time, not only Shiyu's skill illustration talent has undergone a qualitative change because of the blessing of the world, but also Shiyu's beast control space. The beast control space, which has been stuck at the bottleneck of level 6 for a long time, has finally completed the final transformation because of the blessing of the world tree. When the strength of the space crystal wall of the beast control space reaches level 7, the color turns black, which means that Shiyu can normally contract and control the overlord level pet. From today, I am a legend. Shiyu opened his eyes, and felt that with a roar again, the seeds of the second beast control space in his body were quietly born and bred new buds. At present, this beast control space in a chaotic state has not yet reached level 1, and it is impossible to contract a pet beast at all. However, Shiyu feels that as long as he practices and develops it like upgrading the first beast control space, this beast control space will soon be fully formed. With a current level 7 physique, plus Xiaozi's world blessing, it is too easy to meditate and cultivate a level 0 beast control space. Buzz! After all, Shiyu clenched his fists. At this time, his physique was even more outrageous. The burden brought by the cross-level contract 11 and the insects had completely disappeared. He only felt unprecedented pleasure. Coupled with the blessing of the current world tree, Shiyu estimated that it would soon be less than half a year before he could cultivate this second beast control space to the same level as the first beast control space. In this way, Xiaoji, Ye and the others may be able to become regular members and become the real second team. I wonder if there will be a situation in the future where there are still 20 contract positions and there is still no third team that can be contracted. No, It is more appropriate to describe it as believers, legions, and people than 3 teams, even if they are creatures from another world born in the body of the Star Child's IOZ. With Shiyu's excitement, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin also received good news one after another. Because of the blessing of the World Tree, their super-level skills that originally did not reach perfect proficiency and were only a little short of reaching perfect proficiency were all cultivated to perfection because of the increase in understanding. In addition to their teaching skills that surpassed perfect proficiency, at this moment, with Shiyu's breakthrough, each of Shiyu's pets has no original restrictions. They are all about to break through to the Overlord level with a perfect posture. You will soon become the Overlord of all, as Shiyu was murmuring. The voice of the World Tree sounded, saying, because you have taken the fruit of the World Tree, and because of your special spiritual realm, your ginseng baby is very compatible with the power of my world blessing. Perhaps you can try to open the spiritual realm and let it break through and evolve under my blessing. Because of the blessing of the world power, there should still be a great chance of success. Hearing this, the ginseng baby was immediately surprised. It said, the taste of mother. In that case, Shiyu also looked at the ginseng baby. Then evolve. The blessing of the World Tree does seem to have the effect of allowing the contracted pet of the blessed object to break through the racial restrictions and complete the evolution. Then, under the envious expressions of Qitong and the others, the ginseng baby pressed the small flower hat in a profound way, with an excited face. At this moment, there was finally no level limit, and Shiyu also took out a legendary resource, the life's oil, that the ginseng baby had not used thoroughly, and handed it to the ginseng baby. At the same time, more than 40 life fruits were taken out and placed in a row. The divine oil of life belongs to Donghuang, and these life fruits that are close to or comparable to legendary resources are the resources that exploded from the trial of the eternal tree and sorted out by Shen Bao Bao. Shiyu originally planned to use them for his own use as a supplement, but since Shen Bao Bao is evolving now, for the sake of stronger strength and potential, of course, the highest priority is given. After all, Shen Bao Bao himself is also a supplement, and it is a growth supplement. Next, let's see how much Shen Bao Bao can absorb. Shen Bao Bao, evolve. Shiyu closed his eyes. In the dark world, Shiyu saw a blue planet, the Earth, and the giant trees thriving on it in his mind. Jianmu domain, boom. Shiyu opened his eyes, and at this moment, his pupils turned directly into emerald green, containing huge life force. As Shiyu activated the spiritual domain, the air around him began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. The materialized spiritual fluctuations formed green ripples around him. The next moment, as Shiyu's mind pupils rotated, a strong wave of fluctuations bloomed from him. With him as the center, a domain covering the heaven and earth quickly formed, overlapping with the secret realm of the World Tree. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels magical, the World Tree couldn't help but say. The whole world turned into new green. The ginseng baby's eyes were determined to link the earth, connecting a bunch of life fruits and life-sacred soil. At the same time, the light representing the blessing of the World Tree continued to fall from the sky, and more flowed into the body of the ginseng baby. Boom. With a blessing of infinite power, a touch of evolutionary light enveloped the ginseng baby. Its form suddenly changed. From the original tiny ginseng baby form, it gradually thrived, as if it turned into a seedling, and gradually grew into a towering sacred tree. It was tens of meters high. During the growth process, fruits were formed on the tree. When it was in full bloom, every fruit on each branch was like a new ginseng baby. Soon, the light dissipated and it appeared in a brand new form. The huge cream-colored trunk, emerald green leaves, moon-like golden branches, sun-like fiery red flowers, and ginseng-shaped fruits embellished this complete sacred tree. On the sacred tree, as the core of the entire plant life, the fruit opened its eyes and stood on the sacred tree. Its shape was the same as the ginseng baby before evolution, but its aura was more than a little bigger. At this time, the ginseng baby was looking at its world with great joy. Take off, energy value? This half of the life fruit was not absorbed in vain. More than 40 legendary quality 8th level life fruits were directly absorbed by the ginseng baby, leaving only 20, and 4 legendary quality, legendary level life fruits were also absorbed by the ginseng baby. Under the feedback of the ginseng baby, now it should be said that the world ginseng, Shiyu's emerald green eyes were also full of surprise. Woohoo! In 11, Chong Chong and the others were also suddenly delighted. Just because, skill name, world tree fruit, level, super, attribute, wood, introduction, it can increase the user's comprehension and enhance their learning ability. Shiyu exclaimed that it was against the will of heaven. The world tree fruit he ate was back again. Although the fruit made by Shen Bao Bao is definitely not as powerful as the mythical world tree fruit given by the world tree, but how to solve it? Just add some points. With the blessing of the world tree, Shiyu felt that even if it was a non-racial skill, the 11 could practice it to death and rush to the Tao. This was also the source of their excitement. However, this time, Shen Bao Bao not only awakened this new skill, but also another one, skill name, world grace, level, quasi-god level skill, introduction. With the help of the power of the world, the skills that have been cultivated to the extreme have the ability to touch the rules and become pseudo-god skills. Quasi-god skills. In other words, name, Shen Bao Bao, race, world Shen, race level, low-level mythical race, growth level, overlord level. Shen Bao Bao has also become a mythical race. The grace of the world, this is not the strongest skill, but for Shen Bao Bao, this is the most cost-effective skill. This is an extremely comprehensive strengthening divine skill. It has a similar effect to Shiyu's Jianmu domain, which can allow Shen Bao Bao to reach all the skills that are close to the Tao, and all of them are strengthened at the divine level, and play an effect close to divine skills. Even low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills are the same, which can be called pseudo-divine skills and small divine skills. It can be said that it not only improves Shen Bao Bao's combat effectiveness, but also comprehensively strengthens its various abilities such as assistance and healing. Shiyu feels that it can be used in conjunction with the Jianmu domain, and the effect is similar to the Tai Chi domain and the yin-yang grinding wheel. Very good. At this time, looking at the Shen Bao Bao who has completed the evolution, the world tree nodded and said, "It really awakened an incredible skill. I can feel that at this time, it can use the power of the world more easily like me." Yes, Shiyu nodded. However, this skill also has limitations. It can only play the greatest effect in a world that allows it to borrow power. If you go to other worlds in the future and are rejected by the will of the world, this skill will be useless. However, if you cooperate with your spiritual realm, you may be able to change this situation and forcibly plunder the power of the world for use. Ahem, this is not very moral. Then now, the ginseng baby can also be called a mythical race, the world tree said. It can be called a low-level mythical race, 3. In this way, Shiyu has contracted 3 creatures of mythical races. The world tree feels more and more that the potential of this world legend is very huge. The mechanical phantom god of the low-level mythical race, the world ginseng, and the iron-eating beast with stronger racial potential. At present, it cannot judge the full potential of the iron-eating beast. The full power of that divine skill may have to wait until the myth is revived before it can be displayed. Whether it is a high-level mythical race or a cub of the top mythical race depends on what kind of transformation it can undergo after the myth is revived. At this time, the evolution is complete. The baby ginseng is under the control of the plant, and the entire world ginseng form is sealed in the body. It still thinks that this baby ginseng form is more convenient to move. As for the Jianmu form, it consumes too much energy, so it plans to use it in battle. Like 11, Chong Chong, and Su Su, they all like the baby form. By the way, at this time, Shiyu suddenly remembered something and asked the mother of the world tree with a smile, "Master World Tree, can you tell me the time of the next world competition?" He can't participate in the competition, so he can quickly train a master who can participate in the competition for Donghuang. If there's enough time, he can find more resources to make Senior Sister Lu a master who can beat the totem country. If Senior Sister Lu is older, there are still Senior Sister Panda and Senior Sister Beast Ear Girl. At worst, there are also younger Donghuang geniuses. The blessing of the world tree is so great, and it will be taken away by other countries. He feels so bad. What do you want to do? The world tree looked at Shiyu cautiously. Thanks to the leaders like Wang Erma, Xiandam Daozi, Kuang Chang Jiuman, Xinghai Oyan, Yuji and others. Chapter 454, Red Eyes evolves again. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. Curious? The world tree was silent. If it was someone else who was curious, the world tree would believe it. But Shiyu, as a guy who had not let go of any of the 7 trial inheritance rewards, The World Tree did not believe that Shiyu was just simply curious. However, the time of the next World Championship. I'm not sure either, if the World Tree could predict it before. Then now, after giving Shiyu an enhanced version of the blessing, the World Tree did not know how long it would sleep next. But what is certain is that it will wake up within 7 years. Okay, Shiyu smiled. If he is not sure, then he will watch. Evolution legend Lin Fen can reach legend from legend in 2 years. He feels that he should be able to do it too. Even if the meditation speed will be delayed by the second beast control space, the problem is that he still has Iozi, the cultivation assistant. By then, standing at the height of the legend level, contracting a demigod level ginseng baby, Shiyu does not believe that he will not be able to cultivate a legendary genius who can fight the totem of a higher level. He will also decide on the next World Tree blessing, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Right, when thinking about the second beast control space, Shiyu suddenly noticed a huge problem. He asked, Master World Tree, after the second beast control space is opened, will a new beast control talent be awakened like the original beast control space? World Tree said, yes, but I have never opened a second beast control space for humans before. You are the first, so I can't be sure what talent will be awakened. It is very likely to be telepathy talent, Shiyu? I am so. What's the use of having 2 telepathy talents? Can I sense myself? But it may also be other beast control talents. Everything needs you to explore it yourself. Shiyu scratched his face slightly and forget it. Whatever you want, if you awaken a strengthening talent, it will be the same as double telepathy. Shiyu feels that it is useless. Considering that most beast control talents are useless to him, Shiyu doesn't expect it. Even if a new talent is mutated, it will probably not be of much use. Okay, at this time, after the baby ginseng completed its evolution and Shiyu completely accepted the blessing, the World Tree said, your other pets are also on the verge of a breakthrough. After leaving here, don't neglect your practice, train your pets more, strive to reach the divine realm as soon as possible. If there are no other problems, I will not keep you. After blessing you, I consume too much energy and may have to sleep for a while. I will teleport you to the vicinity of Donghuang. At this point, the voice of the World Tree became weaker and weaker. At the same time, the light of space enveloped Shiyu and the others. Shiyu was startled. He still had many things to ask. Wait a minute, Shiyu was about to say something, but suddenly, the sky flashed, and he and 11 were teleported to the outside world. The outside world. Inatara Island can no longer be seen. Shiyu and the others appeared out of thin air above the sea. Perhaps because they were afraid that he would be in danger. After all, there were a lot of demigods around Inatara. The World Tree directly teleported Shiyu to the vicinity of Donghuang. Looking at this strange and familiar environment, Shiyu was at a loss. Isn't this the sea area near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain? However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, damn, he hasn't received the reward from the Taurus ancient god. Why was he teleported back? Is it so tricky? Want to swallow my reward? Shiyu was stunned. Not really, that's a god. He can't run away. Master, next, should we arrange for Qitong's breakthrough? At this time, Shiyu and his group were floating over the sea, and Lin couldn't help but remind them 11. Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao have already broken through to the Overlord level 11. Shen Bao Bao are all mythical races and Overlord level. Chong Chong is a starry sky god of faith, not a mythical race, but better than a mythical race. And next, it would be a bit inappropriate for the 3 sisters not to break through to the Overlord level. It and Susu are not in a hurry. Susu's King High contract and its Wind Spirit Pearl still have room for improvement. It is not the perfect time to break through. But there should be nothing to wait for Qitong. It is the best time to break through to the Overlord level. With a deep sisterly love, seeing that the 3 brothers of Nijun have all been enhanced to the epic level, the 3 sisters can't wait to strengthen themselves. If they break through, will it be easier to add points? Yes, Shiyu looked at them. Qitong really needs to pay special attention. Is it time to perfect the spiritual solution? Shiyu asked Qitong. Meow. Meow. At this time, Qitong could no longer suppress her excitement, and was looking forward to it. Spiritual solution skills. A bloodline return skill. Every time the proficiency is broken through, Qitong will gain a new form. It's not exactly evolution, but it's similar to evolution. At the proficient level, Qi-Tong awakened the bird spirit form and mastered the fire that can restore physical strength. At the mastery level, the phoenix spirit form was awakened, allowing Qi-Tong to master the fire and phoenix power that can heal injuries. So what new form will be awakened at the perfect level? Although the evolutionary skill soul incarnation has been copied to Qi-Tong, it doesn't affect the first look at what the perfect level spiritual solution will be. Let's go to the ruins. Also, Chong, send a clone to pull the ruin space back to Ping Chang first. Chong, G. The little green dragon that looks like a green cotton worm was shocked. It's me again. 11. Shen Bao. They looked at Chong. Ying, Yi, who else is it if not you? King Longcart, go. Well, Chong was in tears. When will the second team get another guy who can teleport? Zioji, Yang, Ziozi, Ki, and even that unicorn demon, it seems that they are all unreliable at the moment. Forget it, it's a good thing that it's squeezed clones. In the legendary ruin space, Shiyu took Qi-Tong's Yangayan flower and bone sword and gave them to it as breakthrough resources. The first batch of legendary resources prepared for Team 1 is almost completely used up this time. As for the new resources such as the Flame of Life, Hollow Flame, and Spirit World Fragments, Shiyu plans to leave them for Qi-Tong's clone. Qi-Tong didn't care about anything and directly burned the Flame Dragon King in the dead spirit space to make it the nutrient for the spirit solution. The next moment, boom! The light of the sun bloomed on the little Qi-Tong, and the body turned into a vortex of flames, bursting out with a huge gravitational force, absorbing all the Yangayan flowers and bone swords on the ground. The flame merged with the Yangayan flower in an instant, and the bone sword also disappeared in the flame, turning into nutrients for Qi-Tong's own growth. Although the bone sword is not used in this way, for such a resource that is about to be eliminated, Shiyu and his team did not consider the cost-effectiveness. During this process, the breath of the little Qi-Tong gradually grew stronger. The will of the Overlord was revealed. After a moment, its body burst into a sky-high flame, and the growth level directly broke through to the Overlord level. Energy value 75.77 million. It is not like the breakthrough evolution of 11, Chong, and Shen Bao, which directly exceeded the limit of the Overlord level. A relatively ordinary energy value, but it is not bad. Just looking at the normal energy value, without looking at any other attributes, it has reached the standard of the top Overlord. The Void Mantis of the Sky Emperor has just broken through, but it is only a little over 60 million energy value. Qi-Tong has not undergone the heaven-defying evolutionary breakthrough like 11, Chong, and Shen Bao, but has only relied on his own spiritual solution skills and standard resources to reach this level just after the breakthrough, which has made Shiyu very satisfied. However, what surprised Shiyu the most was that Qi-Tong's perfect spiritual solution this time actually awakened a new racial skill. The previous two spiritual solutions only changed the nature of flames and deterrents, not new skills. This is, moreover, it is a skill that Shiyu never expected. Skill name, Sword Will, skill level, Advanced, Introduction, Special Talent Skill. Creatures with this skill can practice sword skills with half the effort, and the power of sword moves is increased, and they can better control various sword weapons. Shiyu was very surprised. But soon, he suddenly realized it. This is also normal. General Mu Huayan was originally a genius in swordsmanship. From the fact that the crossed swords was her signature skill and pets like the ice dragon could only be considered mounts in refrigerators, it could be seen that this person was a ruthless person like Shiyu who liked to fight on his own. In addition, Qi-Tong was a heroic spirit in the form of a sword spirit. It was normal for her to inherit the swordsmanship talent in Mu Huayan's bloodline at the perfect spiritual solution stage. Shiyu was delighted. In this way, wouldn't it be more stable? There was no need to think about the next clones of the soul incarnation. They must all be sword clones. Many different swords. The red flames from the Yangayan flower, the gray soul breath from the bone sword, and the wide advanced light, the three rays of light intertwined, and soon, a figure walked out of the raging flames. At this moment, Qi-Tong also immediately completed the spiritual solution breakthrough. After the sword spirit, bird spirit, and phoenix spirit, its fourth form appeared. In the flames, there was a human figure. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with a beautiful face, exquisite appearance, wearing silver armor, holding a flaming bone sword, with red hair and red pupils, and a phantom body like a soul. wrapped in a phoenix aura like the flame of the sun, with a peerless temperament. At this moment, Shiyu and the others were all extremely surprised. They did not expect Qitong's perfect spiritual form to return to its original form. Looking at this form that looked like General Muhuin's twin sister, Shiyu subconsciously came up with a name. Qitong, Sword Princess form, meow. Qitong nodded with satisfaction. Good. Shiyu? Shiyu fell into deep contemplation. His pets were almost as powerful as those old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. It seemed that except for Lin, the others had not systematically learned human language. It's not a big problem, anyway. I have telepathy, but except for Chong, 11, Red Eyes and others, it seems that they can't communicate with other lives through telepathy. They can only communicate passively, and can't actively let low-level creatures that can't telepathically understand what they say. They can only make faces and use expressions. Is this considered partiality? Thanks to the leader of the big boss of choosing Yanlian. Chapter 455, Fusion and Fun. Sword Princess form. At this time, Shiyu was smiling. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. This form was much more handsome than the previous three forms. It was mainly beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. But on the opposite side, Qitong seemed to be still not used to it. She shook her arm stiffly, waved the sword with one hand, and then smiled at Shiyu and the others embarrassedly. It might take some time for it to adapt to this state. But it shouldn't take long. Qitong could feel that the sword in her hand was like a part of her body. She believed that she could soon become a female swordsman with extraordinary strength. Little Qitong had a serious expression. Just chop, chop, chop and it would be over. I'm already looking forward to the time when I will deliver the Demon King's dragon bone to Lord Ice Dragon King. I wonder if it will be scared when it sees Qitong's sword princess form. Shiyu touched his chin and said with a bad taste. The pets were speechless about Shiyu's bad taste. Can't you be a little more human when doing good things? But then again, Shiyu looked at Qitong. At this time, Qitong's image was ethereal, and the flame aura on her body was like the wings of a phoenix, with an extraordinary temperament. Shiyu looked at it and suddenly remembered something more important. Qitong, come here, what's wrong? The flames on Qitong's body slowly faded, and the long sword in her hand also dissipated with the flames. Its voice was automatically translated into human language by Shiyu in his mind. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, hand. Shiyu stretched out his hand, and the sword girl Qitong on the opposite side slowly walked over, curiously placing her delicate and hot palm on Shiyu's palm. What's wrong? At this time, Qitong's expression was slightly happy. She had expected something. Could it be that it was adding points? Is it going to teach the soul incarnation? I plan to try the fusion of skills. Rin, listen to my description and record the data. Fusion of skills. Qitong was stunned, and then held Shiyu's hand more happily. Hurry up. Shiyu almost forgot to try this newly awakened function. After waiting for so long, he couldn't bear it anymore. It's just right to test the water with the newly evolved Qitong. Then I'll start. Shiyu touched Qitong's palm and closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Shiyu seemed to be able to see a huge black and white vortex furnace in the skill book. Under the furnace was most of Qitong's information. Moreover, each of Qitong's skills was flickering with light, like a ball of light. Shiyu could feel that when he was in contact with a contracted pet, he could drag the pet's skills into the furnace for synthesis. He tried to drag the skill light ball representing supervision into the furnace. There was no change. Then, he dragged the skill light ball representing absolute sleep into the furnace. At this moment, the skill illustration showed the same risk warning when teaching super-level skills. Skills, supervision, absolute sleep, fusion success rate, very high, fusion risk, very low. Note, the higher the skill proficiency, the higher the degree of fit between skills, and the higher the fusion success rate. The fusion success rate also depends on the physique of the beast master and the will of the pet. What's wrong? Qitong saw Shiyu suddenly make a puzzled sound, and said with her fiery red eyes. Nothing. Shiyu was puzzled, and didn't understand why supervision and absolute sleep were so compatible. What can this be fused into? Is it a skill that can activate clairvoyance while sleeping? I'm sleeping, but my spiritual pupil can observe the whole world. It sounds useful and useless. Ying 11 waved their hands and rushed. I know, Shiyu said. It seems that more can be combined. Shiyu didn't rush to merge. The next moment, He tried to drag in the critical attack that can concentrate and hit the weak point. This is a skill copied from Ya. After teaching each pet to a high level of proficiency, it has basically become passive. At this time, after dragging this skill into the furnace, it still has a very high success rate. So open, Shiyu couldn't help but be happy. This skill fusion looks quite powerful. It's not in vain to wait for so long. It seems that any rubbish skills can be thrown in for fusion in the future. It would be a great profit if a quasi-magic skill is gambled. Shiyu dragged in the extremely special super-level skill Lingji. He was just curious. The next moment, fusion success rate, 0, fusion risk, unknown. Okay. Shiyu hurriedly dragged out the Lingji skill light ball, and dragged the Zanpaku skill light ball in. Fusion success rate, high. Interesting. Shiyu continued to throw the light flame sword skill light ball in as if he didn't want money. The success rate is still high. Then, the demon sword curse, fusion success rate, extremely low. Shiyu found that as long as he didn't throw in super level skills, everything would be fine. These low level skills that he had pointed to above the superb proficiency were fused together, and the success rate would not be too outrageous. In the end, Shiyu chose 5 skills: supervision, absolute sleep, critical hit, light flame sword, and Zanpaku to try to fuse. The fusion success rate is still high, but if other skills are added, it will be a medium risk, so Shiyu only chose these at the beginning. Qitong, get ready. At Shiyu's reminder, Qitong, who was holding Shiyu's hand, nodded nervously. The next moment, Shiyu started the furnace for skill fusion. Buzzing. With a loud bang. Just like when adding points to super level skills, Shiyu began to be drained of a lot of physical energy in life. Shiyu's expression turned pale in an instant, as if he was squeezed dry. On Qitong's side, his spirit also suddenly roared, and he suffered similar pain as when adding points to super level skills. His expression was also pale immediately, and his complexion suddenly became bad. However, after all, the success rate of fusion is high. For Shiyu and Qitong, this load has been experienced countless times and is commonplace. Therefore, although it looks painful, it has almost no effect, and they completed the final fusion. Under Shiyu's gaze, the skill furnace was churning with flames and shaking violently, and as the energy in it subsided, Qitong's aura was suddenly improved. Qitong opened his eyes with difficulty, and then regained his joy. The energy value suddenly reached 80 million. Fusion success, supervision, absolute sleep, critical hit, light flame sword, Zanpaku, have been fused into flame spirit sword body, skill, flame spirit sword body, perfect grade, introduction, superclass necromancy and fire skills. Possessing the life of the flame spirit sword body, extraordinary physique, can freely control the power of the soul and the power of fire to form a fatal slash. Shiyu's expression was slightly surprised. Flame spirit sword body, Akado also murmured, and could feel the power of this skill. These 5 skills were directly fused into a new superclass racial skill. The effects of the 5 skills were directly transformed into passive physique. Not only did it inherit the abilities of the original 5 skills, but also the non-racial skills such as supervision, absolute sleep, and critical hit were also integrated into the new racial skills, and the skill limit was epically improved. Qitong looked at Chong. Facing such a perfect race of Chong, it could actually see Chong's weakness clearly at this moment. Its sword heart was clear, as if it could hold the sword in its hand and easily break through the powerful body and directly split the soul. Shiyu and Qitong could already feel how strong this sword body would be after it was combined with the sword will and the interlaced sword. Chong? Don't look at me like that. Chong shrank his body. Too much? So strong. Next to him, Lin, who was in charge of recording, also showed an incredible expression, unable to understand this kind of beast control talent. Ying, at this moment, as Qitong completed the first round of fusion. 11. Chong and the others were in an online meeting at this time, eager to discuss. After everyone was stunned for a moment, then everyone showed excited expressions. I just feel that skill fusion is much more enjoyable than skill addition. It's really cool, Shiyu also said. Although it also consumed physical strength, it's really too happy. Baby Shin, feed me, go on, next, each of us will do it once, keep fusing and it's fun. 11 needs a test, 11 needs a test, 11 kept jumping around to seek a sense of existence. I also want to temper my will. Fusion successful, high-speed healing, supervision, absolute sleep, steel bones, tempered into steel, and overlord armor, have been fused into Legion War Body, skills, Legion War Body, perfect level, introduction, super level gold, fire, and spiritual skills, are physiques born for fighting after being tempered by heavenly fire, and have physical characteristics of getting stronger with each battle, fiery eyes, and unyielding in 100 battles, and unparalleled physical strength. Roar, 11 roared excitedly to the sky. He felt that his physique had been strengthened again. But compared to this, it is more looking forward to the fusion of super-level skills, such as the body of the demon god plus the immortal golden body, but considering Shiyu's life, 11 is well behaved, and he is satisfied today. Fusion success, absolute sleep, hardening, earth escape, earth chain have been fused into heart of the earth skill, heart of the earth, perfect grade, introduction, superclass racial skill, using the earth as a body, incarnating the heart of the earth, forming a symbiotic relationship, and dominating the power of the earth. Aya, heart of the great emperor, Shen Baobao's eyes drifted away. Shiyu fused the pets one by one according to the order of the draw. However, continuous fusion is more exhausting than he imagined. After only 3 fusions, Shiyu couldn't stand it, even if he was always replenished. As a result, when fusing Shen Baobao, putting in 4 skills was the limit. This made Shiyu a little alert. Although it was always fun to keep fusing, he still had to leave himself some rest time. Fortunately, he had already broken through, otherwise, it would be equivalent to teaching 3 superclass skill points in a row before, and he would be squeezed alive. Seeing that Shiyu's face was pale and he didn't recover even with Shen Baobao's nourishment, Chong Chong, who was about to be his turn, spoke. Take a break, I'm not in a hurry, master, it's time to take a break. It seems that you have consumed too much energy just now. Lin also detected the instability of Shiyu's physical state and reminded him immediately. Well, Shiyu covered his forehead and said, hey, I'm old, it doesn't matter. We still have the eternal flower and the fruit of life. After taking a break, I will eat the eternal flower and gain a lifespan of 10,000 years. It should be easier to fuse them then. All the super level skills will be fused into quasi-divine skills for you. It's not that urgent. There will be plenty of time later. Lin was speechless. The World Championship is over, and there are still 7 years for the myth to revive. What's the hurry? This is just the beginning. Next, we have to face the totem war, Shiyu said. By the way, Chong Chong, didn't you say that we have arrived home just now? Chong Chong nodded. Even its clone has been watching TV for a while. Gee, it seems that Zhonghuang's World Championship team has returned, and the triumphant live broadcast is being broadcast on TV, Chong Chong said. Is that so? Shiyu said. Then we have to contact President Lin and the others as soon as possible. They probably don't know that I was teleported back by the World Tree in advance. The high-end combat forces such as the Legend of the Divine Source and the Senior Dragon God may still be waiting for me near Inadara, in the ancient country of Donghuang. Since the world competition team traveled to Inadara, the people in the country have been nervously waiting for news. For the Beastmasters who failed to go to Inadara in person, waiting for the results has seriously affected their sleep quality. Some students even lamented that they have never been so nervous waiting for college entrance examination results, confessing to goddesses, and cheating in exams. What will the result of the world competition be? This topic has occupied the hot search of Donghuang for a week. From top to bottom, from the legends and guardians guarding the country to the students who have not yet become Beastmasters, are all looking forward to it. So, when there was news that the world competition team returned, the whole country was shocked and all waited in front of the live broadcast channel on TV. Guyu and Hanlu, the popular hosts of Donghuang radio and television, were suppressing their expressions as much as possible, preparing to report Donghuang's results in the world competition to the whole country. Gudu University. And Chang, the world competition team is back. Look at the live broadcast on the mobile phone. And Chang of Gudu University, because he got the opportunity to participate in the national competition soon, did not go to the world competition site with him. Instead, he was determined not to miss any time to improve himself and chose to stay in school to practice hard. Prepare to get the results of the national competition to repay Shiyu and the Dragon King. However, he has been looking forward to the return of Senior Shiyu. He believes that although Shiyu is not a legend yet, With Shiyu's strength, he will definitely achieve good results in the world competition. In the training room, An Cheng, who was exercising, received a call from a female classmate, and was immediately startled and quickly opened his mobile phone. Wuling City. The 3 new recruits who were training, with training in different status, naturally had no chance to go to such a high-end place as the world competition site, but at this time, during the break, they were all staring at the live broadcast. I say, in a restaurant, a group of new recruits from Pingcheng, including Kia Liang, the pharmacist who sold tonic medicine to Shiyu, Chen Kai, the top student of Ice Armor Beast Tamer, Zhuang Yu, the Iron Beast Tamer whose fate was changed by Shiyu, plus Zhang Rui, the elite apprentice of Hushi Martial Arts School, and Yamki, the little bear. These fellow villagers from Pingcheng were having a meal during their break and happened to wait for the live broadcast together. They couldn't help but feel particularly nervous. I don't know how Shiyu is doing. The news should also tell you about his situation later. Before he left, Shiyu was the 7th in sequence, right? He hasn't reached the legendary level yet. I don't know if he will have the opportunity to break through to the legendary level during the World Championship. If he can, it would be awesome. It's tough, but even if he is at level 6, Shiyu, as the first person under the Donghuang legend, his performance will definitely not be bad. They laughed and talked, obviously proud of knowing Shiyu. It's mainly about how Donghuang performs overall. This is the most important thing. Donghuang's various places, Chairman Xia of the Magic City, Legend Zio of the Navy, Legend Yin of the Ancient City. These legends, in order to guard Donghuang, were unable to go to Anatolia, and they were also paying attention. In front of the TV station, Hanlu and Guyu took a deep breath, and their expressions were so solemn that everyone on all sides swallowed their saliva. The female host Hanlu said, "This time, a total of 106 countries responded to the world competition. Among them, in addition to our 7 Nations Alliance, there are 99 totem countries. Among the 106 forces, there are a total of 702 contestants, including 136 legendary beastmasters who have reached level 7. There are countless overlord level pets. Among the totem country contestants, there are 2 beastmasters who have crossed levels and contracted totem level pets because of their special talents. It can be said that this is the most cruel world competition." Boom. When the news came here, the beastmasters from all over Donghuang were stunned. Fuck, 136, you're kidding, isn't that more than all the legends of Donghuang combined? More than, even if you count those who died in the past few decades, there aren't that many, 136 legends. Donghuang has a few legends participating this time, and everyone knows that the other 6 countries will definitely not exceed Donghuang. However, there are so many legendary beastmasters in Totem. This is the first time that the people of Donghuang have such a clear understanding of the power of Totem. Moreover, these are all legends under the age of 30. In previous world competitions, the number of legendary beastmasters has never exceeded 20, but this time there are more than 100. In addition, what makes people breathless is the totem level pet? What a joke. Isn't that the level that only legendary beastmasters are qualified to contract? Totem level, in other words, the level that Donghuang people are more likely to understand, is above the Overlord, the Guardian of Donghuang. Donghuang Guardian Gods, each of them is a legendary existence, guarding all over Donghuang, and are the protectors of the people. Such creatures actually participated in the world competition? Bullshit. All of a sudden, Donghuang beastmasters felt a chill in their hearts, feeling the cruelty of this world competition, and at the same time had a bad premonition. Can Yixing, Shenling and the others deal with the totems of the Totem Kingdom? This, in the ancient capital university, An Cheng clenched his fists. Incredible, totem level. Isn't that the same level as Lord Sea Dragon King? Gulu, beastmasters from all over the country swallowed their saliva. But, on the TV station, Hanlu and Guyu were dry-mouthed. Hanlu said, "But these are not enough to become obstacles for our 7-nation beastmasters. No matter how strong the opponent is, the champion of this world competition, the beastmaster who won the title of world legend this time, is still from the 7 Nations Alliance. It's from the ancient Donghuang Kingdom in the 7 Nations Alliance. Yes, we are the champions. After 2 sessions, our Donghuang has once again appeared a world legend, the world's strongest legend." Bang! Hearing this, and hearing the excited shouts of the 2 anchors on the TV news, at this moment, all the Donghuang people who were watching the news were stunned. Their expressions were in disbelief. The World Championship was held 3 times. The first champion was Dong Huang Lin Feng, and the second and third champions were taken by Zhu Yun and Shen Feng respectively. This time, the World Championship was more cruel. Although the Dong Huang Beastmasters had certain expectations, they were not sure of winning. However, at this moment, as the news was announced, the Beastmasters holding their mobile phones almost crushed their phones. The Beastmasters in front of the computer even slammed the table hard, causing the keyboard to vibrate. The Beastmasters in front of the TV jumped up from the sofa, and were all shocked by this explosive news. Dong Huang won the World Championship again, and it won the championship in the competition of more than 100 countries, more than 100 legends, and even 2 totems. Is it using the Navy headquarters? Admiral Zhao Hai and many other naval generals speculated, and their expressions were also extremely shocked. Yi Xing, a peerless genius, is indeed qualified to be named a legend. If he is good at Legion skills and has some adventures and breakthroughs, he may have a chance to defeat the general totem level. Could it be Miss Shen Ling? She is the descendant of the Shenlong legend. Maybe she is Dong Huang's secret trump card, Shen Ling's fans speculated. Beastmasters in various fields joined in the speculation and discussion. However, next, on the TV channel, Guyu, who was sweating profusely, said a piece of news that shocked the whole country. Many people opened their mouths at the same time. This time, the Beastmaster who won the World Championship on behalf of Dong Huang and became the new generation of world legend is from Bingyan City, from Pingcheng. He is a sophomore student at Gudu University and an archaeologist. Shi Yu, according to the news, Shi Yu, in the preliminary trial, strongly killed the invincible overlord of the Western Dragon Empire, the Flame Dragon King. He killed the Dragon Empire's totem-level life King Long Prince. He killed the Origin Map's totem-level life Thunder Crown Divine Tree. In the preliminaries, he killed dozens of overlords in total, and his combat power was unparalleled. The preliminaries are over and the main competition begins. Players from more than 100 countries, no one dares to fight, and the invincible world legend is born. The world competition has not even started, but it ended directly. This is also the reason why the national team returned so soon. Boom. At this moment, Dong Huang was no less than a strong earthquake in a volcanic eruption. And Chang from Gudu University had his eyes popped out, and his body temperature instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. He felt his heartbeat speed increase 10 times. What? The young man who was delivering express packages to various places on the sky sweeping wings was shocked. He recalled the shy boy who took the express package from him. Fuck! The shouts of the Pingcheng recruits who were gathering spread throughout the restaurant in an instant, attracting everyone's attention. Similarly, these people were shocked. Shi Yu. World legend, no one expected Shi Yu. After all, when Shi Yu went to the battle, he was only a level 6 Beastmaster. However, the news that came at this time was that Shi Yu killed 2 totems in the preliminaries, which scared everyone in the countries and made him a world legend in the preliminaries. Why does this scene look familiar? The Beastmaster who had seen Shi Yu participate in the national competition was stunned. Killing a totem? How is this possible? Totem level. That is a realm that ordinary legends have to look up to. Even the basic conditions for obtaining the title of the legend in most cases only require fighting against the totem, not necessarily defeating it, let alone killing it. And now, it is said that Shi Yu has killed 2 totems in succession? And even killed dozens of overlords? Anyone who has read a few history books knows that looking at the thousands of years of Dong Huang history, only those legends of the past dynasties can easily do this. However, now, there is a sophomore student who has achieved such an achievement in such a brutal battle. This shock is almost beyond words for the people of the whole country. Most of the Dong Huang personnel have landed at the port of the Magic City. At this time, President Lin is blankly receiving Shi Yu's communication. Where are you, Shi Yu? President Lin said. President Lin, I'm in Pingcheng. After the World Tree blessing ended, the World Tree teleported me directly back to the vicinity of Dong Huang. You're actually back. President Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior Shenlong, Lord Dragon God, and Ying and other Dong Huang guardian gods are still waiting for you in the inn at Ara Sea, but since you're back, it's okay. I will contact Senior Shenlong through special means to return. Thank you for your hard work, Shi Yu said. Hurry up and get Teacher Mao back. He can imagine that Mao can't wait to take the inheritance crystal and become a top totem. No. It's you who's working hard, President Lin said. Take a good rest first. If you have any ideas next, tell me at any time. Well, okay, Shiyu nodded. He really has some ideas. After working overtime and retreating for a period of time, he may not stay in Donghuang for too long. He plans to take Qi with him and let her go to the time and space dragon vein to recuperate and practice myth revival skills. In Qi's words, as long as it can quickly recover its power with the help of the space-time dragon veins that have recovered some of their energy due to the upcoming revival of mythology, absorb and store enough space-time energy, it can also initially travel through time and space without the world rules being completely perfected. However, the restrictions on travel will be slightly greater. Its state is the same as that of the Taurus ancient god. Even if it recovers, it is very weak. The divine skill of space-time shuttle can only be equivalent to quasi-divine skill of space-time shuttle, and it cannot exert its full power. Every time it travels between the Dharma-ending ages, it needs to consume a certain amount of space-time dragon vein power, and the years of travel cannot be too long. A few thousand years is the limit. If it is too long, the power of the space-time dragon veins may still be exhausted, and it will not be able to come back once it goes. It is even more of a luxury to want to go back to the mythological era directly. Qi even doubted that because the time was too long, even if he recovered his heyday, whether he could travel back was still a question. However, these are not really a problem. Shiyu originally just wanted to go back to the era of the Time Emperor, the Martial Emperor, and the Empress to have a look. At present, he dare not have any idea about the mythology era. It is true that his strength is not up to the standard. He dare not go, fearing that he will encounter danger and cannot come back. But if it is the era of the Time Emperor, the Martial Emperor, and the Empress, Shiyu feels that it is okay to go on a trip after a period of development. The highest is the demigod era. Just go. Who is afraid of who? If I can't beat him, can I still run away? In the ancient totem war, he wants to be a troublemaker. Take Long Min Shi Tong to see General Mu Huan. Go to see the Chaos Panda for the Martial Emperor, and take some inscription medals by the way to save for the fusion skill. Let Susu PK the meteorite, and see if the undead Nether Phoenix is Chi Tong's biological mother, and whether the Empress is Chi Tong's sister, all of which make Shiyu look forward to it. Ahem, of course, there is also the promise to the Dragon God to take her to the Dragon Emperor era, and Shiyu will definitely fulfill his promise. The Dream Master is talking about him. However, the mythical remnant soul that hurt the Dragon Emperor sounded a bit fierce, and even the legendary Beast Master couldn't beat it. Shiyu didn't plan to go too early. He decided to wait until he could beat the demigod before taking the Dragon God to play, otherwise he would just be killed. He planned to use the Totem War of the Martial Emperor era to level up first. After all, the Meteorite tribe sounded easy to fight and invincible. Thanks to the leader of the Big Brother Shangshan Rushu. Chapter 456 Contract and Awakening. Although there were many things he wanted to ask, in order to let Shiyu have a good rest, President Lin did not talk to Shiyu for long. Shiyu was also happy to be free. After Shiyu hung up the phone, he changed into panda pajamas, found a bottle of iced juice, and lay on the sofa refreshed. He pulled a pillow and closed his eyes. But after lying for a while, he stood up. Master, Ziozi is awake. It's not that he didn't want to rest, but Lin suddenly called him. I'm coming. Shiyu went straight into the ruined space and entered the nursery. He looked at the white ball with clear eyes in the crib. The child of the star was still wrapped in purple nebula. Because of the lying posture, he was squeezed into a ball. When he saw Lin and Shiyu flying over, he immediately floated up with joy. Meow, hungry, why do you eat and sleep, sleep and eat? Shiyu stretched out his hand and let this guy fall into his hand. He couldn't help but complain. Didn't you just eat the world branch liquid? No wonder there are so many star children, but few survive. Me, I'm so hungry, the star children said pitifully. Okay, Shiyu smiled. What do you want to take? Space crystals, or starry sky water, or continue to absorb starlight? Lin asked beside him. Even though he was very knowledgeable, he had no experience in cultivating star children. I asked the world tree, and space crystals will do, Shiyu said, but for a baby, these are not the best. The nutrients from the mother are still the best, Lin? Breast milk? But didn't you feed the world tree branch sap? Could it be that when it didn't know, Shiyu asked the world tree for a lot more? Here, Shiyu stretched out his hand, and a black contract halo immediately appeared on his palm. Seeing this, Ziozi showed a curious expression. Come here, and you won't be hungry soon, Lin. Lin wanted to hold his forehead, but unfortunately he didn't have a hand. It immediately understood what Shiyu meant. The beast control space of a beast tamer can provide nutrition and growth materials for pets. As a 7th level legendary beast tamer blessed by the world tree, Shiyu, if he contracts Xiaozi, who is of the extraordinary level, it is completely enough to provide it with enough growth nutrients. It seems that my top intelligence cannot keep up with the master's brain circuit. No, it's the master who has the problem. As Lin complained, the star child flew over quickly and entered the contract aura. He was contracted by Shiyu almost without resistance, and then entered the beast control space. As for the 7th contract position of the first beast control space, Shiyu thought about it and gave it to Xiaozi. After all, its growth can better drive his own breakthrough. 8th level, 9th level, should be faster. As for Xiaoji and the others, they will wait for the opening of the 2nd beast control space. Shiyu's beast control space is more comfortable than the legendary ruin space. After entering, Xiaozi immediately became addicted. If it is an ordinary legendary beast tamer, the beast control space may not be as powerful as the legendary ruin space, but the problem is that Shiyu has been blessed by the world tree. At this time, the comfort level of his beast control space was much better than that of the legendary ruins and the Kanghe ruins. If it weren't for training, 11 and the others wouldn't even want to leave. But Xiaozi felt a little desolate when she saw this bare beast control space, which formed a sharp difference with her physical feeling. Are you still hungry now? Shiyu's voice came to Xiaozi's ears. Meow, eating, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can sleep comfortably and not be hungry, that's fine. Xiaozi immediately curled up and rolled to a corner, closing his eyes again with a comfortable look, letting his body automatically absorb nutrients. Shiyu smiled slightly, then looked at Lin and said, by the way, I'm now at level 7, and it seems that I can also transform the beast control space. Yes, Lin said. What a trouble, Shiyu sighed. After the beast master reaches level 7, he can develop the beast control space. Voidization, sealing, and beast control space transformation can all be mastered at this stage. These 3 legendary skills are very important for beastmasters. The space skill of virtualization can ensure that the beastmaster can save his life in dangerous battles. The sealing technique allows the beastmaster to suppress extraordinary life through the beastmaster space. Any legendary beastmaster, as long as he masters the sealing technique, can restrict the pets of the same level and suppress low-level pets alone. The means used by Senior G Mengzu to seal the Black Meteorite Yak and the means used by One Piece to seal the Vortex Monster are all sealing techniques. The transformation of the Beastmaster space is easier to understand. When the Beastmaster space reaches level 7, it will also become a small world. In fact, it is no different from the secret space and the relic space. The Beastmaster can use various natural treasures or Beastmaster talents to transform the environment of the Beastmaster space. It can be transformed into an ocean environment, a forest environment, or a volcanic environment. This kind of environment is also a blessing for the habitat of pets. At the same time, the entire Beastmaster space can also be integrated into a large whole. At a low level, the pets contracted by the Beastmaster are basically asleep or half awake in the beast control space, just like lying in a nutrition tank. There is no way for each contracted creature to communicate with each other, except for the pets contracted by the Beastmaster with telepathic talent. But after reaching the legendary level, the beast control space of the legendary Beastmaster can be like the relic space, allowing all contracted pets to be in one space, and in this space, the consciousness of the pets will be extremely clear and they can communicate with each other. However, because he has just broken through, Shiyu has not had time to transform the space. And, even after the transformation, 11 and the others cannot train in the beast control space. That will destroy Shiyu's beast control space. It's no different from breaking free from the contract, and it can directly cost Shiyu's life. Of course, Shiyu feels that if it is a normal pet, just sleeping in its own beast control space will have a much better growth effect than normal training. Unfortunately, 11 and the others are not normal, and it is more efficient to add some. Shiyu said, besides, Xiaozi's internal space also needs to be transformed. Take your time. Shiyu sat down again and said, Rin, I'm going to sleep for a while. When Teacher Ying comes back, call me, okay? Shiyu fell asleep in a daze and felt that he slept very soundly. After a long time, meow, over the sea area of the Magic City, the jewel cat was flying madly towards Pingcheng. Boom. The aftermath of its flight caused huge waves, scaring the small fish and shrimps below to curse. A moment. Ping-cheng. A cat appeared outside Shiyu's house, looked around, and then kept knocking on the space. Shiyu, here I come. I want to evolve into 9-color cat. How come you are so fast? Shiyu was dizzy when he was called out by Rin. Looking at the jewel cat in front of him, he didn't understand why it rushed back from Inadara so quickly. He felt like he hadn't slept for long. Guess, the gem cat chuckled. No guessing. Take it. Shiyu rubbed his temples, took out the inheritance crystal of the 9-color divine light, and prepared to throw it to the gem cat. Gem cat, however. Shiyu held the inheritance crystal and never threw it out. Gem cat? Oh. The gem cat looked at the inheritance crystal eagerly. By the way, Shiyu said, Teacher cat, do me a favor, you tell me. The gem cat still looked at the inheritance crystal eagerly. I'll tell you when I've thought it through, gem cat. The gem cat took the inheritance crystal and muttered, forget it. It had already anticipated that this inheritance crystal was equivalent to a contract to sell its body, so it would sell it. As long as it didn't fight the demigod, everything would be fine. Then I'll go absorb it. The gem cat took the inheritance crystal and immediately couldn't wait. Shiyu also nodded heavily, curious about how strong the gem cat would be after accepting the inheritance of the 9-color divine light. If it is weak, it will stay in Donghuang and work for itself, responsible for helping to train the various legions. If it is strong, it will stay by its side and continue to be a bodyguard. After the gem cat entered the independent space and began to absorb in seclusion, Shiyu gradually woke up. Although he didn't sleep for a long time, with all kinds of tonics in his stomach, sleep was just for better absorption of the medicine. Shiyu stretched and sat on the sofa. Just when he wanted to watch TV for a while and see how the major media were praising him, suddenly, the second beast control space had some looseness. Fuck, Shiyu was startled and stood up abruptly. He didn't notice it just now, but now he carefully sensed that his first beast control space and the second beast control space were automatically strengthened. It was as if he was meditating all the time. Although it was much less efficient than his own meditation, it was only 1% efficient, but it was automatic. Is this also the benefit of being the son of a contracted star? Shiyu hurriedly sat down again. Feeling the looseness of the second beast control space, he also entered a meditative state at this time. He wanted to open up the second beast control space immediately to know what talent this beast control space came with. About 2 minutes later, the chaotic second beast control space formed a transparent space crystal wall, and a first-level beast control space representing an apprentice beast control master slowly opened up in Shiyu's body. Shiyu could feel that it was independent of the first beast control space and might not be able to merge together in the short term. At this time, these were not what Shiyu cared about most. What Shiyu cared about most was... Boom. Shiyu suddenly opened his eyes. He really awakened a new beast control talent. However, this beast control talent was something Shiyu had never thought of. Why is it this talent? Shiyu was confused. Even if there was another telepathic talent attached to the two beast control spaces, he would not be surprised. However, Shiyu did not expect that he actually awakened the body control talent. That's right, it was the body control talent of the Nanashima Shirakawa legend. The one he plundered through the talent bead. At this time, the talent bead was still in his hand, and he actually awakened the same talent at once. No wonder Shiyu was confused. Is it because I used the control talent bead too many times? If that's the case, it's a good thing I didn't awaken the awakening talent. This talent is really useless. After all, Shiyu didn't have the idea of changing his job to become a full-time mechanic. Body control talent. Shiyu's expression was complicated, but soon he smiled with satisfaction. Not a loss. It's better than some gold-type strengthening talent or fire-type strengthening talent. Although it's not as good as time, space strengthening, evolution and other talents, it is also a first-class talent. Although he has a body control talent bead, it has no effect at all. The talent level plundered by the plundering item depends on the talent level of the original Beastmaster. After plundering, it cannot grow. In other words, the body control talent of the talent bead is equivalent to the development level of a 7th level Beastmaster. However, Shiyu's own talent for controlling his body can be upgraded to the legendary and god level with the upgrade of the second beast control space. For Shiyu to better develop his physical, mental, soul, and spiritual power in the future, This talent is more useful than most talents. Moreover, the talent for controlling the body can also be used on pets, which can help pets better control their physical strength. Perhaps, helping Xiaozi to open up the inner world and helping Yu to master the abyss form are all helpful. These are all advanced uses. In addition, the talent for controlling the body can also control itself freely. For example, if Shiyu wants to change his appearance and hair color, he doesn't need to use the fruit of time at all. When he develops his talent for controlling the body, he can change himself into anything he wants, even sex change, but it takes more physical strength to maintain the new form. With the talent experience of Baichuan's legendary life, Shiyu is still very familiar with this talent. It's an auxiliary talent like telepathy and skill illustrations. This may not be the best talent, but it should be the most suitable talent for me at present, Shiyu said. Very good, when I go abroad later, I can use my body control talent to disguise myself, which is much easier. And, interesting, Shiyu activated the contract halo of the second beast control space and the summoning diagram array. He looked at the almost transparent summoning diagram array in front of him and laughed. Isn't this the diagram array of the trainee beast master? The colors of the space crystal wall are also separated. In this way, if I contract Xiaoji in the second space later, when I summon it, no one will think that I am a legendary beast master, but a low-level beast master, with a body-controlled talent. Even in front of a demigod, I guess no one can recognize me as Shiyu, but these are all false. The most important thing is to quickly improve the combat power. Being able to face the demigod head-on is the truth. After awakening the new talent, Shiyu felt that his physical condition at this time was unexpectedly good, and he couldn't help but take out the eternal flower in his collection. This is a god-level resource. Eat it and increase your lifespan by 10,000 years immediately. Before your lifespan is exhausted, you will never age again and always maintain your peak state. Shiyu took a deep breath, and without saying anything, he ate the god-level resources. The fruit of the world tree representing enlightenment, the immortal fruit representing the soul, and now the eternal flower representing life. After eating it, Shiyu planned to try the fusion of super-level skills immediately. Thanks to the gold leader of the house food boss. Thank you very much. Chapter 457, It's so exciting to take off the gem cat and run away. Pingcheng. In an inconspicuous villa. Shiyu swallowed the eternal flower in a few mouthfuls. At this moment, Shiyu only felt that he was more valuable than a demigod. 3 god-level resources, even a demigod wouldn't be so extravagant. After eating the eternal flower, Shiyu immediately sensed the changes in his body. With the help of his body-controlled talent, he saw the eternal flower entering his body, turning into dots of white light, flowing to all parts of his body. Because of this white light, at this moment, every organ and every drop of blood in Shiyu seemed to be shrouded in the light of evolution, undergoing a life transition. It was not very uncomfortable, but very comfortable. Buzz! Under the irrigation of the power of life, Shiyu's own life breath rose steadily. The power of life strengthened the physique, which was incomparably powerful, just like a life furnace shaping eternity in Shiyu's body. In just a short moment, Shiyu's vitality fluctuations directly surpassed the so-called demigod. Boom! With a blessing of 10,000 years of life, the attractive life force flowed from Shiyu. In a different space, the gem cat who was receiving the inheritance suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? It subconsciously wiped its saliva, thinking that Shiyu sent Shen Bao out to deliberately release the breath. Damn it, because at the critical moment of inheritance, the gem cat did not pay too much attention and directly made the space more closed to avoid Shiyu disturbing it. At this time, Shiyu could also clearly feel his own temptation. I'm afraid he has become the same as Shen Bao. He has become a god-level tonic. Although it is not as exaggerated as Tang Seng's meat that can be eaten for immortality, if a fierce beast eats him, it should be no problem to extend his life for 1,000 years. Fortunately, I have the talent to control my body and can restrain all the power, otherwise, Shen Bao won't be needed to go fishing in the future. I can do it myself. Shiyu opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and said casually. Boom! There was a roar between his palms, like an air explosion. He smiled and felt that he was stronger now. Cool. If these 3 superb mythical resources were given to other extraordinary beings, they could be used to create a demigod with some time. Although it seems that the improvement is not great when used on himself, and he has not yet reached the totem level of combat power, Shiyu is extremely satisfied. In this way, I can better deal with high-level battles and don't have to worry about becoming a burden to my pets. Shi Yu clenched his fists again. In the battle of beast control, a weak beast master is a big weakness, especially in the legendary battle. Even with a virtualization, it is still not enough. However, Shi Yu feels that his current state is just right. Weaker than the contracted pets, but not much weaker. He will not be easily beheaded by the enemy. It will be easier for him to fight side by side with the pets. The most important thing is that in this state, he feels that he can add points more crazily. This is the key. After Shi Yu completed the evolution, he came to the ruined space without saying a word. He directly dragged Chong Chong. Chong Chong, oh, Chong Chong shouted excitedly. Here it comes, it's its turn. Fusion, space pocket, space shackles, instant teleport. Space hide. Shi Yu first dragged 4 high-level space skills into the furnace. The success rate of fusion is extremely high. This was never possible before. This made Shi Yu even bolder, and he threw space control in as well. The success rate is high. This scene really touched Shi Yu. You know, the success rate of fusion of super-level skills before was not medium. This time, it directly became high. Unfortunately, Shi Yu tried a few more skills and found that the success rate of fusion of 2 super-level skills was still low, extremely low. However, a super-level skill combined with a low-level skill with good compatibility has a high probability of success. Under Chong Chong's expectant eyes, Shi Yu said, Chong Chong, let me try to fuse 3 skills for you first. Anything is fine. Chong Chong was excited, rushing. After a moment, Shi Yu dragged the little green dragon and started the skill fusion. Worm Silk, Swarm Command, Ultimate Absorption, have been merged into Power of the Queen Mother, Skill, Power of the Queen Mother, Introduction, a superclass skill of the insect system, which obtains the power of domination and dominates all life and non-life activities. Oh my god, awesome! Chong Chong and Shi Yu widened their eyes at the first moment. Chong Chong was shocked and almost thought that he had turned into a mother. Power of the Queen Mother. It was directly transformed into racial skill, and inherited most of the effects of the 3 insect system skills. Not only can it enslave and dominate other lives through parasitic threads, and extract the life and energy of the enemy through the power of domination, this skill can also rely on a spiritual connection, such as through the power of faith, to better use the power of believers and people. In terms of the upper limit of skill potential, it is much stronger than those 3 skills. Moreover, after Shi Yu successfully merged the superclass skill for the first time, he suddenly found that the superclass skill Ultimate Absorption that he had just merged had a deletion mark on the skill atlas, just like the full mark. This made Shi Yu slightly startled. Can the superclass skills involved in the fusion be deleted directly from the skill atlas? Keep going, only 3 skills were fused this time. Although one of them was superclass, Shi Yu did not feel tired. It was simply because his current physique was too terrible. Soon, Shi Yu adhered to the principle of proximity and fused Chong Chong's 5 skills: Space Pocket, Space Shackles, Instant Movement, Void Hiding, Space Control. However, in the end, what made Shi Yu feel cheated was that he didn't know whether it was successful or failed. Chong Chong, The fusion of these 5 skills, the fused skill is still Space Control. The only change is that the non-racial skill Space Control has directly become Chong Chong's racial skill, like the Queen Mother's power. This time, Space Control did not appear in the skill column like the Ultimate Absorption, and the deletion mark appeared. The mechanism was very strange. Shi Yu and Chong Chong were stunned for a moment, and then they ignored it. After thinking about it, they felt that it was normal. After all, Space Control is the upper skill of the 4 high-level space skills. Space Control can also achieve their effects. It is natural that a fusion is covered into one. Shi Yu, continue. Chong Chong was very excited. With the addition of 2 superclass racial skills, it felt that its attributes in all aspects had been greatly improved. The combat power was stronger. It was just around the corner to defeat the leader and baby Jinsen. Continue. Shi Yu looked at the greedy Chong Chong and said, I have already fused you twice. It's Susu and Lin's turn. Chong Chong, degrees he, okay. Go and bring Susu. Received. Chong Chong flashed away directly, and the control of space became more handy. After experimenting with Chong Chong, Shi Yu found that the more common superclass skills were, the easier it was to merge with other skills. On the contrary, Chong's fantasy field, fantasy dragon and other complex multi-attribute rare skills had extremely low fusion success rates. At present, Shi Yu only merged skills with high success rate, mainly because it consumed less physical strength and it was fun to merge them all the time. Ning. Next, Su was teleported over by Chang with a starry face. It jumped with its blue jelly body and flew directly into Shi Yu's arms. Su has many skills, but because it is still at the king level, the proficiency of its superclass racial skills is not perfect, so it cannot be fused. The minimum proficiency threshold for skill fusion is the perfect level, and it cannot be fused if it is lower. And the superclass non-racial skills that Su has reached perfect proficiency, such as Frost Cold and Infinite Devouring, are also the kind of skills that are almost impossible to successfully fuse. Therefore, we can only start with low-level skills. Shi Yu smiled and pinched it in his hand, dragging the skill combinations in one by one, and found that the time droplet has the worst compatibility with other skills, and the others are fine. It started, great, bubble, boiling water, frozen water, water regeneration, water dragon bomb, steam explosion, purification, praying for rain, blizzard, have been fused into control of water ice element. Shi Yu, Su, Both sides were stunned, but soon fell silent. There is nothing to say about this, a big failure. The situation is probably similar to the time of space control, where the skill effect is covered by the upper level skill. Water ice element control was originally Su's racial skill, and this fusion was a waste of time. However, with this fusion, Su's proficiency in this skill became increasingly difficult to suppress, and it has reached the limit of breakthrough. This made Shi Yu realize that he had to arrange for Su and Lin to break through as soon as possible. But before that, poison resistance, lightning resistance, sea of stars, 4-element star array, absolute sleep, have been merged into star power. This is the second time that Shi Yu and the others have gambled blindly and directly gambled out a good super level skill. Oh, not bad. Shi Yu was also surprised. Skill, star power, introduction. It can mobilize the mysterious power in the starry sky to strengthen itself. This skill can not only continue to summon resources in the starry sky, but also directly use the starry sky power to recover injuries and physical strength, increase energy, and strengthen resistance to various elements. It can be said that the fusion was not in vain. The most important thing is that it has also become a racial skill. Shi Yu felt that this move could also be taught to Chang, and it should also have the degree of compatibility to learn it. At this time, Shi Yu was immersed in the fusion of skills and couldn't extricate himself. Although he had only fused low-level skills into super-level skills and had not yet fused out divine skills, he had already gained a lot of fun. However, the happiest people at the moment were definitely not Shi Yu, Chang, Su and others, but boom! With a loud noise from the outside world, a huge breath enveloped the world, and a 9-color rainbow could be seen over the sky of the entire ice-filled city. The beast taming association organizations in Icefield City, including the surrounding major cities, instantly detected energy fluctuations beyond the ordinary totem level, and they were all shocked as if they were facing a great enemy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the relic space, Shi Yu also felt the vibration of the space and ran out quickly. He looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and understood what was going on. In mid-air, a gem cat with 9-colored jade eyes gathered in the 9-color divine light, exuding a tyrannical aura, which was even more powerful than most of the top totems that Shi Yu had seen in Inadara. Oh no, in the sky, just like Shi Yu had eaten the god-level resources and completed the evolution but failed to control the aura immediately, the gem cat completed the inheritance and failed to control the power immediately, which directly caused the changes in the world. The gem cat panicked, because the country prohibits the overlord level and above life to release the aura indiscriminately in non-combat places in the city. It is estimated that this will make several associations feel like they are facing a great enemy. In order not to cause unrest in various cities, the frightened gem cat quickly restrained its power and returned to the alien space in shame, and jumped to Shi Yu's villa. At the same time, Shi Yu's communicator rang almost immediately. It was from the association headquarters, President Lin. Shi Yu, what happened in Pingcheng? You are in Pingcheng, right? It was reported to the headquarters so quickly the gem cat next to him stared and whispered. Nothing, I just gave the inheritance crystal of the 9-color divine light to Guardian God Ying, and it has made some breakthroughs. Over there, President Lin's expression was stern, and he said, "You actually gave the inheritance crystal of the 9-color divine light to Guardian God Ying." President Lin's first thought was that he was losing a lot of money, and his second thought was, forget it, after all, it was Shi Yu's thing, and it was his freedom to give it to anyone he wanted. Guardian God Ying was also a part of Dong Huang. At the same time, President Lin couldn't help but be surprised at Shi Yu's generosity. This was an inheritance that could be called a god-level resource, and he actually gave it away as he said. It's good that nothing else happened. It seems that Teacher Ying has gained a lot. Congratulate her for me. Also, how is your rest? I've almost recovered. President Lin, do you have any tasks? No, I just want to ask you what you think about the next World Championship. Did you get relevant information about the next World Championship and more information about the revival of mythology from the World Tree? Shi Yu said, no, the World Tree is not sure about the time of the next competition. Is that so? President Lin fell into deep thought and said, but then again, did you say that you wanted to exchange the soul orb from the archaeological conference for other resources? Have you thought about what resource you want to exchange it for? Yes, Shi Yu said, I want to exchange it for a sharp property and a golden property resource, but after I came back, I searched through the resource library and couldn't find a suitable one. This, on the opposite side, President Lin said, Dong Huang does not have any gold resources of similar nature at present, but please wait a moment, I can see if I can buy them from other countries. Actually, there's no rush. If you don't have any, then forget it, Shi Yu smiled. I just happen to have a target. Oh, President Lin was startled and said, tell me about it, I'll see if Dong Huang can help you get it. The information I found in the Intelligence Bureau's atlas seems to be that there is a suitable god-level metal material in the ruins of the ancient Xianjian kingdom. I'm interested in that, it feels better than the legendary resources. President Lin? What? The ancient Xianjian kingdom is an island country. The human race inside is similar to the Xianhu kingdom. It is the second largest race and a semi-god level totem force. It is located at the junction of the east and the west. Because it was beaten badly by Dong Huang and the Seven Islands in the last totem war, it has been closed for many years in recent years. In addition, due to national conditions, like Longgong City, it did not respond to this world competition. The national ruins of this country have a mechanism of trial and inheritance, which is naturally an important place. Shi Yu, this kid, has set his eyes on this place. He regretted sending an undercover agent here to collect intelligence. This directly hooked Shi Yu over. Is it reasonable? President Lin said, what do you want to do? Shi Yu said, ahem. Shi Yu wanted to find metal resources, in fact, to prepare for Qitong as evolutionary materials. After he taught Qitong the soul incarnation, each clone can be cultivated as an individual, which requires a lot of cultivation resources. Shi Yu's idea is to cultivate Qitong's clone according to the template of the 4 swords of Zuxian. The absolute immortal sword has infinite changes. Shi Yu plans to use the space-based resources, Hollow Flame and Spirit Realm fragments, 2 legendary resources of special nature, to cultivate it. In conjunction with other space resources, he will specialize in formation skills in the future. The Xian sword has red light everywhere. Shi Yu plans to cultivate it in the direction of the fire sword. The immortal slaughter sword represents death. Shi Yu plans to let it specialize in the power of the dead. And the last Zuxian sword represents profit, which must use gold resources. Shi Yu thought of the flame of living souls on his side that can help the dead souls shape entities, and he couldn't help but have the idea of making a clone into a sharp gold sword. As a sword spirit, it is natural to have a physical sword to possess in order to exert the strongest power. Shi Yu's first goal is the god-level metal of this totem country. If he can't get it, he will see if Dong Huang can find a suitable one. If none of them work, he will let 11 make one to make do. However, although the one made by 11 is good, it is not as good as the legendary resources, let alone the god-level resources. Shi Yu feels that the evolved one is not strong enough, and the racial potential will definitely not catch up with 11. Or the rumored god-level gold meteorite looks good. Give it to Qitong for evolution, and maybe another mythical race can be evolved. Doesn't the information say that the ruins of the Xianjian ancient country are also trial ruins, and the Xianjian ancient country is open to the pride of the major domestic forces every year, so I want to go over and see if I can participate, take out the god-level resources, the records above are quite comprehensive. This ruins only tests the trial taker's sword talent. I think I can try it. Is this the problem? President Lin couldn't help but said. You just became famous in the world competition, and you want to run to the demigod's territory? Shiyu said, I can change my form with the help of my talent for control. As long as I can blend into a big force, get a place in the competition, and successfully enter the ruins, no matter what the result is, I can leave that country instantly with the help of the Kanghei ruins. President Lin, don't worry, I have now broken through to the legendary level and will soon become a full member overlord. I must digest the inheritance of the world competition and have enough strength before going. I won't leave in the short term. Shiyu planned to wait until all members became overlords. The skills were almost integrated, and the second beast control space was almost opened up before going. After all, Qitong's skills have not been taught yet, so why a rush to cultivate resources? President Lin was stunned. Has he already broken through to the legendary level? Let me think about it, he pondered slightly. Indeed, Shiyu is no longer the child who needs protection. With Shiyu's strength, he is probably enough to be ranked in the top 5 in Donghuang. In this case, coupled with the bug transmission ability of the Kanghei ruins, even if he faces a demigod, Shiyu may not be able to escape. President Lin finally gave up persuading him and said, then you can pick 2 other legendary resources from the resource library to enhance your strength. In addition, if you want to leave the country, you must inform me in advance. No problem, Shiyu said. No way, you are going out to play again. The Gemcat, who had just broken through, looked at Shiyu nervously. What did it just say? As long as Shiyu didn't let it fight with a demigod, anything would be fine. But how come Shiyu was going to the demigod's territory to destroy other people's ruins in the blink of an eye? Hey, Teacher Ying, do you want to go too? Shiyu said. I can go. With my current strength, I should be able to protect you easily below the level of a demigod, Gemcat sighed. Actually, I can go by myself. Teacher Cat, help me with a few things first, Shiyu chuckled. He took out 3 things, namely the relic ring, and the control talent bead. Gemcat was stunned. What for? This relic ring is from the 11th Bureau. I don't need it now. Please pass it to Principal Feng for me. This is the grass and wood relic. Shen Bao used it to farm before. There are already crops such as phoenix fruit, samsara fruit, soul heart fruit, etc., but now that his beast control space blessed by the world tree has reached level 7. This is no longer needed. Farming directly in his beast control space will have a better effect, and now it is time to return it to its original owner. As for this talent control bead, I don't need it now, you give it to senior sister Lu. Shiyu has awakened his control talent now, so this is useless. He hopes that senior sister Lu can rely on this to develop similar abilities in the spiritual field. If there is no progress, give it to senior sister Baizai to see if she can develop a top-level combined talent. In short, it has many uses. The blessings for the next world championship depend on them. As for this relic ring, give it to senior sister Lu too, and let her pass it on to Fanglan when she is free, and keep it for her to use when she becomes a regular in the 11th Bureau. That's it. The Gemcat was stunned, thinking it was something big, but it turned out to be a courier. No, courier? Damn it. What else do you want to send? The Gemcat said. There is another thing, you must keep it well. Shiyu laughed and said, help me send the Demon King Dragonbone to the Dragon Mother in Dragon Palace City, and say it is the return of its last investment. Gemcat? Demon King Dragonbone? That god-level evolution material? What investment? I want to invest too, it said immediately. Go away, haven't I given you the crystal of the 9-colored divine light? This is a gift to thank you, Teacher Ying. What else do you want? It's okay, the Gemcat grinned. Well, not bad, very filial. By the way, Teacher Ying, look, a flying saucer. The Gemcat was stunned and immediately looked back out the window. The next moment, it felt Shiyu stroking it directly from head to back. Shiyu almost forgot that he hadn't copied the 9-colored divine light back yet, so he immediately operated it. The Gemcat suddenly turned around and looked at Shiyu, who was running away in anger. Asshole boy, what are you doing? Chapter 458 Target Xianjian Kingdom. After Shiyu successfully copied the 9-colored divine light from the Gemcat was furious. How dare you? Do you know what it means to respect teachers? Although this batch of cats were sent to the ancient capital university as pets in order to be petted by teachers and students, what is its status now? angry. The gem cat looked down at the relic ring, and talent pearl that Shiyu had dropped, and became angry. I won't give this thing away. However, what it didn't expect was that Shiyu, this kid, suddenly came back from the relic space, looking as if nothing had happened. Gem cat? Teacher Ying, I have another favor to ask of you, Gem cat. After these things are done, if you have time, help me go to Inadara to see that Taurus ancient god still owes me a reward. Shiyu also said angrily, if Inadara is not open, you will wait a little longer. If it is open, you will go to see if the world tree and the Taurus ancient god have woken up. If they wake up, help me collect the dead and notify me, Gem cat. If the dead is collected, I will give you a share at that time. You can let the clone go. With your current strength, it should not be difficult to do it, Gem cat. Deal. Hey, Shiyu sighed. If the Taurus ancient god can wake up in a short period of time and can get the required god-level gold resources from it, then you will not plan to go to Totem Country to play. Although he is indeed interested in ruins and resources, there are risks after all. Of course, Shiyu feels that the biggest reason for his going out to wonder may still be that he can't stay. I don't know how long I can persist in my hard work this time. Shiyu and the gem cat happily made the decision to harm the clone and guard the island to wait for the cow. After that, Shiyu continued to cause trouble in Donghuang's resource library. After he handed over the divine resource, the soul orb, President Lin chose to let him pick 2 legendary resources to strengthen his strength. President Lin should have just said it casually, because he knew that Shiyu really had no shortage of resources at the moment. However, Shiyu still looked at it carefully. He planned to pick a legendary resource for Susu and Lin to use as a resource to break through the Overlord level. In the end, Shiyu chose 2 legendary resources for Susu and Lin that had relatively simple functions and were considered the most common legendary resources among the legendary resources. The 9th level Ice and Wind Energy Crystals. They are all pure strengthening type resources that can enhance their own attribute energy. It's not that he doesn't want better, it's simply that there is no better one. Recently, Donghuang's high-level resources have been consumed seriously. Most of the more precious legendary resources are in the hands of individuals, and there are not many options placed in the National Resource Library. However, although these 2 resources are basic, they are enough to strengthen the King level and Overlord level pets. It can easily strengthen the King level to the Overlord level, and can strengthen an ordinary Overlord to the top Overlord. After applying, Shiyu waited for the official staff to deliver the goods to his door. Next, I will continue to work overtime. The wind blew in from the window, making Shiyu's hair messy. He took a deep breath and turned back to the ruins with a determined look. 2 months later. For 2 months, Shiyu devoted all his efforts to adding points and skill fusion. Even meditation did not take much time to do, all thanks to Xiaozi's automatic hang-up experience package. There were a lot of things in these 2 months, but Shiyu basically did not participate in them in depth. At the World Championship celebration banquet, he just ate and drank with acquaintances such as Senior Sister Lu. He did not show up when the demigod forces such as the Endless Sea and the Ghost Sea came to form an alliance, and all were handed over to President Lin and others. There were also many other big and small things related to Shiyu. On the surface, Donghuang has added a new festival, the Azure Dragon Festival. After the World Championship, the country did not directly state that Shiyu had cultivated the Azure Dragon, but intended to subtly arouse people's belief in the Azure Dragon. Therefore, apart from some high-level officials and World Championship spectators, not many ordinary Beastmasters knew that Shiyu had cultivated the Azure Dragon. It is better for the gods to be believed to maintain a sense of mystery and sublimity. In addition, the new national competition ended. Because Shiyu did not participate, Gudu University did not win the first place this time, but it also ranked in the top 3. The name of Anchang, the genius of the combination of the Sea Dragon, has been spread. In the martial arts performance of the new recruits of Donghuang, the Jiuli War Beast Corps led by Lin Xiaozihu also won the first place in the martial arts performance of the new recruits of the whole army. Their next goal is to challenge Yizheng's Star Corps. In the Dragon Palace City, the mother of dragons who obtained the god-level resources evolved into a Frost Dragon. Like the Gem Cat, she has mixed into the top totem strength, and her potential is expected to be divine, becoming the overlord of the Dragon Palace City. Moved by this, Long Ma took the initiative to serve as the King Long publicity ambassador of Longgong City, and cultivated believers on behalf of Shiyu and Chongchong. And most importantly, Yu also gained a lot after hard training. First of all, Su and Lin also broke through to the Overlord level with the help of perfect proficiency skills, legendary resources, and Overlord will. So far, all members of Team 1 have reached the Overlord level. As for Z, although it was contracted in the first beast control space, it was obvious that Yu had not yet regarded it as a team. Because its will level was too low, even with a 9-color divine light enhancement, it could not teach super level skills at all. So after 2 months of slacking off and cultivating, it only reached the commander level. Yu's cultivation focus was not on it for the time being. Besides, Z was still a baby and should have a happy childhood. In these 2 months, Yu's biggest gain was the skills of 11 and others. Yu merged almost all the skills of 11, Chong, Shen Bao, Qitong, Su, and Lin. The relatively garbage super level skills were also merged with each other. At this time, they almost had no low-level, mid-level, or high-level skills, and all of them had several super-level skills. Moreover, the proficiency of these super-level skills was perfect. Only a few special high-level skills that were difficult to fuse, such as the time fruit and memory drops, were left. And there was no suitable fusion object for the time being. In fact, Yu wanted to continue the fusion, but the remaining super-level skills were all extremely strong super-level skills, and the success rate of fusing with other super-level skills was extremely low. For example, Chong's King Long Yin, Long Maoyu, Doubling, Absolute Sleep, Supervision, High-Speed Healing, Critical Hit, Deterrence, and a bunch of other skills were fused by Yu into Faith Physical Skill, King Long Immortal Body. This physical skill can be said to be extremely powerful. Without other abilities, the body of the demon god alone can only be crushed in front of the King Long Immortal Body. This skill, like Su's Kanghe contract, is too difficult to continue to fuse with other super-level skills. It is possible that the skill proficiency is not enough, and the success rate of fusion may be higher if it reaches the superb level. It is also possible that Yu's physique and the will of the pet are not good enough again, and they need to continue to break through. But no matter what, they can continue to merge. However, Yu feels that if the remaining skills can be merged, then the fusion will definitely be a quasi-god skill. For example, the power of the starry sky and the contract of the sea. What if a starry sea contract is fused? So, Yu can be said to be both regretful and looking forward to it. At present, the foundation has been laid, and it depends on the subsequent god-level fusion. After the fusion is completed, there are not many choices waiting for Yu. 1. Copy back more skills and continue to merge 2. Add points to the super-level skills that are fused, and the goal is to be close to Superb 3. Meditation Practice 4. Add points to quasi-god skills. 1 and 4. First let Yu give up. The skill proficiency has not been fully added, so it is useless to have so many skills. As for 4, it is because the success rate of adding points to quasi-god skills is also extremely low according to the skill illustration. Yu dare not take that risk for the time being. So, in the end, Yu chose to add some super-level skills to them, and then practice meditation on his own, practicing the first and second beast control spaces. The results of the practice were also gratifying. Although it didn't take much time, Yu still practiced the second beast control space to the 4th level. The level of a senior beast master. Under normal circumstances, he can contract a commander-level pet. However, with Yu's current physique, it would definitely be no problem to contract a king in the 2nd space. But if it is a hegemon, it would be more dangerous. After all, the physique can withstand it, but the space can't. 2 months is not a long time. The strength of the whole team has been greatly improved. However, at this moment, Yu finally couldn't sit still. He was tired. He didn't want to add points, he didn't want to merge, he didn't want to practice. For someone like him who can't stay, it's almost the same as before. 2 months of hard practice is almost the limit. If he holds on, his mental state will reduce Yu's efficiency in all aspects to an extremely low level. As there was no news about the Taurus ancient god from the Jewel Cat teacher, Yu had already planned to go to the Xianjian ancient kingdom to explore the ruins, take a breath, relax, train the second team, and then prepare for the evolution of Qitong. At present, the soul incarnation has also been taught and has been upgraded to the perfect level. Qitong's several clones are ready, and they are just short of being cultivated and fused and evolved. It's time for Yu to look for resources. The Xianjian ruins in the Xianjian ancient kingdom are his hunting target. Master, when are we going to set off? Lin said. The Xianjian ancient kingdom sword test conference is still half a year away, so there is plenty of time. It's not too much time. After all, we have to infiltrate other forces and get a place in the competition. The ruins are in the home of the demigod, and we definitely can't break in by force. We can only enter normally under disguise, Shiyu said. Shiyu held the vanilla in his mouth and continued, I'm going to talk to President Lin. He seemed to say that I should tell him when I go out. You go and check on Xiaoji, Ye and the others. I'll go there later. They will be the main force next. Okay. Secretary Lin flew away quickly. At the same time, Shiyu called President Lin. President Lin, I plan to go to the ancient kingdom of Xianjian. President Lin? On the other side, President Lin looked confused. Wait a minute, didn't you say that you won't leave in a short time and will leave after you become stronger? It's only been 2 months since the World Championship. Are you going to go now? President Lin looked confused. By the way, are you sure? He said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm still 80% to 90% sure, Shiyu smiled. Recently, he has studied the information of the ancient kingdom of Xianjian thoroughly. The ancient kingdom of Xianjian was inherited from the totem era. The origin is a demigod-level undead. This undead demigod, when he was weak, was a pet of a human beastmaster. He was born in a sword and was a sword soul. After the death of the human beastmaster, this sword soul established himself as king, continued to pursue the way of swordsmanship, and finally grew into a demigod. Moreover, he called himself Xianjian and established the Xianjian kingdom, welcoming all races to join and discuss the way of swordsmanship. This is the origin of the ancient Xianjian kingdom. Because of the power of Xianjian, the development of Xianjian kingdom was indeed good at the beginning. Countless sword masters and extraordinary lives who mastered sword skills all joined the Xianjian kingdom, a big family of swordsmanship. Until this demigod died, it put all its lifelong experience in swordsmanship and the many natural treasures it had obtained to forge famous swords and divine swords into heritage trial ruins built by itself. After that, around this heritage trial ruins, the ancient Xianjian kingdom developed better and better. At present, after thousands of years of development, this Xianjian ruins has no materials left except the most precious god-level gold meteorite iron that no one has the talent and potential to take away. Only a large amount of sustainable sword experience remains. Although all the resources have been taken away, these sword heritages are also rare resources. The ruins have not been abandoned, but have always been worshipped as a holy place for cultivating talents of Xianjian country. Every other year, this country will hold a sword test conference around the Xianjian ruins. Through the sword talent potential strength, who is more qualified to enter the Xianjian ruins and seek a deeper level of sword heritage? That's right. Sword competition. This country is very strange. Almost all life in the country uses swords. Human professions can be roughly divided into sword masters and beast masters. Sword masters are human beast masters who can track undead sword spirits, sword souls, and sword ghosts, let them possess themselves, and fight by themselves. The beast masters are also different from the traditional beast masters of various countries. Their pets, or in other words, all the extraordinary lives and pets of the Xianjian ancient country, basically use swords. They all master various sword skills. This is the result of inheritance from generation to generation. The most important activities of this country, the Sword Trial Conference and the Xianjian Ruins Trial, also require beast masters to only use sword moves to fight. Among them, in the Sword Trial Conference, beast masters who reach a certain ranking can enter the Xianjian Ruins to accept stronger trials. If they perform well, they will have the opportunity to obtain the sword inheritance of the Xianjian demigod. Shiyu obviously set his sights on this relic, and what he set his sights on is not just the sword inheritance. He wants to sneak into the Xianjian ancient country, participate in this sword trial conference, enter the ruins, and obtain the god-level resource that no one has been able to obtain so far. Even the sword-class demigods of later generations have not been recognized by the Xianjian demigods. It is conceivable how difficult it is to get this last resource. I am afraid that no one in the current Xianjian kingdom beastmaster would expect that. However, after a deep understanding, Shiyu found that he might not have no chance. He has passed the trials of a bunch of gods, so why would he be afraid of a mere demigod test? This relic rewards the entrants by testing their kung fu talents. At present, Shiyu has already maxed out Qitong's Kung Fu and merged it with other skills into a superclass sword body. With his Kung Fu talent, if he can possess himself, open a Tai Chi domain, and use the interlaced sword, it should be unique, if not unique in the world. With a top god level Kung Fu, taking away the god level metal, isn't that too much? By then, with the god level metal resources and the demigod's Kung Fu inheritance in hand, Qitong should have evolved perfectly. Of course, under the eyes of the demigods and totems of the ancient Xianjian kingdom, at the trial meeting before entering the relic, Shiyu must not expose Qitong, nor his Beastmaster level and identity. After all, the identity of a world legend is too conspicuous. Even without these, the legendary level alone is too dazzling in the totem kingdom. Young legends are almost rare, and the sudden appearance of one must be a problem. After being exposed, it is impossible to easily enter the Xianjian ruins guarded by the demigods. However, Shiyu is not out of options. Shiyu plans to use the second beast control space, contract Xiaoji and Ye, and sneak into forces a beast swordsman to participate in the sword test conference. He will use the second team to Loki obtain a relatively normal ranking and get the opportunity to enter the Xianjian ruins. Yeah, Xiaoji and others can also use swords. Xiaoji's sword of breaking the sky, Ye's sharp blade of water. In this way, no matter how simple and easy it is, it will not arouse the suspicion of the contemporary demigods of the Xianjian ancient country. Of course, Qi can also use a sword, but it is too obvious that it is an elf, and there is no elf in the Xianjian ancient country. In addition, before going, Lin must also transform the small machine. The mechanical dragon of the dominant race is still conspicuous. It is good to transform it into an ordinary ground dragon, which is also a local specialty pet. As for Ye, it is even easier. Although it has bubbled in Inatara and exposed the platypus form in the abyss demon duck form, the platypus that masters the water blade is also the mainstream pet of Xianjian country, and it will not attract attention at all. Moreover, it is not difficult to let Ye evolve into transitional form before evolving into the abyss demon duck. Shiyu can be said to have already laid out everything. When he enters the ruins as a senior Beastmaster or a Master Beastmaster genius, without the supervision of the demigod, he can summon Qitong unscrupulously to conquer the ruins. After getting the god-level resources, he will escape directly through the Kanghe ruins after he comes out, perfectly changing the situation. Is it really okay? President Lin was silent. If Shiyu was just traveling to the demigod forces, he would not be worried. But Shiyu is going to snatch the god-level resources under the eyes of the demigod. No problem, I still have the half-god protection of Senior Longshan, Shiyu said. With the teleportation of the Kanghe ruins, there is no solution. Senior Longshan and Senior Shinitun have already confirmed it. Okay then, Shiyu said this, and President Lin had nothing to say. But we have no foundation in Xianjian country. When you go there, you must be careful. When do you plan to leave? In the next 2 days, Shiyu said. He planned to train Xiaoji and Ye first. Like Xiaozi, he didn't care about these two guys. Moreover, although his second beast control space has reached the 4th level, he still has no life contract, so it's time to choose a contract. Thanks to Quasar, Tang Sumu, Lishu's Himo, I am not Yingguang, does Hun Wang Dai Anshan 12, Yao Zhe King wants to Mu Iwan other big guys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Contract Team 2. Legendary Ruins. Deep Space. Since Xiaoji, Ye, Qi, and Xiaozi of Team 2 are too weak at the moment and their status is easily affected by the training of Team 1, their residence is separate from Team 1. At this moment, Lin ran to see the situation of Team 2 according to Xiaoyu's instructions. Xiaozi, as a baby, eats, drinks, and plays all day long, flying in the air to watch Xiaoji, Ye, and Qi get beaten. Xiaoji and Ye are still challenging Team 1 Phantom. Xiaoji is using Team 1 Phantom to hone his will and skill proficiency. Ye is using Team 1 Phantom to hone his control over the power of the Abyss. Since they joined the team, although they have not been added points, their strength has also been improved under the scientific system. Xiaoji's will level has reached the middle level. It may be because it is more simple-minded and stubborn, and its goal is very clear, which is to be the overlord of the earth, so the speed of improving its will is unexpectedly fast. Next is Ya, who can already control the power of the abyss brought by the abyss reincarnation being. Both sides are at the stage where they can break through to the king level at any time and receive the inheritance of God. However, since Shiyu, Lin, and Susu were busy with training before and had no time to take care of them, they are still continuing to polish themselves. The fossil of the earth dragon and the seed of the abyss are both extremely powerful inheritances, and the foundation must be better and more stable. Lin. After Lin came in, Qi flew over excitedly surrounded by wind elements. I passed the 8th level. At present, Qi has used the natural fruit and is good at mobilizing the power of nature. Even if he does not carry equipment, he has a preliminary combat power. At present, he is still training his will and combat skills without any equipment. However, with the revival of the power of God, Qi's combat power brought by the use of natural fruits is also accelerated. After the development of the myth revival skills, Qi is getting closer and closer to the time and space shuttle stage of awakening quasi-god skills. However, the price of awakening such a powerful skill as time and space shuttle is that the power of other aspects of oneself will gradually weaken. Being too powerful is not conducive to time travel. With the awakening of divine power, its own power will be suppressed. Qi has been mentally prepared. In addition, its image has also changed. The most obvious manifestation is the shrinkage of its body. The lolly body, which was not big to begin with, has further shrunk and turned into a small elf about half a meter. Its physical strength, mental strength and other attributes have all declined. Even Lin is overwhelmed and has no way to deal with it. At present, it has no ability to fight against the rules. Roar, duck. At this time, as teacher Lin came over, the members of the second team came to report their training as if it was the new year. After all, whether their training results can get a feast, resource rewards, or double training in the future, life or death, are all determined by Lin. You are all very good. I came here this time for another thing, Zyadaji, yeah. At that moment, as Lin spoke, Zyadaji, yeah, Qi and others all swallowed their saliva, not knowing what fate awaited them next. Next, there is an important task for you too. You will experience many battles in the outside world. If you complete it well, you may have the opportunity to be promoted to the king level and fuse the earth dragon fossil and the abyss seed. Roar, duck, Zyadaji, duck, sea. The overlord of the land and the sea, fearless. Go, go, go. Let's make the challenge more fierce. Lin looked at Qi, who was looking eagerly. Qi, continue training. You are not suitable for this mission, Qi. Ziozi, your infancy has passed, and basic training will begin next. Qi, you too will join. Ziozi, Greek letter sigma, degree? Me, I'm not, I just turned 2 months old. Ziozi, the white ball of the cat-eared nebula, was quite shocked. On the Rubik's Cube screen, the white-haired Lolita pushed her glasses and said, is there a problem? I just turned 1 year old, who is not a baby. Ziozi. Hey, how's it going? After Shiyu and President Lin finished talking, he also came to the second team space. First, he went to hang out with Qi and Ziozi, and then came to Lin and Zioji. Yuya? What's Yuya? Yuya is training. At present, Zioji, a 10-meter-long earth dragon lying on a mechanical bed, with earth-brown dragon scales and a majestic and domineering earth dragon, is waiting for transformation. It will take about a day, Lin said. Okay, Roar. At this time, Zioji tilted his head and looked at Shiyu curiously, not understanding what the mission was this time, and he actually had to be mechanically transformed again. A very difficult mission. You look too strong now, I have to seal it. Shiyu smiled and said, by the way, when you're on the mission, you and your can sign a contract with me, so do the operation well. Zioji, Roar, contract, yes, contract. Transformation begins. Before Zioji could react, Lin directly used the high-intensity electric current to knock Zioji unconscious, preparing for the transformation. Zioji, Roar. The miserable cry came to an abrupt end. Shiyu was going to the Xianjian ancient country to steal skills and crack the ruins. Whether it was himself or his pet, he must not be too conspicuous. Yeo was actually fine. In the Xianjian ancient country, the platypus was also a mainstream pet of the water system. It would not have much impact to directly contract and send it to fight. However, when she got there, Yeo would definitely not be able to use the abyss reincarnation beans made by Shen Baobao. If the Abyss form was sealed, its combat power would be directly locked to the commander level standard. However, with the will of the Overlord, even if it was an extraordinary race, Yeo is undoubtedly the peak commander. As for Zyagi, the current dragon body was undoubtedly too conspicuous and was not a popular pet of the Xianjian country. Therefore, Lin planned to transform Zyagi and let it learn the mechanical skill of form switching. Skill, form switching, attribute, mechanical system, introduction, a high-level skill that allows mechanical life to switch between different evolutionary forms. At present, Zyagi has two stages, one is an ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the other is an Earth Dragon. Shiyu and the others want Zyagi to switch to the degraded form of the Earth Dragon, the Ground Dragon, race name, Ground Dragon, attribute, Earth, race level, low-level king, introduction, Earth Dragon, good at Earth Blade attack. It is said that after sleeping underground for 1,000 years, it is expected to evolve into a real dragon. The Earth Dragon of the dominant race is too conspicuous in the Totem Kingdom, but if Zyagi switches to the degraded form of the dragon, the Ground Dragon form, it will not be so conspicuous. After all, there are many ground dragons in the Xianjian ancient kingdom. With Zyagi and Yea's combat experience, Shiyu believes that even if they seal part of their power, they should be able to kill them at will. About a day later, Zyagi and Yea stood in front of Shiyu with a serious face. At this time, Zyagi has switched his form to maintain the form of an ordinary ground dragon of 3 or 4 meters long. He looks strong and powerful, and his deep gray dragon eyes are full of invincibility. Duck, the blue fat duck glanced at Zyagi with a look of disgust. As expected, Zyagi looks so annoying no matter what form he is in. Roar, stinky duck, Zyagi cursed. Shiyu rubbed his temples and looked at them with a speechless face. I really want to show them their dark history. Before, when Zyagi and Yea were training in dreams, Zyagi died in the dream, Yea burst into tears and turned black on the spot. Yea died in the dream, and Zyagi was also angry, and no one could help. Although they don't like each other in reality, they may have developed feelings in their hearts. Zyagi, I can only kill Yea. Yea, I can only kill Zyagi. It's hard to end this marriage if you don't stay in place. Stop arguing. Anyway, none of you can beat anyone now. This mission is a great opportunity for you to strengthen yourself. I will take you to the Totem Kingdom for training, and use the resources there to strengthen your strength. After the mission is completed, the fusion of the Earth Dragon and the Abyss Seed will also be arranged. You can compete with each other at that time, Shiyu said with a smile. Roar, yeah. Zyagi and Yea turned back together and nodded heavily. Then, looking at the two blue contract halos that appeared in front of Shiyu, they showed extremely excited expressions. After enduring for so long, I can finally be contracted and join the first team. Did Shiyu say that you have to have the strength to defeat the first team to join the first team? Forget it, never mind. It's not in vain. But, why is the color of this contract halo a little wrong? The two pets fell into deep thought, but their IQ did not allow them to think too much. Just get in and it's done. After contracting Zyagi and Yea, Shiyu packed up his things and prepared to set off for the Xianjian ancient country. The Xianjian ancient country has been closed to the outside world for many years. It is very difficult to sneak in, but it depends on who you are. Dong Huang once sent intelligence personnel to sneak into the Xianjian country. The intelligence Shiyu got now was all obtained at that time. Now that he is a big boss whose comprehensive combat power is enough to rank in the top 5 in Dong Huang, it is not difficult to sneak into Totem country. Let Susu do it decisively. Shrink to the size of a water drop, hide in its swallowing space, and let it sneak in from the ocean. Just look like this. Before leaving, Shiyu stood in front of the mirror and used his body control talent to disguise himself as a young man in his 20s. With short black hair and a slender figure, he is ordinary in appearance. He is not conspicuous in the crowd and has a general sense of existence. However, Shiyu, who is used to being handsome, is still a little uncomfortable to become so ordinary all of a sudden. Master, you are going to the demon sect, right? But we don't seem to know the location. There is no detailed record in the atlas. It only says that it is in the west. Let's talk about it when we get there. Just ask someone when the time comes. Shiyu smiled. Xianjian Kingdom is also a totem country with an ancient background. It is divided into 8 major mainstream forces. The largest force is Jianshan Mountain, which is the place where the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom is located and the place where the Xianjian ruins are located. There is a demigod sitting in it, and there are no other totem-level lives. Next are the Sword Sect and the Demon Sect, one good and one evil, and each has an ordinary totem as a patron saint. The strongest lives of the remaining 5 forces are only at the level of invincible overlords. Among them, there are sect-type forces and family-type forces. These forces are all qualified to participate in the sword test conference stably. As for the other smaller forces, they are not so stable. This time, Shiyu sneaked into the ancient Xianjian Kingdom and planned to enter the Demon Sect, one of the 2 major totem forces. This was mainly because the Devil Sect was said to not care about the background of the followers. They would recruit a large number of disciples on fixed days every month. Internal strength was king, and the strong would prey on the weak. If Shiyu joined here, it would be very suitable for him to show his talents and quickly become a genius who could represent the Devil Sect in the Sword Trial Conference. As for whether there would be any dangers, it was just an ordinary totem force. Going there would be like returning home, super comfortable. Chapter 460 King Kong Subduing Demon Duck. One day later, in the west of Xianjian country, a drop of water jumped out from a river connected to the sea, and then a figure landed on the riverside. After sending Shiyu to Xianjian country, Susu returned to the beast taming space with great resentment. Bah, dirty. The environmental quality of the nearby sea area is really worrying, which makes Susu very upset. I want to purify it, but the timing is not right. There is no way. This place is closer to Minghua, and the water quality there is indeed not very clean, Shiyu said happily. No hurry, wait until you reach the totem level, then we will go to purify the world. After that, Shiyu slowly looked around. Although there is a lot of information in the Intelligence Bureau's atlas, it is all important information about Xianjian country. There is really no unimportant information, such as where this place is and how to go next. The atlas does not record it at all, and it is impossible to record it. Shiyu was groping in the dark, and could only look for a place with people, and then ask around himself. In a small path in the wilderness, it didn't take much time for Shiyu to find traces of humans. The Heavenly Sword Kingdom is similar to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. The human race is the second largest race. So in this country, except for the race of the demigod, humans are truly below one race and above all other races. However, the people Shiyu found seemed to be in a bad situation. They were in the middle of a battle and were surrounded by ferocious beasts. Shiyu waved his hand, transformed his energy into a sword, split the thorns, and looked into the distance. A group of people were surrounding the carriage to resist the attack of the dead leaf mantis. On the ground and in the sky, more than a dozen brown mantis-like creatures that resembled dead leaves were holding big knives, and their green eyes were always locked on the people below. The bloodthirsty expression seemed to want to tear them apart and swallow them into the stomach. Name, dead leaf mantis. Attribute, wood. Racial level, low-level commander. Growth level, commander level. In addition to this group of mantises, there is also a group of platypuses. It turns out that there are really many platypuses in Xianjian country. Shiyu looked around and saw that the 8 or 9 people surrounding the carriage, and the pets around them were all platypuses of the advanced extraordinary race, as well as the evolutionary form of the leader of the platypuses, the platypus ice beasts. But it's normal to think about it. Xianjian country is an island country with many waters around it. It has a water system and masters the blade of water flow. The platypus clan, which has a large population, is hard to become the mainstream here. But as a middle-aged guard's arm was cut off by the dancing dead leaf mantis, blood splattered, Shiyu felt that their situation was not good based on the current situation. Finally we met a living person. Yeah, Zyadaji, drive away the swarm of insects and help them. Let's go ask for directions, Shiyu spoke. At the same time, a blue summoning diagram appeared beside him, and a blue fat duck appeared first with a calm look. Duck, it stretched out its duck paw and condensed the water blade. Before, it liked to condense the water blade into the form of a gun blade, but when it came to Xianjian country, it followed the local customs. This time, it directly condensed the water blade into the form of a blade and held it in its hand. The sword god Shen, any double-blade Tyrannosaurus rex is a rotten fish and shrimp. Its proficiency in the water blade, although it has not been added, has already been close to the superb. After all, it is the reincarnation of a big boss, and its comprehension is very extraordinary, not to mention the various top-quality resources cultivated by Shiyu. and a lot of battle training. Swish. Yaya's blue figure flashed by. Miss, we are outnumbered. If we continue to be in a stalemate, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Next, we will try to break out by force. Please be careful. On the carriage, a young woman sat nervously and carefully opened the curtain. A middle-aged guard was close to the carriage, sweating profusely, and looking around. Next to him, a commander-level pet that was similar to a platypus but filled with frost was confronting a leaf mantis in the air. A low-level commander race, a duck-billed ice beast. Okay. Uncle Da, the woman called Miss had just finished speaking when she suddenly looked at the sky in panic and said, "They are coming again, damn it." The middle-aged guard's body was filled with frost energy, and his ice-strengthening talent was activated. Next to him, the ice blade in the hand of the duck-billed ice duck was also filled with cold air, looking at the two commander-level leaf mantises attacking from the sky. The biggest disadvantage of a platypus that cannot fly against a flying leaf mantis is this. The middle-aged guard and the duck-billed ice beast concentrated their minds with all their strength. The next moment, what made the middle-aged guard and the girl in the car change their expressions was that a blue figure suddenly flashed in the sky. It was hard to tell what it was, but it was extremely fast, faster than the flying leaf mantis. The two flying leaf mantises saw the blue light and almost immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy, closing their swords to resist. Boom. But the next moment, as they touched the blue light, their sharp sickles inevitably sank, and then their entire bodies deformed. With a huge impact force, the leaf mantis, known as the most ferocious hunter in the forest, flew backwards and smashed a cloud of dust. Bang! At the same time, the owner of the blue figure fell from the sky. The beastmaster and the leaf mantis in the battle were attracted by the movement here. After receiving Shiyu's order, Yaya acted almost instantly, slashing with two swords, and the powerful power of the slash instantly smashed the two beasts of the same level into the air. Whose platypus is this? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and couldn't understand. The platypus was just a life form of the extraordinary race. If it didn't evolve into a duck-billed ice beast, it would be very difficult for it to fight against these commander-level dead leaf mantises. However, this platypus, whose owner was unknown, showed extremely powerful strength. It killed two commander-level dead leaf mantises in one encounter. Its strength was even stronger than the duck-billed ice beasts in the team. At this moment, the guards were puzzled, because there was no such strong platypus in the team. Roar! What shocked them even more was that accompanied by a dragon roar, a more terrifying energy wave came out, and these dead leaf mantises fled in all directions like frightened birds. As creatures that bully the weak and fear the strong, the dead leaf mantises knew very well what was threatening to them and what was not. The fluctuations of the owner of this roar made them know that the powerful life that came was a predator at the top of the food chain. If they didn't run away, they would die. The premonition was very accurate. The huge roar not only scared away the leaf mantises, but also made the group pale. They looked at the huge ground dragon that was 4 meters long and walked forward from the forest. The heavy body, the weathered scales, the huge physique and the violent dragon eyes. It's a ground dragon. It's over. How could there be a ground dragon in this place? For them, the swarm of the commander-level insects of the leader race could barely resist, but if it was a king-level ground dragon, it would be okay if it was a commander-level, but if it was a king-level, then they would definitely have no chance of survival. Miss? No, there's someone on it. The middle-aged man next to the carriage owner was so scared that his legs went weak after seeing the ground dragon machine, but when he saw a young man with a long sword on his back standing on the huge ground dragon, his expression changed again. And, what surprised them all again was that the platypus that had easily repelled the two leaf mantises just now flashed again, and appeared next to the young man like a ninja, and also stepped on the ground dragon. Roar! The ground dragon's Ayachi shouted angrily, which made the group of people's heartbeats suddenly accelerate. However, Zayachi was actually angry because Yaya also stood on it like Shiyu. Shiyu would be fine, but you're a duck, are you worthy of it? However, in this situation, it is not easy for it to throw Yaya off or whip it off with its tail. It is a serious crime to hinder Shiyu from showing off. Gulu, at this time, seeing the mysterious strong man coming, the guards who were also holding swords, as well as the girl in the car, all looked over nervously. Soon, the middle-aged man next to the girl, who was called Uncle Da, reacted and immediately stepped forward respectfully and said, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, we would have suffered heavy losses. We still have some resources and materials in the car. Please accept them as a thank you for saving my life. Do you know how to get to the demon sect? I'm lost. Shiyu stood on the small machine and ignored his words, but asked a question he was most concerned about. Demon sect. At this moment, hearing Shiyu mention the demon sect, the middle-aged guard opened his mouth slightly, his expression changed, and said, "Sir, are you going to the demon sect?" Yes, Shiyu's expression did not change. "Sir, we are from the Chen family in Lingshu County. Thank you for saving our lives. We are also going to the demon sect. How about you accompany us? When we get to the demon sect, we will definitely give you a more generous thank you gift." My brother is the elite inner disciple of the demon sect. At this time, the woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old also got off the carriage. She had a pretty face and was obviously from a good family. However, judging from her temperament, she was a little unruly, but she was restrained in front of a strong man like Shiyu. "You are also going to the demon sect," Shiyu said in surprise. "Then do you know when the entrance examination of the demon sect is?" The middle-aged guard was stunned and said, "Sir, our young lady is going to participate in the entrance examination of the demon sect. The examination will be in a week, but in another day and a half, we can almost reach the city around the demon sect. Sir, are you also going to join the demon sect?" He was incredulous. He felt that with Shiyu's strength, he would not be much inferior to their young master. He could definitely become an elite inner disciple. Such a genius has not yet joined the sect. Which family is he from? One day? Then I'll go with you, but you are so weak. Is it really okay to join the demon sect? Shiyu said bluntly. Too weak. It's so miserable to deal with a commander-level insect swarm. Is it really okay to go to the demon sect that has reached the extreme of evolution? Even if there is an inner disciple brother. But Shiyu estimated that this inner disciple would not reach the master level, so what right would he have to speak? Well, facing Shiyu's doubts, this group of people could only force a smile. It's not that they are weak, it's that Shiyu is too strong. Uncle Da said, "Sir, please wait a moment, let's bandage some wounds of the wounded first, please rest in the carriage for a while." At this time, Shiyu took back Xiaoji and Ya, and the summoning array appeared and disappeared, which quickly allowed these people to judge Shiyu's level. At this time, seeing Shiyu's beast taming level, they found that he was a 4th level beast tamer, and everyone was not surprised at all. But in their hearts, they were even more impressed. Shiyu was so young, but he was only one step away from the master level, and he also contracted such a powerful ground dragon, which was simply powerful. After entering the demon sect, it is estimated that he will soon become an elite inner disciple and have the opportunity to be promoted to core disciple. At that moment, Shiyu slowly walked to the edge of the carriage, not intending to go up. Miss Chen came up and said with admiration, "Sir, you want to join the demon sect for the King Kong River water?" Shiyu looked at her. "Because, you also have a contract with a platypus. There are 2 evolutionary paths for platypus. One is the duck-billed ice beast that leads the race, and the other is the demon-suppressing duck of the king race. With your strength, you must be the king race. One of the conditions for the platypus to evolve into the demon-suppressing duck is the King Kong River water, and the King Kong River water is only available in the demon sect." So, Shiyu was surprised. The demon sect, and the King Kong River water? The duck-billed ice beast and the demon-suppressing duck are indeed the evolved forms of the platypus. The duck-billed ice beast is more common and the difficulty of evolution is not high, and the demon-suppressing duck is actually a special pet in the Minghu area. There is a holy river in the Minghu area, called the King Kong River. It is said to have the ability to wash away sins and purify filth. It is one of the holy places of Minghu. The river water here, with certain conditions, can allow many pets to evolve. The platypus is one of them. It can directly evolve from a high-level extraordinary race to a low-level king race, the demon-subduing duck. Although Shiyu didn't know how the demon sect of the Xianjian ancient country got the King Kong River water from Minghua, one of the 7 countries, it didn't matter. In fact, my brother's platypus used the King Kong River water of the demon sect to evolve into a demon-subduing duck. If you have any ideas in this regard, I can ask my brother to help you find a way. Let's talk about it after we get to the demon sect, Shiyu said. Okay, Miss Chen nodded. In fact, Shiyu was not interested in the other party's family situation, but on the way to the demon sect, Miss Chen kept talking endlessly in his ear. Coincidentally, the family pet of the Chen family is a platypus, and it is because of this that she knows so much about the evolution of the platypus. However, for Shi Yu, it doesn't matter whether your Yu evolves or not. When your Ya's strength improves, it can degenerate into the Abyss Demon Duck in one step. The Demon Subduing Duck is dispensable. However, if your Yu has more Demon Subduing Duck forms, Su should be very happy, and feel that your Yu has finally made it. Chapter 461 Shi Yu enters the Demon Sect. Following the Chen family's convoy to the Demon Sect, Shi Yu spent most of his time meditating in the carriage. Improve the level of the first and second beast control spaces. For a young and powerful genius like Shi Yu, the Chen family wanted to win him over, but Shi Yu did not give them many opportunities. Except for a pseudonym called Lin Bai, they did not get much valuable information from Shi Yu. In this regard, Miss Chenliner of the Chen family was very helpless. Was she not pretty enough? She didn't dislike this Lin Bai for being ordinary. Although he looked ordinary, his strength was indeed strong. Mr. Lin, we are about to arrive at a big city Yanchang led by the Demon Sect, and we are getting closer and closer to the mountain gate, Uncle Da said as he approached the city. Let's go to the inn to rest for a while. Young Master Chen should come out to meet us before the sect assessment, okay? In the carriage, Shi Yu opened his eyes. The Demon Sect recruited menial disciples very frequently, once a month. Although the number of recruits was not large each time, it was too frequent, so each time the recruitment was led by the inner disciples to take the entrance assessment. The big guys were not so idle. Shi Yu learned from the conversation with the Chen family that if the person taking the test has a relationship with someone in the sect, sometimes the tedious entrance test can even be waived and they can directly enter the sect. As an elite disciple of the inner sect of the Demon Sect, the young master of the Chen family is one of the examiners this time. Therefore, the young lady of the Chen family is also planning to take this opportunity to use her brother's position to find a good place. For example, the mountain that helps the sect cultivate spiritual plants is not only lucrative, but also easier than other places. It is really difficult to enter without some connections. A fourth-level beast master, a ground dragon of the contracted Monarch race, and a platypus with extraordinary combat power at the commander level. Where did this beast master come from? His strength is quite good. That day, inside the Demon Sect, a young man in black received a letter from his family. He was nervous about the attack of the fierce beast mentioned in the letter, and then he was extremely curious about Shi Yu who saved the family members. A group of leaf mantises, probably because a mantis king appeared in the forest, forced them to leave their habitat. Even he did not want to face the wandering mantis group head-on. However, such a group of fierce beasts were scared away by a face-to-face encounter. Even the king race, the commander-level earth dragon, should not have such a big face. With deep doubts, Chen Luo left the sect mountain and came to Yancheng, where he found the tribe members who came from the family. Brother, inside the inn, Chenliner, the young lady of the Chen family, opened the door and immediately spoke in surprise when she saw her brother. Little sister, I'm sorry. I was on a mission before and couldn't pick you up, so you were in danger, Chen Luo said, but I'm glad you're okay, thanks to Master Lin, Chenliner said. Let's go in and talk. Demon Sect Beast Master Chen Luo pulled his little sister into the house and said, do you know the origin of this Master Lin? I don't know, but he should have joined the Demon Sect for the water of the King Kong River. In order to help the platypus evolve, and he should have come from somewhere else, otherwise he wouldn't know so little about the West, Chenliner said. Brother, he is very powerful and saved us. There should be no harm in making friends with him, Chen Luo pondered and said. That being said, you also said that he is very powerful. After entering the Demon Sect, he will probably become an inner disciple soon. Given the fierce competition in the Demon Sect, I am afraid that he will have a conflict of interest with me in the future promotion assessment, but fortunately, the purpose of his coming to the Demon Sect is the Vajra River water. I don't need it anymore, and you won't need it in the short term. This can be helped by him, as a way to repay his kindness. Yeah, Chenliner nodded. Chen Luo nodded on the surface, but in his heart he was calculating. He didn't need the Vajra River water, but other inner sect elite disciples needed it. If he helped Shi Yu and caused Shi Yu to conflict with other inner sect disciples, with Shi Yu's strength, he might be able to help him clear a large number of competitors. This way, it wouldn't be too bad. Thinking of this, he said, then I'll go visit that young Master Lin. After a while, Shi Yu, who was meditating in the inn, opened the door. He looked at the young talent with extraordinary temperament. His expression did not change. The man opposite smiled and said, Young Master Lin, I am Chen Luo, an inner disciple of the demon sect, and the elder brother of Chen Liner. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my sister's life. It's just a piece of cake, Shi Yu said. No, this favor is huge. Chen is very grateful, he said. I heard from my younger sister that Master Lin also wants to join the demon sect for the King Kong River water. When the time comes, I will definitely help him. Also, I am also one of the examiners for this demon sect entrance examination. Can I ask you, Master Lin, how strong you are? Shi Yu motioned for him to come in and sit down, and said, a 4th level beast master has 2 pets contracted. One is a king race, leader level ground dragon, and the other is a supernatural race, leader level platypus. You should know that, the ground dragon. Chen Luo smiled slightly and said, Brother Lin is indeed extraordinary. Even among the inner disciples, there are not many people who have king race pets. The demon sect is divided into menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples and core disciples. Menial disciples are basically apprentice beast masters, outer disciples are beast masters who have contracted supernatural level pets, and inner disciples are beast masters who have contracted commander level pets. As for the core disciples, they have entered the realm of kings. Contracting a king race pet is no different from stepping into the core layer of the sect. However, the situation of the demon sect is quite special. The new recruits every month are basically menial disciples. With your strength, Brother Lin, it is naturally impossible for you to be a menial disciple, but my authority is not enough to allow you to enter the inner gate directly. At most, you can enter an outer peak like my sister. If you want to enter the inner gate, I'm afraid you have to take the inner gate assessment in the sect. It doesn't matter, as long as you can enter the demon sect, Shi Yu said indifferently. Then how about I arrange for Brother Lin and my sister to enter the spiritual grass peak together? Although there will be more tasks to take care of spiritual plants, you can get 2 extra energy crystals every month. No need, just arrange me to a place where I can be promoted quickly by fighting, Shi Yu said. Chen Luo smiled bitterly and said, that's right, let's go to Devil Sword Peak. The competition here is the most brutal, but with Brother Lin's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it. By the way, before arranging Brother Lin to enter the demon sect, let me tell you about the situation of the demon sect. I seem to say that Brother Lin doesn't know much about the demon sect. Okay, Shi Yu nodded. Speaking of the demon sect, it can be said to be a good place to improve your strength. After entering the outer sect and becoming an outer sect disciple, you can go to the sword pavilion to choose a skill secret book and teach it to your pet. There are low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills. There are a total of 300 sword skills, which can be said to be an important place in the sect. Of course, you can only choose one at the beginning. So many. Shi Yu was surprised. 300 sword skills? Dong Huang doesn't have so many. If all of them were taught to Qi Tong and then merged into one skill, it would be amazing. Of course, if you want to learn these new skills, you also need some resources or special places to train. But these resources and special places can basically be exchanged directly in the sect. As for what to exchange, money, resources, everything is fine. If that doesn't work, just gamble. The demon sect supports private gambling, and there are also official gambling trials. As long as you have the strength, everything is fine. Shi Yu said that he understood. Although anyone can get a sword skill for free, if you want to learn it, you still have to rely on the sect as for how to get resources from the sect. Just buy it. It's all routine. However, it's just mutual benefit, and the sect also has to maintain operation. For outer disciples who want to be promoted to the inner sect, generally speaking, they need to have a commander level pet and pass the elders assessment. After entering the inner sect, there are many benefits. Every month, they have the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the sect and comprehend the sword will of the sect's predecessors. However, only by cultivating a king level pet and becoming a core disciple of the sect can you be considered to have truly entered the demon sect. At that time, not only can you choose one of the 6 super level sword skills inherited in the demon sect to teach your pet, but you will also have the opportunity to represent the demon sect in the annual sword test conference. Shi Yu was slightly startled. Do you need a king level pet to represent the demon sect in the sword test conference? It seems that you have to hurry up to upgrade the second beast control space to level 5, and then let Xiaoji and Yale break through. In Shi Yu's opinion, these are not difficult and can be achieved soon. As for the King Kong River water that Brother Lin wants, you will have a chance to get it after entering the inner gate. You need to compete with a group of inner gate disciples. It is extremely cruel. Even many old people who can obviously be promoted to core disciples will stay in the inner gate for the King Kong River water. I also spent a lot of effort to buy off some strong enemies and let them give up the competition to obtain this resource, Chen Luo said. Is that so? After Shiyu got this information, he nodded. So the next step is to enter the outer gate first and participate in the inner gate assessment. However, for the demon sex sword pavilion that Chen Luo said that outer gate disciples can enter, he would like to take a look first. After all, when he came to the Xianjian ancient country, Shiyu had another idea, which was to cultivate more clones of Ye, Xiaji and Shiden. They still have very few skills. This Xianjian ancient country has a lot of sword skills. Shiyu feels that he can copy them hard. This trip was not in vain. First, find 100 sword skills to teach Qitong's clone, and then merge them. In short, it's time for Yu and Xiaoji to work for Qitong. Of course, if there are suitable skills, they can also learn them. Then congratulations to Brother Lin for entering the demon sect, Chen Luo looked at Shiyu and said with a smile. Shiyu also looked at him and smiled, but this smile immediately made Chen Luo's heart jump and swallow his saliva. This guy seems to have other little thoughts. Shiyu looked at the other party and felt the other party's hidden little thoughts through telepathy, but it didn't matter, he was just a small person. There was no need to wait until the day of recruiting disciples. The next day, Shiyu was arranged by Chen Luo to the so-called Demon Sword Peak in advance, and obtained an outer disciple token and a bungalow courtyard. This bungalow courtyard is located between a bunch of courtyards and looks very crowded. Chen Luo, who is with Shiyu, said embarrassedly, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I can only inconvenience you for a while. I have contacted an inner sect elder I know. After a few days, you should be able to participate in the inner sect assessment. After you are promoted to the inner sect, the residence will be much more luxurious. It doesn't matter. Thank you, Brother Chen. I am now considered an outer sect disciple of the demon sect, right? Shiyu picked up the token and looked at the sword-shaped metal token engraved with his name and said, that means, I can go to the sword pavilion to exchange for a sword skill now. That's true. But I have a mission next, so I may not be able to go with Brother Lin. I can go by myself, Shiyu said. He and Chen Luo exchanged greetings, then looked at the new residents and shook his head. These totem countries are really backward. It's better to be modern in the Seven Kingdoms. The university dormitories in the Seven Kingdoms at least have TVs, air conditioners, and refrigerators. There's nothing here. It's outrageous. How can the beast masters of Totem Country withstand such an environment? If Shiyu hadn't thought about the hundreds of sword skills he could learn secretly, he would definitely get bored after a few days. Chapter 462, Plans can't keep up with changes. Shiyu came here, packed up, and then walked around. This mountain is very huge, and there are all kinds of facilities inside. It is said that there are thousands of beast masters on a single mountain. So many people also caused Shiyu to walk outside. When everyone saw his new face, there was no ripple at all. Everyone just had a stern face and was busy with their own things. After taking out a piece of energy crystal, Shiyu went to the cafeteria for a walk. After successfully consolidating the idea of not coming again, his goal was to the sword pavilion of the demon sect. He showed the outer disciple token to the elder guarding the pavilion who was like a gatekeeper, but the other party let Shiyu in without any reaction. The looseness made Shiyu speechless. However, when Shiyu entered the pavilion, a young man in green clothes greeted him with a smile and said, Brother, pick a skill secret book. Is it your first time here, or do you want to exchange it with contribution points? First time, Shiyu looked at him and said, well, give me the disciple token and I will register it. You can get any skill for the first time, but the next time, you will have to spend contribution points. Shiyu handed over the token. The boy in green took the token and said, Brother, what kind of skills do you need? What are the level requirements? I'll take you there, I'll go see it myself, Shiyu said. No problem, please go ahead, I'll go register, the other party said with a smile, and then left, leaving Shiyu alone to walk in. These skill secrets are all stored in a bamboo tube, displayed in a display cabinet, with their names, properties, levels, and introductions at the bottom. Wind Pressure Sword, a low-level skill of the wind system, can create a sharp blade of wind for attack, suitable for wind-type pets to learn. MMP, this is also considered a sword skill? Isn't this a wind blade? Do you think I won't recognize it if it's called something else? Leaf Blade, a low-level skill of the wood system, Can sharpen plants for slashing, suitable for plant-type pets to learn. Isn't this a low-level skill of the wood system to sharpen plants? They've all changed their names, right? You totem country is so fancy. Shiyu originally had high expectations for the so-called hundreds of sword skills of the demon sect, but as soon as he came in and saw the skill secrets on the outermost layer, he couldn't help but go deeper. These pet skills outside can be said to be worthless. He doesn't even need to come here. His third game illustrations have recorded the learning methods. There are a lot of extraordinary lives on the roadside who have mastered this skill. Shiyu directly skipped the intermediate skill area and came to the high-level skill area, only then did he see some decent skills. For example, the wave sword, a high-level water skill, can send out a slash containing the power of wave. When practiced to perfection, a slash can contain 9 layers of energy impact. It is suitable for water pets to learn and has a high learning difficulty. Sunlight slash, a high-level skill of the light element, can accumulate sunlight energy to form a light slash with extremely fast speed. Super heavy sword, a high-level skill of the earth element, can create a rock blade with gravity properties, and the weight of the rock blade is controlled by the user. Brother, why are you here? The high-level skills are too difficult to learn. It's better for you to choose a mid-level skill for the first time. At this time, the green-clothed boy ran over again and said to Shiyu, "It doesn't matter, I want this one." Shiyu didn't expect that this demon sect was really generous. A casual outer disciple had the opportunity to learn high-level skills. Aren't you afraid that someone will run away with a secret book? Well, high-level skills are indeed not necessary, and high-level sword skills like space-based sword skills will definitely not be placed here. In the end, Shiyu picked a super heavy sword for Zyoji, mainly because this skill was not recorded in the Donghuan Cultivation Atlas. In addition, after fusing the Earth Dragon fossil, Zyoji should awaken the power of gravity and lava, which can be regarded as laying the foundation in advance. Okay, the green-clothed youth didn't say much. After returning the token to Shiyu, he said, "Brother, remember the sect rules. If you want to teach super heavy sword, first, you have to train in a gravity environment, and second, you need to use super heavy rock as the main food and sword rock as a weapon for special training. These 3 things can be found in the sect, but returning to the essence, you need money. Of course, in the ancient country of Xianjian, the hard currency is still energy crystals. Of course, Shiyu has as many energy crystals as he wants." Next, Shiyu stayed temporarily in this fake identity, but he would not stay honestly. On the surface, he occasionally popped up, but behind the scenes, with the help of Chong Chong, he copied skills everywhere. In this area, it is common for beast masters to fight. When fighting, they will use skills. With the strength of Shiyu and Chong Chong, it is very simple to touch the pet without anyone noticing. On the day he arrived here, Shiyu copied an extremely rare high-level skill Sword Heart from an inner disciple of the demon sect. This skill is the same as Qitong's Sword Will, and is also a sword-related talent skill. Shiyu likes this passive skill that can stack talent and understanding. That night, because he disliked the poor environment of the courtyard, Shiyu left Chong Chong to stand guard, and returned to the ruined space to live, and prepared to teach Sword Heart to Qitong. Mimi, Qitong, in the form of a sword spirit, flew over happily, and was very happy that he had a new skill. Let me think about it. After the Sword Heart reaches the maximum level, what skill should be fused with it? Shiyu touched his chin and thought. Mimi, scapegoat, how much do you hate the scapegoat? It can't be combined, keep it. Shiyu's mouth twitched. At present, Qitong does have only the scapegoat as a high-level skill. Name, Qitong. Racial skills, superclass, crossed swords, perfect. Yangayan, perfect. Spiritual solution, perfect. Flame spirit sword body, perfect. 10,000 swords return to 1, perfect. Phoenix sword intent, perfect. Spark sword formation, perfect. Cursive flame, perfect. Professor skills, high class. Substitute, superb. Superclass, resurrection of the dead, perfect. Soul incarnation, perfect. In 2 months of hard training, most of Qitong's skills were integrated by Shiyu. For example, 10,000 swords return to 1. This original ultimate skill is a fusion of possession, clone, and multiplication. It perfectly inherits the effects of the 3 and has greatly increased its potential. This one can not only be Qitong's body, but also Shiyu's body, and even the enemy. For example, Phoenix sword intent is a fusion of sword will, Phoenix deterrence and other skills. In terms of pressure, it is more powerful than the pure royal full-level deterrence, and is catching up with the Azure Dragon divine power that comes with Chong Chong's Azure Dragon immortal body. With the sword skill entanglement, there is a greater bonus. The spark sword formation is a fusion of the energy beam, the four-symbol star formation, and the guardian flame. The biggest feature of this sword formation is that after it is created, it can absorb the light of the stars and ignite the sparks by itself. It is almost eternal. A little spark can set the prairie on fire. In addition, the sword formation has spirits and can be transformed into sword-shaped crystals as a protective equipment. The cursed flame is a fusion of the demon sword curse and the nether ghost fire. Compared with the previous nether ghost fire, it is more powerful when combined with Yangayan to perform the crossed sword. Of course, the load will be greater, and only the world where the scapegoat is injured is born. For the sword heart, it should be able to be integrated into the phoenix sword intention or the flame spirit sword body. Shiyu said, no matter what, add some first, fill up and delete as soon as possible and then copy other skills. Mimi, the next day. What Shiyu didn't expect was that Shenluo found him again so quickly. He spent half a day adding points, and successfully integrated the superb sword heart into the flame spirit sword body to make Qitong's strength even better. Brother Lin, good news, this time Shenluo came over with an unusual expression, as if he was very emotional. What's wrong? Shiyu was surprised. Do you know how many countries there are besides our Xianjian kingdom? Shiyu showed a puzzled expression. There are many countries outside the world, and I have heard of them. Yes, Shenluo said. I have a rumor that our Xianjian kingdom may be founded soon. It is said that some time ago, a message came from the outside world. The era of the gods is about to revive, and even the gods have awakened. Even under their auspices, more than 100 countries have gathered together, and the geniuses of more than 100 countries have come together to compete in a world-shaking battle. Is it so? Shiyu was quite surprised. More than 100 countries? Yes, the culture of these countries is said to be completely different from ours, with technology, magic, and orcs, which are very strange. Isn't Xianjian kingdom a closed country? It seems more feudal than Xianhu kingdom. The news of the world competition has reached the ears of Xianjian kingdom's top leaders, but now even such low-level beast masters know about it. Shiyu is curious. I heard that the competition at that time can be said to be full of legends, and masters are worse than dogs. Moreover, these geniuses are all under 30 years old. The gold content can completely beat our country's sword test conference. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I didn't see the content of the competition. Shenluo's expression was particularly regretful. Shiyu was calm. It's not a big problem. Although you didn't see the process of the game, you saw the world champion. Then what? Shiyu asked. It seems that such a competition will be held again soon. Last time, our Xianjian nation did not participate, but this time, it seems that they are interested in participating. Now everyone in the sect is discussing this matter. I also learned about it from an elder who has a good relationship with him. Shiyu understood that the demigod of Xianjian nation missed the first-hand news of the myth revival and is now regretting it. Maybe he originally thought it was just an ordinary world competition, but who knew that such explosive news about the myth revival would be revealed. The current situation is that this year's sword test conference, the Heavenly Sword Ruins trial, seems to be held in advance, just 1 month later, and it is the largest trial. A group of talented people with potential will be selected in the country and trained immediately to face that special competition, and because of this incident, our sect is currently expanding the number of core disciples in the near future. You don't have to be a level 5 beast master, nor do you have to have a king level pet. As long as you have good potential and talent, you can directly become a core disciple and enjoy the sect's training, and then go to the sword test conference next month together. I told the elder about your situation, and he said that you can directly participate in the assessment of core disciples. Of course, I can too. Really, of course. Shiyu's heart shuddered. Good guy, good guy, good guy. Fortunately I came to the Heavenly Sword Kingdom in advance, otherwise if I wasted another month, wouldn't I miss the Ruins trial directly? I don't know when I want to go in again. Lin said that he was not in a hurry, just believe it. Luck, fake. What is the assessment content of the core disciples? Shiyu asked. Chen Luo said, you need to defeat a king-level trial beast, and the elders will judge whether you have the potential to become a core disciple. The assessment will be in 3 days and will last for a week. Both inner and outer disciples can participate in the assessment. If you are promoted to core disciple, you can directly apply to the sect for training resources. Brother Lin may be able to directly obtain the King Kong River water you want, then I will wait for 3 days, Shiyu nodded. Isn't it just a requirement to have quasi-master level combat power? The requirements are not high. 3 days later, Trial Peak. Shiyu came here. At this moment, thousands of people gathered here, surrounding a huge duel arena. In the duel arena, a group of low-level king races, king-level saber-toothed rhinos were standing there. The huge size, blade-like fangs, and golden stone bodies exuded a faint deterrence that made the surrounding demon sect beast masters a little uneasy. Chen Luo arrived early. After seeing Shiyu, he called out, "Brother Lin, please register and queue up for the assessment. You are now an outer sect disciple. If you want to participate in the assessment, you need to fill in the name of the recommender. Just fill in Elder Lu. It's okay if you don't pass, but if you pass, Elder Lu will also have some benefits. When you become a core disciple, he can also take care of us," Shiyu said. Okay, this mechanism always made Shiyu feel that the top leaders of the demon sect encouraged the elders to go around and win over geniuses. Outer sect? Register your information. Shiyu went to the place Chen Luo said, and the registration staff handed him a brush and a booklet. Shiyu wrote down his name and background in the booklet. As for the background, it must be a wandering genius background that looks real but cannot be examined after the memories of many disciples of the demon sect were stolen by the bugs. After completing it, Shiyu went to queue up. At this time, Chen Luo, who had been responsible for delivering messages to Shiyu, also came over again with a smile. This time, there were 2 disciples, a man and a woman, wearing inner sect clothes beside him. Brother Lin, this is Hao, this is Hong Ran, both are inner disciples, and this time there is a great chance that they will become core disciples. This is the Brother Lin Bai who saved my younger sister that I mentioned before. Chen Luo introduced Shiyu and the others to each other. Shiyu was in a headache and started to greet these people. At the same time, on the duel field, the assessment of the core disciples was in full swing. On the high platform, 5 beast masters sat on the high ground, both men and women, old and strong. They seemed to be the inner elders mentioned by Chen Luo, and they were in charge of the assessment of the core disciples. Below, every person who came up had to send out a pet to fight with a saber-toothed rhino in the duel field. However, inner disciples are inner disciples after all. Few of them have reached level 5, and even fewer have pets that have reached the king level. It is still too difficult to challenge the king level saber-toothed rhino of the king race. Bang! An inner sect disciple who had just gone up, possessed by a sword ghost, riding a unicorn sword horse, and a group of thorny sword grass as an aid, did not last a single round, and was directly knocked over by the saber-toothed rhino. A big hole was directly pushed out on the body of the unicorn sword horse, and blood was flowing non-stop. On the high platform, a short-haired gray assessment elder said lightly, "The next one who failed." The registration list was passed up one after another, and the expressions of these elders looked very leisurely, as if they were watching the fun. The king race, king-level saber-toothed rhino. Whether it is the sword horn or the sword tooth, it is an amazing killing weapon. The combination of gold and earth also makes it very resistant and very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, these saber-toothed rhinos did not use super-level skills and deterrence. Otherwise, the assessors who just went up would not survive and would be defeated faster, Chen Luo said beside him. Brother Lin, what do you think? Har and Hong Ren asked Shiyu, because even Chen Luo only knew that Shiyu was very strong, but he had never personally verified his strength. It is indeed difficult to deal with, Shiyu said. These saber-toothed rhinos all have an energy value of 100 W. Xiaoji and Ya, if they don't explode, currently have an energy value of tens of thousands, which is a difference of more than 10 times. In fact, it's not surprising that those people lost so badly. Even if he only used the pets of the second team to fight, he might have to be extremely serious in normal battles without exposing the trump cards such as the will of the Overlord, so that Xiaoji and Ye can cooperate well. Moreover, it is not just about defeating the enemy, but also about getting recognition. In this case, he has to be more serious. But not too serious. Next, Demon Sword Peak, Lin Bai. After a long time, Shiyu waited for his name. So far, only 2 people have passed the inner door assessment. One is that the 4 pets cooperate well, and their attributes and abilities just restrain the trial beasts. The other, Although the pet has not reached the king level, the Beastmaster himself has reached level 5. With a blessing of a stronger strengthening talent, he successfully defeated the trial. After hearing his name, Shiyu looked at Chenluo and the others, as if asking, "Didn't you sign up?" "Brother Lin, go first," Chenluo said with a smile. "One of my pets is injured and has not recovered yet." Shiyu did not comment and walked directly towards the duel field. At this time, as Shiyu walked towards the duel field in the clothes of an outer disciple, the people around him instantly talked about it. "Outer sect, what's going on? I heard that if there is an elder's recommendation, the outer sect can also directly participate in the core assessment. It should be a genius that an elder temporarily pulled from the family. It depends on his strength." On the high platform, as Shiyu walked out, a plump beautiful woman looked at the short and wretched old man next to her. "Elder Lu, the person you recommended." Elder Lu was stunned. At first, he had no impression of Shiyu, but then he remembered that it seemed that a talented inner disciple recommended someone to him. The contract has a ground dragon of the king race, so it must have the potential to be a master. If it grows normally, it will become a core disciple. I just recommended it casually. I don't know the strength, but it should be good, Elder Lu said casually. That inner disciple was not so good as to lie in front of him. Under the gaze of everyone, Shiyu has already stepped onto the duel field. On the opposite side, among the beasts, a very oppressive saber-toothed rhino slowly walked out. It is over 5 meters long and 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its body looks bulky, but it also looks extremely powerful. It is covered with thick skin-like armor, and has a single horn like a sword blade on its snout. With the 2 saber teeth under its mouth, it looks like a 3-sword swordsman. Roar, the stone-like figure roared, with the cold light flashing in its eyes. After the huge saber-toothed rhino was released, it moved towards Shiyu. At this time, under the gaze of everyone, Shiyu also summoned his pet. Whoosh whoosh, a strong wind rose, and the blue light spots quickly connected into a trajectory, forming a huge circular pattern array like a star map that appeared on the ground. Blue summoning diagram, 4th level Beastmaster. This outer sect is really not simple. Seeing Shiyu's level, everyone was slightly surprised, showing an expression of as expected. The next moment, their expressions were even more surprised. Roar, because the figure that appeared on the summoning diagram array was actually a dragon. A body of earth-brown dragon scales, majestic and domineering deep gray eyes, crawling on the ground, and a body even larger than the saber-toothed rhino. A sub-dragon of the king race, a ground dragon. What is his origin? The king race is fine, but it's actually a dragon race, and, duck-billed platypus? Not a duck-billed ice beast, but a platypus. Wait, there are only 2. Everyone was surprised at the king race's pet beast at first. But when they saw that the second pet beast summoned by Shiyu was only of the extraordinary race, and only summoned 2 pet beasts, they soon became extremely confused. Roar, Zyagi was proud. Scum duck, I degenerate and look better than you. Duck, damn duck. Boom boom. Before they could get too confused, the saber-toothed rhino started to get restless, as if it sensed the threat of the ground dragon. It roared loudly, and its whole body burst into deterrence. Fortunately, it was only a skilled level deterrence, and it had not yet formed a king's aura. The Zyagi and Yaya on the opposite side were not affected at all. After all, they had a medium will and a dominant will, and it was not a joke. Roar, at the same time, the saber-toothed rhino charged directly, and 2 of its fangs and 1 of its horns flashed a golden brown light. Seeing this, most of the disciples opened their mouths wide. They did not expect that this saber-toothed rhino would use the superclass race skill, the triangular heavy sword. Was it the dragon bloodline of the ground dragon that put pressure on it? He used a superclass skill right away. It's hard for the opponent to resist. There's no room for maneuver or looking for opportunities. Look at his beast control talent. He doesn't look panicked. He must have a strong beast control talent. Everyone judged that Shiyu's only chance of winning was his beast control talent. However, the following development was completely different from what everyone thought. Shiyu had no intention of using his beast control talent at all. Roar, facing the full strength attack of the king-level saber-toothed rhinoceros, the huge ground dragon rushed forward with red eyes, and its body hit the triangular heavy sword. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Don't want to die. A level lower, but still withstanding the superclass skill. The challengers whose bodies had holes just now were a lesson for us. However, under the huge strength of the saber-toothed rhinoceros, Everyone found it incredible that the physical strength of the ground dragon was also terrible. The scales were only slightly broken and fine lines appeared, which was not even a minor injury. Roar, Zyagi roared. Trash, although its energy value is limited by its low level, its physique, after being beaten for so long, has long surpassed a general commander level. Moreover, the activation of the reverse scale now also further enhances Zyagi's physical potential. It is the superclass racial skill of the Earth Dragon, the reverse scale. This skill strengthens its power. However, this commander-level Earth Dragon can actually control the reverse scale state. This scene also made the inner door elders show unexpected expressions. There are two ways for the Earth Dragon to control the reverse scale. One is the reverse scale proficiency, and the other is the will. This Earth Dragon may have an extraordinary will. However, what they don't know is that Zyagi is a weirdo. He is simply afraid of losing his mind because he dare not get angry. He is afraid of being beaten. The two giant beasts collided with each other, and the next moment, there was a boom. Although the Earth Dragon was not strong enough to be pushed out and its huge body was smashed out, the saber-toothed rhino was obviously knocked unconscious, and its body retreated and was dizzy in place for a moment. And the next moment, the platypus, which had been ignored by people, moved, opened its closed palms, and two water blades appeared in its hands. At the moment when the small plane was smashed away, its figure flashed away. In Yaya's mouth, eyes, and mouth, water ripples seemed to flow. With full concentration, this blow hit the heart, and it had been waiting for a long time. The action was like flowing water, descending on the king-level ground dragon head that was dizzy for a moment. The two water blades directly inserted into the weak point of the saber-toothed rhino with both hands, the eyes. Roar, the water burst. The huge body of the saber-toothed rhino retreated again, and the eyes, mouth, and nostrils continued to bleed. It released skills like crazy in pain. Under the threat, Yaya stepped on its body, retreated lightly, and fell to the ground. This attack was an absolute heavy blow to the saber-toothed rhino. No one expected that this duck, with only two skills, could give such a fatal blow to an opponent one level higher than itself. It could concentrate on using a critical strike despite the deterrence. The combat awareness of this platypus was beyond everyone's imagination. Duck, neck, however, everyone found that Shiyu and his team's combo had not yet ended. The platypus retreated, and the huge ground dragon that was knocked away actually looked like it was not injured at all. It stirred up the dust, and condensed the ground blade with both hands. It kept running close to the saber-toothed rhino, easily dodged its panicked attack, and directly chopped it on its second weak point, the neck. Because of the duck's attack, the saber-toothed rhino was not so aware of using defensive skills at this time. After Zyagi's chopped, everyone saw that the huge body of the saber-toothed rhino was directly smashed away by a sword, fell to the ground, and twitched. Although it still had strength, its weaknesses were attacked one after another, and its brain consciousness was blurred. A dragon and a duck, quietly close to each other, looking at the enemy, tacitly. Shiyu nodded without any surprise. The disciples and elders who were watching the battle all showed astonishment at this moment. This guy's combat experience. What's going on? Fighting against opponents of higher levels, not only is he not stressed, but he is also suppressing the opponent. Brother Chen, you are wrong. This guy is not strong at all. He is a pervert. Chen Luo's two friends were surprised at Shiyu's performance. Good. At this time, Elder Lu was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, well done. I haven't seen a beast master who fights so neatly among the inner disciples for a long time. You are qualified. From today on, you will also enjoy the training treatment of core disciples. Elder Lu was completely overjoyed. He didn't expect Chen Luo to push such a genius to him. This Lin Bai seemed to have joined the demon sect for some reason. To evolve the platypus? This is simple. As long as he can reach level 5 as soon as possible, it's just King Kong River water. It's easy. Chapter 463 Duck Evolution. Brother Lin is so powerful, it's just like a god descending from heaven. Shiyu came down from the dual field. After he came down, everyone looked at him in surprise, and Chen Luo and others who knew Shiyu squeezed in with their mouths slightly opened. Especially Chen Luo, who knew that Shiyu was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Not bad, Shiyu responded calmly, thinking that you guys are good at talking. Although it is an ancient totem country, it speaks much better than modern people. If it were those beast masters in college, they would definitely say fuck, awesome, 666. Contemporary college beastmasters are really not very cultured. This is too neat and tidy. Chen Luo still couldn't help but marvel. He guaranteed that if he went up, he would not be able to be as smooth as Shi Yu. Nothing, just that I experienced more battles when I was wandering, Shi Yu said. Where should I go next? I should be considered a core disciple now. The elders just now seemed to say that he was qualified. Chen Luo said, after today's assessment, an elder will come to find you. Brother Lin, don't worry, why don't we go celebrate to congratulate Brother Lin on his promotion to the core? I will do my best next time. I'll wait for the elder to contact me. Shi Yu left neatly, leaving Chen Luo and others stunned. Damn, it's great to be promoted to the core, why is he so withdrawn? After completing the core disciple assessment, Shi Yu decisively waited. It was approaching evening. Sure enough, the elder Lu who was in charge of the core assessment appeared outside Shi Yu's residence. Is Lin Bai here? Before he had time to say more, a spiritual insect silk suddenly flew out of the room. Without his noticing, it entered his body. A 6th level beastmaster and an inner sect elder is also considered a very core senior. Next, Shi Yu plans to use his identity to completely settle down in the demon sect to avoid constant trouble. As for the next level, the influence of insects will not be so stable. After Chang Chong controlled his mind through the Queen Mother's telekinesis, Elder Lu was stunned. Elder Lu, Abba, genius, genius. He must be accepted as a disciple. After a while, Shi Yu not only got the clothes and token of the core disciple, but also became a super genius that was very worthy of training in the eyes of Elder Lu. If Chang Chong had not always influenced his decision-making, he would have immediately accepted Shi Yu as his personal disciple. With Elder Lu as a high-level tool, Shi Yu felt that he should be very comfortable next. Inside the house, Shi Yu took the core disciple token and analyzed it carefully. Inner disciples can enter the secret realm on the mountain and help pets comprehend sword skills. Sword skills are, to put it bluntly, skills similar to deterrence, similar to dragon power, but the foundation is stronger than deterrence, and can directly entangle to enhance the power of skills. Chi Tong has already fused Phoenix Sword Will with full-level Sword Will and deterrence, and learning ordinary Sword Will is just icing on the cake. The key is one of the superclass inheritances of the demon sect, the Sword Will of Destruction. Before leaving, you must learn it or copy it. Becoming a core disciple of the demon sect will have the opportunity to learn one of the 6 superclass skills, and the Sword Will of Destruction is one of them. And it is also the most valuable one. It is a sword skill that contains the nature of death. Under the attack of the Sword Will of Destruction, the vitality of all things will be cut off. However, this skill is difficult to learn. At present, the demon sect seems to have only 2 extraordinary lives mastering it. One is the totem guardian of the demon sect, and the other is the trump sword pet of the current demon sect master. These 2, one is a totem-level creature, and the other is a legendary beast master with good strength. It may not be easy to copy them without being noticed. However, this skill cannot be abandoned. Shi Yu really wants to copy it and teach it to Chi Tong's soul incarnation. It can complement the soul-raising sword given by the pig god, and it is a life and a death. Although skills such as the resurrection of the dead also have a chance to cultivate the rules of death, they are not the main sword skills after all. After thinking about it, Shi Yu prepared to go to the Holy Land to comprehend it directly. With Chi Tong's natural comprehension, what if he can learn it directly? But now, from the memory of Elder Lu, it is known that the most important thing at the moment is to quickly become a level 5 Beastmaster. If you can't reach level 5 in a month, even if the elders strongly recommend it, it may be difficult to represent the demon sect to participate in the sword test conference. The entry threshold of this sword test conference is likely to be raised to level 5. In short, when you reach level 5, you will be the real core. In this special period, if you are valued by the elders, you may directly obtain good resources. Nearly a month later, under the care of Elder Lu, Shi Yu thrived in the demon sect because he was a genius that Elder Lu valued and cultivated. No one came to disturb Shi Yu. Shi Yu enjoyed his leisure time and cultivated Chi Tong in depth. First of all, Shi Yu completely improved Chi Tong's soul incarnation skills to the level of perfection. Just like the super alloy at the beginning, this time, Chi Tong's evolutionary skills were also very good and proficient. There are 4 avatars of the soul incarnation level. At present, these 4 avatars have begun to be cultivated by Shi Yu one after another. 1 swallowed the hollow flame, the fragments of the spirit world, mastered the changes in space, and became the sword of space. One grew up with the help of the flame of regeneration, constantly comprehended the rules of life, and turned himself into the sword of life. The other, with the help of Shi Yu and Elder Lu, entered the secret realm and comprehended the sword of extinction in the secret realm of the demon sect. Because of Chi Tong's inherent strong swordsmanship talent, plus the fruit of the world tree, Shi Yu only spent a few days, without having to copy it at all, and Chi Tong's clone turned into the sword of death and comprehended the sword of extinction. As for the last one, Shi Yu has not had time to cultivate it, mainly because he lacks cultivation materials and is waiting for the god-level meteorite iron from the Xianjian ruins. At present, these clones, with the help of a bunch of legendary resources and even god-level resources, are stronger than the Levin's Dao Dao Bear clone. After more than half a month, the preparations for Chi Tong's evolution can be said to be completely coming to an end. At the same time, Shi Yu was not idle. He copied a total of 21 sword skills suitable for Chi Tong and taught them to Chi Tong's clones, and even merged them. As for why he didn't teach it directly to the main body, it was because the nature of the superb soul incarnation is very similar to the fusion of skills. In the end, the stronger the power mastered by the clone, the stronger the new skills that can be awakened as one during the fusion evolution. For the perfect evolution of Chi Tong, Shi Yu can be said to be broken-hearted. The evolution of other pets has never been so fully prepared. This is also because Chi Tong has no corresponding spiritual realm, and Shi Yu also promised to evolve it to be strong, so he can only pile up the foundation, and the resources. Of course, watching the graceful and very seductive Chi Tong practicing sword in the ruins every day is also one of the few opportunities for Shi Yu to relax during this period. In addition, although he was madly stealing skills during this period, Shi Yu's own practice did not fall behind. The level of his second beast control space finally reached level 5, the master level, and was getting closer and closer to the level of the first beast control space. The original Shi Yu complained every day that the contract position was not enough, but now, the contract position far exceeds the number of pets around him. Now, without the level of space suppression, Shi Yu can finally let Xiaoji and Yale break through to the king level. Lin Bai, at present, Elder Lu, who has become his own man, has no idea that he has been working madly for Shi Yu for nearly a month, like a nanny. This is the water of the King Kong River and the evil demon flower. After hearing that Shi Yu had reached level 5, the short Elder Lu immediately applied for the platypus evolution resources from the sect and came to offer them to Shi Yu. Let the platypus eat the evil demon flower, and then come into contact with the water of the King Kong River. With the power of the King Kong River water, it can purify the evil demon power. If it succeeds, it can evolve into a demon-suppressing duck. If it fails, it may lose its will, fall into a state of confusion, or even break free from the contract. So if you want to evolve the platypus, be prepared, do your best. As long as your platypus completes the evolution, you can contract 2 king-level pets of the monarch race, and it is almost 100% possible to represent the demon sect to participate in this sword test conference. Thank you, Elder Lu. Shi Yu took the evolution resources and thanked him. After Elder Lu left, Shi Yu took the King Kong River water and the evil demon flower and fell into deep thought. Let Ye evolve first. It's really pitiful that its skill bar is too pitiful. During this period, Shi Yu did not forget to cultivate Xiaoji and Ye, but the investment was definitely not as big as a team. At present, the growth of Xiaoji and Ye depends entirely on the experiments of Team 1. For example, Shenbao made so many world tree fruits that can enhance comprehension. If we don't use them for experiments, who else can we use for experiments? Therefore, Xiaoji learned the super heavy sword, and Ye also learned the wave sword. Xiaoji is fine, with enough skills. After all, it is a dominant race. Ye is miserable. It is an extraordinary race, but it only has 4 skills in total. Intermediate, water blade, critical hit, purification, high level, wave sword. There are 2 more professor skills, non-racial skills. I don't know how many skills can be awakened by completely awakening the power of the abyss and swallowing the abyss seeds, but as of now, the foundation is too weak. Shi Yu's team is still unable to train them, and they don't have time to find contract skills for Team 2 and then merge them, so it's better to evolve them once more now. After all, the more times they evolve, the stronger their foundation. Demon subduing duck. The evolution mechanism is to suppress the power of evil demons with the power of purification. It's quite similar to Ye's current state. After all, It is currently suppressing the power of the abyss with a full-level purification. I remember that the super-level skill of demon subduing duck seems to be the skill to restrain the power of evil demons. After learning this, it can be more stable after evolving into the abyss demon duck, so as not to run away. Shi Yu carried the resources and walked into the room and entered the ruins. He left Chong Chong to stand guard and isolate the space fluctuations, so that no one would find that Shi Yu frequently entered and exited other spaces. Inside the ruins, Ye was holding a wave sword and was fighting fiercely with Xiaoji, who was holding an ultra-heavy sword, training his own strength and preparing for the sword test meeting. Roar, I am the king of the earth. Yeah, what king do you want to be? Ye used a critical wave sword to smash Xiaoji away, and was also knocked away. Boom boom. In the smoke and dust, the two pets were blown away one after another. Shi Yu, who had just entered, happened to appear in the middle of Xiaoji's backward flight. In desperation, he caught and lifted up the 10-meter-long Xiaoji with one hand and threw it to the side. Bang! Xiaoji, Greek letter sigma, degree. You're in the backward flight, W Yang. As expected, even the Beastmaster himself couldn't beat it. After the two pets stopped fighting, Shi Yu said, you two get ready, Xiaoji, you go to the gravity field created by the bugs, and use the pressure of gravity to break through to the king level. Yoya, come here, and make an evolutionary breakthrough. You two don't need to suppress your level anymore. Break through to the king level today. Roar, Yang, king? Xiaoji and Yoya were particularly excited. Can I finally break through? Roar, but, evolutionary breakthrough? Xiaoji looked at Yoya, and then at Shi Yu. It's the previous demon subduing duck. Roar, then I'll wait for it to break through first before I break through, Xiaoji said. Ye had a look of disgust on her face, not wanting to be looked at by Xiaoji. And Shi Yu, on the other hand, smiled and handed the bottle of golden King Kong river water and the black evil flower in the container to Ye. Here it comes, here it comes. Let me scan the evolutionary resources first, ning ning ning. At the same time, Ye's big sister Susu and Lin, who was in charge of the growth planning of the entire team, also rushed to the scene as soon as possible. Lin was always worried that there were unruly people who wanted to harm them, so she scanned the resources from the outside world very strictly and seriously. However, Susu shrugged her shoulders. The evolutionary process of the demon subduing duck originally required heating poison. Okay, although the evolutionary materials are a bit inferior, it is enough for you, Lin said. Yeah! Exclamation mark. Ye crushed the container of the evil flower with a tragic expression, stuffed the flower into her mouth, and started chewing it. Facing the gazes of a group of people, the next moment, the evil power of the evil flower turned into a wave, eroding Ye's whole body. But, there was no time to contact the water of the King Kong River to fight against the evil power. This evil power was directly conquered by Ye's strong will and rich experience in fighting against the power of the abyss. The whole body was wrapped in the evil power, and Ye's expression was calm. Yeah. That's it? Lin, don't be naughty, activate some power of the abyss and integrate it into the evil power, and then contact the water of the King Kong River, yeah. Hearing this, Ye nodded, and the next moment, it took out an abyss samsara bean and swallowed it into its stomach. At the same time, Ye crushed a bottle containing the Vajra river water, and the golden water flowed along its arm and began to flow to its whole body. The purifying water itself was also filled with weak power at this moment. In an instant, a monstrous demonic energy first appeared on Ye's body, and then, under the sparkling waves, a golden light as holy as the Buddha began to fight against the evil demonic energy. Duck! Yoyo cried, the will of the Overlord burst out, and its energy value continued to rise 10W, 20W, 50W, 100W. In the end, Yoya's energy value stayed at 2 million. Shi Yu was very surprised. Because the demon subduing duck is just a low-level king race, and Yoya's skill proficiency is not that high, can its energy value be so high after evolution? It should be the will of the Overlord, the power of the abyss, and the power of purification that enhanced the effect of evolution. It's a pity that it only has one super-level skill. But even so, our own demon subduing duck should not be as simple as a low-level king race. It feels like it can be rated as a quasi-overlord race. Under the cover of the golden light of evolution, Yoya's body has reached a height of nearly 2 meters. The blue skin has disappeared all over his body, and instead, there is a sturdy duck form with a body as white as golden water and the color of the King Kong Buddha. Duck! Yea! King Kong glared, with a domineering aura. In his hand, gold and water lingered, and a pestle-shaped weapon was condensed in his hand. Skill, demon subduing pestle. Level, super level. Attribute, water. Introduction, a weapon skill that can eliminate all kinds of sins and destroy all kinds of evil demonic forces. Name, demon subduing duck. Attribute, water. Racial level, high king, quasi-overlord. Growth level, king level. Racial skills, intermediate. Water blade, superb plus. Critical hit, superb plus. Advanced, heart sword. Entry level, super level. Demon subduing pestle. Entry level. Professor skills, intermediate. Purification, skills are close to the Tao. Advanced, wave sword. Mastery, deterrence. Entry level, roar. At this time, looking at Ye, who looked extremely holy and whose energy fluctuations seemed stronger than he had imagined, Xiaoji was silent. So fierce? Susu was very pleased that Ye's demon subduing duck form didn't look so dirty anymore. Ning, worth encouraging. Yeah, at this time, Yu was excited to show her strength to Shiyu, Susu and the others. In addition to the demon subduing pestle, there is also a heart sword. Skill, heart sword. Level, advanced. Attribute, spirit. Introduction, the sword cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul. The heart sword can cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires of oneself and the enemy. Yeah, Yu looked at Xiaoji and said that she could help it practice the reverse scale skill. The heart sword can suppress anger and quickly improve the proficiency of the reverse scale, but the premise is to recognize that the land is also the territory of the sea. Roar, climb, climb, climb. I'm going to break through now, and then fight after the breakthrough. Facing the aggressive duck at this time, Xiaoji felt very pressured. The demon subduing duck, one of the special pets in the Minghu area, is somewhat like a Buddhist. Shiyu said, okay, here comes another fellow Buddhist and demon practitioner on team 2. Although the evolution was a bit bumpy, seeing Ye successfully awaken a heart sword and the demon subduing pestle, Shiyu understood that it would be smoother for it to fuse the power of the abyss and master the abyss form. At least it would not be easily lost in the power of the abyss. Roar, roar, roar. After Ye evolved and broke through, Xiaoji also ran to the gravity area with high morale. Damn, seeing that Ye was a little unusual after the evolution and breakthrough, Xiaoji felt that the pressure of gravity alone might not be enough, and it would apply to Chongchong for a baptism of gravity and magma together to break through and crush the duck to death. Chapter 464, Renewable Resource Meteorite appears. After Ye evolved and broke through, Xiaoji also followed suit. In an extremely high pressure and high temperature environment, it tapped its potential to the extreme. After its breakthrough, its energy value reached 2.5 million, firmly suppressing Ye. After all, Xiaoji is a dominant race mechanical fantasy beast transformed by Lin using the fossils of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Earth Dragon. In terms of potential, it must be higher than the average demon subduing duck, which is normal. The premise is that Ye does not take drugs and awakens the power of the previous life. In short, after both sides finished, Xiaoji and Ye started a new round of war. Shiyu chose to ignore it. As long as the battle does not cause any accidental discharges and can improve each other, he basically turned a blind eye. Time passed quickly. After learning that Shiyu had broken through, Shiyu continued to add some skills to Qitong. Elder Lu had successfully recommended him as one of the beast masters of the demon sect to represent the demon sect in the sword trial conference. This time, the demon sect had a total of 32 recommended core disciples, all of whom were at the master level or above, and there was even a young sect master who reached a legendary level. However, in the eyes of the demon sect, most people are just runners-up for the young master, so they don't pay too much attention. The value here has almost been squeezed out. In the courtyard of the core disciples, Shiyu counted the harvests copied here during this period, and was very satisfied. Now, just waiting for the final closing. A few days later, Shiyu followed the large army of the demon sect, crossed the western part of the Heavenly Sword Country, and came to the Sword God Mountain in the center of the Heavenly Sword Country. This land is vast and boundless, and the mountains are ancient and steep, like a sword piercing the sky. As he went deeper, Shiyu could feel that this must be an ancient battlefield. Even a wild grass on the side of the road has a faint sword intent fluctuation. It's worthy of being the holy land of the Heavenly Sword Country, Chenluo sighed with great emotion. In a month, Shiyu didn't know how he broke through the 5th level, obtained a king-level pet, and represented the demon sect to participate in the competition. But after a careful count, the beast control strength of the totem country is indeed far behind the 7 countries. The Sword God Mountain is ahead. Once you arrive at the Holy Land, you are not allowed to act on your own. The leader of the demon sect this time is the legendary leader of the demon sect, Mo Ling, a beautiful woman who is as cold as ice. It is said that she is born with a sword body, and her talent for controlling beasts is a rare sword intent enhancement. She was adopted and raised by the totem guardian god of the demon sect, the dark sky sword feathered divine eagle. After defeating the previous legendary leader, she successfully succeeded to the throne. The so-called demon sect, seemingly majestic, is one of the 2 major forces in the Sky Sword Kingdom. In fact, it is just like doing odd jobs for the totem-level Dark Sky Sword Feathered Divine Eagle. After all, it is more convenient to have a group of servants prepare the food for you than to find it yourself. Every month, the sect must offer a large amount of energy crystals to the totem creatures, and one meal cannot be missed. Totems such as gem cats and owls must like this very much. Master, it's from the sword sect. Next to Mo Ling, a young man in his 20s with sword eyebrows and starry eyes suddenly looked up at the sky. Roar! Several overlord-level flying dragons were dragging a huge palace in the air, also flying towards the direction of Jianshan Mountain. Don't worry about them. On the side of the demon sect, after seeing the biggest competitor, the sword sect, the various high-level officials spoke calmly. Shi Yumeng mixed in the crowd, yawning. It was none of his business. He couldn't wait to enter the ruins. At the same time, he hummed a little song in his heart. The young Beastmaster has gone through hardships, tasted a little bitterness, and endured the long night. Soon after, the demon sect arrived at Jianshan Mountain and came to their own mountain. The Sword Test Conference is a grand event in Xianjian country, gathering dozens of large and small forces, and gathering Beastmaster talents from all over the country. At the same time, it is also a rare moment for the Beastmasters of Xianjian country to worship the contemporary demigod of Xianjian country, the Sword Ghost God. The contemporary demigod of Xianjian country is also a dead spirit life, like the founder of Xianjian country. It can even be said that they are from the same family, and they are all bred from antique swords. In this era when antique swords cannot become spirits, these old antiques that survived from the old times can be said to be getting fewer and fewer. After Shi Yu and his companions arrived at the top of the demon sect's mountain, they looked at the main peak. There was a white-haired old man who was meditating with his eyes closed. This man was the host of the Sword Test Conference, the spokesperson of the Sword Ghost God, and the only legendary Beastmaster of the Xianjian Kingdom. During the Sword Ghost God's sleep, he was responsible for all affairs. Are you all here? At this time, various forces have gathered on the large and small mountains. At this time, as more and more people came, the white-haired old man finally opened his eyes. Before the Sword Test Conference begins, please invite the Sword God. Although he was old, his voice was very penetrating and spread across every towering mountain. Please invite the Sword God. As he finished speaking, representatives of various forces, including the demon sect master Mo Ling, spoke together regardless of their status. In fact, before Shi Yu came, he was also taught the procedures and rules of the sword test by Elder Lu. At this time, he was like a charlatan, chanting with everyone. Please Sword God, it was just a word. He just wanted the Sword God of the Heavenly Sword Kingdom to come out and open the door to the secret realm for him. After coming here, Shi Yu asked Chong Chong to secretly sense it, but he didn't sense any heavenly sword relics. It was indeed not so easy to find a relic close to the god level. However, when Chong Chong reaches the totem level and has mastered the space to perfection, it should not be so difficult. Please Sword God, hundreds of voices echoed in the Sword God Mountain. At the same time, space ripples appeared in the sky. Boom! Under a thunder, it seemed that the sleeping sword ghost was awakened, and the sky suddenly darkened. Crack! A huge space crack appeared in the air, and then a huge spirit body with a dark red body, like a demon, emerged. At this time, it was filled with a monstrous dark aura, and the evil current surged, radiating black light all over the sky, with an incomparable might. Please ask the Sword God. The voice was still echoing, but as the spokesperson of the Sword Ghost God, the white-haired old man was obviously stunned when the Sword God appeared. Because he sensed an unusual aura on the other party, which was very different from the appearance in previous years. Including the leaders of other forces, they all noticed the abnormality of the Sword Ghost God, but they didn't care too much, just thinking that the Sword God had made another breakthrough. Among the crowd, only one person's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing an extremely incredible expression, looking at the sky. This person was Shiyu. Just because he sensed a very familiar and unmistakable aura of the meteor clan on the sword ghost god of the heavenly sword kingdom. How is it possible? Who is it? Shiyu murmured in his heart. Boom. Under his incredible gaze, the sword demon god, who was supposed to appear this time, preside over the sword test conference and open the heavenly sword ruins for the geniuses in the sword test conference, fell directly from the ripples of space. Fell suddenly. It was like a corpse thrown from a high altitude, turning into a meteor that hit the air and landed with a boom. The sword demon god's materialized spiritual body fell to the ground, causing a huge noise, making everyone present look up in astonishment, their eyes full of horror, confusion and puzzlement. Looking at the huge body falling down in front of him, under the aftermath of the storm, the spokesperson of the sword ghost god, the white-haired old man, almost instantly widened his eyes, took a step back, and said in a hoarse voice, "No, it's impossible, the sword god is killed." Alert everyone, what? Impossible. Sword god, at this moment, as the huge body fell, the spokesperson of the sword ghost god shouted inconceivably, and the beastmasters from all over the Xianjian kingdom who participated in the sword conference spoke in disbelief and shock. Swish. A group of beastmasters on the side of the demon sect looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. The demigod was killed? What a joke. The enemy is in the sky? Countless people looked up at the sky. In the sky, after the space ripples, black fog filled the air, and a larger space crack appeared. The terrifying power continued to spread from it, shaking the sky and the earth. After the body of the sword god was thrown down, a giant leg that was dozens of meters long first stretched out and stepped out. Then, a monster with a body like a mountain descended with a thunderous laugh of ha-ha-he. This was a huge ape filled with a dark aura. Its face with black hair gathered like a demon, and its whole body was filled with an ominous aura. Top totem. Just seeing this monster, some legendary beastmasters present judged that the monster in front of them was definitely a top totem strength. Incredibly strong. Most of the beastmasters immediately sent out their pets. Their bodies trembled and prepared to fight. But at the same time, they were very confused. Although this guy looks very strong, how can he hurt the sword god? And, many people were stunned, their faces terrified, because this was not over yet. As it appeared, a more terrifying aura that was enough to crush the sky was revealed. Then, a ridiculously huge guy, accompanied by a black shadow covering the sky, outlined a corner of his body. It seemed to be a deer-shaped creature, with huge horns interlaced like continuous mountains, and a dazzling black light all over its body. Just looking at it, it seemed as if the soul would sink into the abyss in the next moment. Its body was composed of a dancing golem, like a prism-shaped metal stack. On these metals, the white and black radiance exuded a terrifying demonic aura, which was extremely depressing. The monster had not yet completely descended. At this moment, the two totems sleeping somewhere in the ancient country of Xianjian opened their eyes and showed horrified expressions. Demigod, not only them, at this moment, everyone on Jianshan Mountain almost fainted and crawled down after the demon-like monster revealed a corner. At the moment, they could only see the huge black pupil and giant horn in the sky, but that alone was enough. The white-haired old man, as the spokesperson of the sword god, had even experienced the strength of the sword god, but at this moment, facing this inexplicable monster, an incomparable sense of fear was born in the heart of the white-haired old man. He only felt that this monster was much stronger than the sword god. Hey, there are quite a lot of people. The huge black ape looked at the beastmasters around and laughed strangely. The supreme demon god requests a dialogue. Please ask the representatives to step out immediately, I advise you. It's best not to waste time. At this moment, people can see that this huge ape with top totem strength can only be regarded as the messenger of the dark shadow. This incredible oppression, even if they saw the sword god of their own country fall beside them, made the beastmasters of the sky sword country and even the spokesperson of the sword god dare not act rashly. There is no doubt that the sword god was killed by them. But how is it possible to do it without anyone noticing, so that the entire Xianjian kingdom was unaware of what was happening? Lord Sword God is also a demigod. At this time, as the spokesperson of the sword god, the white-haired old man could not help but take a step forward. This step seemed to have exhausted all his courage. He raised his head, looked at the sky and said, "What have you done to Lord Sword God, Who the hell are you? How he? Oh, the huge black ape looked at the white-haired old man and laughed strangely. That guy, it's not dead yet, but it's no different from being dead now. As for us, the huge black ape continued to laugh. I am the general of the meteorite clan, the black meteorite ape. As for this supreme crown, he is the king of the meteorite clan. No, the king of the world, Lord Meteorite. Except for that big guy, you are the representative of this country. We came here this time because we heard that this country has a special meteorite iron, and we came here to take it away. I hope you will cooperate with us. You must know that your sword god has become like this because he did not cooperate. The black giant ape laughed, hoping that these people would be more sensible. King Union had just woken up and his strength was far less than his heyday, so he urgently needed to replenish his strength. The god-level meteorite iron of Xianjian Kingdom was a treasure that could quickly restore its strength. It was just a pity that this piece of meteorite iron from outer space was sealed in a secret relic realm. Although it was easy to destroy the secret relic realm with the strength of a demigod, it was limited by the mechanism of the relic. If the relic collapsed, the god-level resources would also be at risk of being destroyed. In order not to destroy the meteorite iron, the meteorite clan could not attack by force, so they could only find the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom and try to cooperate. But unfortunately, the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom was very disrespectful. But what surprised the meteorite clan was that the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom was just a half-baked one, and he had the strength of a demigod only by relying on the god-level weapons left by the previous generation of demigods. Without the weapon attached, his combat effectiveness was average. Moreover, this weapon was also made of god-level meteorite iron from outer space. Seeing the food, Yunnan was naturally not polite. He first swallowed the meteorite iron he could see and destroyed the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom. As for this piece of iron in the ruins, the meteorite tribe, who have figured out the mechanism of the Xianjian ruins, plan to obtain it normally first. If that doesn't work, they can only gamble by force. We know that it is difficult to take out this piece of meteorite iron normally, but you still have to try, the huge black ape said. Everyone on the scene, go in one by one and try. If necessary, we will also help you and strengthen your strength. If you succeed, get the meteorite iron, and present it. His Majesty will naturally reward you, and if all fail, then it's a pity that this ruin and this country will no longer have any need to exist. We will not only directly destroy the Xianjian ruins, but also let this country sink into the sea completely. So, do you want to cooperate? Time is running out. Who will go first? Lin, brother Lin. It's over. At this time, under the deterrence of a demigod in a top totem, most of the beast masters were scared to death. They never thought that what happened today would be so bizarre. First, the national guardian god was killed. Secondly, a more powerful foreign enemy set his sights on the treasures in the Xianjian ruins and forced the beast masters present to crack and take them. If no one can take them out, will they forcibly destroy the Xianjian ruins and destroy the Xianjian kingdom? Everyone trembled, without any doubt that the two behemoths in front of them had such strength. But, how could that piece of meteorite iron be taken out normally? Even the sword god couldn't take it out normally. At present, the beast masters of the Xianjian ancient kingdom were all panicked. However, among the crowd, if you want to say who has the most complicated emotions, it is definitely not the beast masters of the Xianjian kingdom. It was Shi Yu who finally saw the meteorite with his own eyes. He couldn't help but tremble all over, and was excited. Damn! After looking for the meteorite for so long, I finally found it. It seems that the meteorite has finally revived an escaped Donghuang site. What surprised Shi Yu the most was that he didn't expect that the meteorite had such strength just after resurrection. Even among the demigods, it is considered a strong man. Which Shi Yu didn't expect at all. At this moment, the sense of oppression given to him by this meteorite was even greater than that of all the demigods of the totemic alien races in Inadara. Is this the super general sent to Blue Star by the Abyss Evil God clan? It is indeed not comparable to ordinary demigods. The meteorite clan has set its sights on the meteorite iron in the Xianjian ruins. That's right, after all, the meteorite is also made of meteorite iron from outer space. This resource may be extremely important to it, MMP. Shi Yu didn't know what kind of emotion he should have at this moment. Goddess of luck, is this bad luck or luck? Finally encountered the renewable resource meteorite, which should be considered lucky. However, the risk of taking away the god-level meteorite iron seems to be even greater. But we can't let it succeed, otherwise I don't know what will happen. It will definitely be more difficult to deal with. Shiyu suppressed the gleam in his pupils. I never thought that I would encounter so many nonsense when I came to Xianjian country. It was completely because the plan could not keep up with the changes. The plan was well planned at the beginning, but it was all messed up. Now that things have come to this point, Shiyu, who originally thought he could handle this trip, can only use his ultimate move. He took a deep breath. Senior Shinigami, save me. Dragon God, save me. President Lin, save me. Sister Elf Queen, save me. Sister Valkyrie is also okay. Shiyu immediately wanted to pass the message to Dong Huang through the Intelligence Bureau's illustrations through special channels. Seek external assistance. But the next moment, Lin's nervous voice sounded in Shiyu's heart. Master. Don't. Now the entire Xianjian kingdom is blocked by special forces. Not only may the signal of the illustrations not be transmitted, but it is also likely to be intercepted and discovered. Although the Meteor clan looks high profile this time, their preparations may also be very sufficient. Even in the face of a remote country that is closed to the outside world, they don't want to expose their tracks. Shiyu? Meaning, no reinforcements? That's a hammer. Shiyu's mood kept changing, and he turned over his trump card at a speed of 100 times per second. Wait a minute, the power of the Kanghae ruins doesn't seem to be blocked. It's okay as long as I can escape. Chapter 465 Emperor Wu appears. The threat of the meteorite and the black ape enveloped the entire Jianshan mountain, making everyone afraid to act rashly. Even Shiyu could only wait and see, analyzing what to do next. The Kanghae ruins were his ultimate means of escape. However, the special changes caused during the escape would definitely be noticed by the meteorite, alerting the enemy. It is very likely that it would hinder them. It doesn't matter. Although their strength is not enough to fight against a demigod-level combat power, Shiyu still has a dragon god to protect him, so he is not afraid of the demigod-level interception. What's more, they are not soft persimmons themselves, they just want to escape the battle smoothly, which should be no problem. This period of time is enough to teleport successfully. However, leaving directly will definitely arouse the vigilance of the meteorite, and the god-level meteorite will not be wanted. It will definitely destroy the ruins immediately. With a cautious look of the meteorite, it will definitely not stay here for a long time after discovering the clues. It is not easy for the Donghuang army to catch it successfully. Forget it. After thinking for a long time, Shiyu felt that it was not appropriate to confront the meteorite for the time being. This guy is quite powerful. He may be the strongest demigod he has seen so far, except for the World Tree. He is not as weak as Donghuang, him, Jimengzhu and others expected at the beginning. Even the demigod of Xianjian Kingdom was defeated by the opponent. Now, Shiyu began to wonder. How did the Emperor Wu, who did not master the quasi-god skills, suppress the meteorite? In short, it is not worth it to force a confrontation with a meteorite in this state for the evolution materials of the demon god Iron Eater. The price to be paid will be particularly high. Since we know that the meteorite is resurrected, it is better to wait for the World Tree to wake up and for Susu to develop again, so that the two strongest demigods can join forces, so that the meteorite can be suppressed steadily, and Donghuang does not have to pay too much. After analyzing it with Lin, Shiyu's action goal soon became clear. He can't leave directly, which is equivalent to giving up the god-level medal. Wait until he gets the god-level medal, and then teleport away from here. He wants to compete with Shiyu for the ruins resources, no way. Although this would lead to a stronger interception from the meteorite, Shiyu would definitely not be willing to let the big fool meteorite snatch away the resources after preparing for so long. After leaving smoothly, Donghuang and even the 7 countries will be fully prepared for war. After all, the meteorite clan is not only the enemy of Donghuang, but also the enemy of the entire Blue Star. Shiyu retreated slightly and retreated behind everyone. He has decided to compete with meteorite for the ownership of the divine iron. Alice, after returning home, I will definitely be scolded again. At the same time, the black ape said lightly, after getting the meteorite, we will leave. Maybe your sword god can still be saved, but if you delay too much time, the result will not be something you can bear. Huh? It questioned and looked at the white-haired old man. Boom. As it finished speaking, a purple-red light flashed in the eyes of meteorite. The next moment, a huge energy storm was generated around it, and in the storm, the space was distorted. In the twisted space, the sky was dark and the sky turned purple-red. Moreover, A sword tower that looked like a sky sword and was 1,000 meters high appeared in the outside world like a projection. The sky sword ruins. Seeing the sky sword, many beastmasters who had entered the sky sword ruins were all shocked. The sky sword ruins were once only summoned and found by the sword god, but now, this creature that calls itself the meteorite has also done it directly. Its power is undoubtedly above the power of the ruins. Everyone, seeing this scene, the white-haired old man's face changed, knowing that the situation was completely irreversible. If he did not do as the meteorite clan asked, the white-haired old man had a feeling that the Sky Sword Kingdom would really be destroyed. Now that things have come to this, for the sake of the Heavenly Sword Nation, I ask you to try to enter the Heavenly Sword Ruins. Next, no matter your sect, family, background, or level, you can try to enter the Heavenly Sword Ruins. He looked at the Sword Ghost God, who should not be considered dead, and only hoped that by delaying time, the Sword Ghost God could recover from this state. Everyone was silent. That's right, the Black Ape smiled. In addition, we know that your chances of getting the Divine Iron are not high, so, I specially prepared gifts for you. The space cracked. Several black metal swords fell. It said, this relic can carry weapons. Right, these weapons are all imitations of your sword god's weapons, and some improvements have been made. Anyone who can reach the 6th level or above can take a weapon and try to break through again. It can maximize your combat talent potential. Let me think about it. Those who have reached the legendary level, why don't you come here first to choose a weapon to adapt in advance? After all, you are the main force to crack the ruins. The few legendary beastmasters present looked at the long sword full of black aura, and their expressions kept changing. They all knew very well that this might be a magic sword with a great cost to use. Next, under the pressure of life and death, beastmasters entered the Xianjian ruins one after another. The Xianjian ruins and the outside world are not on the same space. Those who enter are just like leaving here. Seeing that the meteorite is unable to half-integrate the Xianjian ruins into the outside world, Shiyu was even more relieved. In this way, he can even teleport directly in the Xianjian ruins and leave, and the risk of being intercepted will be smaller. Let's go for it. At this moment, many weak beastmasters were in mixed emotions. They looked at the Xianjian ruins with fiery eyes. Seeing such an opportunity in front of them, even though the situation of Xianjian country was critical, they still chose to rush into the Xianjian ruins. Although the chance of helping the Meteorite clan to get the god-level meteorite iron was very small, the ruins were also a place of trial and inheritance. It would always be good to stay in for a while. Before the big forces moved, many beastmasters from small forces could not resist the temptation and entered the ruins through the sword world one after another. The first floor of the sword tower lit up. However, most people were not qualified to enter the Xianjian ruins. After entering this trial ruins, they were defeated at the first level and ejected from the ruins in less than a minute. The ejected beastmasters were pale, as if they had experienced a nightmare and their energy was drained. Their expressions were very ugly. King, seeing this scene, the black giant ape was silent. Is this the level of the beastmasters in this country? Although they placed their hopes of extracting the divine iron on the few legendary beastmasters, these low-level beastmasters were too lame. There are 9 levels in the Xianjian ruins, and they can't even get through the first level? Now, the reason why the meteorites let these low-level beastmasters try is that they also hope to see if they can pick a few good seedlings to take away for brainwashing and transformation. After all, the meteorites are now in decline and urgently need to replenish fresh blood. Trafficking people from this closed-door superpower and developing secretly is the first step for the meteorites to make a comeback. The meteorites want the divine iron, and they also want the human race an extraordinary life with talent and potential. The Xianjian ruins can only withstand the trials of life below the totem level, with a total of 9 levels. The current highest record is passing 8 levels. But only by passing the 9th level can you get the divine iron. All beastmasters of the demon sect listen to my order. At this point, the legendary leader of the demon sect, Moling, looked in the direction of the guardian god of the sect who did not respond, took a deep breath and said, "You should also enter the heavenly sword ruins. This opportunity is rare. Try to improve your strength as much as possible." Seeing that the Meteorite clan not only let them, the legends, prepare, but also let a bunch of small fish try the trial of the ruins, the leader of the demon sect immediately guessed part of the Meteorite clan's thoughts. Even if the Meteorite clan failed to successfully obtain the divine iron in the end, as long as someone showed enough talent value, there should still be a chance to survive. At present, This heavenly sword ruins is a place to show value. In order to prevent the demon sect from being completely destroyed, she immediately ordered the disciples of the demon sect to enter the ruins, try to pass the level, and gain strength. At worst, it would be better to change a demigod to follow, which is better than death. She didn't believe that the other party could be so cruel as to destroy a bunch of human races who reached a legendary level and were willing to surrender. However, not everyone had the same awareness as the leader of the sect, and many people did not look very good. Chen Luo, who is like a bereaved mother, said, "How can I still be in the mood to carry out the trial inheritance now? The heavenly sword kingdom is about to perish." "Hey, Brother Lin, you're not shaking anymore," Chen Luo said when he saw Shi Yu recover from his trembling fear. "Let's go." Shi Yu glanced at Chen Luo, who is like a bereaved mother, and walked towards the sword tower with a smile. This smile made Chen Luo stunned. "You are still laughing? Are you crazy? No one cares about a little guy like Shi Yu. There are too many beast masters like him entering the ruins." Buzz! The ripples in the space vibrated slightly, and Shi Yu disappeared. The heavenly sword ruins have a total of 9 floors, and each floor is guarded by a sword puppet projection. The sword puppet projection masters a special super-level sword intent. It can be said that each sword puppet is a projection of the power of the deceased heavenly sword demigod, carrying the sword experience of the heavenly sword demigod. Fighting with them, whether it is victory or failure, is the moment closest to the sword experience of the heavenly sword demigod. There are many pets with good talents who have comprehended a new sword will in a battle with the sword puppets. However, the trial has many benefits, but it is also very difficult. Although the energy level of each sword puppet will be adjusted to the standard level of the challenger's realm, their skill proficiency is getting more and more terrifying as the number of levels increases. The sword puppets at the first level have mastered the super level sword will of the mastery level, the second level is the perfect level, and the 6th level has even reached the superb level. If the challenger is a king level pet and reaches the 6th level, then it will face an enemy who has mastered the super level sword will of superb proficiency. Even if this enemy only has the attributes of the king level and has no other skills, or even has to fight one against many, it is not so easy to defeat it with just a superb sword will. It is precisely because of this terrifying difficulty that the heavenly sword ruins has not been cleared by anyone so far. The divine iron has also been sealed for 1,000 years. At this time, Shi Yu, as he entered the heavenly sword ruins, had come to an endless world of swords. He didn't see other people, probably because they were teleported to different spaces. In this red world that looked like a sword tomb, where many sword projections were buried, Shi Yu soon saw a sword puppet slowly walking towards him. Its image was like a terracotta warrior, holding a stone sword, and its whole body was full of sharp sword intent. Not only it, but even the sword shadows buried around it were entangled with strong sword intent. It was indeed a holy land of swords. Sword pets fought and trained here, and it was hard not to grow fast. A sword puppet with an energy value of only 50 million, at the moment, Shi Yu stood in the distance and could feel its power fluctuations, which had reached the standard of the overlord level, with an energy value of about 50 million. Shi Yu, who was wearing a black tight-fitting combat suit, a gray short coat, and the clothes of a core disciple of the demon sect, had short black hair fluttering and grinned. "Interesting, it seems that the heavenly sword ruins have determined my first level. Is it the first level opponent prepared for me according to the legendary standard, a sword puppet at the overlord level that has mastered the mastery level of super level sword intent?" Shi Yu muttered, and a golden light suddenly appeared on the sword puppet. Sword intent, to put it bluntly, is a special deterrent similar to the power of dragon and phoenix. The sharp sword intent burst out from the sword puppet in its weapon, and in an instant it turned into golden hurricane, attacking Shi Yu. Mastery level super level sharp golden sword intent. The sharp breath like a storm directly turned into an amazing killing weapon, stimulating the spirit and soul. However, this kind of attack was too weak for Shi Yu. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the power of the ruin suppressed other power systems except sword skills, Shi Yu himself could kill it with telekinesis. At this moment, the relic gave Shi Yu the feeling that if he tried to forcibly use other power systems, he would be immediately rejected by the relic space. He was almost kicked out of the space. In the Xianjian ruins, only sword skills can be used. Forget it, Qitong, leave it to you, use this relic to test your improvement during this period of time. After Shi Yu finished speaking, a huge black summoning diagram appeared in front of him. Flames rose all over the sky, and a human figure appeared in the flames. She has a beautiful face, wearing silver armor, with red hair and red pupils. The phantom body like a soul body is wrapped in the phoenix aura like the sun flame, and the temperament is peerless. In her pupils, there is also a sharp sword intent, name, red eyes, sword princess form, racial skills, superclass, crossed swords, perfect plus, Yangayan, perfect plus, spiritual solution, perfect plus, flame spirit sword body, perfect plus, 10,000 swords return to one, perfect plus, phoenix sword intention, perfect plus, spark sword formation, perfect plus, cursive flame, perfect plus, professor skills, high class, substitute, superb plus, superclass, resurrection of the dead, perfect plus, soul incarnation, superb, buzz. 4 sword projections appeared around red eyes. 1. The sword body was silver white, containing purple light, reflecting the mystery of space. 1. The sword body was curved and red light lingered around the entire sword body. 1. The sword body was dark and intertwined with blue-green death energy, containing the fluctuations of annihilation and death. The last one, at present, was the most ordinary, but the red lines lingered on the sword body, exuding the most simple sword edge. These 4 sword clones were condensed by Qitong through the incarnation of his soul and cultivated through various resources. 3 of them have already begun to show their power, and only the 4th sword, Zuxian sword, which represents sharpness, is still missing a piece of golden iron. At this moment, facing the enemy who has mastered the sharp golden sword, Qitong decisively pulled out the Zuxian sword clone that represents sharpness. Then, the other 3 sword clones dimmed, and the ground where Qitong was located had cracks, and the space where he was located collapsed instantly. His figure flashed by, and his red hair fluttered. The weapon in his hand had already collided with the sword puppet. Clang! The sword in Qitong's hand and the sword puppet's sword were both filled with sharp golden edges. Your sword intent, I accept it. At this moment, Qitong was like a genius in swordsmanship with outstanding talent. It was just a round of collision, and all the swordsmanship experience of the sword puppet who mastered the sharp golden sword intent seemed to be exposed in front of it. This is the top-level sword talent brought by the full-level sword will, sword heart and the fruit of the world tree. Bang! The sword in Qitong's hand became more and more sharp. In a breath, the sword in the sword puppet's hand was smoothly split into 2, and then the whole body of the sword puppet was also split into 2. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. Huh? Qitong saw the enemy's figure disappear in front of her, and she gently swung the sword. The tip of the sword touched the ground, and looked at the sword projections around her. Forget about these, it won't improve you much. Even the opponent just now was too weak. Shiyu walked slowly, patted her shoulder, and motioned for her to follow. Qitong nodded immediately, trotted 2 steps to follow Shiyu's side, and went to the 2nd floor with him. The 2nd floor, the energy value is 50 million, and the sword puppet mastered the perfect super-level Sky Thunder sword intent. The 3rd floor, the energy value is 50 million, and the sword puppet mastered the super-perfect super-level Storm sword intent. The opponent's strength is getting stronger and stronger, but there is no doubt that he will be killed by Qitong again. They are still used by Qitong to sharpen the sharp sword in his hand. The sharpness of thunder and lightning, the sharpness of storm. Qitong is like a master of swordsmanship, embracing all rivers and seas, and any experience can be used for his own benefit. The 4th level, the 5th level. Qitong didn't even use active skills. He only relied on a sword clone and the bonus of the flame spirit sword body to defeat these gatekeeper sword puppets like cutting melons. It was not until the 6th level that Shiyu and Qitong were slightly alert. Because the gatekeeper of this level, although only 50 million energy points, has mastered the super level sword intent of the superb level, and the skill proficiency is so high that it has even surpassed Shiyu's main force. After all, even the 11th and Qitong have not mastered the superb level of active attack skills. However, this level is still not difficult for Shiyu and his team. After all, the opponent's energy value is half of Qitong's, and there is only one skill. Qitong's sword clone alone may not be able to deal with it, but when Qitong uses 2 or more superclass sword skills to form a combination of mysteries, the situation is reversed instantly. It must be said that Qitong's skills are too strong. Moreover, all of them can be combined. Yangayan and Curse Flame are both superclass skills of the best. When the 2 of them intersect to form a staggered sword, the power is extremely terrifying. With a sword clone, It is enough to fight against the 6th level. On this basis, Qitong can also wrap the Phoenix Sword intent and use the Flame Spirit Sword body to play a stronger and more brilliant blow. Even this is not the limit of Qitong. After all, it can also use the 10,000 swords return to 1 to improve its combat effectiveness to the limit. Even after reaching its own limit, it can also possess Shi Yu and surpass the limit. Do you think this is the limit? You must know that Qitong's 4 sword clones are all created by superclass skills of the superb level. They are all very powerful. The combination of 4 swords is invincible. It's like the totem sword god has come to the world. The most terrifying thing is that the cost of such an explosion can be partially borne by the scapegoats of the resurrected dead. With such amazing combat potential, it is not easy for a demigod to stump Shi Yu and his team. My divine iron, my divine iron. When Shi Yu was breaking through the level, the outside world had already caused an uproar. At present, none of the legendary warriors who were highly expected by the meteorites directly entered the ruins. Instead, they were detained by the meteorites and forced to adapt to the new weapons and stimulate their potential. Holding the new weapons, the legendary warriors all looked grim. Although the radiation power in them could greatly improve their status, the price was irreversible damage, which consumed their life potential. Old man, you reached the 8th level before, right? With a sword, do you have the confidence to pass the 8th level, or even the 9th level? The black giant ape asked him. This, looking at the demonic energy flowing to his arm, the old man who represented the sword ghost god was completely silent. At the cost of life, there may be hope for the 8th level, but the 9th level, it has to work. The fate of the heavenly sword country is in your hands anyway, the black giant ape said coldly. As soon as it finished speaking, the sword tower changed. Finally, someone passed the 2nd level. Because most of the beast masters who just entered could not even pass the 2nd level, and even failed at the 1st level. The sword puppet guarding the 2nd level has mastered the perfect super level sword intent. Unless a true legendary beast master enters to challenge, even a 6th level beast master will have a high probability of overturning. Everyone looked at the sword tower of the Xianjian ruins. At this glance, snap, the light of the 3rd floor immediately lit up. The beast masters of Xianjian kingdom were stunned. Then, the 4th floor, snap, lit up. The 5th floor, lit up. The 6th floor. In the case that no one had passed the 2nd level, in a short period of time, the light of the sword tower actually climbed directly to the 7th floor, and each floor stayed for almost only 1 minute, which really surprised the outsiders. What's going on? Who is breaking through the level? The black giant ape looked at the white-haired old man who was adapting to the sort of life and other Xianjian kingdom legends, and asked immediately. It shouldn't be. Aren't all the high-end combat forces of Xianjian kingdom here? To be able to grow to this level, their talent and potential are undoubtedly the strongest in Xianjian kingdom. At present, the high-level records of the Xianjian ruins are all in their hands. This group of people have not entered yet, so what is the situation at the Xianjian ruins now? Oh, at this time, seeing that a beastmaster from the Xianjian kingdom climbed to the 7th level in just a few minutes, even the meteorite's eyes flickered slightly. However, before they could be too surprised, the light of the 8th level also flashed after a while. This person killed to the 8th level in less than 10 minutes. For thousands of years, the highest record of the Xianjian kingdom was only to break through the 8th level and reach the 9th level. Now, the most talented beastmaster in the Xianjian kingdom, the white-haired legend who is trained as the spokesperson by the sword ghost god, has only reached the 8th level. And now, this mysterious beastmaster has not only reached the level of the white-haired old man in an instant, but is only 1 step away from the highest record. At this moment, the people of the Xianjian kingdom are dumbfounded. This. How is it possible? Which legend went in? The white-haired old man holding the sword of life falling looked in astonishment at the direction of the Xianjian ruins. The 8th floor. If you don't have a legendary level, it is absolutely impossible to reach this level. After all, a king-level pet, no matter how talented it is, can hardly defeat an enemy who has mastered a super-level sword intent. 10 minutes, 8 floors, the leaders of the demon sect and the sword sect, as well as their respective legendary young leaders, also looked at the changes in the Xianjian ruins in disbelief. If they remembered correctly, only small characters from the major forces had entered during this period. The legends who came to the Divine Sword Mountain were clearly present. All the legends of the Xianjian ancient country can be counted on 2 hands. Interesting, at this moment, Although he didn't know what was going on, the black giant ape laughed. "Your Majesty, congratulations." "Yes." Meteorite nodded and looked at the Xianjian ruins. For the first time, his voice shook the souls of the beings in the Xianjian kingdom. "If he can pass the 8th floor, you can give him a chance to become a member of the Meteor clan. If he can pass the 9th floor and take out the divine iron." While the outside world was sluggish about the changes in the Xianjian ruins, inside, Shiyu was fighting fiercely with his sword puppet on the 8th floor. If the sword puppet of the 6th level is a super level sword intent that has mastered the super level sword intent of the superb level, then the sword puppet of the 7th level, according to Shiyu's judgment, should be based on this, and add a dozen or 20 times of strength. As for the sword puppet of the 8th level, it may have reached the super level skill proficiency of superb plus 50, or more. However, at present, Qitong can still suppress the opponent steadily with the advantages of many skills and high energy. Boom. The sword body of the flame spirit of 10,000 swords returning. Holding the sword of death, the Yangayan and the cursed flame form an interlaced sword, and the phoenix sword intent is entangled. The super mystery formed by the combination of these 7 super level skills is not inferior to the power of the super level sword intent of the superb level of proficiency. In the ruins, under the shining of light, the sword puppet of the 8th level that mastered the sword intent of extinction was killed again, and Qitong digested the sword experience gained from fighting with it calmly. At the same time, Shiyu didn't breathe much and went straight to the 9th floor, which is also the final floor. It was much smoother than he had imagined. Shiyu felt that as long as the sword puppets on the 9th floor did not master the quasi-divine skills, then, perhaps without the spiritual realm, as long as 2 scapegoats were sacrificed, possessed, and burst out the strongest attack, they should be able to pass the level. In this way, it would save him from consuming too much strength and not having enough strength to deal with a meteorite later. At this moment, as Shiyu ascended to the 9th floor, the outside world was completely dumbfounded. Because of Shiyu's outrageous speed of passing the level, the black giant ape did not even let the newcomers in after the beast masters in the tower were eliminated. At present, everyone has become staring at Shiyu to pass the level alone. Who is it? The well-known beast masters of the Xianjian kingdom looked at the Xianjian ruins in confusion. Only a young man named Chen Luo was looking for Brother Lin's figure in a daze, with a confused face. At this point, even the meteorite was slightly excited. Not bad. Very good. It didn't have much hope of taking the divine iron normally, but just wanted to try it as much as possible, but it didn't expect that there was really a beast master who had the opportunity to take the divine iron normally. If it can swallow this piece of divine iron, its power can not only be restored, but it may even be improved. No matter who it is, it must reward this guy well. Everyone held their breath and watched the changes in the Xianjian ruins. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, finally, a miracle that has never been achieved since the establishment of the Xianjian ruins appeared in the eyes of all the beast masters of Xianjian kingdom in an extremely absurd day. On this absurd day in Xianjian kingdom, in an extremely absurd form. Looking at the 9th floor of the sword tower of the Xianjian ruins that was lit up, the beast masters were completely stunned. They just felt that it was extremely strange. Very puzzled. Really passed? The 9th level? Who is it? Is the Xianjian demigod alive? The white-haired old man was extremely confused. The mood of the meteorite and the black ape was also very subtle. It's done? It's done? It's much easier than they imagined. My sacred iron, my sacred iron. At this time, the meteorite finally couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, waiting for the person inside to appear. He loved this person so much. He wanted to give him a position as a general of the meteorite clan. At the same time, Shiyu, with red hair and scorching eyes, held the sword spirit and calmly looked at the puppet in front of him that turned into ashes. If there is no Qitong sword, the eternal night will last forever. After Qitong exited the possession state, he spoke proudly. The 9th level was not as difficult as he imagined, but in order to gain more sword experience, he and Qitong did not fight so hard at the beginning, but tried their best to deal with the opponent and fought for a full 10 minutes. At that moment, as the 9th level guarding sword puppet was defeated, the entire Xianjian ruins trembled slightly, and Shiyu and Qitong's hearts also trembled. There was no accident. As they passed the level, a space ripple emerged, and then a piece of silver metal the size of a football emerged with a dazzling light. The sharp and dazzling silver light almost blinded Shiyu's eyes. The powerful energy fluctuations on it really made Shi excited. God-level meteorite iron. It's you. With this, you can create the clone of Qitong Zhu Xian sword. By then, the 4 clones will be in place. The 4 swords can be combined into one, with the main body as the master, and the evolution is completed. For this moment, Shi has been looking forward to it for a long time in this barren ancient country of Totem. The best strategy of the 36 strategies is to run away, Chong, block the space fluctuations as much as possible. A small green dragon swam on Shiu's sleeve. At this moment, seeing the divine iron, Shiu took it back to the relic space without saying a word, and then activated the relic water drop in his hand, trying to get away. Buzz! The blue space fluctuations enveloped Shiu all of a sudden. Outside, the excited heart of the meteorite and the trembling hands. It stared at the Xianjian ruins and had sensed the transmission fluctuations inside. However, what made Yunyan's pupils instantly solemn and serious was that this space transmission fluctuation was not transmitted here, but seemed to want to leave Xianjian country and transmit to a very far distance. Asshole! At this moment, Yunyan's power almost exploded. The terrifying power of the demigod instantly distorted time and space. It roared, shocking the entire Xianjian ancient country, making all living beings instantly terrified. On the Sword God Mountain, including the Black Ape Totem, a group of legends were still waiting for the Beastmaster who passed the 9th level to come out. They didn't understand why Yunyan was so furious at this moment. Boom! Yunyan's figure was completely revealed, and his huge body shook the sky and the earth. As he appeared, with a boom, the entire Xianjian ruins were directly shattered by Yunyan, and the space collapsed instantly. The extremely sharp space turbulence and sword storm broke out unscrupulously. Countless sword projections were swept into the turbulent flow of the void, and everything was destroyed. Your Majesty, the Black Ape Totem roared in an instant, not understanding why the meteorite suddenly did this. Why did it directly destroy the Xianjian ruins? But soon, they discovered the internal collapse of the Xianjian ruins and the abnormality in the depths of space. A muscular man wearing a panda short-sleeved shirt floated above the void, his whole body surrounded by faint blue waves. The man's expression was indifferent and domineering. He was very panicked. He looked at the mountains and looked at the meteorite in front of him, knowing that it would not be so easy to slip away directly. The meteorite destroyed the Xianjian ruins, directly disrupting the spatial fluctuations and interfering with the transmission speed of the Kanghe ruins. If it weren't for the protection of the bugs, he would have almost been swept into the void. In short, the meteorite must not continue to interfere before the coordinates are corrected. Who is it? At this moment, seeing Shiyu, all the beastmasters of the Xianjian kingdom were dumbfounded. They didn't know this person at all. They didn't know when he went in. For his own evil taste, Shiyu took off the disciple uniform of the demon sect and revealed his panda uniform when he was intercepted. At the same time, he used his body to control himself and transform himself into the appearance of the martial emperor. He looked down at Yunyan from a high place. Sure enough, seeing the pattern of Shiyu's clothes and Shiyu's face, Yunyan and Black Ape's pupils shrank instantly, and they were stunned for a moment. WQNMD. Wudong. Impossible, you can't be alive. Yunyan was shocked, and its shock and anger directly caused the Sword God Mountain to shake, and the sky of 100,000 miles changed color. Not only did he resurrect, but the martial emperor also resurrected? Looking at the martial emperor who appeared, Yunyan panicked. This panic provided Shiyu with time. The spatial fluctuations around Shiyu became more and more stable. Seeing this, Yunyan was shocked. No, you are not him. Soon, the meteorite recovered from its shock and anger. This person was not the martial emperor. After realizing that it was being teased by the person in front of it and the purpose was to delay time, it immediately became furious and said, "Who are you? Hand over the divine iron." In its rage, its body changed at the same time during the attack. The black metal prisms on its body flowed, turning into a huge orc standing on 2 feet, and stretched out a huge palm with 3 claws to pinch Shiyu. The overwhelming divine power also enveloped with this pinch. Boom! The space tide was in chaos again. Boom! The colorless mist enveloped the whole body of the meteorite, and the sound of rules resounding through the world broke out. Looking at this ordinary pinch, Shiyu's blood boiled, and he felt a huge threat, a crisis from life and death, a feeling he had never experienced before. Ming Ming, Shidai, Chong Chong, Shinbeo Bao, Su Su, Chidan. and Lin were now ready to go and had made sufficient preparations for the battle, but at this moment, Yunan's attack directly activated the Dragon God's protection given by the Dragon God. No, even if all the members burst out with all their strength, they can only compete for a period of time at most. After a long time, they will not be opponents. Shiyu's heart trembled, and he immediately analyzed the difference in combat power between the two sides through Lin. The burst and the normal state are still not comparable. At present, he has not accumulated a killer move that can kill the demigod. However, as the blue light flashed and a drop of water was sacrificed, it flew towards Yunnan and blocked it. The transmission of the Kanghe ruins was completely stable. Transmission successful. Before leaving, Shiyu laughed loudly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I am indeed not the Emperor Wu, however, like the Emperor Wu, I am the one who will kill you. Goodbye, Yunnan. Next time, I will kill you. Remember my name, Donghuang Shiyu. If you have the ability, come to Donghuang to find me. As soon as Shiyu's name came out, all the beast masters in the Xianjian kingdom were shocked, and they always felt that they had never heard of this name before. At the same time, Yunnan and the Black Ape Totem were also shocked. You are Shiyu, Buzz? The same sound of rules filled the air. A drop of water flew out of Shiyu's body and floated into the sky. Under the lingering wind, it turned into a human figure, blocking Yunnan's attack and guarding Shiyu behind. This figure had a skin as white as cream, and a dazzling white hair that fell naturally, like a sparkling sea waterfall under the light. Her expression could not tell whether she was happy or angry, like a high god overlooking all living things. Facing the attack from Yunnan, she also raised her palm, as if sweeping up the ocean. Get out of here! Yunnan was startled when he saw the drop of water, and felt the power of a demigod's attack from it. However, it was not enough to just want to stop it like this. Boom! The water wall, like a tsunami, collided with Yunnan's attack, but it only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it shattered in an instant and rose into nothingness. Seeing this, the dragon girl frowned slightly as if she had a spirit, looked at the attacking giant palm, and said, "Next time we meet, I will kill you." Splash! The water flow disappeared. However, at this moment, there was no sign of Shiyu, and Yunnan, who wanted to intercept Shiyu, remained silent on the spot. Facing Yunnan's continuous provocations, he was helplessly pouring rain in the air, and then he roared angrily. Woo-ah 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 woo-ah. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Evolution of the Red-Eyed God. Donghuang South Sea. In the dark deep sea, a water cube-shaped ruin's secret realm ushered in the first ray of light in the silence of long years. Inside the water world, a young man in panda costume appeared out of thin air. Yunnan seems to be very afraid of Emperor Wu. The child is scared silly. Hey, look how scared the child is. Shiyu shook his head with a smile on his face. Exciting. The divine iron is in hand. Take off. Go and arrange the evolution of the red pupil. No. I have to report to President Lin first. Shiyu was startled and looked up. Then, his figure appeared from the bottom of the deep sea above the sparkling sea. Because it was close to Donghuang, the communication tool immediately had a signal. At present, Shiyu's communication tool is facing President Lin's fatal series of calls. Because at the moment of being teleported away, Shiyu also sent the edited experience back to Donghuang through the Intelligence Bureau's illustrations. In that case, even if Yunnan noticed it, it would be useless. Now President Lin is so anxious, probably because he wants to ask about his situation. After all, who can stand the excitement of his own genius going out for a trip and meeting the king of ancient totems? After the world game, Shiyu's name must have spread to the ears of the Meteorite clan. He must be the target of the Meteorite clan. Shiyu can imagine the surprise of Meteorite after hearing his name. President Lin, Shiyu called back, and the unstable voice of Lao Lin came from the other side. Shiyu, where are you now? Are you okay? It's okay. I just used a Kanghe ruins in the South China Sea as a springboard to escape. It's good that you're okay. It's outrageous. Meteorite actually appeared in Xianjian country. I really don't know whether to say you are unlucky or unlucky. That meteorite is really that strong, President Lin said. In Shiyu's message, He informed Dong Huang about the traces of meteorite and how it killed the Xianjian demigod. At the same time, he reminded Dong Huang not to act rashly, and to focus on tracking down and locking the clues of meteorite instead of going to war directly. Well, it has recovered and has the combat power of a demigod, and it gives me a very special feeling. The combination of the star race and the myth race makes it have a strength far beyond that of ordinary demigods, Shi Yu said. Some biological races, even if they do not master the power of rules, do not mean that they are weak. For example, Shi Yu's king longworm, because it is a starry sky god, in the eyes of those gods, although it has not yet mastered the power of rules, it is not necessarily worse than the races that master quasi-god skills. This meteorite is similar. Even if it does not count the power of rules it has mastered, it also has powerful starry sky means similar to King Long, which gives Shi Yu a huge sense of threat. What's more, the rule skills it has mastered should not be weak. It is a high-level rule prototype, mainly based on the power of darkness. Shi Yu later learned that the power of rules is divided into ordinary, advanced, and top. Like the single wind rule and ice rule, they are ordinary rules. The mixed rules of Lin's Wind of Luck are advanced rules. As for the mixed rule skills composed of opposing attributes like the yin-yang grinding wheel, they are obviously top-level rules. Of course, whether it is 11, Lin, or Yunayan, they have not yet mastered the real rules. Their quasi-divine skills are still the prototypes of rules. If they want to transform into real rule-based divine skills, they still need to endure. Moreover, the higher the level and quality of the rule prototype, the more difficult it is to transform into a real divine skill and improve the proficiency. The difficulty of improving the yin-yang grinding wheel is several times that of the blessing of the wind, which is also reflected in the risk warning of adding points. Almost these quasi-divine skills can be promoted to real divine skills when they are improved to perfect proficiency. And the difficulty of improving high-level and top-level rules is also rewarding. When they transform into real rule-based divine skills, the racial attributes of extraordinary life will also be stronger. For example, Lin's racial level is not the bottom of the myth race, but will be a high-level myth race, and will complete a new life evolution due to the transformation of the divine skill. 11 is a top-level myth race. With one divine skill, it can match other gods with several ordinary divine skills. This is also the reason why the Taurus ancient gods were so surprised to see 11 master the top rules. Low-level god-level races have one ordinary rule divine skill. Middle-level god-level races have two ordinary rule divine skills. High-level god-level races have three ordinary rule divine skills, or one advanced rule divine skill. Top-level god-level races have four ordinary rule divine skills, or two advanced divine skills, or one top-level rule divine skill. When the divine skill is not formed and is still in the quasi-divine skill stage, no matter how high the quality of the rule power contained in the divine skill is, it cannot be regarded as a complete rule, and can only be the bottom existence of the myth race. After all, no matter how high the quality potential of the quasi-divine skill is, it is not as good as the weakest divine skill. Only when it truly becomes a divine skill, it can be regarded as mastering the rules and being at the god level. Of course, after reaching the god level, if you want to improve your combat strength, it mainly depends on the proficiency of the divine skill, not the quality level of the divine skill. In the mythological era, there were also those stubborn guys who practiced an ordinary rule divine skill alone, and their combat strength grew to the peak, relying on the degree of development to beat the top rules. In addition, there are some top-level rules that are not suitable for fighting, such as time travel. But it is undeniable that at this stage, the quality of quasi-divine skills largely determines the combat effectiveness of demigods. Meteorite, with advanced quasi-divine skills in its hands, is also a starry sky life. It can be said that its life level is roughly equivalent to a bug that has evolved again, which is very strong. It is a combination of starry sky life and god-level race. Dong Huang's initial idea was to take advantage of the weakness of meteorite just after its resurrection and take its life. But who knows, meteorite is not as weak as imagined, but very strong. Now even if it pulls the forbidden weapons of the gods to fight, it will kill 1,000 enemies and lose hundreds of itself. Even if it can win after paying a huge price, meteorite should be blown to pieces. If it were the previous era background, it would not be a loss to do so, after all. The demon god Iron Eater Beast is very strong. But the myth is about to revive, and the demon god Iron Eater Beast is not so strategically significant for the myth era, unless more new evolutionary routes are studied on this basis. The power of the meteorite can create the poisonous dragon totem and the meteorite tribe, so it is not necessarily only the panda that can use it. This is obviously of greater value. At the same time, you can also use it to know more information about the forces of the abyss. So Shiyu's idea is to watch and lock the meteorite first, and wait for a more stable and easy way of fighting, such as the awakening of the world tree and the breakthrough of Susu, and then go for a decisive battle. No wonder he can kill the Xianjian demigod. Hearing what Shiyu said, President Lin was silent. Don't worry, Senior Shinidan has sent its mechanical pet over. Shiyu, you come back first. President Lin was tired and was no longer at ease to let Shiyu go out. Okay, I'll go back to Donghuang later. I got the god-level meteorite iron from the Xianjian kingdom. I'll evolve the pet first and go back after I'm done. If it evolves domestically, it will make too much noise. President Lin? Use it as an evolution resource? Evolve again? President Lin was stunned. He thought it was outrageous. Judging from the racial level of Shiyu's pets, none of them seemed to be able to upgrade their racial level. After ending the call with President Lin, Shiyu returned to the legendary ruin space in high spirits, thinking that this was a feng shui treasure land for evolution. There were no human islands nearby. Even if the fluctuations of evolution leaked out of the legendary ruins at that time, they would only affect some small fish and shrimps. Shiyu didn't care so much. At this time, pets were muttering in various parts of the ruin space. Xiaoji and Xiaoya looked at each other from a distance and cursed a meteorite. Damn the meteorite. A good sword test conference was disrupted by it. They prepared for so long, who knows how hard it was. The inflated Xiaoji and Ya even wanted to fuse the fossil of the earth dragon and the seed of the abyss, and then take over the task of killing the meteorite. 11 and the others also looked regretful. Why didn't the meteorite come out half a year later? If it had come out half a year later, they might have had the ability to fight the meteorite head-on. At present, in Shiyu's team, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin all have the means to fight against weaker top-level totems. Even in certain specific situations, some pets have the opportunity to defeat top-level totems alone. For example, Shen Bao Bao ate the time fruit blessed by the quasi-god skill and ignited the fire of life and then exploded. If the opponent is not a space type like the gem cat who is good at escaping, but is directly hit by the bullet and resists, he will basically die. Even if it is a demigod, he will be injured. If Shiyu's spiritual field, Lin's combined mecha, and Shen Bao Bao's time fruit assistance are counted, it is not impossible for all of them to deal with the demigod level for a while. But unfortunately, this kind of outbreak is not long-lasting, and can only fight for a few rounds. Even if it can cause some damage to the demigod, it is not a big deal. As long as it cannot be killed in seconds, Shiyu and his team will definitely lose. After all, in a true demigod state, it is possible to use quasi-god skills 10 times, while Shiyu and his team, because of their weak basic level, can only use quasi-god skills and various burst methods as one-time bursts if they want to exert their power. After a round of bursts, they are weak and exhausted. It is still too difficult to burst against the normal state. But even so, Shiyu can now be said to be a top-tier titled legend. Ordinary titled legends can only fight against ordinary totems. More powerful titled legends, such as the Overlord legend, can defeat ordinary totems and fight against top-level totems. Top-level titled legends, such as President Lin, are said to have defeated top-level totems with contracted pets. For Shiyu, defeating top-level totems is obviously not a difficult task. If the meteorite had not come at that time, but only the black meteorite ape was present, Shiyu and his team would have killed this monkey no matter what. I just don't know how much combat power the evolution of Qitong can add to them on this basis. Akagami, come on, get ready to evolve, Shiyu shouted and transformed into a sword girl. He lay on a chair, eating ice cream and listening to 11 and the others discussing Akagami. This guy, he just finished a fight and he's eating ice cream, not afraid of getting a stomachache. Akagami saw Shiyu coming back, finished the ice cream in 2 or 3 bites, and quickly stood up. 11 and the others' eyes also focused on him. Ah, it's finally starting, 11 rubbed his face. This month, Shiyu has been preparing for Akagami's evolution. The whole team helped Akagami cultivate and train her clones. It can be said that she is treated like a daughter. Gee, the last evolution will not be weak. This is not a bet, but an analysis. Chong Chong analyzed. Lin was the first to complete the evolution and became a mythical race. Su Su was the second to become a god of ocean belief. 11 was the third to evolve and became a mythical race. It was the fourth to become a god of starry sky belief. Shen Bao Bao was the fifth to become a mythical race. Finally, it was a Kagami's turn. Can it be weak? Chong Chong deduced according to his own logic, it can't be weak. And maybe because of the bonus of the version, it is ridiculously strong. Yi, go, 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 Shen Bao Bao cried. For Qitong, not only did Shi Yu use up all his life fruits, but it also provided a lot of nutrients. The fruit of the world tree made a basket. The energy of the entire legendary ruins was almost drained by Shen Bao Bao. Shi Yu was already planning when to eliminate this legendary ruins and fully develop the beast control space and Xiao Zi's inner world. Ning, Qitong, Su Su looked at Qitong eagerly, and said, if you become stronger, don't forget each other. To be honest, the race of the Kanghe elves makes it feel insecure. Many legendary resources, dozens of full-level sword skills to lay the foundation, 2 mythical resources, and superb evolutionary skills, the strength will be no problem, Lin said with certainty. Even if it is a demigod, it is impossible to gather so many resources to optimize the race without hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. Now, the biggest problem is whether we can successfully survive the evolution stage. Yes, Qitong clenched her pink fists, and flames came out of her eyes. Evolution. It has never evolved once in the team, and finally it can evolve. Shi Yu smiled slightly. Take your time, when you have evolved, we will hold the next team meeting. Qitong was shocked, and felt that Shi Yu had helped her. But it was not a big problem. Let's start, Shi Yu said, and Qitong directly summoned 4 sword clones in the form of a sword girl. The first one, the sword body is silver-white, containing purple light, reflecting the mystery of space. Shi Yu not only used 2 legendary resources of the space system for this sword clone, but also gave it several space system skills. In the Xianjian kingdom, fused the space sword meaning, and taught it a bunch of sword formation skills. The second sword, the blade is curved and red, and the red light lingers around the entire sword body. This sword clone grew in the god-level resource, the Fire of Life, and was entangled and tempered by Qitong's Phoenix Sword intent. On this sword, Qitong's regeneration flame has been epically upgraded and is stronger than the original body. The third sword, the sword body is dark and intertwined with blue-green death energy, containing the death fluctuations of annihilation. This sword clone, through a large number of perfect level world tree fruits, perfectly integrates the strongest death and annihilation sword intent of the demon sect into itself, and is extremely close to the rules of death. At the same time, because Qitong itself is a dead spirit, it is the sword of death and also the sword with the highest basic value. The large amount of death energy accumulated by the enemies killed by Qitong's original body has served as nutrients for its growth. The last sword, at present, has only comprehended the sharp gold sword intent through the fusion of many gold sword skills, which is mediocre, but after the trial of the heavenly sword ruins, it is actually very sharp. It can be said that each of these sword clones, taken out separately, can crush the top overlord. And now, Shi Yu wants to merge them all into Qitong's body to complete the evolution back to the origin. Huh? 4 swords emerged around Qitong, followed by the god-level meteorite iron taken out by Shi Yu and floating in the air. Qitong controlled the flame of life, wrapped and melted the metal, trying to merge it with the 4th sharp gold sword. Under the transformation of the flame of life, the form of the god-level meteorite iron slowly changed, blooming with amazing sharp light, and extremely repellingly merged into the sharp gold sword. Clang. Every bit of fusion made the sharp gold sword bloom and sing a harsh sword sound, causing the entire legendary ruined space to vibrate. Sizzle. The dazzling sword light burst out, and even the void was cut by the light from time to time. A clone is so powerful, Shi Yu was immediately forced back by the sharp light stimulated by the god-level meteorite iron. He was more and more looking forward to the potential of Qitong after he evolved through so many luxurious evolutionary resources. The process of tempering the sword clones was indeed long. But Shi Yu and the others had enough patience to wait. After an unknown period of time, with a hum, the legendary ruined space was pierced by large and small sharp golden sword lights, and the flame of regeneration was also reintegrated into the sword of life. 4 sword clones with strong fluctuations swirled around Qitong. With just a thought from Qitong, these sword clones could be integrated into the body. Now, Yu gave an order and maintained telepathy with Qitong, hoping to be able to know its physical changes as soon as possible. Buzz! The next moment, the first thing was the sharp golden sword that was fused with a god-level metal meteorite. It exuded a strong golden light, and the power of the sharp light seemed to be able to easily split the god's body into two. Its sword body was upside down, and the tip of the sword directly inserted into Qitong's body from his chest and disappeared. At the same time, the aura of Qitong in the form of a sword girl surged up, and the energy value suddenly exceeded 100 million. The sword intent in her eyes was 100 times sharper than before. This was not over yet. Immediately afterwards, the death sword, which contained the sword intent of death and annihilation, also directly exuded a faint death aura in a similar way and merged into Qitong's body with a bang. The aura rose again. Shiyu's voice also rang in Qitong's heart. It is good to kill the immortals, but it is fatal to kill the immortals. The immortals are surrounded by red light. The changes of the immortals are infinite and wonderful. The blood of the gods in the heavens is dyed on their clothes. Qitong, your evolution template, the sword array of the immortal sword, is a fabrication. Unlike the Qinglong template, it is assisted by the spiritual field, but each of the 4 sword clones is cultivated according to what you need most and what you are best at. This evolution uses the sword array formed by multiple sword clones as a weapon, and you will be the core sword spirit to control the sword array. Believe in yourself, you will take another path and become the original sword spirit of the immortal sword and the sword spirit of the god. Yes, when Shiyu finished speaking, Qitong's eyes were firm and gentle as he merged the sword of life and the sword of space. He also hoped that he could evolve successfully. If he was the weakest in the team, how could he protect Shiyu? At this moment, the fusion evolution effect of the superb soul incarnation was activated by Qitong. Boom! The next moment, Qitong's body was shrouded by the monstrous sword light. The shocking white sword intent turned into the light of evolution. Soul incarnation, returned to the origin and evolve. The increase in Qitong's aura began to far exceed the previous one. The amazing fluctuation of sword intent directly changed the faces of Xiaoji and Yuya, who were in the space of Team 2, and looked towards the direction of Team 1, feeling uneasy. This power, at this time, Shiyu could fully feel the terrifying power of Qitong, which was very scary. In terms of energy value alone, it is probably beyond 11 in Chongchong, close to the baby Jinsen, and still rising. After all, 2 god-level resources were used as evolution materials and converted into race potential. Although it is not like 11, with the assistance of the mysterious Tai Chi Yin and Yang field, this kind of evolution should have no problem helping Qitong reach the realm of God. Under Shiyu's extremely expectant eyes. With a hum, the huge projections of 400-meter-long swords appeared in the sky around the legendary ruins. Boom! The space is distorted. Under the pressure of their sword intent, the entire legendary ruins seemed to have turned into a world of swords. Countless sword lights and shadows leaped, making the sword fluctuations here even surpass the layers of the heavenly sword ruins. In this sword formation area, the pressure felt by 11 and the others reached the extreme, and their faces were extremely solemn. The self-consciousness frantically warned them that they were in danger of life and death. It seemed to be reflecting the horror of the power of Qitong after evolution. Gold, space, as Shiyu shouted, some information about Qitong's evolution emerged in his mind. Pet name, Qitong, attributes, undead, fire, gold, space, growth level, overlord level. Of course, Shiyu knew that the evolution was not over yet. The power of the 4 sword clones only initially transformed Qitong's body. The powerful potential they contained had not yet been integrated to form a new racial skill. This evolution was not 100% successful. It was the same as 11's evolution, which was an extremely complicated process. 11's evolution was assisted by Shiyu's Tai Chi field, but this time, Qitong's risks were still unknown. The fruit of the world tree eaten in advance is a helper. I hope that with the enhanced comprehension talent, I can control and fuse this new form. The immortals are sharp, the immortals are dead, the immortals are trapped and red light appears everywhere, the immortals are infinitely wonderful, and the gods of the heavens are blood-stained. Qitong kept muttering the evolution template provided by Shiyu, hoping to create such a sword formation skill that can kill immortals. However, as time went by, her expression became more and more difficult. The evolution process was not very smooth. It was still too difficult to merge the power of the 4 sword clones together to promote the evolution of the original body. Shiyu saw it in his heart and was very distressed. Can I help? As Qitong merged and evolved, Shi Yu kept trying to establish and deepen the spiritual connection with Qi Tong. He wanted to activate the Tai Chi field to try to help Qi Tong fuse the power of life and death, but it was not as smooth as before. The fit of this spiritual field was still the highest with 11. He wanted to use the enhancement of the fruit of the world tree to develop a new spiritual field with a connection with Qi Tong at this time, but it was not that easy. Shi Yu tried his best to help Qi Tong. What Shi Yu didn't expect was that at the critical moment, in the dark sea of consciousness, it was because of his spiritual connection with Qi Tong that the skill fusion furnace of the skill atlas was activated, which played a big role. Shi Yu slowly opened his eyes and found that his various powers were being extracted to strengthen and stabilize Qi Tong's evolution. No, or to accelerate Qi Tong's awakening and integrate new racial skills. At this moment, Shi Yu could see that under the light of evolution, Qi Tong's body had undergone some subtle changes. There were not many changes, as if she had grown a little taller and grown a little, but as time went on, boom, the scale of the projection of the four swords expanded by more than 10 times, and the power on it surged and spread continuously, and it seemed to turn into thousands of projections, wrapping them in, forming a field, standing in it. 11. Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao looked around with serious expressions. Buzz, at this moment, the shock of the legendary ruins reached an unprecedented level. The earth, sky, and void were cracked. At the same time, a profound sound of rules appeared. The special force and natural force in the ruins were all suppressed. Judging from the quality level of the rule power, it seemed to be above the ordinary rules. Quasi-divine skills, Shi Yu said excitedly, and then his face turned pale. Moreover, it was quite powerful. Outside the ruins, as Shi Yu expected, millions of marine creatures in the vast ocean looked at the sky above the sea in horror, watching the shaking and changing ocean currents, not knowing what was going on. The sound of rules that resounded through their spirits and hearts made them unable to help but surrender, but the murderous intent contained in it made them tremble even more. This is a killing formation that determines life and death, Shi Yu on his side said seriously. Master, hold on, the red pupil will evolve soon. It also looked at Shi Yu worriedly. At this time, Qi Tong's figure finally became clearer. She still looked the same, but her temperament changed extraordinary, just like a dragon god, containing a wonderful charm. Boom. The projections of the four swords hung in the sky, shaking like thunder. The sword light flashed, kept shrinking, flew towards Qi Tong, and at the same time merged into one and fell into her hand. However, the huge sword formation formed by the sword intent and sword light did not disappear at all. At this moment, Qi Tong seemed to have a shocking killing formation in her palm. She just raised the sword in her hand slightly, and the entire legendary space collapsed at an accelerated speed. At this moment, Shi Yu was completely overjoyed. Success, skill name, Zuxian sword formation, attributes, undead, fire, gold, space, level, quasi-god skill, introduction, contains special sword rules, with great power. In the sword formation, there are mysterious and strange changes, infinite murderous intent, and great danger. Once you enter this formation, you will be reduced to ashes and smoke in an instant, and your life will disappear. You will definitely hit it after the skill is locked. At this moment, Shi Yu's heart was excited and complicated. All the power of the four clones was decomposed, reorganized, and merged into a quasi-divine skill with great potential. Invincible, this time it's really invincible. Qi Tong and I will fight together and kill the top totem like killing a dog, Shi Yu said excitedly. He wants to fight. He wants to test his skills. He wants to see the undead phoenix. However, the next moment, Shi Yu's face turned pale and he fainted. Unknowingly, the consumption is greater than continuously adding super-level skills and fusing super-level skills. Beastmaster, seeing this, the 11 were shocked. Qi Tong saw that Shi Yu was overconsumed because of his evolution, and he was instantly nervous and worried. He put away the sword formation and flew over. Oops. Shen Bao Bao, help. Chapter 467, Welcome to the Mythology Era. Assisting the Red Eye in the process of evolution to fuse and awaken the quasi-divine skills was a huge cost to Shi Yu. He ate the eternal flower and the 10,000 years of life that was strengthened, which consumed more than 90% of his life at once, and his vitality was greatly damaged. It took a day for the ginseng baby to nurse Shi Yu back. Wow. Shi Yu lay weakly on the big bed, looking at the familiar ceiling, with discordant sounds echoing in his mouth. Fuck, Is this what is called extremely low success rate? He now felt his body, numb, and he couldn't use his whole body. In Lin's words, this is the end of the calf, take care of the body for half a month. In this half month, whether it is the spiritual field or adding some fusion, it is best not to use it. Moreover, during this period of time, it is best not to leave the ginseng baby, just put it in your pocket like a mobile phone. Now, Shiyu is as weak as the vortex monster, the black meteorite yak, and the ancient gods. This makes Shiyu a little bit upset, but it is not unacceptable. At most, he can meditate and rest slowly. Anyway, the Red Eyes have evolved, and they have created this Huxin sword formation as they wished. His obsession for this short period of time has been fulfilled. Master, when you were sleeping, President Lin called you again. Lin said, I answered it for you. What's the matter? Shiyu said. When the reconnaissance machinery of the Divine Source Legend arrived at the Sky Sword country, the meteorites had already left. They left very quickly and we couldn't lock their tracks. I knew it, Shiyu muttered. They ran really fast, but it doesn't matter. When the world tree wakes up, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. By the way, what about the situation in the Sky Sword country? Shiyu asked. If the meteorites didn't achieve their goal, the Sky Sword country would probably suffer. There are no signs of destruction in other parts of the Xianjian ancient country, but the Sword Ghost and all the people on the Sword God Mountain are said to have mysteriously disappeared. Also missing are the 2 totems of the Xianjian country. Lin suspects that a meteorite should have abducted them and wanted to transform them into the Meteorite clan. After all, the Meteorite clan has just revived and is far less powerful than in ancient times. It is in urgent need of expanding its power and replenishing fresh blood. It can be said that the Xianjian country is now leaderless and has fallen into complete chaos. Moreover, before leaving the Xianjian country, the meteorite left a message to the master. At present, Duang Huang is considering whether to take over the Xianjian country. Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, the meteorite will not say that it must kill me, right, master, you are so smart. It tells you that it's best to hide in Donghuang for the rest of your life and don't go out. Otherwise, it will kill you once it sees you. It knows that you have eaten the immortal fruit, and it says that killing you twice will not relieve its hatred. Shiyu? Bold, a mere demigod. If you don't want to go out, then don't go out. I didn't plan to leave Donghuang again in the short term, Lin? Lin was speechless. How could you be so arrogant and say such a cowardly thing? But it was true. There was no need to confront Yunyan now. Let them develop for a while. From the evolution of Chidan this time, Lin felt that they would be able to face the demigod soon. President Lin. He also asked you to contact him after you wake up. I know, Shiyu sighed, used telekinesis to hook the phone on the table and called President Lin. After a while, President Lin answered in silence. President Lin, I'm back in Donghuang. How is the situation now? Rin told you everything? President Lin said, there are still those developments at present. Now, Yunyan has hidden again and it is very difficult to find. You should not leave Donghuang, okay? Shiyu smiled slightly, but he felt that Yunyan was also bragging. Even if he left Donghuang, Yunyan would not be able to find him unless he was very high profile. Besides, the next time he left Donghuang, he would go back to ancient times to play, and Yunyan would be even less likely to find him. But I also know that you can't sit still. There are many unsolved ruins and secret realms in Donghuang. If you really can't sit still, just walk around in Donghuang, President Lin said helplessly. As the founder of the 11th Bureau, doesn't he know the virtues of the archaeologists in the 11th Bureau? No problem, Shiyu smiled and said, I just plan to take a break for a while. President Lin said, that's good. In addition, if you have free time, you can also help train Lu Qingyi, Lin Ziazu, Baizai and others. After all, they are the hope of Donghuang's next world competition. Didn't you say that your telekinesis skills can also be taught to others? With your current strength and background, I'm afraid there are few better trainers than you in Donghuang. Shiyu's expression was strange. Why are they all women he is familiar with? President Lin must have other bad intentions. That's no problem. I have this idea, Shiyu said. At present, the fruit of the world tree of Shenbao is already mature. This world tree fruit can increase the talent of comprehension. Shiyu felt that it would be very useful to cooperate with a body-controlled talent beat in senior sister Lu's hand. For example, If senior sister beast your girl uses the body control talent beat and cooperates with the fruit of the world tree to develop the combined talent, the chance of developing top combined talent like the Emperor Wu would be greatly increased. At that time, with a level of a 5th level beast master, it would not be impossible to use the overlord level pet. This is the legendary talent. At present, because of his rich family background, Shi Yu is no longer limited to cultivating pets, and even wants to cultivate people. President Lin said, during this period, I have been thinking about what Donghuang can use to welcome the mythological era. Even in the heyday of mythology, Blue Star is just a tiny corner of the vast starry sky. Although the world tree has placed the hope of Blue Star on humans, the time left for human development is still too short. Even if every legend is a genius with a potential to enter the mythological field in the future, there are still too few such people. Donghuang needs more geniuses like you. You are already ahead. If you can help them, it would be great, President Lin thought for a long time. Although Shi Yu is a genius with extremely strong talent and potential, the entire national destiny cannot be placed on Shi Yu alone. The legendary emperors of all dynasties are all figures who suppress an era. However, when they have an accident, Donghuang will immediately be in danger. No one can guarantee that Shi Yu will be able to grow smoothly. From the perspective of President Lin, he hopes that the entire Donghuang will be strong and everyone will be like a dragon, rather than Shi Yu alone. Of course, this difficulty is also greater. Yet, Shi Yu nodded, and he didn't want Donghuang to put all the pressure on him. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood the legend of Lin Feng. The purpose of the legend of Lin Feng to train the second team is to let them protect Donghuang, and he can travel around without worries. On the contrary, it is very tiring for the legend of Shinitun, and he needs to sleep in Donghuang all the time to protect Donghuang. In fact, Shi Yu yearns for the legend of Lin Feng. If he stays in Donghuang all the time, he will be suffocated. Then train more geniuses with legendary potential, Shi Yu said. Don't put everything on him. Compared to staying in Donghuang, time and space travel, star travel, and the unknown land mentioned by the world tree are more attractive to Shi Yu to explore. Well, he also wants to learn from the legend of Lin Feng, train some second teams, and leave them to help him take care of acquaintances in Donghuang. I will help, Shi Yu said. Donghuang has no other plans. In order to welcome the mythological era, Donghuang has begun to prepare. President Lin smiled. Thanks to you and the Sylphs, Donghuang has already formed an alliance with most of the ocean totem forces such as the Endless Sea and the Ghost Sea. Now Donghuang has basically mastered the hegemony of the sea, can travel freely in the ocean, and contact most of the totem forces through the ocean. Now under the threat of foreign enemies and the guidance of the world tree, Donghuang can try to open up world trade, earn more resources, and even lead the Seven Nations Alliance to upgrade to Planetary Alliance. If Donghuang can become the leader of the alliance, the fate of the country will be tied to the fate of the planet, and it will be able to use a large amount of resources to change the talent potential of domestic beast masters and cultivate more talents, Shi Yu said. Blue Star Alliance? Economic globalization? Community of interests, it's really good, but not only between humans and totem countries, but also between totem countries. There is a deep hatred. Even if there is a threat from foreign enemies, it is very difficult to establish a planetary alliance, Shi Yu said. Yes, President Lin nodded. So, the Seven Nations Alliance is planning to develop a large-scale ruined secret realm that can connect the entire world, and use the power of technology to build a second virtual world. At that time, through the various benefits of the second world, it will lure the Totem Kingdom to join. This may become a key step in establishing the Blue Star Alliance. Shi Yu was stunned. A virtual game? This time the Seven Nations Alliance is going to play big? It sounds interesting, but unfortunately, he is also busy building the planet world and can't spare the energy to toss with the 7 countries. The Sky Fox Kingdom and the Sky Sword Kingdom I have been to have no technological foundation, and most of the Totem Kingdoms are the same. Using the power of technology to carry out cultural invasion is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack, Shi Yu said, but in this way, the technological level of the Totem Kingdom will soon be on the right track. President Lin smiled and said, this is also unavoidable. As long as the high-end technology is in the hands of the 7 kingdoms, the most important thing now is to welcome the mythological era. After talking to President Lin for a long time, Shi Yu stretched and lay back on the bed looking at the ceiling. After the incident of the meteorite, it is normal for President Lin not to want him to run around. As for the secret places of ruins in China, there are indeed a few that Shi Yu is interested in. For example, he has not been to the ruins that trapped the strongest person in the 11th Bureau and has not been able to get out until now. For example, in the heroic ruins founded by Emperor Shi, the ruins corresponding to the relic crystal that flew out, Shi Yu has not found it yet, and he doesn't know if it is in Donghuang. Shi Yu stretched again and was thinking about where to start exploring, but the next moment, he suddenly looked towards the East China Sea, that is, the sea area of Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. From there, he sensed at least 2 totem-level fluctuations. Lin, well, it should be the Totem Dragon King of Longgong City. It seems to be the breath of Senior Big Long. The other one is relatively unfamiliar. Is it the Golden Dragon King? Lin said. Let's go and take a look, Shi Yu said. The sea area of Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, as the base camp of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, is still guarded by the Navy. Wang Qi, Sen Mingzi and others are usually conducting special training at the offshore base. At present, they are the highest commanders of this base where no one lives. These 2 people have been to Ryugu City as representatives of the Navy, and have been to the ruins of One Piece with Shi Yu for adventure. Now they are the mainstay of the Marine Environmental Protection Department, and can be said to have a promising future. However, they are actually very depressed, because the Marine Environmental Protection Department is too idle. The original highest commander Xiao Qin, because of being too idle, went directly to serve as a general for Shi Yu's Mechanical Fantasy Beast Corps, and did not come here at all. They were left to silently guard the sea, pulling a group of Pingchang recruits to train, but they solved a lot of employment problems for Pingchang and Bengalen City. On this day, the wind was fine and the sun was bright. One by one, the recruits looked at the black spots in the distance blankly. The invisible sense of oppression made them swallow their saliva and show incredible expressions. Energy fluctuation number 1, cannot be detected. Energy fluctuation number 2, cannot be detected. Energy fluctuation number 3, 7.6 million. What's going on? Wang Qi quickly came to the detection device of the base, and his face was stunned as he captured it. It was a Western dragon and 2 Eastern dragons. The giant dragon was mainly black and blue in scales, and it was terrifying, as if it was the leader of the 3 creatures. As for the other 2, one was a white dragon and the other was a larger golden dragon. Wang Qi was obviously dumbfounded when he saw them. He didn't recognize the giant dragon, but he felt that the golden dragon and the white dragon looked familiar. It's the eldest prince and the 3rd prince of Longgong City. Next to him, Sen Mingzi quickly said, they are not enemies, but the dragons of Longgong City. However, although it was Longgong City, Wang Qi and Sen Mingzi quickly chose to send a signal to intercept, and immediately notified Qi Shiyu. Even if they were members of Longgong City, they could not enter Donghuang without official procedures. Roar! A moment later, the Frost Dragon, the 9-clawed Golden Dragon, and the White Kanglong arrived together, soaring above the Ministry of Environmental Protection's offshore base. Countless recruits looked at the sky shock. Where had they seen such powerful creatures? Your Highness the 1st Prince, Your Highness the 3rd Prince, and this Lord, Wang Qi and Sen Mingzi immediately ran to greet them. In the sky, the Frost Demon Dragon raised his eyebrows and said, I am the Ice Dragon King, the head of the Environmental Protection Department of Longgong City. How can you conduct professional training without even recognizing me? Wang Qi and Sen Mingzi were shocked. The Ice Dragon King didn't look like this. How could he be like a demon? Forget it, never mind. He is at the totem level and is with the eldest and 3rd princes. He is probably the Ice Dragon King. They said, meet Lord Ice Dragon King. I wonder what Lord Ice Dragon King is doing in Donghuang. Looking for Shi Yu, the Ice Dragon said. We have contacted Minister Shi Yu. That's good. Let's wait. The Ice Dragon nodded. Yo yo yo, go go go. Next to him, the little white dragon hummed. Brother Jin Long, are you really going to challenge Senior Shi Yu? It looked at the 9-clawed golden dragon next to it, which looked noble and powerful. Yet, the expression of the eldest prince of Longgong City was calm. It, the son of the golden dragon king of Longgong City, the eldest prince of Longgong City, has even been recognized by the dragon god for its talent and potential. When it was at the king level, it was invincible. When it was at the overlord level, it was invincible. Now, after multiple trials, it has broken through to the totem level by relying on the superb superclass race skills, legendary resources, and the will of the overlord. As soon as it broke through the totem level, it returned to the Dragon Palace City from the ruined secret realm, and then learned about the end of the World Championship. From the fathers, he learned about the legendary experience of Dong Huang Shiyu, the one who cultivated the mythical race and cultivated the Azure Dragon, the beast master who killed the totem in seconds with the overlord. All kinds of legendary experiences surprised the Golden Dragon Prince. After hearing so many legends, he really wanted the Golden Dragon Prince to challenge Shiyu's Azure Dragon, and the mythical race. He didn't believe that there were dragons of the same level who were stronger than him. However, after telling his father about this idea, it was immediately denied. No chance. The Azure Dragon Prince of the Dragon Empire is also a totem level. He was killed by a meteorite in one blow. Although it is said that the Azure Dragon bloodline restrains him, you will not be much better if you go. In this regard, the Golden Dragon Prince did not believe in evil, but he was not arrogant. He chose to enter the Dragon God Ruins trial first. This time, he was very lucky to obtain 5 legendary resources. With the help of these 5 resources, his strength increased greatly in just 2 months, and his strength was close to the top totem standard. He was completely different from the Azure Dragon Prince, who was promoted by external forces. So, he once again had the idea of challenging Shiyu's Azure Dragon. This time, the Golden Dragon Prince finally got the approval of his father. After asking the Dragon God for instructions, he also got the Dragon God's approval, so he came to visit Dong Huang to challenge. At the same time, for some reason, the Dragon God also sent the Ice Dragon King to accompany him. As for the little white dragon, it was just to join in the fun. After the Ice Dragon, the Golden Dragon, and the little white dragon waited, the space ripples floated, and Shiyu appeared out of thin air above the sea. How did you find time to come to Dong Huang? Shiyu floated in the sky with telekinesis, smiling at the Ice Dragon and little white dragon. At the same time, he looked at the powerful 9-clawed golden dragon next to him with a little surprise. It was close to the top totems such as the Golden Dragon King, the Golden Dragon Prince. I learned before that he was the invincible overlord. It has only been a few months, and his combat power has reached the level of the top totem? The Dragon God asked him to come. When Mother Long saw Shiyu, she immediately greeted him with a smile. There was no other way. Who asked Shiyu to send a god-level evolution resource? Apart from Mu Huayan, Shiyu was her closest relative. The Dragon God asked me to send you an equipment. It seems that the one I gave you before was broken by you, Ice Dragon said. Shiyu was startled and immediately realized it. The Dragon God's guardian was used and destroyed. The Dragon God must have noticed it. Another one was created and sent by the Ice Dragon. And there is also, Brother Jinlong wants to challenge your Azure Dragon, Senior Shiyu. It's said that Azure Dragon is just so-so. It can beat it with 2 claws, next to it, Little White Dragon said. The 9-clawed Golden Dragon immediately turned to look at it. The eldest prince? When did I say that? Why does it feel that the Little White Dragon has been inflated recently? Why is it so mean and dog-like? The number of times it bullied the Little White Dragon is not as many as the second prince. Challenge the bugs. Shiyu was stunned and looked at the Golden Dragon Prince. I see. However, why challenge the bugs? It would be much better to challenge the red pupil. It's not that Shiyu is afraid that the bugs can't beat it. Not only has the red pupil fused a bunch of superclass skills, but the bugs are the same. Skills such as the Azure Dragon Immortal Body are all powerful. Moreover, it's just an ordinary battle. It doesn't matter whether you win or not. Shiyu doesn't even want to use the meteorite, fearing that it will waste the power of faith. The main reason is that the red pupil has just evolved, and he hasn't had time to see the power of this Huxin sword formation. Shiyu looked at the Golden Dragon Prince seriously, and then looked at the Dragon Mother, whose power has reached the top totem and looks more fierce than the Golden Dragon Prince. A bold idea came to his mind. Okay, I accept the challenge, Shiyu said with a smile. The Undead Phoenix is also a mother, and the Dragon Mother is also a mother. Why not let Qitong try to beat this mother first? At this time, as Shiyu accepted the challenge from Prince Jinlong, for some reason, it was Ice Dragon who felt a chill rising from behind him. Thanks to the leader of the Urjin. Chapter 468 The Arrival of the 4 Sacred Beasts. Shiyu, the world legend and super genius from Pingcheng. Dong Huang's most important ally and the eldest prince of Longgoing City, the strongest marine power. These two are legendary figures for the new recruits of the Ministry of Environmental Protection below, and they need to look up to them. And now, after they met, they wanted to fight in a few words, which made these new recruits excited all of a sudden. Shit. It seems that big news is about to come. Minister Shiyu, do you want to fight? Below, Wang Qi, Sen Mingzi and others also became excited instantly. There's a good show to watch. Huh? Shiyu looked down and said, it's nothing for you, continue training. Remember to turn on the protective facilities to avoid interference from the aftermath. In this level of battle, there is no time to spare to protect a group of new recruits. Go to hell. After Shiyu finished speaking, the excited expressions of most people below stopped abruptly. So heartless. Let's go to the isolated island. Seeing that Shiyu accepted the challenge, the eldest prince of Longgang City was quite satisfied. Next, Shiyu and his group flew to an isolated island in the East China Sea. During this process, the ice dragon handed over the new dragon god guardian to Shiyu. During this period, the golden dragon prince hesitated to speak many times, and said, what the little white dragon said just now was all nonsense. I didn't say it, although it was not afraid of Shiyu, it didn't want to take the blame. Little white dragon, no, did I remember it wrong? Shiyu, it doesn't matter, don't think too highly of it, it's still far from the real Azure Dragon, Shiyu said. Ice Dragon, little white dragon, nonsense. They have watched the World Championship. With that strength, can they not know whether it is a real Azure Dragon? However, when the Golden Dragon Prince saw that Shiyu showed weakness before the battle, he became more confident. After a while, Shiyu followed Longgong Cheng and his group to an isolated island. After arriving, the Ice Dragon and Little White Dragon immediately became the objects of eating melons and ran to the side with great interest. I will protect the venue, the Ice Dragon said. I'll cheer for you, said the Little White Dragon. Roar, then I'll be polite, Your Excellency Shiyu, please teach me. In the sky, the Golden Dragon Prince, whose body was 100 meters long, circled up, and his golden scales shone brightly. Shiyu could feel the strength of the Golden Dragon Prince. The Golden Dragon clan was also a race known for its physical strength. Because of the advantage of level, the current strength was still above Chong Chong. This time, Chong Chong had a hard fight. Shiyu did not intend to help Chong Chong, including the Azure Dragon domain and the spiritual connection. His current body did not allow it, so he just let Chong Chong hone himself. Same, Your Highness, please go all out, Shiyu smiled politely. Roar, the next moment, behind Shiyu, a huge black summoning ray shone with sapphire light. In the ripples of space, a blue dragon 100 meters long emerged, with golden eyes, staring at the golden dragon in front of him. The two dragons looked at each other, extremely jealous. Are you the lucky guy who evolved into Azure Dragon? Come on, let me see how strong Azure Dragon's faith skill is. The Golden Dragon Prince looked serious and made a full-strength battle state, wanting to see how strong Azure Dragon's faith skill is. Gee, I refuse. However, the bug turned back arrogantly. If you want to see the faith skill, you have to pay more. The Golden Dragon Prince? The Golden Dragon Prince raised his eyebrows and said, what do you mean? Shiyu smiled slightly and said, Your Highness, the use of Azure Dragon's faith skill will consume the rare power of faith, so it should not be used lightly. We are just sparring, there is no need to fight so hard, just stop at the right time. The Golden Dragon Prince? Roar, Azure Dragon Bug nodded, yes, every time it smashed to piece, it felt heartbroken. There is no benefit in defeating you, and wasting the power of faith is not a big loss. It is at the Overlord level, and I am at the Totem level. How can it fight me without the power of faith? The Golden Dragon Prince frowned and said, I want more than just a simple exchange. Please be serious and do your best. The Golden Dragon Prince wanted to challenge because he felt a threat from Shiyu and the Azure Dragon Bug. At present, the Ice Dragon King, the Sea Dragon King, the Blue Dragon King, and even the Dragon God in the Dragon Palace City are said to all respect Azure Dragon. This makes it, the eldest prince, feel a sense of crisis. Under normal circumstances, after the Dragon God abdicates, it is very likely to become a genius in the Dragon Palace of the new generation of Dragon God. Now the talents and potentials of the major Dragon Kings are not as good as it. Originally, the future was extremely bright, but now a Azure Dragon has appeared out of nowhere and is supported by most of the forces in the Dragon Palace. How can this make the Golden Dragon Prince feel at ease? It came here to test Azure Dragon's trump card this time, but if the opponent does not want to be exposed, even if it wins by relying on its high realm, what is there to be happy about? In the end, it still has no information. Only by defeating the Overlord Azure Dragon that burst out with all its strength, can it speculate the threat that Azure Dragon will pose to it after entering the totem level, and then it will know how to become stronger. No one can snatch the position of Dragon God. Your Highness, don't worry, even if it doesn't use the power of faith, it won't be weak, Shiyu said. Golden Dragon Prince, nonsense, do you really take me, a totem level, seriously? Roar, Golden Dragon Prince's eyes were shimmering. Damn it, it took so long to come to challenge, but the so-called world legend was so timid. Shiyu and Chong's attitude made Golden Dragon Prince angry. They could use meteorites to fight the Azure Dragon Prince of the Dragon Empire, so why can't they use meteorites to fight it? Don't be timid, it's just a little power of faith. Can the Grand Prince let you suffer? No matter whether you win or lose, the Grand Prince will definitely promote faith for you in Dragon Palace City after the battle, the Ice Dragon said next to him. Yes, Little White Dragon also said. Really? Shiyu looked at the Golden Dragon Prince. Golden Dragon Prince, huh? It looked at the Ice Dragon King and Little White Dragon. What on earth are these two dragons here for? Facing the gazes of Shiyu and Chong, the Golden Dragon Prince opened his mouth slightly. The several Dragon Kings in Longgong City have their own spheres of influence. Although the Ice Dragon is trying his best to help Shiyu promote the Azure Dragon faith in Longgong City, it is not easy to touch other people's territories. Now, seizing the opportunity, the Ice Dragon immediately took advantage of Shiyu. The Golden Dragon was silent. Facing the fiery gazes of Shiyu and Chong, it was silent. Immediately, it gritted its teeth. I didn't say it. The upright Golden Dragon Prince didn't buy into this, mainly because he didn't have the courage to make the decision for his father. However, in order to let Shiyu and the others fight with all their strength, the Golden Dragon Prince still added, "It's okay for me to help, but you have to win my approval, it's a deal." The Golden Dragon Prince didn't know what switch he touched, and the next moment, King Long and Shiyu put away their perfunctory attitudes. The Golden Dragon Prince was startled, and then his eyes became unfriendly. Roar, the Golden Dragon Prince roared, his whole body flashing with golden light, and directly used his superb super-level skill, the Golden Dragon 9 turns. Boom. The huge golden dragon circled in the sky for a moment, and then the sun in the sky became even more blazing, and the sunlight shone on the dragon scales, causing it to suddenly turn into a golden beam of light, sweeping the sky with dragon power, and crashing towards King Long. Golden rainbow pierces the sun. Buzz. Facing the golden beam, the blue-gold mental power fluctuations appeared out of thin air like a tide on the way of the Golden Dragon Prince's attack, changing into the nature of water, and trying to turn into a large net to slow down the Golden Dragon Prince's attack. Softness overcomes hardness. However, the Golden Dragon Prince's body did not stop at all, but instantly pierced a huge hole in the mental power tide. The blazing golden light instantly evaporated and rose the mental power tide. Roar, seeing this, Chong roared with a dragon roar, and the power of the blue dragon filled the world. He stretched out his dragon claws and slapped the golden light with one claw. The pure golden light immediately squeezed and collided with the blue gold light. Rumble. In the dazzling light, the figure of the Golden Dragon Prince could not be seen clearly. Chong's blue dragon claws pressed against the golden light. The intertwined and entangled deterrents instantly tore the clouds in the sky, caused countless cracks on the ground of the island, and made the endless waves shake. Seeing this, the Ice Dragon immediately froze the sea to prevent the aftermath from rolling up a tsunami. Woohoo! The little white dragon was also startled, feasting its eyes. It just loves to watch others fight. What a strong force! At the same time, a blow collided, and seeing that the opponent was not only not pierced by his golden rainbow, but blocked himself with one claw, the Golden Dragon Prince was shocked and couldn't believe that this was the power of the Overlord. In the huge roar, under the deterrents, the Golden Dragon Prince actually felt a trembling of his blood body. "It's okay," Shiyu's voice came in the strong wind in the distance. Superclass physical skill, King Long Immortal Body. It is a fusion of multiple skills, mainly King Long Yin and Long Miao Tao, which completely transforms the physique of the insect into King Long Xianbo. Its thoughts will turn into super telekinesis, its roar will make the gods tremble, its body has a very strong self-healing ability, Its dragon eyes can see through all weaknesses, and in addition, it can be multiplied at will, mobilizing the power of faith to create an immortal body. Nothing more than that. In the shocking collision, the Golden Dragon Prince roared. After the energy flowed through his body, the properties increased greatly, and a strong force burst out, instantly shattering the blue-gold light. The golden rainbow burned the Azure Dragon God Claw of the Azure Dragon Wormchong black, and with a snap, it broke off, causing half of the Wormchong's claw to disappear. Roar, the Wormchong was angry. Then, seeing that the golden rainbow was about to penetrate the Wormchong's body, the space ripples flashed, and the Wormchong disappeared in front of the Golden Dragon Prince in an instant. Space control, move. Buzz. The Wormchong's figure appeared higher in the sky. It didn't have time to look at its half-broken claws, but quickly looked at the golden rainbow that was refracted and attacked again like light. Boom. The Wormchong immediately entered the state of air hiding, but the Golden Dragon Prince's attack was enough to distort the space, and the air-hidden body was twisted and penetrated through a large wound, forcing the Wormchong to move away from the attack range again through instant movement, so as not to be pierced by the golden rainbow that was 100 meters long and cause serious injuries. Swish. Chong reappeared, but the attack of the Golden Dragon Prince was getting more and more fierce. The attributes of strength, speed, and energy were continuously improving. The force of the distorted space was getting stronger and stronger, blocking the speed of Chong's teleportation. This time, before Chong could react, the golden rainbow that was interwoven into a giant net in the sky directly hit Chong's body and smashed towards the ground of the island. The 100-meter-long golden light, hitting the blue dragon, was like a meteor. At the same time, the hot attack before the first turn, this time the attack of the Golden Dragon Prince seemed to be accompanied by frost, and the cold air in the sky dyed a layer of ice cloud, freezing Chong continuously. It's the Golden Dragon 9 turns. Xiao Bailong was shocked and said, "It looks like the improvement is even greater. It seems that it relies on this move to be promoted to the totem. Are there skills that can continuously improve your own strength?" Shi Yu frowned when he saw Chong being suppressed. Boom. As the bugs were pierced through the ground by the Golden Dragon Prince, a 1,000-meter-long pit appeared on the entire isolated island, and then the island began to crack in all directions. After the attack was successful, the Golden Dragon Prince excitedly turned into golden light again, and his body appeared in the sky, looking down at the Azure Dragon in the huge pit below. Moreover, his aura was still rising. The Golden Dragon 9 turns. Every time the energy flows through the body for a circle, it can improve its strength in all directions, and can obtain an elemental enchantment that can mobilize the power of nature, which can be improved up to 9 times. The Golden Dragon Prince who has trained the Golden Dragon 9 turns to perfection can already do the Golden Dragon 10 turns. After the 10th turn, he can fight the top totem. You are not my opponent, so use the faith skill. The Golden Dragon Prince hovered in the sky, but the next moment, its pupils shrank. In the huge pit, the wounded Azure Dragon worm flew up without any ripples in its eyes. During the flight, the injuries on its body, big and small, healed quickly in less than 2 seconds. The Azure Dragon claw that was severely damaged by the Golden Dragon Prince at the beginning had long been restored to its original state without any scars. When the worm flew up completely, there was no wound on its body, and there was no difference from before the battle. Impossible. The Golden Dragon Prince was shocked when he saw this. He could feel that he had clearly severely damaged the opponent, but why? Even the opponent's breath was not weakened much? Fuck, the Ice Dragon and the Little White Dragon also exclaimed. What's going on? They had only seen meteorites kill instantly in the world competition, but they didn't expect that the worm's other abilities were so terrifying. Roar, I recognize you. At that moment, after the worm flew up, he looked at the Golden Dragon Prince solemnly. The last one who could beat it so badly with such a fierce attack was the leader. However, due to the existence of the Azure Dragon immortal body, it is not so easy to defeat. This level of heavy damage can be recovered in an instant. This is not recovered by the power of faith, but the pure self-healing ability of the Azure Dragon immortal body. It is the brilliant sublimation of high-speed healing combined with the Azure Dragon physique. The enemy cannot kill it in seconds, so they can only fight a war of attrition. If the power of faith is really used, even if it is dying, it can be revived with full blood in an instant. Even if it is really dead, it can be reborn with faith and immortal. Unless it is at the level of a demigod, it is very difficult to defeat and exhaust the power of the insect. Continue, The golden dragon did not believe in evil. As its own attributes continued to rise, a golden light ball was directly condensed in its mouth, and the terrifying energy fluctuations instantly blocked the space. Boom! The golden light ball directly turned into a golden light column, and the diameter stretched to 100 meters during the gushing process, bombarding the azure dragon below, as if to bombard the azure dragon and the island into the seabed together. This attack, the golden dragon prince is determined to win, but after knowing that the power of the golden dragon will continue to grow stronger due to the golden dragon 9 transformations, Shiyu and Chong Chong can no longer sit back and watch it grow stronger steadily. Chong Chong, the 4 saints, suppress its power, don't give it a chance to become stronger, Shiyu said. Skills, Superclass, Fantasy Domain, Perfect Plus, Fantasy Dragon, Perfect Plus, Dragon Star Cluster, Perfect Plus, Queen Mother's Power, Perfect Plus, Space Control, Perfect Plus, Azure Dragon Immortal Body, Perfect Plus, 4 Saints Clone, Perfect Plus, Dream Control, Perfect Plus, Dream Control, Queen Mother's Power, Space Control, 4 Saints Clone, Azure Dragon Immortal Body. These are all the new skills that Chong Chong has merged. One is more powerful than the other. So powerful that the Golden Dragon Prince is very shocked and stunned. So powerful that even without the power of faith and without the help of other powers, Shiyu has the confidence to let Chong Chong fight against a totem-level Golden Dragon Prince. The direction of the Golden Light Column's attack was clearly blocked by the Golden Dragon Prince, but the figure of the insect was like a mirage, blurring and distorting rapidly. Almost in an instant, the sky darkened. No, it seemed that everyone was dragged into another world. Under the bright stars, the Golden Dragon Prince was stunned. Is this the starry sky? Roar! When the Golden Dragon Prince reacted, the target of the Golden Light Column was no longer the Azure Dragon, but a white giant tiger with black stripes all over its body like snow. The island under its feet had disappeared inexplicably and turned into a star. Standing on this star with rich golden power, the white giant tiger opened its mouth, as if it contained a black hole, and directly swallowed a Golden Light Column. The aftermath was crisscrossed the sky, which completely made the Golden Dragon Prince lose his mind, and also made the Ice Dragon and the Little White Dragon stunned. When they reacted, they found strangely that not only the ground had changed, but also all directions had changed. They were indeed in the starry sky. It was not just this star and the white giant tiger that had appeared. There were also new gods in other directions. On a red star, a divine bird with an avian appearance and a startling fire burning on its body was staring at the Golden Dragon Prince with its burning eyes, and the stars around it were all on fire. On a black star, a black giant turtle was lying there, and a green giant snake was wrapped around its body. The deep eyes of both sides made the Golden Dragon Prince feel cold immediately. At this time, the Azure Dragon Bug, the original target of the Golden Dragon Prince's attack, had already hovered above another star in the starry sky, staring at the Golden Dragon Prince from a higher altitude. Seeing this, the Golden Dragon Prince's pupils shrank and he couldn't understand. 4 sacred beasts. White tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon. The 4 sacred beasts have all appeared. Illusion or phantom, the Golden Dragon Prince roared and burst out energy directly, trying to break free from the illusion, but all ended in failure. He even panicked and felt that his power was strongly suppressed under their gaze. What skill is this? The Golden Dragon Prince was puzzled. The next moment, the 4 heavenly spirits in 4 directions attacked together and locked the Golden Dragon Prince in the center. Just now, the Golden Dragon Prince was pursuing the victory, but in a blink of an eye, the situation was reversed and it became a pincer attack. This is the 4 Saints Avatar, Shiyu spoke. This is a top-grade super-level skill that is fused with a forbidden magic field, the 4-element star array, and the virtual and real phantom skills as the core. Because of the special nature of the Azure Dragon's immortal body and the virtual and real phantom, this skill can even use the faith equipment of the white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird to strengthen the phantom clone. It can be said that it is the biggest gain from the fusion of skills on Chong Chong. Even Shiyu had the idea of training a black tortoise and a white tiger for the second team. Of course, at the moment, when fighting against the Golden Dragon Prince, it was not necessary to use the faith equipment. The combination of the fantasy field and the 4 clones could exert great power. When all the 4 clones were present, the power of each of the 4 was upgraded to the legendary level, equivalent to the original body, and formed a legion skill, which was an attack and defense in one. It was a move that consumed a lot of energy and could mobilize the power of the starry sky. At the same time, under the pressure of the four saints, the enemy's power was greatly suppressed, and all natural and void powers were forbidden to be used. Roar! The white tiger moved, first transformed into white wings, and came towards the golden dragon prince. It slapped its tiger palm, and the majestic gold power and killing aura instantly made the golden dragon prince feel incredible. He felt that this guy was stronger than the azure dragon at the beginning. No. It's not that it is too strong, it's that I have become weaker. The power that was increased after using the golden dragon 9 transformations instantly fell to the bottom under the suppression of the four saints' domain. Boom! The dragon and the tiger fought. The tiger's palm and the dragon's claw collided with each other, and the two sides were deadlocked. The golden dragon prince rolled up the dragon's tail and slapped the white tiger, and the white tiger also opened its huge mouth and directly fought on the dragon's tail. Under the sharp gold teeth, the dragon scales broke and dragon blood gushed out. Roar! The golden dragon prince screamed in anger. Is this a white tiger? Whose creation white tiger bites people randomly? Fuck! Seeing this, the little white dragon was shocked again. What kind of skill is this? So cool. Is this also the azure dragon's faith skill? The ice dragon was also shocked. It thought that there was only one faith skill of meteorite. This one is also very strong. Sure enough, just as it expected, even the eldest prince is definitely not a match for Shiyu, this pervert. The dragon god sent himself here just to watch Shiyu and prevent him from killing the eldest prince. However, this white tiger looks so cat-like and so familiar. What they don't know is that this is a white tiger that Chong Chong created based on the prototype of the gym cat, and it has very good teeth. In the pain of biting, the golden dragon prince was shocked and felt a wave of heat coming. He turned around suddenly and saw a huge divine bird with flames and wings filled with flames, slashing towards him. Yes, it was slashing. This guy is using his wings as a sword. What the hell, is this one of the four sacred beasts? Flames filled its wings, forming a flaming blade. The golden dragon prince, who was in a stalemate with the white tiger, was unable to resist immediately. Chew! With the high chant of the vermilion bird chopped down the body of the golden dragon prince, causing him to scream in pain again. Roar! It was chopped down from the air and smashed towards the black tortoise. What made the golden dragon prince's pupils shrink even more was that the azure dragon also jumped up at this moment and flew in front of it while it was flying backwards. The combination of secrets, the finishing touch? Chong Chong's eyes flickered, and the dragon-shaped fluctuations around him were enlarged, and soon he became a 10,000-meter azure dragon. The huge phantom turned into cyan gold light and hit the golden dragon prince. With a bang. This time it was Chong Chong who pierced through the golden dragon prince. Roar! Under the severe pain, what made the golden dragon prince unable to understand was that his life and energy were continuously absorbed during the attack. This azure dragon, like a bug, could also suck blood and energy. This skill really confused the golden dragon prince, and what confused him even more was the image of the four saints. He roared in pain. Roar! Aren't you a azure dragon? Why are you like a bug? Why are the four saints all out? Didn't you say you wouldn't use the faith skill? Why can't you hold it back? Ho ha, as expected, am I too strong? Chong Chong, I am a bug. The golden dragon prince's expression froze. Shiyu also said, who said this is a faith skill? The power of faith has not been mobilized yet. If it is a faith skill, the power is several times this. The golden dragon prince would never believe it. Boom. Under the joint attack of azure dragon and black tortoise, the golden dragon prince was smashed into the depths of the starry sky with the stars shattered. It must be said that the golden dragon prince was strong enough, and this did not defeat it. It was just that its injuries were similar to those of the previous bugs. It was floating in the starry sky with broken pieces, and its dragon eyes were fixed on the four saints in front of it. You told me that this is not a faith skill. The golden dragon prince did not believe it. The four saints clones have all come out, and this is not a faith skill? Its super-level superclass skills have been suppressed. These clones are as powerful as the original body. If this is not a faith skill, what is it? If not, how could it be so strong? It seems that it is not. I didn't see the power of faith, the little white dragon shouted. Indeed, there is no fluctuation of the power of faith. The ice dragon was also quite shocked at this time, and suddenly found that the four saints clones were not faith skills. It was actually a pure and extremely powerful superclass phantom skill. No, it even had the effects of legion skills and domain skills. The Golden Dragon Prince's expression froze again, and he was a little silent. Indeed, he did not sense the power of faith. The power of faith, nature, space, elements, etc., still has different forms of expression. Brother Jinlong, hurry up, hurry up. At this time, Xia Adelong was shouting frantically, saying, Senior Shiayu's extraordinary power, beast control talent, and Senior Chong Chong's faith skills have not been used yet. Don't warm up, show your full strength and fight Senior Shiayu seriously. Don't worry, Senior Shiai will definitely work hard to get your approval. Xia Adelong continued to shout, making the expression of the Golden Dragon Prince more and more stiff. MMP. Xia Adelong, you wait. How could it not hear that Xia Adelong was fanning the flames? It was warming up, obviously fighting seriously. But Xia Adelong's words made the Golden Dragon Prince's expression pale. Extraordinary power, beast control talent, faith skills, have not been used yet. What are these? It naturally knows. So, is it the other party who is really warming up now? To be honest, the Golden Dragon Prince regretted leaving Longgong City at this moment. He regretted even more that he said as long as he wins its approval he would help Shiayu and others promote the Azure Dragon faith in Longgong City. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Prince was in a dilemma. Monster. Is this a overlord? Is it only this level? However, the pride of being the eldest prince of Dragon Palace City would not allow him to admit defeat like this. Look at me tearing you apart one by one. The Golden Dragon Prince roared and attacked the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise who were staring at him again. White, red, black, and blue, 4 different colored light beams locked onto the Golden Dragon Prince. In an instant, the violent and turbulent light beams engulfed the Golden Dragon Prince's figure. The light first compressed and concentrated, and then it burst out like a sun explosion. Boom! The Golden Dragon Prince was directly engulfed by the 4 saints' sanctions, and his astonishing screams immediately penetrated the space and spread throughout the East China Sea. Fuck! Amid the screams of the Ice Dragon and the Little White Dragon, the frozen sea was also shattered and a strong wind swept out. At the base of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the new recruits who had resumed their training at this moment were stunned by the sudden strong wind and the screams from afar that sounded a bit like the Golden Dragon Prince. They all looked at the distant sky with clouds, their expressions stunned. The battle ended with the defeat of the Golden Dragon Prince. It fainted and passed out. Chong Chong was exhausted beside it, secretly cursing that the Golden Dragon was too durable. With the strength of the Golden Dragon Prince close to the top totem, Chong Chong was almost exhausted after defeating it without Krypton Gold and the power of faith. However, for the sake of style, Chong Chong still pretended that he didn't use much effort, watching the Golden Dragon fall, while it turned into a small green dragon and flew into Shiyu's pocket. After the battle, the Little White Dragon and the Ice Dragon purred. They didn't expect that the Golden Dragon Prince would be defeated like this. They really didn't expect that the big prince didn't force out Shiyu's extraordinary power, beast control talent, faith skills and other trump cards. They thought that even if Shiyu could win, he would have to spend a lot of faith power. You said, His Royal Highness the Big Prince should keep his promise and help promote the Azure Dragon faith in Dragon Palace City, Shiyu muttered. A battle can't be fought in vain. Senior Shiyu is awesome. Senior Chong Chong is awesome. Don't worry, if Big Brother Jinlong doesn't keep his promise, I will spread it everywhere in Dragon Palace. He doesn't keep his word. Little White Dragon immediately stood in line. Little White Dragon, don't be naughty. Shiyu looked at it with a smile, feeling that Little White Dragon was becoming more and more sensible. Is this growth? Boy, you are much stronger than the world game. At this moment, the Ice Dragon was also surprised. Not only did Shiyu break through the legend, but Chong Chong was definitely much stronger than the world game. It is sure that Shiyu's strength has surpassed Mu Huayan. Yes, not only me and Chong Chong, Chi Tong has also become much stronger, and the progress is greater than Chong Chong. Dragon Mother, do you want to test Chi Tong? Shiyu said casually. Chi Tong has made such great progress, and growth should also be shared with the elders. Really? Bing Long was delighted. Among Shiyu's pets, it must still like and care about Chi Tong more. No problem. Bing Long laughed and was about to say no problem, but the cold air that appeared on his back before reappeared, making Bing Long's expression stiff. and he had a bad premonition. This time, it evolved and awakened a time-related skill of danger perception. At this moment, Bing Long, who was about to say no problem, only felt unprecedented excitement about this skill. Skill, run. That sword is not a daughter. Click. The ice dragon seemed to see himself lying seriously injured in the dragon palace. He looked at Shiyu with explosive eyes and said, "No test, no test. Anyone can test if they want. Wait, with your strength, you should be able to go find that immortal dark phoenix. How about I accompany you to try your hand with it, thanks to the leader of the Diana Rabbit." Chapter 469, Sister Lu arrives. Shiyu was completely stunned when he saw that the Bing Long, who had agreed to it, suddenly changed his face. How could he go back on his word? Moreover, he went around in circles and let the undead phoenix take the beating instead of himself. Although Shiyu and Bing Long did have an agreement to fight the undead phoenix together. Senior Bing Long, Senior Shiyu. At this time, Xia Abe saw that Shiyu and Bing Long were chatting happily, and couldn't help but said, "Can't you take care of brother Jin Long? He is about to sink to the bottom of the sea." It doesn't matter, he won't die." In Shiyu's pocket, the bug that was being treated by the ginseng baby popped up. Its telekinesis extended infinitely and entered the ocean. Then, it pulled up the golden dragon prince, who sank into the sea, and put him on the floating island. Woohoo, understood. Seeing the miserable state of the golden dragon prince, Xia Abe nodded. After helping the bug to heal, Shiyu sent the ginseng baby clone to jump down and treat the golden dragon prince a little. "Don't you want to fight?" Meanwhile, Shiyu scratched his cheek and looked at Bing Long. Bing Long was afraid, wasn't he? Bing Long looked at Shiyu and said, "Tell me, who is stronger, Qitong's current strength or the bug in your pocket?" Shiyu was stunned and looked at the bug. "This. Almost as strong," Shiyu said. Bing Long took a step back, his eyes shrank, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn, is this reasonable? How could it not know that the heroic spirit of its beast master could compete with the Azure Dragon god in potential and strength? Even if Mu Huan was reborn, he wouldn't dare to say that he was almost as strong as that Azure Dragon. In Shiyu's pocket, the bug also pouted. Is this reasonable? They haven't fought yet, how can they be almost as strong? It must be stronger. After getting the information from Shiyu, Bing Long was completely convinced that this fight shouldn't be fought. Is it the effect of the blessing of the world tree? Bing Long thought. It quickly changed the subject and said, "So, when are you going to meet the guy who claims to be Qitong's biological mother?" Shiyu said, "In a few months. It doesn't feel stable now. After all, the undead phoenix may have the strength of a demigod at its peak. God knows if it has any tricks up its sleeve. Besides, before taking action, we must get Dong Huang's cooperation. After all, it is too close to the city and it is not easy to expand. If we apply for a set of procedures, the procedures will definitely be long and tedious. At present, the pure sea spirit that Susu has accumulated can already purify the negative power of the top totem level, but it is still a little short of the demigod level." "Humph," Bing Long said, "it has died once and has been sealed for so long. It's good to have the strength of an ordinary totem. Call me when you are ready. I want to see if it is Mu Huang's biological mother. It has caused Mu Huang so much suffering. I must teach it a lesson. When the time comes, I will be with Qitong." Bing Long was extremely serious. Shiyu looked at Bing Long suspiciously, suspecting that this guy was just trying to change the subject. Ahem, roar. At this time, under the crazy milk of the ginseng baby's clone, the golden dragon prince also quickly regained consciousness. It suddenly widened its dragon pupils and breathed rapidly. "You're awake." In the sky, the little white dragon eating melon looked at the golden dragon prince and said. The golden dragon prince looked at the sky, his expression kept changing. "Very complicated, King Long. I will definitely come to challenge again." It had just recovered a little from its injuries, and it went back into the sea and left, which made the ice dragon and the little white dragon stunned. At this time, the golden dragon prince could not accept that he was defeated without even seeing the King Long faith skill. Now he just wanted to become stronger and try every possible way to become stronger. It hasn't said whether it will help promote the King Long festival. Shiyu discovered that the golden dragon prince was indeed tough, and the speed of leaving was faster than when he attacked the bugs. He didn't look like he was injured, but clearly looked like he was evading the ticket. The ice dragon also fell into deep thought and said, "It's not a big problem, it can't escape. I'll go to its father to talk about this now. I've also delivered the things of Lord Dragon God. Shiyu, I'm busy with my mission, so I'll leave first. Tell Chitong for me to work hard, Shiyu? In the blink of an eye, the ice dragon also let out a long roar and followed a golden dragon prince, leaving only the confused Shiyu and the little white dragon. What are you doing? Shiyu fell into deep thought, then looked at the little white dragon and said, Little white dragon, do you want to come over to my place and sit down? By the way, my 2 second team pets have just reached the king level, little white dragon. Second team, king level? Do you want it to be a sparring partner? Is it the duck that was reincarnated from the abyss demon god? Little white dragon's pupils shrank. What a joke, that was a demigod of the abyss. It immediately said, no, I'll go help Senior Ice Dragon. I'll supervise Brother Golden Dragon. Goodbye, Senior Shiyu. After saying that, it also slipped away directly, extremely fast, leaving Shiyu, Chong, and Shen Bao looking at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that the 3 members of Longgong City who had come with great enthusiasm at the beginning were leaving as if they were avoiding the plague god, Shen Bao couldn't help but say, Hey, Beastmaster, can you chat? Look how scared the dragons were. Why do you fight at every turn? Dragon Mother and Little White Dragon, these 2 big bastards, are obviously not dragons who like to fight. It's hopeless, Shiyu shrugged and said, the mythical era is coming soon, and you don't know how to improve your strength quickly. Forget it, let's go back. Shiyu put away the newly acquired Dragon God Guardian, stretched his waist, and asked Chong to take him back to Pingcheng. After returning, Shiyu notified Su and Lin to prepare for the fusion evolution of Xiaoji and Yao. I promised Xiaoji, Yaya and others that I would let them fuse the god-level resources after they returned from the mission to the Heavenly Sword Country. Now it is time to fulfill my promise. However, given their current growth level, it may take at least 10 days or half a month to complete the fusion of power. As for Shiyu, he naturally followed Lin's advice and took a rest. He planned to hold a new team meeting after he recovered and Xiaoji and Yaya completed their evolution. After that, they would go to the space-time Dragon Vein for training with a brand new and best team state. Did I meditate and rest for half a month, or? Shiyu thought about the conversation between him and President Lin, but soon after, a phone call made a decision for Shiyu. Senior Sister Lu. Shiyu smiled and answered the phone, and then waited for Senior Sister Lu to arrive. That day, a roar was heard in front of the gate of Shiyu's villa. A dog-like creature with fluffy white hair, majestic blue eyes, black cloud patterns on its neck, limbs, body, and long tail, stood next to a beautiful woman in a blue-black combat uniform and knocked on the door for her. I'm coming. Hearing the call of the Wind Demon Lion, Shiyu walked out of the door directly to greet Senior Sister Lu and the others. Sorry, I met a wanted criminal on the way here, so I solved it and wasted some time. Senior Sister Lu smiled when she saw Shiyu. The big dog has done merit again. Shiyu looked at the Wind Demon Lion. Because he had inherited the evil-suppressing lion, Senior Sister Lu, the big dog, had the ability to sense evil thoughts, so when Senior Sister Lu was doing archaeology, she would be lucky enough to do merit when passing by, and she would catch the bad guys without fail. Roar, the Wind Demon Lion laughed. This familiar configuration reminds me of the first time we met. Shiyu looked at the beautiful Senior Sister Lu with a smile and said, Senior Sister, you brought the Wind Demon Lion to me at the beginning. Yes, Lu Chengyi smiled and said, who knew that I found a world legend? I can't fall behind. This time I came here just to let you see my newly developed ability. Senior Sister, you really succeeded? Shiyu asked. Yes, Lu Chengyi nodded and said, but it's different from your spiritual realm. It's another direction. After Shiyu awakened his talent for body control 3 months ago, he gave the talent bead to Senior Sister Lu and asked her to develop the talent for beast control. And the phone call from Senior Sister Lu just now was to tell Shiyu that she finally succeeded in developing it. She also developed telepathy into combat type ability. In the yard, Shiyu and Lu Chengyi looked at each other. Lu Chengyi said, I named it Psychic Resonance. It is a more scientific ability than your spiritual field. If my pet and I can be in a harmonious state of emotion, mind, and will during the battle, then we can activate the ability of spiritual resonance. In the case of spiritual resonance, both my various attributes and the attributes of the pet will be greatly improved. Of course, the consumption is slightly greater than the normal enhanced talent. It can probably be regarded as the use of psychic emotional power, For example, Lu Chengyi patted the wind demon lion next to him. The next moment, the wind demon lion's expression became solemn, his eyes sparkled, revealing a majestic expression of hatred for evil, and awe-inspiring. At the same time, Lu Chengyi next to it also changed her temperament. She was a gentle senior sister just now, but at this moment, she seemed to be a heroic policewoman, with a firm will in her eyes and a righteous face. Under her gaze, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel guilty, as if a child who had done something wrong met the police. Buzz. Because they both have the spiritual characteristics of hating evil. Lu Chengyi and the wind demon lion have completed a perfect spiritual resonance. Shi Yu can feel that Sister Lu's spiritual power and the various aspects of the wind demon lion's power are rapidly increasing. Shi Yu opened his mouth slightly and saw that the energy value of the Overlord Wind Demon Lion has increased to 82 million. It feels incredible. You must know that the Wind Demon Lion at this time has not yet started the myth revival. After a while, the state of Lu Chengyi and the Wind Demon Lion stabilized. Sister Lu regained her smile, and her mouth corners unconsciously rose, saying, "How is it? Can it resonate with other pets?" "Of course, for example, my Empress flower. By the way, it's my Imperial Concubine flower. It has evolved. It is different from the Wind Demon Lion. Its spiritual characteristics and personality characteristics are that it has a proud heart. If I can adjust my spiritual emotions and understand its personality, I can also synchronize with it and resonate with it, but this is more difficult to do." Sister Lu smiled helplessly. It's okay to make her hate evil, but she has tried many times to make her as proud as Empress Flower, but she has only succeeded a few times. Shi Yu couldn't help but say, "This mind resonance is more popular than the mind field for many beast masters with telepathic talents. Senior sister, you are better than me. I definitely can't do it without you." Lu Chengyi smiled and said, "I have summarized my experience and sent it to you. Let's study it together. If you can learn it, you will definitely do better than me." "Okay," Shi Yu smiled and said, "but my condition is a little bad now. Lin won't let me overuse my talent and extraordinary power. I'll talk about it later, but I can help you develop it in depth." "What's wrong with you?" Senior sister Lu looked at Shi Yu and said with concern, "Don't be too tense. It's okay to relax a little. A little accident, an accident," Shi Yu said embarrassedly. He has been slacking off enough. It's purely a golden finger and a Krypton life. Senior sister, mind resonance, myth revival, multiple bursts. Can the energy value of your pet exceed 100 million? Shi Yu asked. "It's still a bit reluctant now. It should be fine after a little more practice," Shi Yu said in surprise. "I feel that after practicing for a while, you will also be able to challenge the title. It's still far away." Senior sister Lu waved her hand and said, "But if there is a chance, I really want to challenge the transcended title. You already have the world legend title. You shouldn't compete with me." Lu Chengyi smiled. The transcended title is one of the titles issued by the Seven Nations Alliance, specially prepared for beast masters with telepathic talents, because telepathy does not have a combat power bonus effect. So far, no beast master with telepathic talents has obtained the title level combat power, that is, the totem level combat power. This title has naturally been vacant for a long time. Shi Yu obviously met the conditions before, but he had already obtained the world legend title in advance, so he naturally didn't care about the transcended title. A beast master shouldn't be able to get two titles. Shi Yu scratched his cheek. The titles issued by the Seven Nations Alliance seemed to have no substantial rewards except for the honor bonus. Otherwise, he felt that the Alliance still owed him a Dragon King title. The Dragon King title requires controlling a dragon pet to fight a dragon totem for more than a day and a night. This is the minimum standard, and he has controlled a dragon pet to destroy a dragon totem and defeated a dragon totem, so he should be given it. This is how a dragon-controlling teenager named Yushu easily lost his dream. There is indeed no precedent. Lu Chengyi smiled and said, "Why, do you still want to try it, or do I have a dream series to give each pet a title?" "Forget it." Shi Yu smiled and said, "I don't have the energy. Senior sister, stay here for a while. I happen to have a resource that can improve your strength in a short period of time. Let's see the improvement effect. Maybe you will be able to challenge the title of Transcendence soon." "No, try it in half a month and see how big the gap is." "Huh?" Lu Chengyi was stunned, thinking that Shi Yu was joking. Unless it was a mythical resource, how could she have a title level combat power in half a month? At present, there are only 9 Beastmasters with titles in the entire Donghuang. This includes Shi Yu, the newly promoted legend. After the world competition, Yizing went to challenge the title. He has challenged it twice, but he has not succeeded yet. Just try to see the difference. Senior sister, you don't think you can fight against a totem in half a month, do you? Shi Yu asked with a smile. So what? If it's your special training, maybe it's really possible, Lu Qingyi smiled. Should I prepare a room for you, or do you live in the ruins? Shi Yu took Lu Qingyi and walked towards the villa. What he called resources were actually the perfect level world tree fruits of Shen Bao Bao and the newly researched cultivation products after the fusion of skills. It happened that senior sister Lu had researched a new use of telepathy. With the help of this resource, Shi Yu was also curious about how far it could be developed in the end. On that day, President Lin received Lu Qingyi's application. Half a month after the application, challenged the title of Transcendence. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The title of Legend is certified and issued by the Alliance Organization of the Seven Nations Alliance. Each country only submits a challenge application and does not have the right to be assessed. What exactly do Lu Qingyi and Shi Yu want to do? President Lin fell into deep thought. He had learned that Lu Qingyi was training with Shi Yu. The title of Transcendent requires a Beastmaster with telepathic talent to fight at totem-level life with all 7 pets including the Beastmaster. Compared with titles such as Dragon King and World Legend, it is not difficult to obtain it in terms of requirements, but the difficulty lies in that the Beastmaster with telepathic talent is not as strong as the challengers of other titles. Forget it, President Lin thought about it and applied for Lu Qingyi. The number of applications per year for each national association is limited. After all, the totem guardian of the alliance is the examiner. But anyway, Donghuang has no one else to assess, so it's the same if the opportunity is kept or used. I wonder when Shi Yu will become a legend. Don't delay cultivation because of love. Chairman Lin, who wanted Shi Yu to have a baby soon, jumped up again. Because he got the news not long ago that Shen Fang has added a legendary Beastmaster. The World Championship has been held for a total of 4 times. In the first one, Donghuang Lin Feng was the champion. In the second one, Zuidong Beastmaster was the champion. In the one more than 20 years ago, Shen Feng Beastmaster was the champion. In fact, the champion of each world championship has the potential to become a legend, but unfortunately, except for Lin Feng, the champions of the last 2 championships were not very good. Zuidong's world legend was assassinated by the totem forces shortly after the world championship and died. Shen Feng's world legend is a biological transformation mechanic, but because of a failed experiment, several contracted pets died, so he couldn't make rapid progress like Lin Feng. There has been no news for a long time. Who knows, recently Shen Feng has reported that this world legend has also become a legendary mechanic. 1 country, 2 legends and half a god. Shen Feng has a tendency to become the largest country. This made President Lin extremely envious. He only hoped that Shi Yu could move faster. Otherwise, Shen Feng might take away more voice in the upcoming Blue Star Alliance. Chapter 470 Shi Yu creates the world. When senior sister Lu arrived, Shi Yu warmly received her and asked Shen Bao Bao and Lin to prepare a feast. The banquet started. As for why Lin was also there, as a mechanical pet, since it can even transform into a difficult form like a mecha, then it must be no problem to transform into a rice cooker form or a microwave oven form. Universal Mechanical Pet JPG, Rin, At the same time, Shi Yu called out 11, Chong Chong, Qitong, Su Su, Qi, Zio Z and others. On senior sister Lu's side, Qingling Feng Bird, Empress Flower, Tixiang Elf, Mermaid Princess, and Hurricane Monster were all summoned. It was not the first time that more than a dozen pets met. After a long absence, they immediately started a social activity. Master King Long, senior sister Lu's Mermaid Princess also has dragon blood. In addition, she has watched the world game and admires Chong Chong very much. As soon as she came out, she looked up at Chong Chong sleeping in the tree, but Chong Chong ignored her. Well, everything is possible in dreams, Chong Chong said. Although the Mermaid Princess is very beautiful, it has no interest in dragons. Instead of the Mermaid Princess chatting with it, it would be better to go to Shi Yu. Shi Yu must like her. After all, as far as Chong Chong knows, humanoid creatures all grow in Shi Yu's aesthetics. Are you Qi? Senior sister Lu's Tixiang Elf saw Qi, who had seen him in Tinxiang before, become as tall as a large Coke bottle, and looked confused. At this time, Qi, with the help of wind elemental power, floated in the air. She still looked the same. She had a loose pink ponytail hanging on her shoulders, a strand of hair sticking up, and she was wearing a silver-white combat suit with black patterns, a pleated skirt on her lower body, and a small white cape on her back. There was no problem with this, but the problem was that it was too small, much smaller than before. Double, the Tinxiang elf asked. Shiyu's pets seem to like to double and shrink. After all, it consumes too much to keep the body normal. But what is the meaning of our elves doubling? Even if the elves maintain their normal state, the consumption is not large. I am Qi, not multiplied, but it has something to do with skills. Qi didn't know how to explain, and sighed. Anyway, I became smaller, and I can't recover. The Tinxiang elf was very confused, and then looked at Shiyu, who was chatting with Lu Qingyi, wondering if there was something wrong with Shiyu's training method. It's not because Shiyu is not, it's because of me, Qi hurriedly explained, shaking his little hands, afraid that Shiyu would be misunderstood as having some strange habits. Time and space shuttle. It caused its weapons to be customized again, like a fruit knife-sized thunder blade. Roar. On the other side, the Wind Demon Lion ran to 11 to ask for advice, asking the leader how to go from narrowly defeating himself to defeating the gods so quickly, and asked the boss to guide me. The Kingling Phoenix Bird ran to Chiging in the bird spirit form. They were both members of the Phoenix clan, and they had a deep sisterly love, so they threw Susu aside. The Empress Hua stood proudly in place, her eyes fell on the baby Shen who was cooking. It was hard to imagine that this was the Emperor Shenshin who galloped in the world competition. Hurricane Monster was curiously looking at the flying little purples. He had never seen this kind of pet before, so he asked Susu what it was. Ning, seaweed rice ball, Susu replied. Little purple, me. Most of Shiyu's pets knew Senior Lu's pets, but Xiaozi, who joined the team after the World Championship, had not really gotten along with Lu Qingyi's pets. Where are Xiaoji and Ye? Lu Qingyi found that Xiaoji and Ye were not sent out by Shiyu, so she asked, are you afraid that they will fight? In fact, Lu Qingyi felt that Xiaoji and Ye were the most normal in Shiyu's team. Of the two of them, one is sleeping in the machinery room to upgrade, and the other is refining the seeds of the abyss in the pure sea. They are both in a state of seclusion, so I won't call them, Shiyu said, but senior sister, haven't you contracted the 7th pet yet? Lu Qingyi said, I've been busy cultivating a team recently, and I'm still considering between the iron-eating beast and the mechanical fantasy beast for the 7th one, then wait for a while before deciding, Shiyu said, the meteorite has already appeared. Whether it is defeating the meteorite or finding a new God-level fossil, there will be better choices. Shiyu suddenly remembered that he still had a divine stone of a unicorn demon, given by Lai Shenzhen, but he didn't know when it would wake up. Really, if he wakes up now, he can at least rely on the mythical race to give himself some feedback on attributes. It's not a loss to contract it. If he doesn't wake up again, and wakes up again in 7 years, what use will he have for it? By then, he will definitely not lack this little feedback. Buzz! When the two chatted, suddenly, a sound of rules filled the air, and the tempting aroma suddenly attracted the attention of all pets. Even Lu Qingyi, who was next to Shiyu, was slightly startled, her snow-white neck trembled slightly, and she looked back at the wooden table. A ginseng baby was using vines summoned from nowhere to arrange the dishes. Yi, dang 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 dang, on the wooden table, large and small fruits and vegetables were taken out by the ginseng baby, which were extremely tempting. Gurgle. Senior sister Lu's stomach growled unconsciously, and Shiyu looked over, and her face instantly turned red. Has the ginseng baby evolved again? Well, after the world game, the ginseng baby completed its evolution under the blessing of the world tree. It is now also a mythical race. The nutrients it produces now are basically equal to the best level 8 resources. Senior sister, you will have a good time in the next half-month, Shiyu smiled. Lu Qingyi said, you said it, then I won't be polite. Yi, don't be polite. It's just a little waste, the ginseng baby nodded. If it weren't for the legendary ruins, Pingchang would probably run out of energy in a few days. Now, Shinbei is strong and makes money. Name, Shinbei, racial skills, high level, time fruit, skills are close to the Tao, super level, time mark, perfect plus, moon explosion, perfect plus, life spark, perfect plus, world tree fruit, perfect plus, King Mu divine body, perfect plus, sun forest, perfect plus, plant control, perfect plus 36, quasi-god level, world's grace, entry. During the 2 months of hard training, Shinbeobeo's skills were almost all integrated by Shi Yu. The King Mu divine body, which was fused with the skills of the source of life, the heart of the earth, slow healing, high-speed healing, multiplication, mutation, and deterrence, has a recovery ability far beyond the Qinglong immortal body, if the power of Qinglong's faith is not counted. Because of this constitution, it is now even more attractive. At the same time, this physique is extremely friendly to the natural power of the earth and plants, and has the effect of adapting to mutations. It can be regarded as a superclass evolutionary skill, but now it has become a mythical race, and it must be more demanding on evolutionary resources. After integrating skills such as sweetness, nutrients, energy fruit, and lushness, plant control has also truly transformed into a race skill. At present, in addition to super alloys and soul incarnations, it is the third most proficient superclass skill in Shi Yu's team. The solar forest is a field skill. The integration of skills such as energy beam, clearing, 4-element star array, and clone allows Shenbeobeo to create a solar tree forest that controls the power of the sun. This forest can be regarded as a sunlight field, which can be used for combat, assisting moon explosions, and can also be used as a holy place for cultivation. Shenbeobeo made every effort to create a solar forest. Relying on natural sunlight, as long as it is used in moderation, it is not a problem to form a nearly eternal holy place for cultivation. Even if the king-level fire and light pets live in it, it can also benefit greatly. In addition, although the small skills have been integrated, they have not completely disappeared. The ginseng baby still retains their experience of using them. Under the strengthening of the world's grace, one by one, the best nutritious fruits and vegetables have appeared on the table, and there are also the most precious world tree fruits, which are the big ones. I'm starting, Roar. After senior sister Lu settled down with Shi Yu temporarily, Shi Yu began to help senior sister Lu develop spiritual resonance and let her pets participate in the special training of the 11. This participation made senior sister Lu's pets miserable. Fighting with Shi Yu's pets every day, senior sister Lu's pets enjoyed the god-level treatment that even Xiaoji and Ye had never enjoyed. The god trial of the world championship is not so cruel. Of course, the time spent with senior sister Lu is only a few after all. Most of the time, Shi Yu is still practicing alone. When he is alone, Shi Yu is either meditating to recover or trying to transform his beast-controlling space. Now, Shi Yu's first beast-controlling space has been almost transformed by him. On the one hand, it is to use external resources, and on the other hand, it is to use the power of pets for transformation. At present, his first beast control space is divided into 6 major areas. The Thunder Sea Bamboo Forest where 11 is staying, where thunderstorms and bamboo forests coexist. The Starry Sky Meteorite Group where Chong Chong is staying, which is rich in star power, can live on asteroids. The Forest of Life where Shenbeobeo is staying contains more than 1,000 kinds of plants. The Sun Sword Domain where Qitong is staying, this place is born from the Sun Forest, but the trees have been cut into sword shapes by Qitong. The Purification Sea where Susu is staying, and the Sky City where Lin is located, 6 pets, 6 major areas. Under normal circumstances, they can't interfere with each other. As for Xiaozi, the baby who has not been weaned, just let Lin take care of it. Here, although 11 and the others can't be trained too exaggeratedly, because of the blessing of the world tree, they rest in the beast control space, which is actually much better than training and growing in the legendary ruins. Among them, the materials for transforming the beast controlling space were naturally applied for from Donghuang. Shi Yu applied for a bunch of rare materials, which were very valuable. In addition, he applied for more than that. Like the Qinglong, Beihu, Zhuk, and Zuanwu faith objects of the ancient Donghuang kingdom and surrounding countries, he also asked people to help collect them and store them in the ancient capital museum first. These things are equipment that can enhance the strength of the insects. When necessary, they can be taken out as life-saving equipment and must be controlled in hand. Of course, Shi Yu felt that these alone were not enough. After all, a hard battle might consume many faith objects. In addition to Donghuang and Longgong City helping him promote the power of faith, Shi Yu felt that he had to think of a way. So, Shi Yu also got a large number of resources and began to cultivate Xiaozi. These days, this seaweed rice ball in Susu's mouth has been tossed in Shiyu's hands every day. The resources it uses are relatively ordinary. Earth energy crystals, wood energy crystals, water energy crystals. Before, Xiaozi only ate space crystals. After eating, it just expands the volume and strength of the world inside its body. Now, at the commander level, the area of its inner world has almost reached 100,000 square kilometers, which is much larger than the space pocket of the previous overlord level bug, Susu's infinite swallowing space, and Lin's mechanical space. However, although the space inside the body is ridiculously large, Xiaozi's inner space is still empty because it has not been transformed. And now what Shiyu calls cultivation is naturally to start helping it create the world inside its body. If you want to create the world, there are only two ways. First, Xiaozi eats food and uses the nutrition of food to slowly transform the world inside its body. Second, let other life enter the inner world, introduce foreign species, and use the power to transform the inner world. In fact, the second method is the fastest. If Shiyu lets 11 and others enter Xiaozi's body, it may not take long to create a normal world with mountains and rivers flowing and the sun and moon changing, but Xiaozi is too weak and 11 and others are too high in level. Just like those top gods cannot be in the blue planet, and high-level beasts cannot be in the low-level beast space, the world space will collapse. Therefore, at present, Xiaozi can only build the basic things of the world in his body with the assistance of Shiyu and others. Of course, this method is not slow, because Shiyu's body-controlled talent can also be used on pets. Therefore, not only Xiaozi creates the world by himself, but Shiyu also assists, which can make Xiaozi get twice the result with half the effort. With the experience of transforming the ruined secret realm and the beast space, Shiyu helps Xiaozi to build an ordinary world without the power of rules, which is still easy. Sun and Moon. In Shiyu's hand, the cat-eared white ball of the purple nebula conscientiously creates the sun and moon phantoms by eating the sun fruit and moon fruit made by the ginseng baby. Star Sea, Huawen Yori are in a vast ocean of stars. Xiaozi accepts everything, including meteorites and starry water, earth, plants, rivers, by eating the energy crystals of various systems. The earth veins in Xiaozi's inner world also contain a huge natural force. With the help of Shiyu, it took only a few days for this 100,000 square kilometers of small world to flourish. It is basically the same as the outside world. However, Shiyu understands that these are all false. The sun and the moon hanging in the sky are all illusions condensed by energy. The seemingly vast starry sky is actually a background. It looks vast, but in fact everything is locked in a small space. These lands, plants, and rivers currently look extremely prosperous, but they can only operate normally if Xiaozi constantly replenishes the corresponding nutrients. Their lifespan is extremely short. Once the energy is exhausted and not replenished in time, that is, the so-called planetary resources are exhausted, the lifespan of the world will also come to an end. Compared with those real planetary life with a lifespan of billions of years, and even the big world that can delay life by relying on the stable rules formed by the self-operation of the inner world, Xiaozi still has a long way to go. However, these are too far away, and Shiyu and his team can't get in touch with them for the time being. At present, this level is almost enough. The reason why Shiyu wants to help Xiaozi build the basic world now is for more power of faith. Shiyu plans to create a God's kingdom world. Let the lives here major in power of faith. Every life can awaken the totem in his mind after the spiritual power is formed. Visualizing the totem and believing in the totem can subtly change your power and gain extraordinary power. And these totems can be the 4 sacred beasts, pandas, star seals, or even small machines and ducks. Anything is fine. Totems are strong or weak, but it mainly depends on whether they fit you. This model is actually not uncommon in major totem countries. For example, the fox god of the sky fox country has let the forces below practice this system of faith power to enhance their own strength. With Shiyu's current strength, it is naturally not difficult to copy this system. Totem visualization is one of the cultivation systems in this world that Shiyu has determined, and the purpose is to enhance the strength of insects and others. Although the life that can be contained in Xiaozi's body is far inferior to that of Blue Star and Donghuang in terms of strength and quantity, building a kingdom of God in Xiaozi is really the only choice. After all, as a normal human country, Donghuang will not allow ordinary people, beast masters, an extraordinary life to major in the power of faith on a large scale, and will not let theocracy override the law, so Shiyu naturally cannot stretch his hands and feet. Going to the totem country to steal the country will face the risk of joint condemnation by the major totem countries. The most important thing is that it is too troublesome and difficult to change the faith of the totem country, and it cannot be done overnight. On the contrary, it is Xiaozi's inner world that Shiyu can play. The biggest feature of Xiaozi's inner world is that it can speed up the flow of time in the world by eating time-related resources. Of course, the premise is that the inner world is weak enough. As long as there are enough resources, it may be that only 1 year has passed on Blue Star, and 100 years have passed in its inner world. In 100 years, the power of faith that Shiyu can accumulate is far more than 1 year in the outside world. This is the special feature of it as a son of the star in a planetary life. When Xiaozi's skill proficiency is high enough, and the world has derived complete time rules, Xiaozi can adjust the time flow rate of the inner world by himself without the help of external resources. For Shiyu, who is reluctant to use the power of faith, it is obviously the most cost-effective to cultivate faith by himself. As for more complex worlds, such as the 6 reincarnation mechanisms and the 3 realms of heaven, earth and man, they are not yet something that Shiyu and his team can shape. They can only use tricks to add a little vitality to this world. Let's call this continent the Star Continent first, Shiyu said. Meow, Xiaozi agreed. Next, in order to accelerate the evolution of the Star Continent, Shiyu and his team began to create life. Whether it is ordinary animals or ordinary humans, there must be some here. Shiyu and his team's means of creating life must not be to directly capture some from Blue Star and throw them into the Star Continent. First, the demand is too large, which is easy to destroy the ecology of Blue Star, and second, it is too troublesome. For example, humans on Blue Star, after a long evolution, the beast control power system has been engraved in their blood. It is very difficult to change, and it is not something Xiaozi can do. If humans with beast control talents are sent in, the direction of world evolution will definitely go astray. So Shiyu and his team chose to learn how Nuwa created humans. Create them yourself. Not by birth. By pinching. In mythology, Nuwa created humans from clay, and Shiyu and his team used a similar method. Through the power of the insect's imagination. First, let the insect pinch enough animals and humans in the legendary ruins, and then Shiyu and his team will send them to the Star Continent. This method has a biggest problem. At present, the power of the insect's virtual and real imagination has not yet been cultivated into a rule of magic skills, and it cannot really turn the virtual into the real and create life out of thin air. Therefore, these phantoms it pinched are not real individuals and cannot provide the power of faith. If you want to change this, you have to let these phantoms truly give birth to self-awareness, get rid of the shackles of the bugs, and complete a new evolution. Just like Xiaozi and other mechanical phantom beasts, after becoming mechanical life, they are no longer controlled by the bugs and are brand new individuals. And this is something that Xiaozi has to do. At the beginning, the top god named Washen brought humans to the Blue Star. The World Tree used these humans as the template core to create native Blue Star humans who mastered the power of beast control. At present, the creator dragon god named King Long brought humans to the Star Continent. As the will of the world, Xiaozi can also rely on the power of the world to transform these life phantoms into local life by eating soul crystals, spirit crystals, life crystals and other resources. Of course, the premise is that the essence of these phantoms is ordinary life. What the bugs created is just the phantoms of ordinary animals and ordinary humans. It is not difficult for Xiaozi to transform them through the power of the world. But if Shiyu and others are too arrogant and create an Ultraman or a Saiyan, then they will definitely not be transformed. Meow, in just a few days, countless animals and humans, with their ignorant understanding of the world, were active on the Star Continent. At this time, Xiaozi's inner world did not have extraordinary power. Shiyu was not in a hurry to start the extraordinary evolution of this world. After all, the degree of fit between these lives and the local area is still too low, the number is too small, and the wisdom is not high. They still need to reproduce and evolve again, and gradually merge into the Star Continent. By eating the pseudo-divine skill time fruit made by the ginseng baby, Xiaozi accelerated the Star Continent. During the day, Shiyu and his friends trained senior sister Lu, and at night, Shiyu and his friends observed the changes in the new world. In this way, Shiyu's half-month recovery life passed quickly. At present, Ziozi's inner world has also undergone new changes. Because of the different evolutionary directions, the wild beasts have gained powerful power, while the savages, who are relatively weak, have also studied the wisdom of relying on fire and weapons to fight against the wild beasts. The two sides are evenly matched, evolving each other, and developing well. Seeing this, Shiyu felt that it was time. It was night. Star continent. All lives looked at the shining starry sky. A sudden meteor shower came at a great speed. Countless meteorites fell from the starry sky to the ground and the ocean. These meteorites did not seem to cause any damage to the ground, but they smashed the natural power contained in the whole world. Countless lives that came into contact with the meteorites suddenly felt an extraordinary power in their minds. Some humans had a blue dragon in their minds, some beasts had a white tiger in their minds, some birds had a red bird in their minds, and some sea beasts had a black tortoise in their minds. They were all mythical creatures that did not exist in the star continent. These spiritual totems, with their strong divine power, made these lives feel submissive. Some lives that regarded them as gods soon discovered the extraordinary changes in their bodies caused by visualizing these totems. On this day, the star continent ushered in a new era, which was later called the Origin Era. The entire star continent began a great era of cultivation. With Ziozi's current strength, no matter how they practice or what methods they use, there is little hope of their level exceeding the extraordinary level. The higher you advance, the more difficult it becomes. Just like on Blue Star, no life can reach the god level. However, there are people on Blue Star who can break through the constraints of the planet and head for the starry sky. Ziozi, Rin, do you think it is possible for a super genius to appear in this star continent in the future, break the restrictions of the world, and ascend to us? On the bed, Shiyu held Ziozi in his arms and spoke to Rin, who was responsible for deducing the world next to him. Chapter 471 Overlord of the Land and Ocean. 180 years of the Alliance calendar. Shiyu has been a Beastmaster for 3 years. Moreover, he is still striving for the higher legendary realm and god realm. He initially estimated that the former would take 2 years, and the latter, maybe 7 years. Pingcheng, Garden Villa District. A blue telekinesis flew over, the refrigerator door opened automatically, and a bottle of ice drink flew into Shiyu's hand. Having just completed the meditation practice in the second space, Shiyu yawned in a daze. His current second Beastmaster space has reached level 6, and his progress is very fast. He is about to catch up with the level of the first Beastmaster space. Among the second team, the fastest progress in combat power is undoubtedly Zyagi and Ya. In half a month, with the help of Lin, Zyagi has evolved into Land Overlord of the Quasi-Myth race by fusing the fossil of the Earth Dragon. And Ya, with the help of Su, has evolved into Sea Overlord of the Quasi-Myth race. Shiyu prefers to call it the Pure Sea Demon Duck. Because they are all new species, the race name is naturally up to Zyagi and Ya. The two confronted each other and took the race names of the Land Overlord and the Sea Overlord. Now, Shiyu's semi-eliminated legendary ruin space has become a battlefield for Zyagi and Ya, and the terrain has been almost reshaped by them. Because of the evolution and the god level resources, their growth level has also reached the Overlord level, and they have the ability to rewrite nature. Although Shiyu's second space is only level 6, he did not let them deliberately suppress the level. After all, in his current situation, Zyagi and Ya's breakthrough is no longer a leapfrog contract. It can be completely born, and the feedback benefits are even greater than the consumption. Duck. Shiyu just glanced at the legendary ruins and saw a vast ocean of legendary ruins. And a black giant duck with a height of 5 meters and dark blue lines all over its body was standing on the tsunami surfing. At its neck, the golden blue pure water flow like the purified water solidified like a ribbon and became a neck-like part, floating behind it, domineering. The raindrops fell like bullets, strengthening the tsunami. Because of the full-level purification, the transitional form of the demon-subduing duck, and the assistance of Susa's pure sea spirit, after absorbing the abyss seed, Ya did not return directly to the form of the abyss demon duck, but remained in the pure sea demon duck form where purification and the power of the abyss coexist. In this way, it can better control the power of the abyss and not lose itself. However, compared to the pure sea demon duck, Ya prefers to call himself the Overlord of the Ocean. Name, Ya, race, Ocean Overlord, attributes, water, dark, racial level, high Overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, Overlord level, Racial skills, intermediate, water blade, superb plus, critical hit, superb plus, advanced, heart sword, mastery plus, deterrence, mastery plus, super level, demon subduing pestle, mastery plus, abyss release, proficient, death whirlpool, proficient, dark sky wave rain, proficient, teacher skills, intermediate, purification, skills approaching the Tao, advanced, wave sword, mastery plus, energy value. 71.1 million. The newly awakened dark sky wave rain does make it qualified to become the overlord of the ocean. It summons a rainstorm and instantly submerges the continent. For this reason, in order to protect his own territory, Zyagi has been fighting with Yaya in the legendary ruins for a day and a night. Yaya has become stronger, and Zyagi has naturally become stronger. Although the land was submerged by the ocean, the place where it stepped on was where magma was rising, and soon formed a new land, tit for tat. Roar, at this moment, on the body that was originally like a giant dragon of the earth, Zyagi's face also showed new changes. Many cracks appeared on its skin, like those on the dry earth. In the cracks, there was the power of magma swimming. It was this power that resisted Jaya's attack. Name, Zyagi. Race, mechanical fantasy beast, land overlord. Attributes, mechanical, dragon, earth, fire. Race level, advanced overlord, quasi-mythology. Growth level, overlord level. Race skills, intermediate, basic intelligence, mastery plus, advanced, sky-severing sword, mastery plus, dragon's breath, mastery plus, deterrence, perfect plus, clearing the sky, proficient, form switching, proficient, superclass, earth domain, mastery plus, earthquake, mastery plus, reverse scale, mastery plus, lava eruption, proficient, gravity control, proficient, teacher skills, advanced, super heavy sword, mastery plus, energy value. 73.91 million. Because the earth dragon fossil was severely damaged, it only helped Zyagi awaken skills such as lava eruption, clearing the sky, and gravity control. In fact, it's still pretty good. As for the divine skills of the earth dragon, it may be that we have to wait for Zyagi and Lin to improve their skill proficiency of the myth revival before there is a slight chance of inheriting the awakening. Now Shiyu has not yet cultivated them by adding points, and it is obvious that the quasi-divine skills are still far from Zyagi and the others. It can be said that at present, the potential of both Zyagi and Yaya has not been fully tapped. Zyagi still has the possibility of awakening the myth bloodline, and the abyss seeds eaten by Yaya, as a god-level resource, obviously have more power than this. It's just that it has been temporarily transformed into potential. Its abyss liberation is a skill to tap more abyss power, but it is easy to lose reason when using it, and it needs to be restrained by skills such as purification, Vajra, and heart sword. After Shiyu and his team's tossing, Zyagi and Yaya of the second team have taken shape in combat power. Of course, that is for general battles. At present, the strength of Yaya and Zyagi is basically at the threshold of the top overlord, and is similar to the Kinglan Jiao that Shiyu and his team fought. This is also unavoidable. After all, their proficiency in superclass skills has not been improved much. They are not even as good as ordinary overlords like the previous gem cats, and they have not reached perfect proficiency. They can have the strength of top overlords because they use god-level evolutionary resources and rely on other aspects such as physique, energy, life, and will. They are considered to be overlords with shortcomings. However, there is a bright future. When Shiyu has extra energy, he will start to add points to them. I believe they will soon have stronger strength and even compete in the first team's battle and participate in the fight between gods. Shiyu, are you there? At the stairs, Lu Chengyu walked upstairs, approached Shiyu's room, and called Shiyu. President Lin just sent a notice asking me to go to the Battle Island tomorrow. It should be the examiner of the Alliance. Finally here, Battle Island? I'll go with you, Shiyu said. He was going to another place on the way. The Dragon Vein of Time and Space. He is now almost recovered, and it is time to start a new round of hard training. Shiyu does not plan to practice hard in Donghuang, but plans to practice hard in the ravines around the Time and Space Dragon Veins. If he is there, he can use the power of the Time and Space Dragon Veins to quickly restore the power of Time and Space Shuttle, which is the key point. Okay, but I don't know who the examiner sent by the Alliance is this time. Lu Chengyu was quite nervous. After all, Yizing failed to challenge the title twice in a row. Although she has made great progress in strength with the help of Shi Yu in the past half-month, she still has no confidence. After all, the opponent is a totem level. Relax, I'll get ready, Shi Yu smiled immediately. He didn't have anything to prepare, just to notify the pets. At present, several pets are not with Shi Yu, and they have all run out to practice alone. For example, Chong Chong went to the rural areas where the 4 sacred beasts were believed in various places to absorb the power of faith at close range, and also show his spirit to make some good weather and good harvests. 11 and Susu also went to the sea. 11 dived into the deep sea to exercise his naval combat ability with the help of the pressure on the bottom of the deep sea, while Susu dived into the sea to absorb the power of the sea and continue to strengthen the spirit of the sea. Although it can mobilize the power of the sea anywhere through the Kanghei contract, it is definitely the fastest to mobilize it in the ocean. Open, remote call. Shi Yu was in Donghuang, and there were still a few pets around him. His safety was guaranteed, so he let them go out to play. Anyway, he had top-level telepathy and could communicate at any time if there was any problem. Even though Chong Chong had now run to the capital of the gods and was ridiculously far away from him, Shi Yu could still contact it through the online meeting. This is the power of the Beastmaster with high-level telepathy talent, and the auxiliary ability is top-notch. Of course, Shi Yu can be so fierce, which is also related to his strong mental power and mastery of full-level telekinesis. The sensing distance of other Beastmasters of the same level of telepathy is not so exaggerated. I said it's time to come back, Shi Yu finished speaking. In the capital, a small green caterpillar lying on the stone statue of the blue dragon raised its head and made a cheese sound. It just so happened that it was hungry too. In the deep sea area of the East China Sea, on the bottom of the sea, a group of pandas holding their breath were fighting with their bodies alone on the bottom of the sea. After hearing the sound, most of the pandas immediately turned into bubbles, and only one was left, swimming quickly upwards. Hu 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 hu. Go home. Ning, right away, right away, right away. Somewhere in the ocean, Susu also responded immediately. Although they were both in the ocean, it was not with 11, mainly because 11's fighting movements on the bottom of the sea were too big. Even if they only used their bodies to fight, it would interfere with it too much. Huh? Where are you, Susu? Near the battle island, Shi Yu was locating and suddenly found that Susu seemed to be near the battle island. He couldn't help but say, Susu, you stay there first, we will go there later. Ning, okay, Susu. Battle Island. It is a man-made island, a specially built battle facility, and one of the few artificial buildings in Donghuang that can withstand the highest battle fluctuations. Here, the highest battle fluctuations can be withstood by the top totem level. It is generally the battle place used by Donghuang Beastmasters to challenge totem level life. For example, the legendary Beastmasters of Donghuang challenged the title. Most of the time it is here. Next, the place where Shi Yu and Lu Chengyi are going is also here. At this moment, in the sea area heading to the battle island, a middle-aged man with a western face, white skin and blue eyes is standing on a huge ship, looking ahead. The titled legend of the kamikaze stationed in the Seven Nations Alliance, the God of Fire Jones. The headquarters of the Seven Nations Alliance is located on the Alliance Island. The management members are composed of the Beastmasters of the 7 countries. Most of their work is to deal with the affairs of the totem country, as well as the exploration of the ruins and secrets in some public areas and the exploitation of resources. It is the official agency of the 7 countries to the outside world. Each of the 7 countries has at least one titled legend stationed on the Alliance Island. Big countries like Donghuang, Kamikaze, and Zhuan have stationed 2 titled legends here, and there are many ordinary legends. In addition to some important matters, the challenge of the title by the legendary Beastmasters of various countries is also handled by the Alliance organization. Generally speaking, the Beastmasters of other countries will be asked to serve as examiners and go with the Alliance Guardian to assess the challenger. The Fire God Jones of the Divine Wind has obviously become the examiner for Lu Chengyi's assessment this time. Of course, it is not him who is responsible for the assessment, but a guardian god who is his partner. A green giant bullfrog that is more than 10 meters tall, wearing a green leaf cloak, holding a branch, and squinting. The patron saint of the Alliance, Sen Wang, is a member of the wood-type forest frog tribe. In order not to be killed during the Totem War, he surrendered to one of the patron saints of the 7 Nations Alliance. For more than 100 years, he has been working tremblingly, mainly doing safe work such as sparring and assessment. In addition to work, most of the time is spent in hibernation. What Sen Wang did not expect was that after enduring for so long, he has finally become a veteran of the Alliance and a senior of the Alliance, with an extraordinary status. Choice is indeed important. I slept for 3 years in a row. I'm so hungry. Sen Wang looked at the fire god Jones. Dong Huang should have prepared food. There will be food when we get to the battle island. Vulcan Jones smiled bitterly. You have already eaten all the food prepared on the ship. The amount of food prepared is the same as usual. Next time you come to pick me up, prepare more. My strength should be improved. I feel that my appetite has been getting bigger and bigger in recent years. King Mori looked at the sea. Can I eat the small fish and shrimp here? Vulcan Jones said, of course. This is not the Dragon Palace Sea and it has not entered the Donghuang Sea. However, the small fish and shrimp in this place are not very nutritious, just treat it as a snack. I will move forward with you in the sea, King Mori said. After that, he jumped into the sea with a plop. Seeing this, Vulcan Jones shook his head. The ship continued to sail calmly. And King Mori had already dived into the seabed and prepared a meal for himself. As Vulcan Jones said, there are indeed no nutritious creatures in this sea area. Most of them were awakening level sea fish. The Forest King opened his mouth, kicked his legs, and jumped easily, swallowing dozens of sea fish directly into his mouth. However, it was the same as not eating anything, and he basically didn't feel anything. Quack, the Forest King sighed. If he could do it again, he didn't want to become a totem-level life. Although his strength has become stronger, he has also lost the same happiness. The happiness of eating to his heart's content and filling his stomach. For a totem creature like it with neither strength nor weakness, it is not realistic to want to eat well every day. He can only rely on sleeping to offset his hunger. Once he attacks, he will even be hungrier. I have to work again. I have to eat more before work, but the assessment object this time, Jones just said, seems to be a level 7 telepathic beastmaster. It's not even level 8 yet, and it's telepathic. It should be easy this time. Thinking about it, the Forest King dived deeper into the seabed, looking for extraordinary and commander-level sea fish as food. While eating, Sen Wang followed a boat and swam towards the Donghuang Battle Island. However, it suddenly discovered that the flow and change of ocean energy in the deeper seabed was a little strange. It was as if there was a greedy devourer deep in the sea, devouring the power of the ocean to its heart's content. This scene made Sen Wang slightly concerned, and he swam towards the direction of the energy change. After a while, Sen Wang saw a cute jelly-like water slime on the dark deep sea rock, opening its mouth and absorbing the energy of the sea. Wow! Woo! Susu purified the seawater while absorbing the water energy into the infinite devouring space, and strengthened the spirit of the clean sea together with a Kanghei contract. The efficiency is much faster than absorbing it directly at home. Susu also noticed the arrival of Sen Wang, but it just glanced at the big frog casually and didn't care much. However, what Susu didn't expect was that after seeing it, the big frog's expression gradually became perverted, and it croaked and became more and more excited. Strange, how can there be a water slime here? But the energy fluctuation is so rich and smells so good. Sen Wang's eyes widened, and he wanted to swallow the blue jelly. Fish, insects, water elemental creatures, and plant life are all its favorite foods. Quack! Sen Wang jumped up and pounced on Susu. At this time, Susu was also stunned, showing a puzzled expression. It was not a ginseng duck. But is this guy serious? With such weak strength, he also wants to eat himself? As a sea elf, especially a sea elf that has integrated a bunch of new top-grade water skills. In the deep sea, even 11, ginseng baby, and red eyes can't beat it together. It is confident. Chapter 472. The examiner is always the one who gets hurt. Gua. It has been a long time since Mori Wang saw such clean food. Mori Wang still misses the jelly-like cool taste of the water slime. But Mori Wang actually has some doubts. He feels that this water slime is not weak. This is very strange. How can a slime be so strong? In the end, Mori Wang thought of an explanation himself. It is probably a lucky guy who accidentally swallowed some natural treasures. This situation is very common. The rise of most low-race pets is not based on hard work, but on the lucky mistake of eating treasures. It is the same. Mori Wang did not expect that he was still so lucky. What is the difference between the water slime in front of him and the natural treasures? I swallow it. Mori Wang laughed and spit out his long tongue, and the tongue became bigger and bigger during the shuttle process, trying to roll the water slime into his mouth. Seeing this, Susu was very upset. So dirty. What is that green mucus? Ning. Susu frowned, and naturally would not sit idly by and watch this guy eat himself. It burst out with energy, and frost surged all over its body. Boom. The amazing ice energy surged out. When he made the move, Sen Wang actually didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He could feel that Susu's energy fluctuations were very strong, but this perception was wrong. In order to conserve physical strength, each of Shiyu's pets was often in a shrunken state similar to Eleven's introverted form when they were outside. This can control the consumption of the body to a very low level. So from an outsider's point of view, if you don't have some powerful reconnaissance skills to peek into the origin, it is difficult to discover Susu's true power. Although Sen Wang was surprised by Susu's strong energy, he obviously underestimated its power. Compared with Susu's original endless power, this is more than a drop in the bucket. An amazing cold current burst out from Susu. Sen Wang was stunned, his pupils shrank, and his brain hadn't reacted yet. With a hum, a huge ice block appeared in the deep sea. Moreover, the power of frost continued to spread, gradually forming an iceberg on the seabed. In the center of the ice block was the totem-level Sen Wang. Its expression at this time was still in shock. It seemed to be very confused as to why this water slime suddenly burst out with power far exceeding that of the previous one. Control of ice element plus sky frost cold air. The frost that freezes time caught the Forest King, who sank to the bottom of the sea, off guard. After all, the Forest King is a wood element, and the bottom of the sea is not its home. Whether it is action, strength, or the mobilization of natural forces, it is subject to extremely strong restrictions. However, the totem level is still the totem level. In just less than 1 second, the frozen Forest King's tongue began to vibrate strongly, and then the vibration wave was transmitted to the whole body, and the sound of frogs came from the inside of the ice. Quack 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 quack, the super-level skill startled the frogs. Under the strong sound wave vibration, Susu had just frozen the Forest King, and the huge ice block shattered. As the ice block was broken into pieces, the Forest King looked at the water slime in shock and realized that this was not a simple guy. The skill just now, with its reaction speed, could not be avoided. Although the power is weak, it is definitely an ice-type trick. Who are you? Sen Wang shouted, giving up the decision to eat Susu and planning to find out the situation first. However, at this moment, Susu did not want to stop attacking. What a joke, attacking it directly and asking it who it is. Today it wants to give Shiyu and the others a meal. Catch a bullfrog and use the pepper made by Shen Bao Bao to make an authentic greedy frog. Give Shiyu and the others a surprise. Boom. Before Sen Wang could react, the almost certain frost of the sky froze Sen Wang again in an instant. The strong frostbite eroded Sen Wang's body. Quack, the ice shattered under the frog's sound. Sen Wang frog waved his hand, and countless blade-like flying leaves flashing green fluorescence counterattacked Susu. These flying leaves absorbed the power of the water system, and their speed and attack power became stronger and stronger. They were not hindered in the water at all, and directly cut out a short-lived void zone in the deep sea. Ning, more than a dozen flying leaves attacked, but Susu was not in a hurry. Her figure turned into water and merged into the ocean. The water element was controlled and combined with the elementalization, and she easily merged with the ocean, making the attack lose its target. Swish, swish, swish. The seabed was split, countless large cracks appeared, and the seabed was turbulent. When Sen Wang saw the disappearing Susu, he frowned and turned away, knowing that it was unwise to fight a powerful water element creature in the ocean. It kicked its legs and wanted to swim back to the sea, but the next moment, the power of frost surged, and Sen Wang's body was frozen again. At this moment, Sen Wang almost cursed. After all, it had already judged that it was an extremely powerful ice-type ultimate move, which might involve time, otherwise it would be impossible to freeze it every time. But this ultimate move, this water slime, actually used it as a normal attack as if it didn't need energy, and used it 3 times casually? The rules of nature: conserve physical strength, kill with 1 blow, and slip away immediately if there is a slight mistake. This is the truth. But at this moment, Mori Wang felt that he had encountered a stubborn person, chasing him and using his ultimate move. The ultimate move was used as a basic attack. Quack, the ice broke under the frog's croak, but at the same time, the water slime also appeared above it. What made Mori Wang upset was that the opponent seemed to have condensed a new ultimate move at this moment. This jelly-like water slime had 9 blue energy balls swirling around its body. Mori Wang felt the shocking ocean waves in each energy ball. Each energy ball seemed to contain the full power of a dominant life. This shocked Mori Wang, and he wondered if this water slime was also a totem life like himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to squander energy like this. No, even if it was a totem level, it was too much, so why was it so desperate? Quack, don't bully the frog too much. Mori Wang's skin vibrated all over, and amazing sound waves came out of his skin. At the same time, the sound waves were also filled with green substances. As a wood-type life, using poison is also Mori Wang's specialty. It immediately mixed toxins into its superclass sonic skills, trying to affect the opponent's elementalization and the ocean environment, and restrict the opponent. However, what Mori Wang did at this time was undoubtedly a disco in a minefield. Seeing that Mori Wang released green toxins from nowhere, Su Su, who had mysophobia, suddenly shrank her pupils and became even more angry. Ning, origin fluctuation. 9 blue energy balls floated directly in front of Su Su. It naturally didn't care about the consumption of energy. With a Kanghei contract, it had unlimited energy. So it directly used the most powerful origin fluctuation. This skill is a fusion of superclass skills such as the Holy Water Ring, Fluctuation Cannon, and Clone. It not only has a slowing effect on abnormal damage that affects its nature, but also can use the enemy's negative power to enhance its own fluctuating power. At the same time, the fluctuating power between each fluctuating ball can also amplify and strengthen each other. It can be said that this move is quite domineering. The origin fluctuation, as well as the subsequent Star Sea body upgraded and fused from the power of the Starry Sky, is the biggest gain of Su Su's skill fusion during this period. The former gave it a powerful means of attack, and the latter almost transformed it into a Starry Sky life, taking it one step closer to becoming a Star Sea spirit. Boom. Next, with a stunned expression of the Forest King, his poisonous sound waves hit several water balls, but although these water balls were vibrating extremely violently, they did not break. On the contrary, the power seemed to be slowly increasing. This scene directly made the Forest King panic. Those water balls were like vibrating kettles, extremely dangerous. Not good, it shouted, and then all the energy balls emitted white and blue wave beams of light towards the Forest King. Under the wave beams of light, the flow of the ocean seemed to become a boost. In an instant, the Forest King felt the pressure of ocean currents from all directions. At this moment, on the seabed, one was a totem-level life trapped in an away game, and the other was a home game with a combat power comparable to that of a totem-level invincible overlord. The two sides fought, and in a short moment, they had already turned the seabed upside down. The battle on the seabed naturally affected the sea surface soon. The Alliance warship was slowly sailing towards the battle island, while Vulcan Jones was sitting on a chair on the deck, enjoying the sun and the sea breeze. Everything was calm. But at this moment, with a boom, the entire warship shook violently, almost throwing Vulcan Jones off the chair. Damn, what's going on? The hull shook violently, and countless water splashed up from the sea surface, causing Vulcan Jones to open his eyes suddenly. Lord Vulcan, the ocean currents deep under the sea have changed dramatically, and the energy of the entire sea area has directly jumped from a stable state to a level 8 violent state. A subordinate in a warship uniform immediately came to report. What the hell? Vulcan Jones was stunned and said, is it that Mori Wang guy is messing around again? He just ate a small fish and shrimp, but he made such a big fuss. Damn it, it's possible, the middle-aged man in the yellow-haired battleship uniform said. If this continues, we can't sail normally, and it may even cause a tsunami. I'll use the machine to call for Lord Mori Wang to return. Quick, quick, quick. Vulcan Jones had a headache. He was about to approach the Donghuang Sea. This Mori Wang must not cause trouble. He didn't want to get into trouble because of the problem of eating above. Soon, a mechanic on the battleship called Mori Wang deep in the sea through the special communication signal of the battleship. Vulcan Jones came to the edge of the battleship, looking at the violently shaking sea surface, frowning. The next moment, his expression froze. Everyone in the battleship was also shocked and looked over. A huge vortex formed, and a very terrible sense of oppression gradually spread from the deep sea. The sky suddenly changed, and with a boom, two huge water tornadoes rose from the deep sea to the sky, and a miserable croaking sound came from one of them. "Jones, save me. There is a slime trying to kill me." Then, with everyone stunned, the water tornado was shaken apart from the inside, and a giant frog with frostbite all over its body and its body washed away was seen floating in the air with a terrified face. At this time, it had lost one of its forelegs and was frozen and swept by the collapsing water. As for the other water tornado, after it collapsed, it was a water slime, which was looking at the giant frog unkindly. Susu didn't expect this guy to be so timid. He would not fight with her at the bottom of the sea no matter what. He would run up to the surface no matter what. In this case, as it wishes, even on the sea surface, it is still its home court. Damn, what's going on? At that moment, on the Alliance warship, the legendary Vulcan Jones was dumbfounded. He looked at the giant frog that escaped from the bottom of the sea and was seriously injured, and the water slime floating on the opposite side, with a confused look on his face. Lord Maury, on the hull, the Alliance Beastmaster who went to pick up Maury with Vulcan Jones also looked at Maury at a loss. "Don't talk nonsense, I met a fierce beast at the bottom of the sea. This guy is terribly strong. I have been fatally injured. Jones, let's go together, otherwise none of us can leave today," Maury Wang shouted, looking at Susu with fear. However, at this time, Susu had already noticed something wrong in her big blue eyes. It looked at the Alliance warship and the huge frog calling for help from the Alliance warship, and fell into deep thought. At this time, the Beastmasters on the Alliance warships, hearing the shouting of the Maury King, were instantly as if they were facing a formidable enemy, including the fire god Jones. However, when they looked at the water slime, they could not imagine that a fierce beast that the Maury King mentioned was this cute thing. "What is going on?" Fire god Jones brainstormed while summoning his pet. "Wait a minute, water slime." Then, the fire god's pupils shrank. How could there be such a strong water slime here? With this doubt, he quickly thought of a rumor. It is rumored that at the World Championship, one of the pets of this world legend Shiyu is the legendary King High Elf. And the King High Elf, in its initial form at the World Championship, is a blue water slime. Could it be? Considering the fact that this place is relatively close to the Donghuang Sea, Vulcan Jones looked at the water slime in disbelief and shouted tentatively, wait, is it a Kanghae elf? Is it a Kanghae elf? The contract object of Shiyu legend, we are from the Alliance, not enemies, not enemies. Don't attack, this time I came to Donghuang for the title assessment. Vulcan Jones couldn't think of another water slime that could seriously injure the totem-level Maury King, except for the Kanghae elf. In the World Championship, Shiyu Legend's iron-eating beast suppressed the gods, and the Azure Dragon and the Ginseng Baby killed the totem in seconds. Everyone in the Kamikaze high level knows it now. Then it's not surprising that the Kanghae elf has the ability to fight the totem. What the hell? At this moment, seeing Vulcan Jones shouting that the Kanghae elf is not an enemy, the Maury King was even more shocked, and at the same time he was still wondering what the Kanghae elf is. As a frog on land, it is only 200 years old and missed the World Championship. It really didn't know about the Kanghae elf that hadn't appeared for 3,000 years. Susu curled her lips when she heard the other party's words. Sure enough, they are really from the Alliance. At that moment, Susu examined the emblem of the Alliance battleship, looked at Vulcan Jones, and looked at King Maury. The words of Vulcan Jones echoed in Susu's ears. I came to Donghuang this time for the title assessment. Title assessment? Susu was silent. Donghuang, it seems that there is really a legend who has to accept the title assessment of the Alliance recently. Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi's mermaid princess, even helped with special training for a few days. In other words, this group of people are not only from the Alliance, but also from the Alliance to do the title assessment for Lu Qingyi. Susu looked at the big frog, which means that this guy is Lu Qingyi's examiner? In an instant, Susu had an indescribable emotion. No matter who you are, this guy just wanted to eat me. We can't let it go easily. Susu spoke with the telepathy she learned not long ago. At this moment, Susu did not admit her identity, but she did not deny it either. However, with this image and strength in front of them, the Beastmasters on the warship have already recognized it as the Sea Elf. Now, hearing the Sea Elf say that King Sen wanted to eat it, the Beastmasters led by the God of Fire Jones were immediately confused. What? King Sen actually wanted to eat the Sea Elf? How brave is this? What's going on? "Jones, help me," King Sen yelled, his legs aching slightly. One leg was removed, and it was not something that could be solved by eating some food to recover. "King Sen, you wanted to eat the Lord of the Sea Elf just now." Seeing that King Sen did not deny it at all, the god of fire Jones believed it in his heart. After all, King Sen went to the sea to find food. But, damn, how did he meet the sea elf? And he wanted to eat the sea elf outrageously. What the hell, how would I know who it is? I didn't want to eat it, I just saw it and wanted to have a fight. For a while, seeing that the tone and expression of the fire god Jones were a little strange, the king of Mori said immediately. The king of Mori also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, it was the one who took the initiative to attack, but this was clearly not the Donghuang or Dragon Palace Sea. Did it hit a wall? Lord Kang He Elf, it was a misunderstanding. We are willing to compensate. Knowing that the identity of the Kang He Elf and Shi Yu was special, the fire god Jones immediately distanced himself from the relationship and said, "Okay." At this time, Su Su also felt bored, and didn't want to argue with them, nor did she want to cause trouble for Shi Yu. She took a look at the frozen frog legs floating in the water roll and rolled them over directly with water. Su Su looked at such a big frog leg and felt that it was enough for Shi Yu to eat. If it's not enough, let the other party pay a few more. Sustainable food production +1 again. It ignored the group of people and directly rolled up the frog legs and returned to the ocean. Only Vulcan Jones and others were left standing silently on the deck, and the Forest King was in midair, in doubt. No one expected that this water slime was so easy to talk to, and just rolled up the frog leg and left. As expected of a sea elf that protects the ocean, it is really kind-hearted, and it doesn't get angry even when attacked. Vulcan Jones believed the legend. My leg, however, looking at Susu who rolled up the frog leg, the Forest King's pupils shrank sharply. It was easier to grow a leg than to connect a broken leg. However, it was taken away by the other party. However, the Forest King didn't dare to ask for it. He was scared by the brief confrontation just now. Seeing that Susu really left, the fire god Jones also looked at King Mori fiercely and said, "King Mori, look at what you have done. What kind of monster is that guy? What's going on? I just want to fill my stomach. How do I know what's going on? If I knew it was an ally, I would never do it. It's you who asked me to eat casually." "It's you," King Mori said aggrievedly. It was agreed that it was not the Donghuang Sea. "Forget it, don't mention this matter again. Since the Kang He Elf didn't pursue it, let's negotiate when we get to the Donghuang Battle Island." The fire god Jones waved his hand, which made King Mori even more confused. It felt that Jones seemed to be very afraid of the other party. King Mori fell down and landed on the battleship. He regretted going to the sea to fish. The creature just now was the Kang He Elf. "Haven't you heard of it?" King Mori shook his head. "That's right. After all, the Kang He Elf last appeared 3,000 years ago. It has another name, the strongest demigod of the ocean, and it is the god of ocean faith born from the faith power of many marine creatures. The countless marine forces in Dragon Palace City, Ghost Sea, and Endless Sea have all received its favor. There are dozens of demigods defeated by it, if not 100. The pupils of the Forest King shrank. His heart almost exploded. He chased it and beat it just now. Impossible. If it was a demigod, I would have. It's a reincarnation. Even the strongest marine demigod does not have an infinite lifespan. It needs to rely on constant reincarnation to maintain its life form. No, 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 the Forest King said. Then who is she you asked about just now? What contract object? The god of fire Jones looked at it and said, "You should thank this. The sea elves never look for beastmasters, but this generation is a little different. A beastmaster named Shi Yu successfully contracted the reincarnation of the sea elves. If he was not a beastmaster of Donghuang and a member of the Seven Nations Alliance, it might not have ended so easily just now." The Forest King showed an incredible expression again, and the remaining 3 frog legs trembled violently. "What a joke. You just said that even Dragon Palace City, Endless Sea, and Ghost Sea have been blessed by the sea elves. How can such creatures recognize human beastmasters? Who is he? Is he a legend of Donghuang?" Fire God Jones shook his head and said, "He is not a legendary beastmaster of Donghuang, but he is indeed a legendary figure of the ancient Donghuang country. He is an authority in the field of archaeology in the world today. He has a glimpse into the field of mythology and is also the champion of the World Championship more than 3 months ago. You were still sleeping at that time. Unfortunately, I was not at the World Championship, but it is said that this Shiyu not only defeated the revived weak odds in Inadara, but also showed the strength to kill totem-level life in one blow, and at that time, he was only a 6th level beast master, not a legendary level. Tell me, is he a legendary figure? Fire God Jones looked at King Mori, and King Mori opened his mouth completely. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen while I was sleeping. I still don't believe it. How could a level 6 beast master kill the totem in one strike? What kind of beast taming talent does he have? Even if he has a god level beast taming talent bonus, it's impossible. Are all his pets gods? King Mori was about to question it, but suddenly, he remembered the Kanghae elf just now, and his legs hurt again. Indeed, his pets really have several mythological races. Not only are there the Kilin clan of the mythological era, but there are also the Azure Dragon god and the Kanghae god. Vulcan Jones understood King Mori's feelings. When he heard this information, his first thought was also disbelief. However, the fact is that this world competition really produced a monster that made all the geniuses of all countries dim. As for his talent for controlling beasts, although it is only telepathy, you guess it right. It is said that he has developed a mediocre telepathy to the level of a god-level talent. Even once the talent is activated, it can be like a divine skill, inducing the sound of rules, which has a very strong effect on the combat power of pets. In short, this guy is the one you should not mess with. Monster, monster, monster. King Sen took a step back and did not dare to go to Dong Hwang. After all, he had provoked the other party's pet. Is this Shiyu a human? A bunch of divine pets are fine, but a telepathic talent can also induce the sound of rules? Wait a minute, King Sen was startled and said, this time when I go to Dong Hwang, is the beast master I want to test also a telepathic talent? Level 7. Telepathy, can't he be the world champion after the breakthrough? That's not the case. It's another beast master, but he is also a member of the Dong Hwang World Championship and an archaeologist. Vulcan Jones reassured King Senator. However, King Sen stared at him with wide eyes and said he would not believe it. No, Jones, my legs hurt so much. In this state, I may not be able to take the test. I want to go home. I seem to have some acclimatization problems. I have a strange disease that gives me headaches whenever I go to Dong Hwang. You should change the examiner, Vulcan Jones. No, you still have to go to Dong Hwang with me to apologize. No, you should apologize yourself. The Kamikaze Kingdom will not take the blame for you, Mori King. Gulu 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 gulu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Telepathic Talents Are All Monsters. On the boundless sea, a beautiful woman sat sideways on a blue phoenix bird, and a handsome man sat cross-legged on a blue dragon head, both of them flying on the top of the clouds. The beautiful woman was Lu Qingyi, and the handsome man was naturally Shiyu. Su seems to have encountered some troubles, Shiyu said. What's wrong? Lu Qingyi looked puzzled. Lu Qingyi also knew that Shiyu released his pets outside to let them experience on their own. Could something have happened? Shiyu was really careless. Other beast masters in Dong Hwang basically released their pets in the ancient country of Dong Hwang. He was good, his pets all ran out of the Dong Hwang Sea. It's not a big problem. Shiyu's expression was strange. Ning. They flew, and they had been above the sea for a long time. As the spiritual connection became closer and closer, Shiyu and the others slightly lowered their flight altitude. A column of water rushed up into the sky, and Su lay on the water column and flew high in the sky. Su, Lu Qingyi shouted. Chu, Lu Qingyi's kindling phoenix also shouted. They all looked at Su blankly, and the giant frozen frog leg next to it. Sorry for the wait. After meeting Su, Shiyu also looked at the frog leg as soon as possible, and was silent. What is this? Trophy. Lu Qingyi couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw Su still carrying the trophy. This frog leg looked very plump and huge, because it was frozen by the cold air of the sky frost. The brightness was completely locked. Ning, trophy. Su proudly controlled the water flow to condense an icon of a sword collision. Nice, this is what I said. A little trouble Su encountered. Shiyu shrugged and said, a frog leg of a totem-level frog life. Lu Qingyi was stunned and said, Susu, you touched the totem, and you knocked off one of the totem's legs. Roar, Susu is awesome, Chong Chong shouted, you are worthy of it, the strongest demigod of the ocean. To be honest, when Susu and Eleven went to the sea to train together, Shiyu was more relieved about Susu. Because Eleven's combat power decreased in the sea. But Susu's combat power was epically improved in the sea. In an underwater battle, even with quasi-divine skills, Eleven should not be able to beat Susu. After all, at this time, Susu's opponent is facing the power of the entire sea. Ning, the water slime's cheeks flushed, and it looked at Lu Qingyi embarrassedly and smiled apologetically. Lu Qingyi, oh, Susu said, sorry for accidentally crippling your examiner, senior sister, it will treat you to frog legs, Lu Qingyi. Kingling Phoenix? Huh? Chong Chong was also stunned. Lu Qingyi opened her beautiful eyes wide, stunned for a moment, and focused on the frog legs. What does it mean? When the Alliance's guardian examiner went to Donghuang, he accidentally took Susu, who was training under the sea, as food, and a fight broke out. Shiyu shrugged and said, Susu is still not agile enough. He only lost one of his 4 legs, Ning. The other party ran very fast, and I was reluctant to use the spirit of the sea. Susu felt wronged. Lu Qingyi opened her mouth slightly, looking at Shiyu and Susu blankly. Shiyu smiled and said, forget it, let's eat this leg first. We haven't eaten a totem-level bullfrog yet. We'll talk about other things when we get to the battle island. The person in charge of guarding the battle island is Donghuang's titled legendary King Duruo, a powerful titled legendary. She has a record of defeating ordinary totems. Her talent for controlling beasts is related to weather, similar to Ji Feng's affinity for all things. Although her talent is not as extensive as Ji Feng's, she has unparalleled control over the weather, and can cooperate with pets to become the true king of weather. Because of this talent, when fighting in the sky, Sky King Duruo rarely has rivals. At this time, Sky King Duruo, a woman over 60 years old, has already met with the examiner from the Alliance. However, what Duruo did not expect was that the examiner from the Alliance came with a broken leg. Although he was trying his best to treat it, he still looked miserable and did not look like he would recover soon. In this world full of extraordinary powers, it is not impossible to regenerate a broken limb. However, regenerating a broken limb of an ordinary life is definitely more difficult and more consuming than regenerating a broken limb of a totem. Blame me, blame me, blame me, it's all my fault, it's a misunderstanding. Gugua. What Duruo did not expect was that after the Alliance's patron Saint Sen Wang arrived at the Donghuang Battle Island, he came up and apologized like a funeral. The god of fire Joan stepped forward and looked at the Heavenly King Duruo who was receiving them and said, Heavenly King Duruo, something unexpected happened when we were on our way to Donghuang. Did you encounter the enemy? Duruo was stunned. This shouldn't be the case. A totem, a titled legend, and coming on a warship representing the Seven Nations Alliance, which blind totem dared to attack at this sensitive moment? When we were on our way to Donghuang, King Sen was extremely hungry because he had just woken up from his deep sleep, so he started hunting for food outside the Donghuang Sea. As a result, due to some misunderstandings, he had a conflict with a Kanghae elf of your world legend Shiyu who was training outside. Heavenly King Duruo was stunned again. What? Its injury was caused by the Kanghae elf. However, since this matter was King Sen's fault, King Sen is willing to take full responsibility and apologize to the legend Shiyu. The legend Shiyu was not nearby at the time, so I would like to ask you to contact the legend Shiyu. Wah. King Sen cried bitterly. What a sin. Sooner or later, he will die on this belly. That Shiyu, it's easy to mess with him, he killed 2 totems. Heavenly King Duruo had a complicated expression, his face kept changing. What's going on? That Shiyu. Duruo was naturally familiar with him, as the core of Donghuang. She had heard of Shiyu when he first showed his talent. And now, Shiyu has become the most promising genius in Donghuang, but unfortunately she hasn't met Shiyu because of her work. She took a look at the miserable state of King Sen, and was startled. It was really amazing, worthy of being a sea elf. Without a beastmaster around, he severely damaged a totem. This is a very serious problem. Heavenly King Duruo looked at King Sen unkindly and said, we will contact the legend of Shiyu. The King Sen sighed. After placing the examiner team of the Alliance, Heavenly King Duruo contacted Shi Yu for the first time. The attitude of handling this matter still depends on Shi Yu. But what Duruo didn't expect was that she got the news from Shi Yu that he was going to the battle island with Lu Qingyi, so she asked Heavenly King Duruo to wait for a moment. With Qingyi, Heavenly King Duruo was stunned. Shi Yu and Lu Qingyi also arrived at the battle island not long after, and Heavenly King Duruo also came to greet them personally. Aunt Du, Lu Qingyi obviously knew Heavenly King Duruo, and when she saw him, she greeted him very cordially. Qingyi, there may be some problems with the assessment, so it will be delayed. Heavenly King Duruo smiled slightly. Shi Yu has already told me. Lu Qingyi smiled helplessly. Shi Yu is a legend. Heavenly King Duruo also looked at the big boy next to Lu Qingyi, this legendary genius. Aunt Du, you are the elder of senior sister Lu, just call me Shi Yu. Shi Yu smiled. Okay, Heavenly King Duruo smiled and said, I don't know how you plan to deal with this incident, Shi Yu. Shi Yu sighed and said, forget it, let Donghuang take care of it. I'm not interested in this guy. The meat looks fresh, but it's not delicious at all. His scalp was numb from eating. Lu Qingyi said, well, it's all thanks to the heavy ingredients of the ginseng baby. Shi Yu didn't like to eat the remaining pile at all. Although it was nutritious, it didn't taste good. He packed it up and asked the insect clone to send it to the gem cat. It didn't waste food. After all, it was totem meat, and the gem cat should be able to eat it. Duruo Shai and Wang? After arriving at the battle island, because the forest king was seriously injured, Lu Qingyi's title assessment time would naturally be postponed for a few days, waiting for the forest king to recover. This was just right. Lu Qingyi didn't have much confidence yet, and now there was a few days of special training opportunities. And Shi Yu, because it was his first time to come to the battle island, he was leisurely and contented. The battle island is one of the largest battle facilities in Donghuang. It brings together many master beast masters from the 9 first-level cities and second-level cities to learn from each other and improve their strength. Even occasionally, legendary beast masters appear here to fight. Shi Yu didn't have much need for battle now, so he didn't join in the fun. He just walked around and ate a few more seafood snacks to make up for the regret of eating the Forest King's legs before. Is it because the Forest King is poisonous? That shouldn't be the case. Black goats are also poisonous. After being purified by Su, they still smell fragrant. The smell comes out immediately. In the final analysis, it may be because the Forest King is too lazy and pampered. He doesn't have the delicious and chewy meat of the totem of the black goat that runs around for the meteorite tribe. While waiting for the challenge from senior sister Lu, Shi Yu started a new round of adding points on the battle island. At present, the superclass skills of the 6 pets in a team are above the perfect proficiency. However, the superclass skills of most pets have just reached perfection, and no points have been added on this basis. Shi Yu's next final plan to add points is to add points to all the pets in the first team to the peak of the Overlord. This peak does not refer to the peak Overlord combat power. It means that from the perspective of growth, each pet reaches the extreme of the Overlord level. As we all know, one of the ways to promote the Overlord level to the totem level is to reach the superclass proficiency. Now, although 11 and Chaden have the combat power of totem level, it is obvious that they do not rely on normal means. 11 relies on quasi-god skills that surpass super-level skills. Chong and Su rely on faith skills, which are not on the same system as ordinary super-level skills. So they obviously still have a lot of room for improvement in the normal system. Shi Yu's next step is to fill this improvement space. All super-level skills are added to the extreme proficiency of Perfect plus 47. In this way, 11 and others can reach the true peak combat power at the Overlord level. At that time, without relying on quasi-god skills and faith skills, relying on other super-level skills alone, they can fight against totems of higher levels. The trump card of the Legend of the Sea is this growth. And in this state, their combat power is naturally driven to a new peak state. Shi Yu feels that when this stage comes, all of his members should be considered to have demigod-level combat power. This stage is the real blue star that can go anywhere. Of course, demigods are not stupid. They basically have a bunch of younger brothers. For example, the Dragon God has a bunch of totem dragon kings under his command. In short, as long as Shi Yu does not encounter 2 demigods beating him up, or a demigod brings all his younger brothers to fight him up, he will basically be completely worry-free. All members are at the peak of the Overlord. This is Shiyu's plan for adding points in the next stage. 6 pets, dozens of superclass skills, 40 points for each superclass skill, and superclass skill points that exceed 1,000 times. If it were placed before, it would take several years to add points. But now, Shiyu feels that it should not take long. After all, his current physique is already extraordinary, and the auxiliary point adding ability of each pet is also greatly improved. For example, Qitong can strengthen Shiyu's energy through possession, Shen Bao is a divine milk, Su can reduce the burden of adding points through the spirit of the pure sea, and Lin. It is not a question of whether it is combined or not. Now, Lin is the strongest auxiliary in the team, because it has learned the 9-color divine light. This auxiliary skill, which is so powerful that it can even strengthen one's will, was only qualified for teaching by Lin. Shiyu originally thought that Shen Bao and Shiai, as light type, had a chance to learn it, but he was still naive. As a prototype of a divine skill, it has extremely high requirements for the body structure of pets. When the whole team did not meet the teaching conditions, Lin used top-level intelligence to spend a month to transform himself into a light attribute, and transformed his body structure with reference to the gemstone pupil of the gemcat. This barely met the teaching conditions and became the only pet in the team who learned the 9-color divine light. Through this incident, Shiyu also realized the extraordinariness of Teacher Mao. At the beginning, as an ordinary extraordinary race, he could mutate and grow to the totem level. Although he had a heritage crystal, it was so easy to perfectly control the 9-color divine light in a short time. This talent was completely unique. If it weren't for Teacher Mao's weak will, Shiyu really suspected that it was the reincarnation of a big boss, and even the gemcat itself suspected it, and kept asking Shiyu to give him a reincarnation fruit to try. At first, Shiyu didn't give the gemcat a fruit because he was afraid that it would go berserk after eating the fruit because the gemcat was too weak. But after the special training, Shiyu felt that he could give Teacher Cat a fruit to try. After all, Teacher Cat might not be able to beat them now, let alone after the special training. Add points. In order to improve the efficiency of adding points, Shiyu first added skills such as Lin's 9-color divine light and Susu's pure sea spirit. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed, and the Forest King finally recovered. He was anxiously planning to give Lu Qingyi a title assessment. The Super Duel Arena on the Battle Island. The Alliance's Vulcan Jones, the Forest King Frog, and some recorders, the Donghuang's Heavenly King Du Ruo, and the Assessor Lu Qingyi, have all arrived. Shiyu did not show up, but sat quietly on the wall at the commanding height, looking at the situation inside. To be honest, because Susu had fought with the Forest King, he also had some understanding of the strength of the Forest King. This Mori King should be a lucky person who accidentally broke through to the totem with resources. In terms of super-level skill proficiency, there is still a gap from being superb. He is not a strong player among totems, and is weaker than the Azure Dragon Prince. Even worse than the Gem Cat before receiving the 9-color divine light. The kind that even the mutated Kun of the Hegemony legend can try to solo. It should be that the Beast Masters who know the telepathic talent are relatively weak, so the examiner sent by the Alliance is not very strong. However, the totem is a totem after all, and Sister Lu is still not too stable. After all, she is only a level 7 Beast Master, and she has only contracted 6 pets. Moreover, although these 6 have reached the Overlord level, their growth rate is not high. Most of those who challenge the title are basically level 8 Beast Masters with 8 full pets. Yizing failed in the challenge twice, and suffered from the low level. If he had reached level 8, he would definitely have no problem. But, it's not that there is no chance at all. Senior Sister Lu is definitely not capable of a protracted battle of 1 day and 1 night. Her confidence in this challenge all comes from the resonance of the mind, and this high consumption state is also an explosive skill, which is gone after 1 use. Therefore, whether she can kill the opponent in 1 hit, or severely injure the opponent so that the opponent's combat power is greatly reduced, determines whether she can pass this test. It's good that it's not that Shiyu. At this time, King Mori was completely convinced that the Beast Master who challenged the title of Telepathic Transcendent was not a legendary Shiyu. Instead, it was a girl with a stern face. Great. Quack. King Mori looked happy. Come on, little girl, I am your examiner, Lord King Mori. King Mori's huge body stood in the arena, looking at Lu Qingyi opposite. Today, Senior Sister Lu wore a cheongsam with Lu, white and black alternating colors, and her long golden tea-colored hair was rolled up by a white and gold hairpin. She had a transcendent temperament and was high above. Qingyi knows how to dress up today, King Du Ruo smiled. Du Xianwang, this is Dong Huang's third title challenge this year. Vulcan Jones has been tired of arguing with Dong Huang for the past 2 days. Now he is finally going to take the title assessment and do normal work. Yes, Du Ruo nodded and said, the first 2 times were Yizing, and the examiner was the Night King of Glory. Yizing, I can understand, but this Dr. Lu, Vulcan Jones said, she should have been promoted to legend not long ago, not long before the World Championship. Coming to Dong Huang for the assessment, Vulcan Jones's intelligence work must be comprehensive. Yizing, that is the first in the Dong Huang World Championship player sequence. Although Shi Yu later stole the limelight, it is undeniable that as the grandson of the 3 army marshal, he has potential, talent, and strength. Even so, Yizing failed to pass the assessment. And Lu Qingyi, a telepathic talent who has just reached level 7 a few months ago, why did he come to join in the fun? I don't need the challenge opportunity, Du Ruo said lightly. Can't we let the patron saint of the alliance come to practice with me? Okay, of course, Vulcan Jones shrugged. Dong Huang has produced Shi Yu, and can't wait to make other legendary geniuses become gods. When the 2 titled legends Dong Huang and Shen Feng spoke, the battle between King Mori and Lu Qingyu below had already begun. Buzz! 6 huge black summoning diagrams emerged, and all 6 pets of Senior Lu were summoned out. Wind Demon Lion, Kingling Wind Bird, Empress Flower, Mermaid Princess, Hurricane Monster, and Garden Elf. The pets have all reached the Overlord level, no wonder they dare to challenge. Seeing Lu Qingyi's pets, Fire God Jones said. The improvement is so fast, King Duo couldn't help but say. All of them have become overlords so quickly, it seems that Lu Qingyi has a good opportunity. Qingyi and Shi Yu's relationship should be good, right? Is it because of Shi Yu's blessing? However, judging from the energy value of these pets, they are all at the ordinary overlord stage. Even the hurricane monster's energy value is less than 50 million. The highest Empress Flower is only 60 million. Huh? King Mori smiled. He also realized that his opponent was not strong, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, on the other side, Lu Qingyi, who was wearing an elegant cheongsam and looked like a queen, had a calm expression from beginning to end. Use your full strength, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Lu Qingyi looked at King Sen and said. Her words made King Sen stunned. Immediately, he showed a bad expression. What does this examiner mean? Qingyi, at this time, Lu Qingyi's state also made Du Xianwang, who was familiar with her, stunned. He didn't understand why the gentle and generous Lu Qingyi suddenly changed her temperament, like a different person. What does it mean? Vulcan Jones was also stunned. What does it mean? On the high wall, Shi Yu laughed. Of course he was playing the role of the queen, trying to resonate with the Empress Flower. Huh? At this moment, Sen Wang was about to ask Lu Qingyi if she was okay, but the next moment, Sen Wang's expression changed. Did you understand my order? Lu Qingyi's hair fluttered, and her eyes were high above. As Lu Qingyi's last word fell, the air around her began to vibrate, and the materialized spiritual power and mental power formed blue ripples around her. At the same time, the Empress Flower, a queen-like humanoid plant-type pet in front of Lu Qingyi, also had blue ripples on her body. Then, the energy began to rise steadily, and the speed of the explosion was completely unlike normal means. At this moment, Sen Wang was shocked and remembered the exaggerated water slime. No, the sea elf. Right now, this Empress Flower is actually Senior Lu's strongest pet. As both are wood-type, it has made the most progress under the special training of the baby ginseng. It has also undergone special training of telekinesis memory drops and deterrence memory drops a long time ago, and its skill configuration is also very good. Obviously, as a spiritual type pet, it can not only enjoy the bonus of mind resonance, but also enjoy Senior Lu's telekinesis enhancement. For this reason, in order to better resonate with the Empress Flower, Lu Qingyi played the role of the queen for many days, which was very difficult for her. One of the derivative skills of telekinesis, mental enhancement. The second derivative skill of telekinesis, mental connection. One of the derivative uses of telepathic talent, mental resonance. In addition, the blood of the gods contained in the Empress Flower itself, the explosion of myth revival. Boom. In the extreme enhancement mode, the Empress Flower's cold red pupils stared at the Forest King, and the energy value quickly rose to over 100 million, and continued to accelerate, reaching an unprecedented height. Soon, the mental fluctuations formed a strong storm, sweeping the venue like a tornado, and the momentum of the Empress Flower itself changed dramatically. This breath, the faces of the Fire God Jones, the Forest King Frog, and the Du Xiangwang changed drastically. It was like a totem. In fact, it was not an ordinary totem power. The violent mental fluctuations made many people present swallow their saliva, not understanding what happened. The next moment, under the shining of the blue mental fluctuations, the super telekinesis like a tsunami was formed with a bang, which was spectacular and unusual, like a big hand covering the world, suppressing the Forest King. The strong deterrents entangled on it shocked the Frog King. The double pressure of the divine power and the full-level deterrents, feeling the strongest pressure from this move, it was dumbfounded, and for a moment, it could not control its body and was frightened by the opponent's kingly power. Something is wrong. Wait a minute, little girl, don't you have a telepathic talent? Oh God, what is this? Jones, I don't believe you, the Forest King shouted, this is a shitty telepathic talent. King Mori's face changed drastically. Is Jones an idiot? Dong Huang has produced Shiyu, who can upgrade telepathy to god-level talent. It is not impossible for someone else to produce one. Why not do a good job in advance and do a good job of intelligence work? It said that it shouldn't come. Can't avoid it. King Mori felt that he couldn't avoid this powerful blow. He had just recovered from his injuries and felt that after this battle, no matter whether he won or lost, he would be seriously injured again. This job is not easy at all. His mentality collapsed and he didn't want to fight anymore. He suspected that the alliance was deliberately pitting him. Gua, King Mori struggled to mobilize his strength to resist, but the strong deterrent suppressed his performance. However, the burst of super telekinesis was like a combination of a tsunami and a super vortex. As soon as King Mori came into contact with it, he felt that his whole body was hit by countless shocks and was about to fall apart. Boom! King Mori's body was crushed in half and was directly blown away by the super telekinesis. Gua! The body sank, and the King of Mori opened his eyes in disbelief. This attack was only possible at the overlord level? The huge pain in his body made the King of Mori confused, and he hit the guardrail. Crack! A crack appeared in the wall. The King of Mori slid down, his frog legs swayed, and his eyelids twitched with difficulty. Impossible, the God of Fire Jones opened his mouth wide. 6 pets, 5 of which did not attack, and only 1 was used to knock the totem-level King of Mori away? Has the King of Mori not recovered yet? Isn't she gifted in telepathy? Jones shouted. The King of Heaven Duruo was also shocked, looking at Lu Qingyi who stood on the field like a queen. He didn't understand what happened to Qingyi. That power just now. What happened? Could it be? She remembered Shiyu who came with Lu Qingyi. Oh my, at this moment, only Shiyu on the wall shook his head regretfully. What a pity, we were not able to kill the Mori King in 1 second, nor did we cause a serious injury that would affect its movement, Shiyu said with regret. On his shoulders, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and others were also watching the battle together, shaking their heads with regret. This attack exhausted all the strength of Senior Sister Lu and Empress Flower. Whether the remaining 5 pets can drag down the Mori King will determine whether Senior Sister Lu can obtain the title of Transcendent. What a pity. According to Lin's perception, the current state of the Mori King is not that serious, and it can still exert more than 70% of its combat power. In the next battle, Senior Sister Lu is in danger. It is indeed a gambling battle. However, 11 and others looked at the Mori King in confusion. What is this guy doing? They sensed that the Mori King, who obviously still had most of his strength, had been lying on the ground and could not get up. It was like he was playing dead. On the other side, Senior Sister Lu and Empress Flower were really at the end of their strength, but they were forcing themselves to stand. A sharp contrast. This guy, Shiyu couldn't help but stand up, his mouth twitching, and said, "Isn't it afraid to fight? Does it have any professional ethics? What's wrong with this league examiner, playing dead?" On the field, Lu Qingyi saw this and curled her lips and said, "Did I let you fall down? Get up." Sen Wang was shocked. What kind of person is this? He can't even admit defeat? Roar! Lu Qingyi's pet directly attacked Sen Wang who was pretending to be dead, which made Shiyu slap his forehead. You and Empress Hu will have both exploded, so don't be so arrogant, or you will be beaten. Chapter 474, Impacting Demigod-Level Combat Power. I can't understand. When Lu Qingyi attacked Sen Wang again, Duro Xianwang said incomprehensibly. Lu Qingyi's state today was completely beyond her cognition. I don't understand. Next to her, Vulcan Jones cursed. Sen Wang, what are you doing? His eyes were still wide open. But at that moment, Sen Wang felt that he was the most innocent one. You are bullying the frog too much. Sen Wang, who pretended to be dead, saw that his opponent did not intend to stop attacking, and immediately dragged his painful body, dazed, and screamed loudly. Dare to underestimate me. This made Vulcan Jones look better. Fortunately, Sen Wang was not killed in seconds. He didn't want to see Dong Huang produce another monster like Shi Yu, who could kill the totem in seconds with a single pet. But even so, the wounded Sen Wang also gave Jones a bad premonition. Among Lu Qingyi's 6 pets, the Wind Demon Lion, the Blue Spirit Phoenix Bird, the Hurricane Monster, and the Courtyard Elf directly mobilized the power of nature collectively to create the wind field and transform the venue into a wind environment. At the same time, the first 3 pets attacked the Forest King, blowing a storm. In the domain, the Tinxiang Elf possessed the weak Lu Qingyi, and with the help of the characteristics of the elves, the Beastmaster recovered his physical strength through the power of nature. However, because of the possession, Lu Qingyi interrupted the spiritual resonance with the Empress Flower. Few as for the Mermaid Princess, she was equivalent to half a nurse, using nourishing moves to help the Empress Flower recover her strength. Although a round of explosion consumed most of the physical strength of Lu Qingyi and the Empress Flower, it is obvious that they have also found some remedies for this situation. As Shi Yu judged, the next battle is the key. Boom. On the Forest King side, the materialized green poisonous sound waves immediately swept towards the 3 pets like a tsunami. Buzz. The storm rolled out by the Wind Demon Lion, the Green Spirit Phoenix Bird, and the Hurricane Monster was first annihilated by the sound waves, and then the sound waves bombarded the 3 pets and blasted them back. Okay, Fire God Jones shouted. That's right. The collision just now was not scientific at all. This time it is much more scientific. No, it's poison. Heavenly King Duruo frowned. It seems that what was just now was not Qingyi's normal strength. This is bad. This Sen Wang still has some strength left. Who? Sen Wang looked at this scene with lingering fear. This time, it felt like a totem. Because of its trepidation, it used all its strength in this attack. The effect was obviously very good. It killed 3 overlords in the burst state in one blow. Roar, Qi, Ling, the 3 pets flew backwards. Green stripes appeared on the Wind Demon Lion, the Blue Spirit Phoenix Bird, and the Hurricane Monster. Because they were mainly poisonous attacks, and the sound waves were slowed down by the combined storm, the ordinary injuries on them were not serious, but if the poison was not removed in time, they might be in danger of death. Seeing that the opponent had been poisoned, Sen Wang had recovered his emotions at this moment and looked at Lu Qingyi and the others who were recovering. Haha, that attack just now was an overloaded explosion, right? I see. Your normal strength is still at the overlord level. Now the 3 of them have been poisoned. Admit defeat. If it drags on, it will be bad for you. As soon as the voice of the Forest King fell, blue water rings appeared on the Wind Demon Lion, the Blue Spirit Phoenix Bird, and the Hurricane Monster. The main and most serious toxins in their bodies quickly dissipated. After they adjusted their state, they immediately stabilized their bodies and locked onto the Forest King again. This scene made the Forest King's eyes widen. What are you talking about? Lu Qingyi said. My Wind Demon Lion has the blood of the evil-suppressing lion, my Blue Spirit Phoenix has the blood of the phoenix, and my Hurricane Monster is an elemental creature. They all have good resistance to poison. The most important thing is that my Mermaid Princess is a student of the Sea Elf. Poison is just a trick for them. Wind Demon Lion, counterattack, quack. At this moment, hearing the word Sea Elf, King Mori's eyes widened and his mentality collapsed again. He had just regained the advantage, but his fighting spirit immediately dropped by 20%. His poison is useless? At this moment, hearing Lu Qingyi say that his water-type pet is a student of the Sea Elf, Vulcan Jones was also dumbfounded. He had a bad premonition. On the other hand, the Heavenly King Duruo was extremely happy. What? In this way, maybe they can continue to fight? The strongest means of the Forest King is the sonic attack of the wood and poison system. For enemies who are not good at detoxification, even the top totems will be a headache if they are poisoned. But for enemies who can detoxify, even the overlord level will give the forest king a headache. Obviously, the mermaid princess cultivated by Susu is the top purification expert among the overlord level. Ning, Susu was very proud above Shiyu's head. Fortunately, it had foresight. In the past half-month, it mainly helped the mermaid princess to improve her purification ability. Don't be happy too soon, Shiyu said. Even if the effect of the poison is greatly reduced, the opponent is still a totem after all. Obviously, you are the happiest, master, Lin couldn't help but say beside him. After all, it is possible to witness the birth of a new titled legend in Donghuang, Shiyu said. What senior sister has to do next is to do everything she can to hold back King Mori. As long as she catches her breath and can start the second spiritual resonance, the battle will not end by barely fighting King Mori, but by the general. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Lin, Susu looked at the duel field, more nervous than fighting themselves. Half a day later, in the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association, in a book room filled with sandalwood, Lin Xiao, the president of the Donghuang Association, was quietly processing many international documents. In the quiet environment, suddenly, a mechanical life on the table that looked like an alarm clock suddenly lit up. Its screen was like a mobile phone turned on, and a clown-like head appeared, saying, President Lin, what's wrong? President Lin stopped his work and looked at the mechanical life, only to see the mechanical life say, Legendary Beast Tamer Lu Qingyi's title challenge is over. How is the battle? President Lin continued to process the documents, not caring much. Yizing's failure in the first two challenges had already calmed him down. Lu Qingyi's strength was not as good as Yizing's, so he didn't hold much hope. He just took it as an opportunity for the young man to gain experience and test his strength. Congratulations! Legendary Beastmaster Lu Qingyi successfully passed the assessment of the title of Transcendent and became the 10th titled legend in Donghuang. Oh, passed, swish. President Lin suddenly looked up, with a look of disbelief on his face, and said, What did you say? Lu Qingyi successfully persisted under the hands of the Alliance Guardian for a day and a night. How is this possible? Lu Qingyi is just a newly promoted legend. In Donghuang, there are dozens of old legends who have accumulated more years of experience than her, but they have not been able to do it. A newly promoted legend has done it? At present, including Shiyu, Donghuang has only 9 living legends who have passed the title challenge. Although there are some old antiques who don't like to show up and didn't participate in the Alliance's title challenge, there are very few such people. There is no doubt that no matter how Lu Qingyi passed the title challenge, her strength is enough to rank in the top 20 in the current Donghuang Beast control field. No, according to the intelligence, it was Dr. Lu Qingyi who defeated the Alliance's guardian god, Sen Wang. When Sen Wang lost his combat ability, Dr. Lu Qingyi himself was already in a coma, but there was still a pet beast that was conscious. According to the rules, it was a victory. What? President Lin was shocked again. Defeated the Alliance's guardian god? What a joke, he said. What's going on? During the battle, Dr. Lu Qingyi used special telekinesis skills twice. At the same time, her telepathic talent was also transformed into a special talent that can add combat power. These two bursts were the key to her victory. President Lin was completely at a loss. Soon, he thought of Lu Qingyi's special training with Shiyu during this period. Telepathy was transformed into combat talent? Could it be? President Lin quickly contacted Shiyu. At the same time, on the battle island, Shiyu connected the communication. President Lin, Shiyu, Lu Qingyi passed the title challenge. I heard that she is in a coma now. How is she? Overdrawn, but it's not a big deal. She's awake now and will recover in a while, President Lin said. That's good. What's the matter with Lu Qingyi's spiritual talent? Did you do it? Shiyu smiled and said, No, it was developed by Senior Lu herself using the talent beads. It's called spiritual resonance, which is not worse than the spiritual field. However, in the past half-month, I have been trying to help Senior Lu improve her strength. President Lin, I just want to apply to you. Next, I plan to go abroad for a period of time, as short as a few months or as long as a year. New geniuses have appeared. I have completed your task. President Lin was slightly stunned. Wait a minute? You have been wanted by the meteorite for less than a month. Didn't you say you wouldn't go out? Why are you going out again? However, Lu Qingyi's situation is indeed more of a concern to President Lin at the moment. Spiritual resonance? A talent that can help Lu Qingyi, a new legend, defeat the totem? Let her have a good rest, I will go there later, President Lin said. After hanging up the phone, Shiyu re-entered the White Ward. At this time, senior sister Lu was still lying weakly. Her physique was still too weak, not as strong as Shiyu, so Shen Bao didn't dare to take a big tonic directly, fearing that her body couldn't bear it. Is it President Lin? After Shiyu came in, senior sister Lu looked at Shiyu who was sitting on the chair. Yes, President Lin wants to come and see you, the newly promoted titled legend. Congratulations, the 10th titled legend of Donghuang. Lu Qingyi still had a headache and said, I knew I didn't need a second spiritual resonance. Mine should be considered the weakest titled legend. Shiyu smiled and said, not that bad, senior sister, your 7th pet has not been contracted yet. After training for a period of time, it will not be weak. Although spiritual resonance consumes a lot of energy, the amplification effect is comparable to the enhanced talent of an 8th level beastmaster. Believe in yourself. By the way, this is for you. Shiyu took out a piece of space jade. Soul jade. I'll give you that. Lu Qingyi looked at it. Wasn't this the resource she gave to Shiyu to nurture the power of the demon god? Yes, there are nutritional supplements made by ginseng baby in it. I think you will need it in the future. Lu Qingyi smiled and said, thank you. I'm grateful to you for the past half month. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive around against the Forest King, let alone defeat the Forest King. Lu Qingyi knew that her strength had doubled in the past half month, thanks to Shiyu. After the spiritual resonance developed by the fruit of the world tree, the effect was several times that of before. The pets were also in Shiyu's pets, practicing new special moves. If it weren't for these, it would never be possible to become so strong. You're welcome, Shiyu smiled. It didn't take long for President Lin to arrive at a battle island. President Lin was naturally very happy to see that Donghuang had another super genius. Even when Shiyu said he wanted to go for training again, President Lin was not so worried. Anyway, with Shiyu's trump card, he won't die, so just go and have fun. With permission, Shiyu was happy. After staying on the battle island for about 2 more days, after senior sister Lu fully recovered, Shiyu set out directly from the battle island and headed for the location of the space-time dragon vein. The location of this space-time dragon vein is located on an isolated island with a harsh environment, so there is no life on it at all. The dragon god also discovered a space-time dragon vein hidden under this isolated island by accident. Although the dragon god did not tell Shiyu the location of the space-time dragon vein, he knew where the space-time dragon vein was, so Shiyu and his team came here first. Starting from the battle island, Shiyu rode on the blue dragon bug, and Qi served as a guide, and the group began to run wildly over the ocean. Left. Over there, right. Qi pulled Shiyu's clothes and floated in the sky like a pendant. After a while, Shiyu and his team locked their target on an island with cliffs on the edge of the island. According to the environment, that was the space-time island. This place is far away from Donghuang and Longgang City, but it is closer to the forces of the Endless Sea. The environment near this island is indeed not very good. Huge whirlpools frequently appear on the sea surface, the sky is always gray, and storms, lightning and thunder blow from time to time. In this situation, even legends are not safe to arrive here. Shiyu and his team landed on the island carefully. There is nothing special about the island except that it is a little cold, a little desolate, and the magnetic field is a little chaotic. Is it here? Shiyu asked. Qi, who was floating beside his shoulder, nodded excitedly and said, yes, it's here. The space where the time and space dragon vein is located is under the island. Lucky, Qi said in surprise. During this period of time, the time and space tide is in a relatively stable state. I can go in and absorb the power of the dragon vein directly. If I'm lucky, it will take about a year for me to awaken the time and space shuttle to the quasi-divine skill stage. Moreover, because it is close to the revival of mythology, the power of the time and space dragon vein has almost recovered. It is much more full than the exhausted dragon vein I saw at the beginning. With its power, after the skills are restored, I can quickly perform preliminary time and space travel. Roar, go, 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 Chong Chong said excitedly. In fact, there are other pets riding on its body. 11. Shen Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin are also very excited. It will take a year, So long, Shiyu said worriedly. Speaking of Ki, why is your will level still low? Are you lazy in training? Zyoji has a medium will. Do you know how tempting time and space travel is for an archaeologist? Ki immediately puffed up his cheeks. No. Except that I don't fight with Zyoji every day, I also do all its training tasks, Ki argued. I still feel that 1 year is too long. Shiyu touched his chin. At the same time, he also summoned Zyoji, Ye, and Zyozi. Zyoji and Ye wanted to fight as soon as they were summoned, but when they saw that the big brothers and sisters of Team 1 were all there, they immediately stopped. Roar, the weather is good, Zyoji said. Yeah, the smell of the sea. Ye poked her head out and looked at the sea. Meow, so sleepy, so hungry, Zyozi murmured. At this moment, all the members of Shiyu's Team 1 and Team 2 were on the Time and Space Island. Although the environment here is a little worse, we can live in the ruins and the beast control space. I have decided that we will do special training here for the next period of time, Shiyu said to everyone. I have prepared sufficient resources and brought all my assets with me. The goal is to awaken the time and space shuttle, and when all of us have the strength comparable to that of a demigod and are 50-50 with a meteorite, it will be considered the signal to end the training. I have tried my best, Shiyu grinned. 11 agreed with both hands, and had a hunch that after this retreat, they should go hunting for the meteorite. Okay, Ki also looked at the time and space dragon vein and said, he couldn't wait to get his own strength back. Wait a minute, Ki, Shiyu looked at it and said, next, you can't just sleep in the dragon vein to recover. Don't you think 1 year is too slow? Name, Ki, race, time elf, attributes, time, space, teaching skills, superclass, myth revival, proficient, will level, low. I'll help you. Shiyu smiled kindly and said, although your will level is still low, I think it's not a big problem. Lin possessed Ki and used the 9-color divine light to strengthen Ki's will. Even if it was a low-level will, it could be comparable to a medium-level one. With Susu's pure sea spirit to comfort it, it would have a high success rate. If the proficiency of myth revival is improved faster, it may not take a year to awaken the time and space shuttle. Ki showed a blank expression. Zyoji, yeah, Zyozi, you guys watch and listen too. Next, you will experience the same thing. Roar, yeah, Zyoji and Ye were also confused. What's the matter, yeah? Good news, 11 said in unison. How to become stronger? Only by adding points. Next, on the space-time island, Ki's screams of grievance were heard. Even though his will was strengthened by the 9-color divine light, the teaching of adding points once still made Ki cry. But after crying, Ki's big eyes were full of doubts after he felt that he had not touched the space-time dragon vein, but the space-time power in his body was one step closer to recovery. The tears were full of the luster of curiosity. On that day, Zyoji and Ye also took turns to receive the baptism of adding points, but Shiyu first added low-level skills to them. Roar, duck. After the incident, Zyoji and Ye were also shocked. They tried to practice their skills by themselves, tried to use memory drops to pass on skills, and tried to practice skills with a comprehension bonus of the world tree fruit. The speed of improvement of various methods made them remember it vividly. However, the fact that the skill proficiency increased within a second after being touched on the head was as efficient as practicing for a long time, and it directly shattered Zyoji and Ye's 3 views. It didn't take much time at all. The bug was flying in the sky. 11. Shen Bao Bao, Chitong, Su Su, and Lin sat on the bug. They looked at Zyoji and shouted the team's motto. Roar, Beastmaster, add more, Zyoji begged eagerly, as if he saw a shortcut to crush Yao. Yeah, I can endure hardship, I can bear that kind of painful increase in points, I'll do it, Ye also said excitedly. It is smarter and knows that the greater the effort, the greater the reward. Seeing Ki's painful increase in points just now, it immediately felt that Ki's increase in points must be more, and it also wanted this. Well, at this time, Ki was still holding his head and wiping tears, but he also recovered from his confusion. I want more too, meow. Zyozi was on the side. Although he didn't know what Zyoji, Zyoya, and Zyoki wanted, this curious starry sky cat also blinked and looked at Shiyu. But soon, he was dragged over by Lin. You don't want it. Your will is extremely low, even worse than Ki, and all your skills are super level. You will die directly if you increase points once. It's okay if you die, but what about the world inside you? Meow meow meow. Xiaozu was shocked and suspected that Lin was bullying a child. Ahem. At the moment, in addition to strengthening all members of Team 1, Shiyu naturally had to take care of Team 2. After all, adding some super-level skills is not a huge burden at present. With the current potential of Xiaoji and Ye, if they add points to the extreme, their strength will be very good. Not to mention being stronger than Team 1, but there is no problem in surpassing those invincible overlords in the world competition. Then in this case, let's start special training. Shiyu showed a resolute expression. The wind is whistling and the Yishu River is cold. Once the physical strength is gone, it will never come back. Aoo, roar, ya, me, ning. This is a carnival of becoming stronger. It is also a painful home-based hard training record when Shiyu made up his mind to survive until he is invincible on Blue Star and then come out. Wait, I almost forgot, before training, there will be a team meeting first. This time, Shiyu's determination is not small. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed in a flash. Within half a year, although Shiyu was always paying attention to the movements of Donghuang, he resisted all temptations and devoted himself to adding points, meditation, and hard work. In Donghuang, talents emerged in large numbers within half a year. Lu Chengyu passed the title challenge and shocked the whole country. Dr. Lu, who was good-looking, instantly became a fighting goddess sought after by the whole country. After all, among the top 10 titled masters of Donghuang, she was the youngest except Shiyu. 3 months later, Yizing also passed the title challenge and made Donghuang boil again. He also obtained the combat power to compete with ordinary totems at the level of a 7th level beastmaster, which was very rare in the past few decades. It has to be said that this group of young people in Donghuang was very lucky to catch the first train of the myth revival. Whether before or after the world competition, they were cultivated by Donghuang with all their resources. However, all this has little to do with Shiyu for the time being. He has always been immersed in his hard work. In terms of the level of the first beast control space, Shiyu did not gain much. He was still at level 7, but he was close to level 8. Within half a year, there is definitely hope for level 8. The main reason was that he first spent his time on the cultivation of the second beast control space. In the past 6 months, Shiyu successfully cultivated the second beast control space to the 7th level, achieving the same level as the first beast control space. Ki was also contracted under the second beast control space. The reason why Shiyu first cultivated the second beast control space was that he wanted to upgrade his body control talent, so that he could do everything more easily. Of course, Shiyu did not delay the first beast control space. He developed the talent of controlling beasts. With the experience of senior sister Lu, he also developed the mind resonance technique. However, because his pets were very stupid, Shiyu was not used to using it. After using it for a long time, it was the most suitable for Qitong. After all, it liked swords, and Shiyu also liked swords. Shiyu improved the progress of cultivation during the rest time, so there is no doubt that in the past 6 months, his gains from adding points were the largest. At present, the superclass skills of the 6 members of the first team, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin, have all been added by Shiyu to the perfect proficiency, which is the biggest gain. Except for the quasi-god skills that they dare not add points to, it can be said that their combat power has reached the current extreme of the overlord level. During this period, Chong Chong used the power of faith to save a meteorite with the power of a demigod level full strength attack, and 9 meteorites with the power of a top level totem full strength attack, suspended in the starry sky, ready to go. Su Su, with the help of the auxiliary points, still saved 2 sea cleansing spirits that were enough to purify the negative power of the demigod level, and 2 sea cleansing spirits that were enough to purify the negative power of the top level totem, with rich heritage. Lin even learned the manufacturing method of forbidden weapons, and made 2 forbidden weapons that were enough to kill the top level totems, which were stored in his body and could be released at any time. After half a year of hard work, Shiyu was a little regretful that he had not reached level 8, but he could finally say with confidence that he had the combat power of the demigod level. Although this rich heritage may be different from the old legends such as the legend of the divine source and the legend of Z that have forbidden weapons, Shiyu felt that it should not be a big problem to severely injure the weaker demigods such as the heavenly sword demigod. Even if it was the meteorite, He was not very weak with 2 demigod-level purification moves. It felt that with all the members together, they were definitely qualified to win 50-50. As for the second team, although the skills of Xiaoji and Yale were not as exaggerated as those of the first team, they were also at a normal level and had the combat power of an invincible overlord. As for Xiaozi, due to the tight time, Shiyu did not add much training points, and currently only reached the king level. He almost became a master of time management and worked with others to add points to the whole team in half a year. At present, Shiyu did not plan to continue adding points. Although Xiaoji, and Xiaozi still had room for improvement, Shiyu could not sit still after holding back for half a year. This time he was justified because the goals set at the beginning had all been achieved. He had the combat power to compete with a demigod level. And Qi awakened the time and space shuttle. At the beginning, Qi judged that it would take at least a year to awaken the time and space shuttle through the power of the dragon vein. But with the help of Shiyu's points, this time was fortunately shortened by half. It only took half a year for Qi to revive his time-space shuttle skills. At the moment, Shiyu and the others were gathered together, studying the time-space shuttle skills with Qi. Can we experiment now? The current power can only support a round trip within 5,000 years, and the quasi-divine skill stage cannot travel to the future where the time-space rules are stable, but can only travel to the past where the time-space rules are incomplete. Facing Shiyu's question, Qi, who had shrunk to the size of a palm, nodded. Where to go? Think quickly. Shiyu asked everyone for their opinions. Mimi, Time Emperor, Qi Tong wanted to see Mu Huayan. Ying, Wu Emperor, Shiai wanted to fight Wu Emperor's panda. Ning, Wu Emperor, Su backstabbed Qi Tong. Shiyu's pets shouted one by one. At present, Shiyu and the others were like bachelors who had been holding back for decades and saw beautiful girls, which was particularly novel and exciting. Qi's time-space shuttle skills undoubtedly satisfied their sense of novelty. Wu Di, Shiyu said to Qi Tong, the minority obeys the majority. When we go to the Shi Di dynasty, we must call Long Ma. Let's go back to the Wu Di dynasty first this time. Go find some inscription materials for 11 that are not available in modern times. Meow, Qi Tong nodded. That's right, okay. But, Qi said, time and space travel is still at the quasi-divine stage after all. After determining the time and space coordinates, there may be a certain year of error, but it shouldn't be very large. Of course, it's okay to return. I have left a mark here, and, except for me, the longer you stay in other time and space, the more you will be repelled by time and space, so you can't stay for a long time, but now that the contract has been made, maybe you can, Qi said. Come on, don't worry about it, as long as you can come back, Shiyu said. Lin, get a few automatic reply letters first. Yes, Mofton, Lin said quickly. Then, Qi couldn't help rubbing his face, and he was also excited. He finally found his strength, and he wanted to use it quickly. At the urging of Shiyu and his companions, a pink-white light soon enveloped all of Shiyu and his companions. It flickered first, and then calmed down, the past time and space. Donghuang calendar year 548. 548 years ago, the legendary Beastmaster Shidi, who rose like a star, expelled the totem aliens and established a unified dynasty in the east, Donghuang. However, the newly established Donghuang dynasty did not last for decades, and it fell into chaos because of the disappearance of Shidi. However, although the Donghuang dynasty was in chaos because of the disappearance of Shidi, the expelled totem aliens were also seriously injured in the previous totem war. The speed of the collapse of the Donghuang dynasty was not that fast. But without the birth of a new legendary beastmaster and taking up the banner, the title legend of the Donghuang dynasty alone was not enough to occupy the fertile land of the east. So after the totem aliens had a rest, a new round of totem wars broke out immediately. Donghuang collapsed and decomposed, entering an era of warlords. After this, the eastern land returned to its previous chaos. However, the achievements of Emperor Shi and the brief peace brought by the Donghuang dynasty have always been remembered by future generations. Countless human beastmasters took it as their mission to restore the country. Until 500 years later, a new legendary beastmaster was born in the human race. He possessed a top-level combined talent, and used the 4 sacred beasts as a template to cultivate pets, rising with amazing momentum. After becoming a legend, he immediately killed the strongest totem king, the semi-god Eclipse Sky Tiger, who was entrenched in the eastern continent at that time. Afterwards, he killed 9 totems in succession, announcing the end of the totem war with a stunning record. After this battle, a large number of totem aliens withdrew from the eastern continent again. The legendary Beastmaster Wudong called himself Emperor Wu and re-established the Donghuang dynasty. The entire eastern land ushered in a brief peace again. However, this peace did not last long. The resurrection of the strongest creature 3,000 years ago, the birth and rise of the Meteor clan, once again plunged the Wu Emperor dynasty and the Donghuang dynasty into a state of internal and external troubles. A chaotic and lonely sea. One after another, figures, accompanied by pink and white light of time and space, appeared out of thin air on this deserted island under the cloudy sky. Success. An excited male voice came from the group of figures. No signal. It seems to be successful. Yeah, it's back. A pink and white elf flew in the air and nodded happily. Great. The power is back. What period is this? Shiyu stood on the black land, looking at the chaotic sea, unable to tell for a moment. Has the Wu Emperor dynasty been established? Have they started to contact and fight with a meteorite clan? Fight. 11 climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder. Let's go to the Wu Emperor dynasty first and get the remaining inscription materials. It wants to make a 10 inscription panda. Roar, then I will fight the King Long of the Wu Emperor with great difficulty, Chong said. Yi, I want to fight Chongsun, Shen Bao said. I don't know. Let's go back to Donghuang continent first, Lin said. We'll know when we get there. Okay, Shiyu nodded. I hope to meet the Emperor Wu. He has a top-level combined talent. We can also combine several of us into one. Wouldn't it be great to PK? At present, Shiyu, who has the combat power of a demigod, urgently needs an opponent. Of course, this is not his main goal. His main purpose is to play with the Emperor Wu. It is not enough to just get the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast. Shiyu also wants the development experience of the Emperor Wu's top-level combined talent. Master, I advise you to be kind. Lin looked worried. It's okay for you to fight the Emperor Wu, but the problem is that when everyone combines into mecha, it's Lin who gets beaten. It's Lin. Just finished the hard training and stepped into the threshold of the demigod legend level, and came to challenge the most ruthless person in history. Are you serious? Chapter 475, Traveling Through the Martial Emperor Era. In the past time and space, during the Wu Emperor Era, there was an endless sea and an island of time and space. The waves crashed, the wind howled, and under the gloomy sky, Shiyu and his group stood on the cliffs and looked into the distance. Coming to a strange environment, Shiyu was unconsciously delighted and stretched his body lazily. He wanted to do something big quickly. Let's join forces with the Wu Emperor and work with the Wu Emperor to wipe out the Meteor clan before going back, Shiyu said. The Meteor clan in this time and space was timid, but the Meteor clan in the Wu Emperor era, as far as Shiyu knew, was not so timid. They all established countries outside the Donghuang dynasty and formed a confrontation with Donghuang. If he didn't practice with it first, Shiyu would feel sorry for his time travel. The Wu Emperor was the main sea, and he was the auxiliary, so they couldn't lose, right? As for the reward, the wreckage of the Meteor clan would be enough. Take away all the resources of the meteorites. He raised his arms and said, I'm looking forward to it. It's the first time I've done this. Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, I didn't expect that I would experience what the Star Zerg and the Abyss wanted to do first. I'll help Shiyu and you become stronger, and then kill them. Ki is still holding a grudge. According to Ki, in the mythological era, both the Star Zerg and the Abyss were very eager to seize Ki. It is said that it is the most valuable resource on the Blue Star, more precious than the Blue Star itself. The reason is that Ki mastered the rules of time and space shuttle, which is very rare even in the entire universe. Time and space shuttle is indeed rare. Shiyu tried it, and even if he copied the time and space shuttle skills, the ginseng baby of the time system could not learn it at all, and the fit was not enough. According to the degree of desire of the Star Zerg and the Abyss at that time, it is estimated that there may not be many Ki like this in the entire universe. Life that masters the rules of time and space shuttle can travel through time and parallel time and space according to the strength of its ability. The resources of the universe are limited, even in the starry universe. However, if you can travel through time and space, you can have almost unlimited resources. At that time, both the starry sky alien insects and the Abyss clan hoped to obtain the time spirit, and then cultivate it to be stronger, and cultivate it to the point where it can travel with the god level. At that time, with the help of the ability of the time spirit, they can plunder the resources of other time and space and quickly grow themselves. There have been many such records from ancient times to the present, and you also got the answer here. It is said that the reason why there are many parallel universes with different historical developments in this universe is because the life that masters the rules of time and space travels through time and space. And as long as the life that grows up under the experience of time and space travel can undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe, because he enjoys endless resources. For example, Shiyu now came to the ancient time and space to plunder the evolutionary resources of the iron-eating beast. Of course, it may be because of this unscientific ability that the life that masters the rules of time and space. The higher the proficiency of time and space travel, the weaker its own strength. I always feel that we are committing a crime, Shiyu said. Okay, Chong, you should have no meteorites in this time and space, right? Start condensing them now, just in case. Roar, the little blue dragon of a few centimeters nodded. In the era of Emperor Wu, there was also the power of the blue dragon's faith, so the faith skill can still be used. It's just that its inventory in this time and space could not be brought to this time and space. Instead, Susu's pure sea spirit was brought here because it was stored in the body, not in the outside world. Ying, let's go. 11 was eager to try and couldn't wait. The 9 inscription skills of the iron-eating beast are all good, and they are all tailor-made for the iron-eating beast. 11 felt that after obtaining them, his combat power would definitely increase greatly, and he would get revenge. Revenge for the last team competition. Before Shiyu and his team practiced hard, they held the third team competition. The champion of this team competition was Chitong. The saddest ones were Shen Bao and Su. It felt that this team competition was aimed at them. In the first team match, it was a normal match, self-destruction was prohibited, and 11 won. In the second team match, a new equipment system was added, self-destruction was prohibited, and Chong successfully stole the home. In the third team match, Shiyu directly banned all members' quasi-god skills, as well as the faith skills Dragon Star Cluster, Spirit of the Pure Sea, and self-destruction. He felt that there was no need to waste so much effort in the team match, and a new partner system was added. Pets with possession and loading types can possess Shiyu to fight. In this way, the status of Chitong, who has evolved to the god level, directly rose straight up. So in this team match, Chitong ranked first, 11 ranked second, Chong ranked third, Lin ranked fourth, Shen Bao ranked fifth, and Su ranked sixth. Shen Bao and Su were directly shut down. Shen Bao didn't expect that not only did his ranking not improve, but he also ranked last. Su was also shut down. She didn't expect that after Lin joined the team, she was still at the bottom. So, under the strong request of the crying Su, Shiyu promised it that there would definitely be an intra-team competition in the ocean venue soon, which made Su satisfied. The territory of the Donghuang dynasty in the Wu Emperor era was a little smaller than that of the Donghuang kingdom in later generations, but not too much smaller. Like the 9 first-level cities in later generations, most of the second-level cities are still within the territory of Donghuang. The capital of the Wu Emperor dynasty naturally continued the Shi Emperor dynasty and was located in the ancient city. That is where Shiyu went to school. After Shiyu decided to set off, he took back most of his pets, leaving only Chong and Qi by his side. Chong is a means of transportation, and Qi is a guide in time and space to avoid any accidents. In this way, the combination of a dragon, a person and a little elf began to fly towards the mainland. The current sea area is undoubtedly more dangerous than in later generations. But for Chong, who has strong attainments in the space system, it is not difficult to shuttle. Unless it is a demigod-level strong man, it is difficult to pay attention to Shiyu and others. In this way, it didn't take much time for Shiyu to pass through the sea and arrive at the place where the dream began. Icefield City, Pingcheng, and the sea outside the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. At this time, the Icefield City and Pingcheng areas are called Snow City because of the perennial snow. Shiyu rode on the Azure Dragon, above the snow clouds, looking at the endless snow-capped mountains below, knowing that in this time and space, there is also a frost dragon sleeping and suppressing the glacier totem. Shiyu did not disturb the ice dragon, because this is also a rare opportunity for the ice dragon to practice. The ice dragon is just a representative means of transportation for Mu Huayan, but it was given an important task by Mu Huayan in his later years. Suppressing the glacier totem is not because suppressing the glacier totem is the best opportunity for the mixed ice dragon to break through to the totem level. Not long after, Shiyu, who passed through the ice dragon Snow Mountain, descended to the Snow City without anyone noticing. Snow City is a typical ancient city. The high city walls block the ferocious beasts in the ice-filled Snow Mountain. A large number of soldiers are stationed inside the city walls to guard the Snow City. It seems that the ice-filled city has not changed much in the past 2,000 years. It may also be related to the fact that this place is close to the East China Sea, and the East China Sea overlord Longgong City has no interest in land. Shiyu smiled slightly, and after letting Chong Chong teleport himself to the Snow City, he only left key in his pocket. However, as long as Shiyu allowed, through Shiyu's perspective, every pet in the beast taming space can still clearly see the outside world. In a white town, Shiyu approached the ancient tree covered with snow and looked at the flattest area in the town. There was a group of children, ranging from 6 or 7 to teenagers, with more than a dozen people. They were in a square like a martial arts training ground, their young faces filled with seriousness, and their hands and feet followed the movements of the animal skin man in front of them. If you want to become a beast master, you must have a strong physique. Before your spiritual and soul power is formed, you cannot contract your pet. This stage is one of the few times when you can focus on training your body and laying a foundation. Only by laying a good foundation can you become stronger. Only with strong strength can you make achievements and serve the country. Listening to the words of the animal skin man, the children's faces were red from the cold and their mouths were breathing white air, but they were still training quite seriously. It is worthy of being the most prosperous dynasty of martial arts. Shiyu was in an ordinary town in Zucheng. Seeing this scene, he was in a trance. Although he hadn't inquired yet, Shiyu inferred that it should be the early stage of the establishment of the Wu Emperor dynasty. It is said that the Totem War had just ended a few years ago. This stage of the Donghuang dynasty's rebirth from the ashes was the most prosperous stage of the Wu Emperor dynasty. From adults to children, they were proud to join the Donghuang army. At a very young age, children will lay the foundation for the road of beast control under the guidance of retired soldiers assigned to various places. In short, wherever there are conditions, martial arts are prosperous. When the dynasty was first established, the government was also trying to improve the people's livelihood in various places, striving to prevent such things as hunger and cold clothes from happening. Although the existence of extraordinary life has brought difficulties to the human race, everything is relative and has two sides. Because of the existence of extraordinary power, as long as the strongest are willing to improve people's livelihood, the difficulty of improvement is much lower than that of a world without extraordinary power. Shiyu leaned quietly against the ancient tree. He looked at the middle-aged man in animal skins, teaching the child to exercise without hiding his breathing and his own existence. The man who was teaching the child soon discovered this strange man in strange clothes, and his expression was stern. "You guys, continue training," he called the children and walked quickly towards Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu looked strange to him, because Shiyu was still wearing the combat uniform he wore during training. The dark red interwoven combat uniform was extremely luxurious. The big man couldn't tell what was ancient style or modern style. He only knew that ordinary people could never afford such clothes. Could he be a young man from a wealthy family? You are not a resident of Belan Town, right? I am Guo Yan, the Beastmaster instructor of Belan Town. Due to the regulations of the special period, please explain your identity. Guo Yan stepped forward and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. As a disabled veteran who retired from the Totem War, the Donghuang army was his only belief. Everything must be implemented with the orders issued by the army as the primary goal. These children didn't know, but Guo Yan heard from his old comrades that a powerful totem country that was enough to threaten Donghuang had appeared next door, and the current domestic situation was very tense. The various policies issued recently are evidence. As for me, I am not a resident of Belan Town, but Zucheng is my hometown. Shiyu smiled. Of course, Zucheng is a little strange now. After all, I just came back. This time I am here to seek refuge with Donghuang. Yes, we are here to seek refuge with Donghuang. Key popped out of Shiyu's pocket. What is this? Guo Yan was shocked when he saw key in Shiyu's pocket. He found it unbelievable. A little man with pink hair? How could it be possible? How could there be a person the size of a palm? Who are you? Guo Yan immediately became nervous as if he was facing a great enemy. Although he used to be a beastmaster, his beastmaster space has been shattered in the battle. He finally survived the disaster. It is impossible for him to become a beastmaster again. He can only teach the children. If there's really a suspicious person, he can't deal with it. She is an elf, from Tinxiang, on the other side of the sea. Shi Yu smiled and said, I just said that I am a genuine Donghuang person, but I left my hometown for training in my early years and just came back recently. Instructor Guo, don't worry. We are not bad people. We just want to ask, what year of martial arts is it now? The 6th year, Instructor Guo said after a silence. The 6th year? Donghuang. Is it still recruiting soldiers? We are actually here for this. Are you here to participate in the national recruitment? Guo Yan has lived for most of his life and has never seen such a strange combination. Tinxiang? Elves? What is that? He doesn't know anything. However, he finally understands now that the young man in front of him may be a strong man. You didn't come back from the sea on the other side of the snow mountain. Instructor Guo Yan was shocked. Shi Yu smiled slightly. Guo Yan was shocked. That snow mountain was a dangerous place that even the generals of the Donghuang army could not conquer. This young man could actually travel through it, and he came back from the sea farther away? As for the nationwide conscription mentioned by Shi Yu, after the establishment of the Donghuang dynasty, Emperor Wu immediately conferred titles and honors on his subordinates who followed him to fight, such as the generals of the iron-eating beast tribe. However, during the Totem War, Emperor Wu's group was actually only part of the forces that resisted the totems. In addition, there were many human forces. At that time, after ending most of the totems and taking back the ancient capital to establish the country, the first thing Emperor Wu did was to recruit human forces and civil organizations in other parts of Donghuang. Later, after Donghuang was completely stabilized, that is, recently, Emperor Wu issued a new policy, nationwide conscription. The threat of the new Totem King Yunayan, in Emperor Wu's opinion, is greater than that of the previous Totem King. Donghuang's strength is not enough. Emperor Wu knows that there are many talented people hiding in the east. They are not used to and do not like to join the officialdom. They are used to being idle, but now, these people must be won over. Emperor Wu understands that Donghuang and the Yun tribe will have a battle in the future. It would be a pity and a waste if these hidden masters were only active among the people. In addition, there are some children of big families, local masters, all of whom are worthy of being won over. Therefore, this time, Emperor Wu promised great benefits and recruited soldiers nationwide. As long as the strength is sufficient, it is no problem to be promoted to a general immediately, and even if the strength is outstanding, legendary resources will be rewarded. It can be said that this nationwide recruitment is the most sensational event in Donghuang recently. Countless masters are indeed attracted by the favorable conditions of Donghuang's nationwide recruitment, and even hidden legends have appeared. If Shi Yu came for this, Instructor Guo would understand. What a hammer, how could he cross the snow-capped mountains and the sea at such a young age? I guess so, Shi Yu smiled. Donghuang 6 should be the year when the Emperor Wu dynasty and the meteorite had just come into contact not long ago. During this period, although Emperor Wu was able to kill demigods and reach the legendary level, his combat power had not yet reached its peak. It seemed that he could not combine 9 pets, and the iron-eating beast had not been cultivated to the strongest state. The current Emperor Wu wants to suppress the meteorites, but it is probably difficult. The confrontation between Donghuang and meteorites lasted for more than 10 years, and the strongest of both sides finally died together. It can be said that it will take some time for the Emperor Wu to grow to the peak. It has come to this period. The most representative historical event of this period is that the newly established Emperor Wu dynasty has begun to have small-scale frictions with the meteorites, and the Emperor Wu may have met with the meteorites. The Emperor Wu, who is well aware of the threat of the meteorites, started the first nationwide conscription for the future of Donghuang. It's easy to say which stage it is. Shi Yu smiled and thought about it. He planned to take the initiative to expose his legendary strength by participating in the world conscription, attract the Emperor Wu to come out to see him, and thus obtain the resources of this era. It would be a bit rude to directly break into the palace to meet the Emperor Wu. He was afraid of scaring the Emperor Wu. At this time, although Guo Yan still had doubts, seeing that Shi Yu was a strong man who wanted to participate in the national conscription, He planned to tell Shi Yu several conscription sites in Donghuang. The level here in Zuchang is not enough and there is no conscription qualification. Because the weakest soldiers to be recruited must be masters, there are only 10 conscription sites in the country. Among them, the nearest place, could it be? Hey, where are the people? Instructor Guo Yan looked at the empty ancient tree in front of him and was stunned. 4 symbols were drawn on the snow pile on the ground. 3Q, 88. Middle-aged man, soon after. Wuling City. This city is the hometown of Emperor Wu. It is the most famous city besides the ancient capital. At the same time, it is also one of the places for Donghuang's national conscription. After making a decision, Shi Yu came here directly, intending to participate in the national conscription here to attract Emperor Wu, and the reason is simple. He knows that Wuling City is the training base of Donghuang's iron-eating beast Corps. Countless materials for the evolution of the iron-eating beast are all stored here. There is also the iron-eating beast trial ruins established by Senior Ji Mengzhu, Senior Chongsun, etc. The top-grade metals of 11 were all taken from this ruins. At this time, those metals known as top-grade evolutionary materials should still be in the trial ruins, right? Wuling City, the iron-eating beast core training ruins. This is located in the center of Wuling City. Recently, it is the busiest place in Wuling City. The characteristics of the several major recruitment sites in Donghuang are different. For example, the recruitment benefits of Wuling City have a point that is very attractive to beast masters across the country. All beast masters above the master level have the opportunity to join the iron-eating beast Corps and obtain iron-eating beast cubs. Iron-eating beast. This era is not the future. The trump card of the first general under the Wu Emperor is the iron-eating beast, and the strongest legion of the Wu Emperor is the iron-eating beast Corps. There are even rumors that the Wu Emperor also contracted an iron-eating beast. Now that the iron-eating beasts are monopolized by the Wu Emperor dynasty, who wouldn't want a cute iron-eating beast with extraordinary potential? Therefore, the number of people coming to Wuling City to participate in the conscription is no less than that of the several famous historical cities. This is also a means for the Wu Emperor to attract talented people from the people, relying on the best pets. Now, even Shi Yu has been attracted, but he is attracted by the evolutionary materials of the iron-eating beasts. After uncovering a conscription notice posted all over the city, Shi Yu came to the conscription location on the notice, a black and white attic outside the Wuling ruins. Outside the attic door, 2 beast-controlling soldiers in armor stood guard on both sides. Although there were many people who came to Wuling City to participate in the conscription, it was impossible for them to gather together when the threshold was at the master level. Shi Yu came at the right time. Both inside and outside the attic seemed to be very empty. At this time, Shi Yu slowly walked towards the attic, and the eyes of the 2 soldiers also fell on Shi Yu, but at this moment, a beautiful figure walked out of the attic. She was about 20 years old, wearing a white hanfu-like dress, and her face was radiant. Not to mention in this ancient time when there was no makeup, even in the modern times when makeup and plastic surgery are used, the other party is also outstanding in temperament and belongs to the beauty of the city level. Ji Mengzhu, Shi Yu was stunned when he saw this face that was almost 99% similar to that of Panda senior sister Lin Xiaozhu. Unexpectedly, he met an acquaintance so soon. At this time, Ji Mengzhu, who had just come out, also saw Shi Yu, a stranger walking towards the attic. "Excuse me, is this the place for national conscription?" Shi Yu smiled slightly and looked at her. "Yes, you are here to join the conscription," Ji Mengzhu's cold and crisp voice came out. Looking at Shi Yu in front of him, who looked much younger than himself, he was surprised. The minimum threshold for conscription across the country is the 5th rank. Is this person's rank enough? However, at this age, even if it is 1 or 2 levels lower, it is still considered a good talent and potential, and he can join the army through other channels. Or is Shi Yu the son of a hidden family, and has he really reached the master level? Where are you from? What is your rank? How old are you? Ji Mengzhu asked one by one. Shi Yu said, "I am from Zucheng, but I have been going out to experience since I was a child. I am 21 years old this year." As for the rank, Shi Yu smiled. 3rd rank, legendary level. I don't know what kind of resources I can get. Emphasize the key points. X2. He has cultivated 2 legendary levels. Legend, boom. After Shi Yu finished speaking, Ji Mengzhu on the opposite side was obviously stunned. The 2 soldiers on guard were also dumbfounded. They looked at Shi Yu with a confused look on their faces. Wait a minute. What did this guy just say? 21 years old, legendary. What a joke. 21 years old, legendary. Let alone 21 years old, even if there is no age limit, legendary level in Donghuang is rare. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.